In just half a month, 3 classroom teachers were stiffed. In the face of this, devil, can be called the 5th class of senior high school, everyone avoided. However, Su Yang swam against the current. He took over the worst class in the whole school and vowed to turn a group of martial arts wastrels into the strongest team of martial arts gods that would shock the world. Unexpectedly, Su Yang's training style caused the students to gradually fall into an eerie silence. Students are playing with embroidery needles when they should be practicing the fierce and invincible Shenlong Quan. I should have practiced the earth-shaking leg that shakes mountains, but it looks like I'm practicing some kind of heavenly crippling kick? Years later, a wave of demonic beasts invades in a frenzy, and the world is in peril. At the moment of life and death, Su Yang stepped forward to lead his students. At this moment, the various great Emperor Zun and Zun martial gods had actually gathered to stand in support of him. They understood that it was from this group of students, once looked down upon by all, that true legends were born. And at this moment, in the 3rd Fifth Avenue High School of the Eastern Sea, a loud bang came from a figure that flew out of the classroom of Senior Class 5 and smashed hard on the ground. The man climbed up in a mess after a long time and cursed in the direction of the classroom. "I'm not teaching this shitty class. Whoever wants to teach it will teach it." This scene was seen by many students and teachers, and the news quickly reached the ears of Lu Jun, the head of the senior class. After thinking about it, Lu Jun can only call the first-grade teachers who did not take the class to the meeting. "Gentlemen, Senior Class 5 is now in dire need of a new homeroom teacher. Whoever can commit to the same management as before will double their bonus at the end of the year," Lu Jun said solemnly. However, the scene was silent. Lu Jun's gaze began to scan the teachers present, and the young teacher Li's heart tightened, and he busily said, "Director, you know me, I've just been transferred not long ago, and I don't have enough experience in management, so I'm afraid I won't be able to last more than 3 days when I go to Class 5. Lu Jun frowned and turned his head to look at the other teacher, Chen. Mr. Chen had scars on his face and was missing his left hand, but spoke with a strong voice. "Director, you know me. If I go to Class 5, only one of Class 5 and I can survive." Lu Jun sighed. "Teacher Chen, you've just retired from the front line of fighting against ferocious beasts. Your killing aura is too heavy, and it's really not suitable to teach students." Lu Jun then turned his attention to other teachers, and none of them were willing to take over. Suddenly, Lu Jun slapped the table. All right, all of you don't push. How about this? I can apply to the school to add another generation of body-hardening liquid as a reward." As soon as the words fell, many young teachers began to waver. After all, the body-quenching liquid was a scarce resource. Not only could it quench the physical body, there was also the possibility of low-realm martial artists taking it to directly break through the realm. Su Yang, as a 9th-grade martial artist who had just graduated from the East Sea Martial Arts Teacher Training College, was also moved by the fact that he had been stuck at the bottleneck of breakthrough. However, he still felt his scalp tingle when he thought of the prickly students in Senior Class 5. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly rang in Su Yang's mind. "The strongest master-teacher system has bound the host, newbie mission. Take over Class 5 and become Class 5 teacher. Successful mission rewards random mythological skills. Mission failure system will automatically recycle." Hearing the system's prompt, Su Yang's eyes flashed. Mythic skill? With a thought, he immediately made a decision. Even if Class 5 is hell, I, Su Yang, will have to go through it today. Thus, Su Yang stood up violently and said firmly, "Director, I'll take it." The whole room was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Su Yang in shock, and many people secretly muttered in their hearts, "Teacher Su is still too young to resist temptation." Lu Jun then was overjoyed and immediately pulled Su Yang to go through the handover procedures, fearing that he would back out. Right at this moment, the system once again sent out a prompt. "Mission completed. Have obtained the mythical exclusive skill Teacher Invincibility. This skill nullifies any damage dealt to you by the students of the class and has no cooldown." After listening to the system introduction, Su Yang's heart lit up, and his original apprehension instantly dissipated. With the Teacher Invincible skill, it would no longer be difficult to educate the prickly students in Class 5. After the handover formalities were completed, Lu Jun patted Su Yang's shoulder and instructed, "Little Su, Class 5 can be left to you. Don't worry, Director, I will definitely teach properly." Su Yang replied with conviction, then tried in a low voice. Director, the matter of the body tempering liquid, it won't be a blank check, right? Lu Jin said with a serious face. I'm the head of the grade level team. A mouthful of spit is a nail. If it doesn't apply down, I'll eat this table in front of you. Only after hearing these words did Su Yang feel relieved. However, just as he left the faculty office with his front foot, the system once again refreshed the task. Novice task: any one student reaches the Earth level evaluation, successful task rewards a novice gift package, unlimited length. Su Yang instantly felt a little bad the students of senior class 5 couldn't even come up with someone with a D grade evaluation. This task was simply too outrageous. And at that moment, in the classroom of class 5, the students were already talking about the new homeroom teacher. Su Yang had just walked into the classroom of senior class 5, and the atmosphere in the class instantly became unusually quiet. The students were all sitting upright, looking well behaved on the surface, seemingly very different from the prickly class rumored to be in the outside world. However, Su Yang knew in his heart that there must be some kind of mischief hidden behind this calmness. After all, this class had already pissed off 3 homeroom teachers. It was impossible to be so honest. At this time, several students in the class were secretly planning to fix the new homeroom teacher. One of them, a short-haired teenager, pushed open his sleeve, revealing a rather elaborate ejection device, and whispered, "Only 9th grade strength, and you still dare to come and teach us? Later on, I'll use the Thunderbolt target to deal with him, ensuring that he won't even last a single class." This swift thunder needle ejection speed is extremely fast and silent, although it will not hurt people's lives, but the instantaneous high pressure can make the other party paralyzed. Even the 6th grade martial arts soon have to be unable to resist, not to mention the district of the 9th grade martial arts person. A young girl next to him, however, was a bit hesitant and said softly, "Will this be too much? He's only a 9th grade martial artist, so if he's hit by the Thunderbolt needle, he'll probably become incontinent on the spot, and the scene won't look good at that time." She carried a metal wolfsbane, and seemed ready to sneak in a couple hits if necessary. "Coming!" The teenager who was looking out warned in a low voice, and as soon as the words left his mouth, all the students immediately returned to their seats and put on a well-behaved demeanor. Su Yang pushed the door and swept his eyes around the classroom, sighing in his heart that these students were really not simple, but the surface was unperturbed. He walked boldly to the podium and introduced himself. "From today onwards I am your new homeroom teacher, Su Yang." As soon as Su Yang's words fell, his eyes quickly landed on class president Zhu Tao's panel. Name: Zhu Tao. Age: 16. Realm: 8th grade martial artist. Mind technique: Pan-Dragon Divine Fist technique. Fitness: 27%. Cultivation efficiency: -244%. Instruction suggestion: replacement of the mind technique, or modification of the existing mind technique to improve fitness. Looking at the information, Su Yang was speechless in his heart. Zhu Tao's cultivation efficiency was actually -244%, simply outrageous. He then looked at the panel of another short-haired teenager, Li Yiming. Name: Li Yiming. Age: 16. Realm: 8th grade martial artist. Mind technique: earth-shaking technique. Fitness: 9%. Cultivation efficiency: -427%. Instructional suggestions: recultivate mind technique. Li Yiming's cultivation efficiency was even more astonishing, reaching -427%, almost at the bottom of the class. Nonetheless, Su Yang calmed down in his heart. With the help of the system, he felt that there was still hope for these students to be saved. At this moment, Su Yang stood on the podium and thoughtfully scrutinized the students. However, just as he was contemplating, the short-haired teenager Li Yiming quietly raised his hand, revealing the ejector device in his sleeve, and aimed it at Su Yang. The swift thunder needle flashed with a silver light and accurately stuck on Su Yang's thigh. However, Su Yang was still standing there as if nothing had happened, not reacting in the slightest. The students in the classroom were in an uproar, looking at each other with confused faces. According to reason, the thunderbolt needle should have caused the opponent to immediately fall to the ground and convulse. So why was Su Yang still able to stand so steadily and even unresponsive? It shouldn't be. At the moment, Su Yang was immersed in his lessons, giving the students a general knowledge lesson on martial arts. To his surprise, the group of prickly students listened with full attention, not a single one of them messing up, and even each of them showed extreme concentration. Su Yang secretly felt that something was wrong in his heart. This class had already forced away 3 homeroom teachers before, so it was reasonable to say that it was impossible to be so well behaved. There must be a demon when things go wrong. Su Yang understood in his heart that this group of students must be holding back some bad ideas to prepare to deal with themselves. However, Su Yang was not worried at all. With the mythological skill, Master Invincible, no matter what tricks these students played, it was impossible for them to hurt him. No matter what tactics they used, to him, it was just an ineffective struggle. As the bell rang for the end of class, Su Yang walked out of the classroom and headed straight towards the school's library. He was going to look for a suitable heart technique for class president Xu Tao to improve his cultivation efficiency. However, as soon as Su Yang left, the students in the classroom immediately gathered around Li Yiming and began to discuss what had just happened. "What's going on? Is your thunderbolt needle not charging? Why isn't Su Yang doing anything at all?" a student questioned. "I don't know." Li Yiming scratched his head and hurriedly checked the ejection device in his sleeve. But after half a day of checking, no malfunction was found. Everyone looked at each other for a moment, confused as to what the problem was. Just then, an exclamation came from the podium. "Crap!" The crowd turned their heads in unison, only to see Xu Tao, the squad leader, picking up a metal needle that had broken in two in dismay. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces instantly became grave, and Li Yiming's eyes even widened in disbelief. "How is this possible? The thunderbolt needle is made of reinforced metal, how could it break?" Li Yiming was surprised. Xu Tao observed the broken needle with a sullen face for a moment before saying, "The problem is not with the needle itself. You guys take a closer look, the tip end of the needle has been directly flattened. This can only happen if it hits an extremely hard object. And we all saw with our own eyes just now that the thunderbolt needle was stuck on Su Yang's leg." There was a silence in the classroom, and finally Xu Tao gave his own guess. "The one surnamed Su probably possesses steel and iron bones and the strength of a 6th-grade martial Zun." Meanwhile, inside the library, Su Yang was already sitting in front of the computer, starting to look for a suitable basic heart method for Xu Tao in the huge heart method library. Although the system could help check the suitability of the heart techniques, it needed to be checked one by one and could not be screened in bulk. Su Yang searched for a few heart techniques in a row and found that they all had less than 10% fitness, which made him feel that his progress was slow. Faced with more than 30,000 incoming mind techniques, Su Yang decided to adjust his strategy, first sifting through the general direction and then gradually refining it. Xu Tao practiced fist technique, but the aptitude was low, so he started to try other physical arts types of heart techniques such as palm technique and claw technique. 9 Yang palm aptitude check in progress. Check is complete, 34% aptitude with Xu Tao. Seeing this result, Su Yang's eyes lit up, realizing that his thought process might be correct. After a 20-minute-long screening, Su Yang found that Xu Tao's fitness for all kinds of physical arts and mind techniques fluctuated between 20% and 30%, without exceeding 40%. As a result, Su Yang decided to try the weapon class mind techniques, starting with common weapons such as swords, guns, and sticks. However, the fitness was only hovering between 40 and 50. Just as Su Yang felt a little disappointed, he tried to perform the adaptation of the stitches, not expecting an accident to happen. Penetrating needle technique aptitude check in progress. Check completed, 107% aptitude with Xu Tao. Su Yang frowned slightly, a little surprised in his heart. Surprisingly, it was a needle technique? This meant that Xu Tao might have to give up boxing and switch to needle technique. This span was a bit too big. However, a fitness of more than 100% meant that this heart method was perfect for Xu Tao, and even higher fitnesses of 200% or even 300% might occur. Su Yang temporarily pressed down his inner excitement and did not immediately delve into the series of adaptations of the needle technique, but continued to try other general directions. However, after some screening, the 107% fitness of the piercing stitch was consistently ahead of the pack. With no choice but to start sifting through all the needle-type mind techniques from the mind technique library, Su Yang could only check them one by one. And in the classroom of Senior Class 5, the students were sitting around, looking odd and whispering nonstop. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Look at him, he doesn't look like a martial Zun either," a boy said. "Besides, how old is he? 27 or 18 years old, and he can cultivate to a martial zune? If that's the case, his qualifications should have been specially recruited and bailed out by the National Defense Martial Arts University a long time ago. Not to mention, if he's really a martial honor, is there a need for him to be a teacher at this martial arts high school? How much is the salary? Doesn't it smell good for a martial exalted to go hunting demonic beasts and casually earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a month? Another boy added. Shu Tao's brows were tightly locked as he thought back to the scene just now, and he still couldn't seem to get over it. Shu Tao pointed at the needles that were broken in two and said, "But how can these two needles be explained? If he hadn't cultivated into a steel-strengthened martial exalt, there's no way he could have blocked the swift thunder needle." For a while, everyone looked at each other, indeed unable to explain it. Li Yiming frowned and raised a possibility. Is there a possibility that he stuffed special steel plates into his legs ahead of time as a precaution? The classmate next to him shook his head and retorted. But the way I see him walking, it doesn't look like he's got steel plates stuffed in him. In the middle of the discussion, students and teachers passing by had their eyes caught by the quiet atmosphere of Class 5. Damn, why is Class 5 so quiet today? Didn't they just get a new homeroom teacher? A girl said. I know that Mr. Su Yang led our class's dance path theory class before. I heard it's quite powerful. Someone whispered. Crap, Mr. Su is so awesome? He subdued Class 5 as soon as he came? A boy said. There was a lot of chatter, and even some teachers made a point of stopping and looking quite surprised that Class 5, normally a swarm of demons, was now in order. Meanwhile, Su Yan had already spent the entire morning in the library and finally found the heart technique with a fitness of 347% from the heart technique library mending sky embroidery cloud needle. If Shu Tao was willing to recultivate this needle technique, his cultivation speed would skyrocket. However, Su Yan was also clear that this kind of basic heart method was really too low level, and Zhu Tao was afraid that he would not easily accept it, not to mention whether Zhu Tao's family would agree. Unable to do anything else, Su Yang temporarily made a copy of this mental law and prepared to go back to the office before making any plans. And at this time in the classroom of Class 5, Li Yiming was lying on the doorway observing, and when he saw Su Yang coming back, he immediately returned to the classroom in a nervous state. Everyone quickly adjusts and pretends to be training. Although Zhu Tao still felt that Su Yang might be hiding his true strength, he hesitated in his mind and finally decided to take a gamble, even willing to use his pocket money as a bet. Not long after, Zhu Tao decisively got up and walked straight towards Su Yang's office, knocked on the door, and then opened his mouth and said, Teacher, we have encountered some problems in our cultivation. Can you please go to the classroom to give us some pointers? When Su Yang heard this, his heart jumped. His intuition told him that this group of students were definitely devising some kind of trap. Pointing? Have to make me go to the classroom? He muttered in his heart, feeling that things were not that simple. However, Su Yan had a bright idea and suddenly said, Zhu Tao, let me ask you a question. If there is a very suitable basic heart method for you to cultivate right now, which can allow you to cultivate at a rapid speed, but you have to give up your existing heart method and cultivate it all over again, what would you choose? Zhu Tao was confused as he listened and replied with a frown. What kind of person would give up their hard-earned cultivation of the heart technique and start all over again? Wouldn't that mean that all the previous efforts would be wasted? If it was a basic heart method like the needle method, I wouldn't have cultivated it. Even if it was good, it would be useless. At best, I would have cultivated it to the level of a martial zune. And my current heart technique is capable of cultivating to martial emperor. Su Yan sniffed and gave a dry laugh, not arguing any further, turning around and saying, All right, let's go, I'll go to the classroom with you. Saying that, Su Yan got up calmly and followed Zhu Tao in the direction of the classroom. As soon as he reached the classroom door, Zhu Tao subconsciously accelerated his steps and entered the classroom first. Zhu Tao glanced around and realized that Li Yiming was hiding in a hidden place in the corner of the wall, with thunderbolt needles hidden in his sleeves, ready to strike. The other students pretended to pose in the training area, but actually secretly observed Su Yang's every move. Su Yang swaggered into the classroom and turned his back to Li Yiming, ready to continue talking with Zhu Tao about the heart technique. By the way, Zhu Tao, I still have one more question. Before Su Yang could finish, he subconsciously reached out and patted Zhu Tao's shoulder. At this instant, the dozen or so swift thunder needles in Li Yiming's cuffs whistled out, heading straight for Su Yang's back. The speed of the swift thunder needles was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had pierced into Su Yang's body. However, these needles did not cause Su Yang to fall to the ground as expected. Instead, Zhu Tao, who was standing beside him, suddenly felt a strong electric current running through his entire body and instantly lost control. His body was paralyzed and he directly fell forward. Su Yang instinctively reached out to catch Zhu Tao. However, Zhu Tao's body convulsed violently and the scene became extremely chaotic. When the other students saw this, their faces instantly turned white and they exclaimed, "Surnamed Su, let go! If you don't let go, something will really happen to him." Su Yang heard, panicked to let go, only to hear, bang, sound. Zhu Tao fell heavily on the ground, the body is still in violent convulsions, mouth is still spitting foam, the ground vaguely flooded with the smell of urine. The entire classroom instantly exploded, all the students were at a loss for words in fear, and Li Yiming's eyes even widened. "Oh my God, I really didn't mean it!" Su Yang had no choice but to yell, "Send it to the infirmary!" Su Yang stood at the door of the school infirmary with an anxious expression, his heart filled with anxiety. The students of Class 5 gathered behind him, all with odd expressions and puzzled minds. "Leaning north! Is this Su or not a 6th grade martial exalt?" Someone muttered in a low voice. "Say he's not, his back is stabbed into a hedgehog and nothing happened. Instead, Zhu Tao was unlucky. But to say that he is a 6th grade martial exalted, how come his back was pierced with so many lightning needles and he didn't realize it at all?" Li Yiming was also filled with confusion. Moreover, even when I recovered the thunderbolt needle behind his back, he didn't even realize it. It's not possible for a martial honor to be so confused, right? Steel doesn't mean that he's not afraid of electricity. This doesn't make sense at all. At this moment, Su Yang's mind was also in a mess. He vaguely felt that these students must have made some small moves, but because he had that Master Invincible skill, he was immune to these injuries and did not notice them at all. But the problem is, Zhu Tao has an accident. If there are really serious consequences, he as the class teacher will be the first to be held accountable, and may even get into big trouble. Thinking of this, Su Yang couldn't help but shiver and began to get anxious inside. Su Yang had to sink his face and question the students. "Who can tell me what's going on here? Why did Zhu Tao become like this?" The students looked at me, I looked at you, and no one dared to speak. Li Yiming hesitated for a while and finally spoke. "It does kill people." Su Yang's face changed and he asked eagerly, "Li Yiming, what do you know?" Li Yiming raised his head with a sad expression. "When Zhu Tao wakes up, he will definitely get me killed." "Ms. Su, I want to take a vacation," Li Yiming suddenly said. "What's the point of taking a vacation now? Zhu Tao is still lying down, why are you taking a vacation?" Su Yang was dumbfounded. "I'll take a 3-year vacation, I'll come back when Zhu Tao graduates, goodbye." Li Yiming was just about to leave when he was dragged by a handful of other students. "Run my ass! If you can hide from the first day, you can't hide from the 15th. One of the students rolled his eyes. "Zhu Tao will still come to your house." Li Yiming pointed at Su Yang with a bitter smile. "It's none of my business. If you want to blame it, blame him. If he hadn't suddenly touched Zhu Tao's shoulder, Zhu Tao definitely wouldn't have collapsed." "What the hell is going on? You guys stop beating around the bush." Su Yang was made head over heels and hurriedly pursued the question. The students in Class 5 were also a bit helpless and frowned. "You really don't know?" "What do I know?" Su Yang's heart was burning with urgency. Finally, Li Yiming couldn't help himself and flashed his ejection device. "Are you wearing protective steel plates? The kind that teachers have in hand?" Su Yang took a look at the device and instantly understood it turned out to be the Thunderbolt Needle. This thing was the special equipment of the Kunlun Patrol, usually used to deal with ferocious beasts and illegal thugs. Ordinary civilian versions cost millions, how could it appear in the hands of a student? Su Yang just wanted to deny that he was wearing a protective steel plate, but on second thought, the problem actually lies in the Master Invincible skill, which is a secret that he can't explain. But the problem is, he's wearing short sleeves, so how can he possibly hide steel plates? That's a huge loophole for both recognition and denial. "I'll go to the infirmary to check on Zhu Tao." Su Yang decisively sidetracked the topic and quickly walked into the infirmary. Looking at Su Yang's back, Li Yiming spread his hands and smiled bitterly. See, he's weak-minded. When the other students heard this, they immediately reacted. You fool! Mr. Su is wearing short sleeves. Where did the steel plate come from? What's more, he didn't wear protective gloves on his hands. If he was really electrocuted, he would have been in trouble long ago. Then what the hell is going on? Li Yiming scratched his head, thoroughly confused. Inside the infirmary, Xu Tao, who had just woken up, was in a trance, as if he had just been anesthetized and was in a daze. After Su Yang got the school nurse's permission, he quietly came next to him and asked in a low voice, Xu Tao, how are you feeling? Xu Tao blinked weakly and said in a hoarse voice, I think I saw my great-grandmother waving at me. After all, Xu Tao was a strong person of the 8th grade martial spirit realm. His recovery power far exceeded that of ordinary people, plus the thunderbolt needle itself would not be fatal, so his body was not seriously harmed. Su Yang couldn't help but be secretly happy. Almost he went to step on a sewing machine because of this before he started his business halfway. When Xu Tao woke up, his first reaction was to rush out of the infirmary and chase after Li Yiming with a clear goal in mind. As soon as Li Yiming heard the commotion, he turned his head and ran, shouting, Brother Tao, it really isn't my fault. It's all because of surname Su. Xu Tao was enraged. Stop right there! Witnessing this scene, Su Yang completely put down his heart. After confirming that Xu Tao was fine, he faintly dropped a sentence. Go back to the classroom if you're fine. Then Su Yang walked towards the office without looking back, leaving behind a mysterious and unpredictable back. When the other students in Class 5 saw this, questions bubbled up in their hearts, their eyes filled with speculation and weirdness towards Su Yang. Some people even couldn't help but whisper, Is he a 6th grade martial exalt or not? This is simply unexplainable. Su Yang remained silent, muttering in his heart, If I were really a 6th grade Wu Zun, why would I still be a teacher here? The principal would have to give way to me. Back in the classroom of Class 5, the students continued to talk, and finally Xu Tao came to the conclusion. To sum up, the one surnamed Su is definitely not a 6th grade martial exalt. Tao Zi, you've lost. Xu Tao frowned, but in his heart, he remained unconvinced, seriously pondering the possible reasons. Li Yiming, who had been beaten up, tried to interject. Tao, I think. As a result, before he could finish his words, he was coldly interrupted by Xu Tao. Shut up! Then Xu Tao lowered his voice and said, I have a guess. Among the hard techniques of the EC Martial Down Normal Academy, there is a defense-focused technique called the 9 Practices Horizontal Body Technique, with a total of 9 layers. It is said that when one cultivates to the 5th layer, one can have the defensive power of copper skin and iron bones. Although not as good as the steel and iron bones of a 6th grade martial exalt, it is enough to resist high-voltage currents. Someone questioned. But this is an advanced hard technique, right? If he really cultivated to the 5th layer, there's no way he's still only a 9th grade martial artist. Xu Tao nodded seriously. No, it's still possible. Do you guys still remember how a martial artist's realm of strength is tested? The crowd reacted instantly. Testing machines, strength, agility, endurance, there are scores for each item, with a final comprehensive rating. Xu Tao went on to explain. If he puts all his energy into defense, the stats of the other items are naturally pulled down. With superb defense but poor strength and agility, the final combined result would be a 9th grade martial artist. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly came to a realization. Someone exclaimed, So that's how it is. The one surnamed Su is a partial student with extremely high defense. Right. He has explosive defense, but all the other stats must be low scores, and he only ended up being a 9th grade martial artist when combined. A boy said. No wonder he dares to come to be our homeroom teacher, so he's not afraid of pain because of his thick skin. Another boy followed. After listening to the analysis of the crowd, Xu Tao had to admit that he had lost, even though there were still a few points of unwillingness in his heart. He gritted his teeth and reluctantly distributed the 30,000 pocket money to the crowd. The resentment towards Su Yang deepened in his heart. However, Xu Tao recalled the question that Su Yang had asked in his office. Are you willing to give up your current mind technique and recultivate needle technique? This question had always baffled Zhu Tao. Now he suddenly figured out something. Su Yang was able to exercise such a terrifying defense, even the high-voltage current of the thunderclap needle was able to carry it. The 9 training horizontal body technique must have been cultivated to an extremely high level. Perhaps, Su Yang really had mastered some sort of special means that could drastically increase the cultivation speed of the heart technique. But why needlework? Zhu Tao couldn't help but look down at his calloused hands and fell into deep thought. Could it be that Su Yang really thinks that these hands of mine are suitable for practicing needlework? Su Yang sat in his office and fell into deep thought. He had wanted to get on good terms with the students of Class 5 as soon as possible, but the accident of the thunderbolt needle had made him feel that such a good teacher-student relationship would be a luxury for a short time, I'm afraid. How can we advance the work now that things have gotten like this? Su Yang rubbed his forehead in agony. As a new classroom teacher, there is simply no way to accomplish the system tasks without the cooperation of the students, which will directly affect his career as a teacher and the future peak of his life. Something has to be done. But I can't curry favor with them unconditionally. As a teacher, I have to have prestige, otherwise they won't even put me in their eyes. Su Yang pondered. In the end, Su Yang decided that conventional management methods would not work in Class 5, I'm afraid, and some special means must be adopted. He already had an idea in mind and immediately moved to the classroom. As soon as he entered the door, Su Yang felt the hostility of the students in Class 5, each with a wary face as if he was an intruder. We have no grievances, there's no need to be like this, right? Su Yang said helplessly. Li Yiming was the first to jump out and coldly grunted. Before, there was no enmity, but now there is an enmity. Surname Su, I don't share the same fate as you. The corners of Su Yang's mouth twitched slightly, and he was speechless in his heart. I'm also a victim, okay? He sighed, knowing that the students of Class 5 were unreasonable, but in his heart, he felt a breakthrough instead. So, he threw out a challenge without hesitation. Then dare to make a bet with me? If you win, I'll kowtow to you on the spot and apologize, and I won't work as a class teacher anymore, so I'll get out immediately. But if you lose, honestly cultivate according to my requirements from now on. When these words came out, Li Yiming's eyes lit up, and he was about to agree, when Zhu Tao next to him immediately stepped forward and covered his mouth. You can be tricked by such a low level of provocation? The analysis we guessed just now, you weren't listening? Li Yiming struggled for a few moments, realizing that Zhu Tao's words made sense, and calmed down. Surname Su, don't think we'll fall for your trap. Zhu Tao laughed coldly, with a few moments of provocation in his eyes. Zhu Tao recalled their speculation about Su Yang just now and then said, Are you planning to compete with us in a fist fight? Whoever can't carry it off first will be counted as the loser? Su Yang frowned and sighed in his heart. It seemed that the thunderbolt needle incident had made them more alert, and the agitation method had temporarily failed on these prickly students. Zhu Tao continued to sneer. Don't waste your efforts, we've already seen through you, trying to lure us into a trap, not even a door. The other students also chimed in with a disdainful look on their faces. Obviously, they all thought that Su Yang's challenge was nothing more than a childish provocation, and whoever fell for it would be a fool. Seeing this, Su Yang suddenly changed his strategy. He pretended to whisper to himself. Oh, that's so. I also don't know if a certain student in Class 5 accidentally touched electricity causing his pants to get wet, will it spread out? The atmosphere of the entire classroom instantly froze at these words. Zhu Tao's face suddenly changed, his pupils shrunk violently, and his anger shot straight to his head. He was furious, and wanted to rush forward to the theory. Tao! Calm down! Calm down! Li Yiming and the other students immediately stopped him. He's provoking you, don't fall for it. You'll have to put up with such a shitty agitation. Several people spoke up to dissuade them. However, Zhu Tao, enraged, kicked Li Yiming away and roared. This is fucking directed at me. I can't help it. Zhu Tao glared at Su Yang, his face full of unwillingness, gritting his teeth. Surname Su, don't think that you're emboldened just because you've practiced the 9 training horizontal body technique to the 5th layer. Do you think that I can't clean you up just because you've practiced until you're bronze skin and iron bones? When Su Yang heard this, his heart was bashful. He neither defended nor was lazy to explain. After all, explaining this kind of thing would not give him a pay rise. Seeing that Zhu Tao was already in the trap, Su Yang deliberately showed a hint of provocation in his eyes and asked, "So, are you planning to gamble with me? What's there to not dare to bet on?" Shu Tao sneered. "But it has to be according to my rules." "What rules?" Su Yang asked curiously. "Compare speed," Shu Tao directly proposed. "Training ground, 100-meter sprint. Whoever reaches the finish line first wins, dare you?" Su Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. In his heart, he knew that he was only a 9th-grade martial artist, and the chances of winning against the 8th-grade martial spirit realm's Shu Tao in terms of speed were extremely low. However, he quickly calmed down. After all, he had other plans. "Can!" Su Yang agreed, but didn't forget to add. "But ugly words in advance. If you lose and don't admit it, someone's electrocution and peeing his pants will be spread all over the school." "You fucking..." Shu Tao was so angry that his face turned blue, and fire almost spewed out of his eyes, but he still forced down his anger and gritted his teeth. "A gentleman's word is a team of horses." "All right, then go to the training ground now." Su Yang snapped his fingers and turned around to leave the classroom, with the Class 5 crowd following closely behind. Along the way, the students of Class 5 gathered around Shu Tao and reminded him in whispers. "Taozi, he promised too quickly, there must be a trick." "Yeah, it feels like Surname Su has something up his sleeve." Shu Tao had a cold, thoughtful face, but didn't say anything else. When they arrived at the training ground, Su Yang and Shu Tao set the starting and finishing positions, about 100 meters away. Li Yiming was in charge of being the starter, and the two of them went to their starting positions and set up their positions. Su Yang and Shu Tao glanced at each other, each having a calculation in their hearts. Su Yang's calculation was, "Although I can't win against him compared to speed, it doesn't say that I can't use other means. As long as Li Yiming gives the order, I'll go up and hold Shu Tao first. With the master's invincibility skill, even if he attacks me as soon as he powers up, the damage will be nullified, and if I take advantage of the chaos to throw him out, he'll lose for sure." Shu Tao's calculation was, "Surname Su must have left a backhand, but I didn't state the rules either. As soon as Li Yiming gives the order later, I'll go up and hug and wrestle him. With my 8th-grade martial spirit strength, he definitely won't be able to break free, and then I'll directly throw him out, a sure win." With both sides having their own thoughts, Li Yiming began to give the order. "On your mark, ready, run!" The order just fell, but instead of charging forward, Su Yang and Shu Tao simultaneously lunged towards each other and hugged each other tightly. The classroom was silent. For a moment everyone was confused. No one expected these two to hug each other. Shu Tao was the first to react and started to exert his power, trying to use his strength to throw Su Yang out. However, to Shu Tao's surprise, Su Yang's feet seemed to be rooted in the ground. No matter how much force he exerted, he could not shake Su Yang in the slightest. "Fuck! Why is this guy not moving?" Shu Tao's face changed drastically, realizing that the situation was not good. Su Yang gulped lightly, and with a fierce force, he picked up Shu Tao in a flash, and backhanded him with all his strength to throw him hard behind him. The moment he threw it out, Su Yang turned around and ran wildly towards the finish line, as fit as a fiddle. Shu Tao managed to stabilize himself in the air, and by the time he landed, he had already been thrown out about 10 meters away. Shu Tao fixed his eyes on Su Yang, who had already run to the finish line out of breath, and his face instantly turned black and blue. When the students in Class 5 saw this, they were all confused. "Taozi, what happened? How did you get thrown out by Surname Su? This shouldn't be. You're an 8th-grade martial spirit." Shu Tao's face was grim, and only after a long time did he slowly say, "I guess wrong. This guy has already cultivated to the realm of hierarchical motionlessness." "Ha! Hilly?" The crowd was filled with confusion. Shu Tao explained in a deep voice. "The 9 training horizontal body technique can have the defensive power of copper skin and iron bones when cultivated to the 5th layer, while the 6th layer is the stalwart motionlessness. Power attacks no longer have much effect on him, so it's no wonder that I can't shake him." The people in Class 5 looked at each other in disbelief, and this explanation made them even more puzzled. "I said how could he win, so it turns out that he had already left his hand in the air." Someone came to a sudden realization. "Handsome, no wonder he was able to throw Taozi out." And at this moment, Su Yang stood in the office, looking at the unconvinced Shu Tao, and said with a straight face, "A man is a man, willing to gamble, willing to lose. Now I'm a teacher, you're a student, you should have a student's attitude, stand up straight." Although Zhu Tao was full of reluctance, he obediently stood up straight, but resistance was still written all over his face. "What are you looking for me for? Is that how you address your teacher?" Su Yang raised his eyebrows, his tone carrying a hint of intimidation. Zhu Tao gritted his teeth and said, Su teacher, what are your orders?" Su Yang set his face straight and continued, "Discuss with you about the matter regarding the dual cultivation heart technique." Zhu Tao looked confused. "Dual cultivation? What does that mean?" Immediately after, Zhu Tao looked like he realized something and took a step back in horror. "Same sex can still be double cultivation." Su Yang rolled his eyes breathlessly. "What kind of nonsense is in your head? I'm talking about practicing two heart techniques at the same time." "Oh. Ah?" Zhu Tao's eyes widened. "What are you pulling? Cultivating two heart techniques at the same time? Do you think I'm a one-in-a-million martial arts genius?" Su Yang shook his head, knowing that this was a common misconception among martial artists. He explained, "Actually, it's not impossible to cultivate two heart techniques at the same time. As long as the qi in your body runs smoothly, dual cultivation or even triple or quadruple cultivation can be realized. The key lies in whether or not you can make the qi flow smoothly, and that's the hard part." Su Yang continued to explain. "For example, if you are now practicing the boxing technique, the operation of qi in your body has already become fixed. If you then practice a different class of heart technique, two streams of qi will be created, interfering with each other, which may lead to stagnation in cultivation. But as long as you have enough control, dual cultivation is completely achievable, and even the combat power that erupts will far exceed that of a martial artist in the same realm." Although Zhu Tao had heard some half-beliefs, he still knew some rumors about dual cultivation. After all, those martial arts geniuses were indeed able to dual cultivate multiple mind techniques. However, Zhu Tao also understood that dual cultivation was something extremely dangerous, and something that few people dared to attempt. How could an ordinary martial artist, who didn't even have control over one stream of qi, be able to manipulate two streams at the same time? "So, I can cultivate the heaven-mending embroidering cloud needle while retaining my existing mind techniques? No need to retrain?" Skepticism permeated Zhu Tao's eyes. "Of course," Su Yang said seriously. "The heaven-mending embroidery cloud needle has a fitness of 347% with you. This is the perfect opportunity. Moreover, I don't recommend you to recultivate, that would be too risky and too costly. But the dual cultivation needle, you can give it a try." Zhu Tao was still a bit hesitant. "Are you sure I can do it?" Su Yang put on a serious expression and said with confidence, "Zhu Tao, teacher, I have observed you for a long time and realized that you have clear bones and heavenly fortune. In fact, you are a one-in-a-million martial arts wizard with the qualifications of a martial god." Zhu Tao instantly frowned, pulling out his cell phone with suspicion on his face. "What are you doing?" Su Yang was slightly stunned. What are you doing?" Zhu Tao said in a serious manner. "Telecommunication fraud. I want to call the police." In the office, Zhu Tao's gaze became increasingly odd, his heart filled with doubts. He recalled that Su Yang had advised him to recultivate his needle technique earlier, and now he had changed his mind to suggest dual cultivation. It was really puzzling. "Surname Su." Zhu Tao just opened his mouth. Su Yang immediately sank his face. "Huh! Teacher Su, why do you have to make me learn needlework? I suspect you have impure motives," Zhu Tao said with a trembling voice. "You have a talent," Su Yang responded decisively. "Needlework-related talent. How did you find out?" Zhu Tao was filled with confusion. "I'm a teacher, good at observing." Su Yang casually made it up. "Although we've only just met, as soon as I saw you, I knew that you have a talent for needlework. This is teacher's intuition. Your fingers have extraordinary dexterity." Zhu Tao froze, a little surprised, but still knocked on the table and said with a puzzled expression, "I've been alive for 16 years, and I haven't even touched a needle and thread, so how could I possibly have a talent for needlework?" Su Yang immediately added, "If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself and take a needle and thread to sew your clothes." Zhu Tao retorted with a reluctant look on his face. I'm a big man, isn't it too embarrassing to play with needles and threads? Su Yang knew that the resistance in his heart was still strong, but he was in no hurry, saying, Well then, from today onwards, your cultivation task will be sewing and mending your own torn clothes. What? Shu Tao's eyes widened in shock. Are you kidding? It's not like I know how to sew. You can learn if you don't know how, there are plenty of online tutorials. Su Yang frowned. You said you would cultivate according to my instructions, do you want to renege now? Okay, I'll sew, Shu Tao reluctantly responded. Remember, I will go to your dormitory every night to check. Su Yang added another sentence to prevent him from being lazy. If you don't have torn clothes, it's okay, I have plenty there to send you over. Shu Tao rolled his eyes helplessly. No need, I have it. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction. That's good, go back and finish the task. It's fine, you can go back to your dormitory, I'm going to meditate and regulate, come back to me if you have any problems. Shu Tao left the office with a reluctant look, while Su Yang shook his head helplessly. He wasn't sure if this cultivation task would be effective, but considering that the needle method was so well adapted, there might be unexpected gains. If it didn't work, then change to another method and take one step at a time. Sitting in his office, Su Yang shook his head, eliminated distractions, and began to meditate and regulate his body's breath. Afterwards, he activated the timer on his cell phone and entered a meditative state, feeling the qi flow in his body slowly traveling. Passing through the lower dantian, the 100 clubs, then the huiyin, and finally returning to the lower dantian, a small circumference run down took nearly half an hour. Su Yang opened his eyes, pressed the timer, and smiled bitterly in his heart. Still so slow. He knew his martial arts talent was mediocre. The national average for small circumference time was 21 minutes and 36 seconds, and he was a full 7 minutes slower than the average, making this another day of dragging his feet. It seemed that if he wanted to change his destiny against all odds, Su Yang could only try to teach his students well. After all, this was the key to his journey to the top of his life. Su Yang was full of anticipation for the future, and immediately opened his computer and began to carefully study the Mending Heaven embroidery cloud needle to tailor a reasonable training program for Shu Tao. In the evening, the students of Class 5 gathered in Li Yiming's dormitory, hacking and playing games with their cell phones. For them, cultivation had long become a distant memory. They couldn't see any progress no matter how hard they tried anyway, so they just enjoyed life as they pleased. Why isn't Taozi coming? Someone asked curiously. He said he's closed for practice and told us to play our own, a boy replied. When the crowd heard this, they instantly stopped their hands and looked at each other. What did Surname Su talk to him about today? Why did you suddenly close the door? Who knows? He doesn't say, the other boy said. And the next dormitory, Zhu Tao is sitting on a chair, holding a needle in his left hand and a thin thread in his right hand, and the sound of a hand sewing tutorial is playing on his cell phone. Family, hand sewing is very simple, as long as you follow the steps to ensure that the sewing is fast and secure. After watching the video, Shu Tao shivered the thread and easily threaded it into the eye of the needle. Although this was his first time mending clothes, it went surprisingly well. A few minutes later, he had mended the split in the dress so tightly that if you didn't look closely, you could hardly see the stitching. So sewing clothes is so simple. Shu Tao felt slightly self-satisfied, but quickly reacted with a frown and muttered to himself suspiciously. Wait, what does this sewing have to do with stitching? Not long after, Su Yang arrived as promised, just entered the door, and saw a pile of ragged clothes spread out in Shu Tao's dorm room. Looking around, although the room is a bit messy, but at least it is still clean, obviously Shu Tao usually still clean. Not bad, quite clean, Su Yang said. Shu Tao, however, looked odd and couldn't help but ask, what does sewing have to do with needlework? Su Yang just carried his hands behind his back and walked around inside the dormitory room to check. Seeing that Su Yang didn't respond, Shu Tao's face suddenly sank. Why didn't you answer when I asked you? Oh? You're talking to me? Su Yang casually responded. I remember I have a name. Teacher, Shu Tao said after biting his teeth. Only then did Su Yang look squarely at Shu Tao. What's the problem? Shu Tao said with a sullen face. What does sewing have to do with stitching? There is. Su Yang explained seriously. Sewing clothes is about dexterity. It's also about exercising the flexibility and coordination of your fingers, which lays the foundation for you to cultivate needlework. Shu Tao couldn't help but roll his eyes. It's impossible for me to recultivate, much less double cultivate. Su Yang didn't dwell on this topic and directly sat down and asked, How was it? Was there any special feeling when sewing the clothes? What can it feel like? Isn't it just a matter of having hands? Simple and boring. Shu Tao was speechless. Really? Su Yang raised his eyebrows. Is there any already sewn up? Let me take a look. Shu Tao handed Su Yang the clothes he had sewn earlier, but after Su Yang took a look, he frowned. Where was it sewn? I don't see it. Shu Tao pointed to the previously cracked area and explained. I took the thread foot in when sewing, so it's basically not visible. Su Yang suddenly looked odd. Is this really your first time sewing? Or else? Shu Tao returned disdainfully. I told you that you have talent, and you still don't believe me, Su Yang hurriedly said. It's already quite impressive to be able to sew clothes at this level for the first time. I'm sure I wouldn't be able to sew as well as you do. That's talent. Shu Tao didn't buy this. All right, don't exaggerate. It doesn't mean anything at all. And I didn't ask you to retrain. It's double cultivation, Su Yang seriously said. Simultaneously cultivate the Pan-Dragon Divine Fist technique and the heaven-mending embroidering cloud needle that I chose for you. Not. Shu Tao was puzzled. Why do you think I can double cultivate my mind? Listen to the truth or lies? Su Yang asked. Shu Tao questioned. What's a falsehood? You are a one-in-a-million martial arts prodigy with the qualifications of a martial god. Su Yang smiled and said. Shu Tao couldn't help but think in his heart, this guy is really fooling me. Then said, What about the truth? You don't have much in the way of martial arts qualifications, or else with your family's resources, you wouldn't have only reached the 8th grade martial spirit realm. I'm giving you a chance now, either continue to give up on yourself and spend your life doing nothing. Either listen to teacher, dual practice acupuncture, give teacher your trust once, and teacher will be able to give you a future, Su Yang said with a smile. Shu Tao's expression became complicated. Although he wanted to retort, he couldn't find the right words to retort for a while. My family is in such a good condition, anyway. As long as I don't commit any crimes or start a business, the wealth left to me by my parents is enough for me to lie down and eat for a few lifetimes. Is the future not good? These words almost caused Su Yang to suffocate his internal injuries. He suddenly remembered that most of these guys were the sons and daughters of powerful nobles and did not lack money at all. Then you don't want your family to think highly of you? Su Yang asked seriously. Don't you want the whole family to be proud of you? In case you can get into the Martial Arts National Defense University, the family tree can directly give you a single page. And Martial Arts National Defense University. Shu Tao was dumbfounded when he heard that. It's good enough that I can get into college, but also the Martial Arts National Defense University? How come you can dream even more than I can? Su Yan sighed helplessly, thinking, this guy is really hard to convince. Don't paint me a cake, I don't need it, and I'm not interested. Shu Tao bluntly refused. Although Su Yan was disappointed in his heart, he decided to take his time and not to rush things. Here is the mind method of the heaven-mending embroidery cloud needle. I've already copied it down. If you're interested, take a look at it twice. If not, do as you please. Saying that, he placed the copied mobile disc on the table. Continue sewing. I will come and check every day. Shu Tao gave an oh-so-sweet sound, and after seeing Su Yan off, his eyes fell on the moving tray on the table, and a contemplative look appeared on his face. When Su Yan walked out of the student's dormitory and pondered over the conversation with Zhu Tao in his mind, he realized that Zhu Tao's mood was obviously low when he mentioned his family, but when he talked about the genealogy's single open page, he revealed a hint of a heartfelt sign. This shows that no martial artist can resist the temptation of opening a single page of the genealogy. Zhu Tao's family environment, it should be quite complicated, right? Su Yang didn't know much about Zhu Tao's background. He only knew that the Zhu family behind him was a great martial arts family in East China Sea, and the current head of the family was a 5th-grade martial king, who was already a top powerhouse in East China Sea city. Moreover, there seemed to be quite a number of young geniuses of Zhu Tao's age, most of them at the First Martial Arts High School of the Eastern Sea, which was a school with an enrollment threshold at the 7th grade martial Xian realm. Xu Tao had only barely reached the 8th grade martial spirit realm under the same conditions, and it was clear that there was a considerable gap between him and the other outstanding children of the same clan. Xu Tao's hands were full of calluses and his body was scarred, proving that he must have worked desperately to try to catch up with the outstanding sons of his fellow clansmen and gain recognition from the clan. At this time, Xu Tao was in his dormitory room, opening the electronic version of the heaven-mending embroidery cloud needle heart technique left behind by Su Yang, and found that the content was really basic to the point of not being able to be any more basic heart technique, and it wasn't even on the same level as his own Pan Long Divine Fist technique. He read it several times in a row, but he could never see any mysteries. Sewing until I graduate from high school, right? This fuck, the surname Su, is really fooling me. Xu Tao was so angry that he slammed the table. Other people use swords, guns, sticks, and clubs for their martial arts entrance exams, and you're asking me to enter the exam center with a sewing box. Chapter 11. Xu Tao looked left and right, but he still didn't see any tricks from amongst the mending sky embroidery cloud needle's heart technique. However, he felt that Su Yang's attitude was still quite sincere, and he should not be fooling himself. There's no way he, the homeroom teacher, doesn't know what my family's situation is. There's no need for surname Su to joke about such things, but whenever something goes wrong with me, he's the one who's really in trouble. He didn't have to take that risk. Not to mention, this fellow has cultivated the 9 training horizontal body technique to the 6th level of the hierarchy, so he must be extraordinary at least in his heart cultivation. Xu Tao weighed the pros and cons, and his gaze once again landed on the electronic version of the mending sky embroidery cloud needle's heart technique. Thoughts were running through his head. After smashing so many resources on you, even a pig could be promoted to an 8th grade martial spirit. Rubbish, no progress at all after cultivating for so long. If you didn't have the Zhu family's blood flowing in your body, you would have been removed long ago. Disgraceful thing. The Zhu family's face has been disgraced by you. Xu Tao's eyes went cold, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. I didn't have a choice anyway. Surname Su, I'll believe you once. A double fix is a double fix. The content of the mending sky embroidery cloud needle's heart method was not much. Xu Tao had already read it for I don't know how many times, and had already known it by heart. Without any hesitation, Xu Tao sat cross-legged, discarded distracting thoughts, and began to follow the mending sky embroidery cloud needle's mind method to start attempting the mind initiation. The first thing to do was to guide all of one's original qi to converge to the dantian, temporarily leaving the mechanism that operated on its own and avoiding the confusion of the breath cultivated by the Pendragon Divine Fist technique, except that this process would be exceptionally torturous. However, in a moment's effort, Xu Tao gathered all the qi in his body to the dantian. A stabbing pain began to appear in his abdomen, and it hurt so much that Xu Tao's expression couldn't help but twist a little. Groove, that hurts. Xu Tao remembered that someone on the internet said that the feeling of dual cultivation suppressing the breath was the same as having a period. Good thing, it's still bearable. After collecting his mind and confirming that the qi of the discordant dragon divine fist technique had been completely suppressed, Xu Tao formally began to mend the heart of the heavenly embroidery cloud needle's introductory method. I don't realize that half an hour has passed. Xu Tao abruptly opened his eyes and took a look at the time. What the hell? Half an hour and I have a sense of qi. Xu Tao only felt unbelievable, had vaguely felt the breath in his body condensed, and was very different from the breath of the discordant dragon divine fist technique. One is relatively dominant, the other relatively soft. When he was introduced to the discordant dragon divine fist technique, it had taken him nearly a month to cultivate a sense of qi. Is it because this mending sky embroidery cloud needle's heart method is too low level? Or is it because I have a martial arts foundation? It doesn't make sense that one would be able to cultivate the sense of qi so quickly. However, the tingling sensation in his abdomen was getting stronger and stronger. Xu Tao couldn't even think about it, once again closing his eyes and regulating his breath, trying to channel the soft breath in his body. You can only fight for time, or the longer you put it off, the more intense the pain will only become. It didn't take long for Xu Tao to open his eyes again, confused again. It's done! Following the Mending Sky Embroidery Cloud Technique's mental instruction, Shu Tao tried to guide his body's breath into his meridians and attempted to carry out a circumferential operation for the first time. Normally, the newly derived breath is weak and uncontrollable, and requires constant guidance. This process will be relatively long and unlikely to be realized in one go. But Jiu Tao was quite handy the first time he conducted the guide. The entire process went so smoothly that Shu Tao was a bit skeptical that he really had the qualifications of a martial god. Crap, could it be that I really have a talent for practicing needlework? Otherwise it doesn't make sense that I would have a sense of qi so quickly. How did the surname Su know? Shu Tao only felt that Su Yang's image had become more and more mysterious, and with that came an uncontrollable excitement within his heart. After the breath of the heaven-mending embroidery cloud technique had been running for nearly 10 round trips around the circumference, the qi sensation became progressively stronger. Dual cultivation is extremely difficult, but the initial advantages are very obvious. The meridians in the body had already been baptized, with the Ren and Duda veins fully open, and the circumferential circulation could flow freely and unimpeded, constantly nourishing the breath in the body through the energy of the flesh. The feeling of hunger quickly surged, and Jiu Tao was busy taking out a bag of nutrient liquid from the middle of the freezer and pouring it into his mouth. The nutrient solution not only replenishes the nutrients needed for the growth of the flesh, but also provides a lot of energy and satiety. The bag of nutrient solution instantly bottomed out, and Jiu Tao continued to run the circumference, in an exuberant mood. A strong sense of hunger is proof that the breath is growing and in desperate need of sustenance. Very good sign. So on and so forth. After consuming a full 10 bags of nutrient liquid, the sense of qi was finally completely clear. Shu Tao could already truly feel the flow of breath through his meridians, announcing that he had formally entered the heart technique. The whole process took 3 hours and 26 minutes. Less than 3 hours to get started. Even if my meridians have been opened ahead of time. This is too damn outrageous. Shu Tao didn't even dare to take the next step in his cultivation for a while. The rate of entry had been so fast that it was completely beyond his perception, and he panicked a little. There is no shortcut in the path of martial arts. Even the 1 in a million martial arts geniuses need to learn hard before they can roll over others. The qi sense grew too fast, which wasn't necessarily a good thing, and could potentially affect one's martial arts foundation. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Jiu Tao pondered for a moment. Oh, my martial arts foundation was crippled a long time ago, that's fine. In order to forcefully elevate his realm, Shu Tao had overdosed on body-quenching liquids and pills, and had long ago tossed his foundation to waste. In that case, there's nothing to worry about. Shu Tao began to channel the breath in his body into his right index finger and thumb. A swelling sensation began to come from his fingertips, and 2 of his fingers were trembling slightly and uncontrollably. The first level of the Mending Sky Embroidery Cloud Technique, taking needles. At the same time, Su Yang, who was picking up the lights at the staff dormitory and working out the relevant training program for Jiu Tao in advance, suddenly felt an inexplicable surge of pure energy into his body. What the hell? The pure energy began to run around uncontrollably in the body, scaring Su Yang so much that he first began to meditate and regulate his breathing, running the circumference of the sky, guiding his breath to sink this chaotic energy into the meridians. This energy was so pure that it didn't even need to participate in the circumference operation. The moment it entered the meridians, it directly fused with the breath, causing Su Yang's originally fine silk-like breath to suddenly thicken quite a bit, and the sense of qi was stronger than ever. The stubborn bottleneck at the peak of the 9th grade martial artist was even more so at this moment, actually showed signs of loosening. No, where is this gift of nature? Su Yang came back to his senses, and at the first moment, he called out the system and directly checked Shu Tao's information. Name Jiu Tao. Age 16. Realm, 8th grade martial spirit. Heart technique, Pan Long Shin fist technique, 27% fitness. Mending heaven embroidery cloud needle, 347% fitness. Martial arts, none. Defects, unstable foundation, incompatibility of heart methods, conflict of heart methods conflicting with each other, lowering the efficiency of cultivation. Characteristics, mind frenzy, appears when the adaptability of the mind is 300%, Under this characteristic, the cultivation efficiency is greatly increased, and the concentration is greatly increased. Cultivation efficiency 237%. Composite rating E. Instructional suggestions 1. Disperse the power and repair the heavenly embroidery cloud needle. 2. Modify the heart method to improve the fit. 3. The foundation is unstable. Go back to the stove and rebuild it. Added the feature. System recommendations can be ignored. Su-Yang couldn't help but grin at the corner of his mouth. This kid. His mouth says no, but his body is full of honesty. Chapter 12. Every improvement of the students in Class 5 would be directly fed back to Su-Yang in the form of pure energy. How much enhancement, and how much feedback. This stream of pure energy barely needed any transition, directly growing his breath, unlike normal cultivation, where energy obtained through food or body-quenching liquids or the like required an absorption process, saving a long absorption process. This kid Xu Tao still listens to advice. The bottleneck has finally loosened, one more time, and I'll definitely be able to step into the 8th grade martial spirit realm. Su-Yang couldn't help but get excited. At the 8th grade martial spirit realm, the base salary could apply for an upward adjustment of $500. It's not a small amount to accumulate over the years. But how long has it been? Just 3 or 4 hours, and Xu Tao has already formally heart method introductions. Su-Yang knew that Xu Tao's introduction should be fast, he just didn't expect it to be as fast as this. Apart from Xu Tao, everyone else has a cultivation efficiency of around -400%. It seems that when looking for adapted heart techniques for the others, we must find ones with an adapted degree of more than 300%. It is only with the characteristic of heart technique frenzy that we may be able to transform their cultivation efficiency into a positive number. And the pure energies that can be fed back to me will be unceasingly flowing. However, Su-Yang did not rush to find a suitable heart technique for the next student. Dual cultivation was very difficult, and it was not seen that Xu Tao would be able to successfully cultivate on. He had to keep an extra eye on it to make sure that Xu Tao's cultivation could land smoothly. A day's work lies in the morning. At 7:30 the next morning, all the students in the other classes had already begun their morning meditations in preparation for their daily practice. However, when Su-Yang entered the classroom he found it empty. Mom, yeah. You guys aren't so slack, are you? You don't even practice your basic skills anymore. You're so completely out of control. Morning training is quite important for martial artists. Early in the morning is the time when the weather aura is the most abundant, but also when the physical body's heavenly gate is wide open. This time period can absorb the heaven and earth's aura and subconsciously nourish the physical body. This was the foundation of being a martial artist, and there was no room for slacking off. No matter what the reason is, now that you are the teacher of Class 5, then you have to be responsible for your students. It's a matter of principle. You can't let their fundamentals go to waste. Originally this group of little guys, in addition to Xu Tao, have discouragement and laziness of this problem led to a substantial decline in the efficiency of cultivation, must find a way to let them diligently study and practice up. Su-Yang guessed that this group of guys in all likelihood is still in the dormitory sleep, was ready to directly rush to the dormitory one by one to carry to the classroom to start the morning exercise, but on second thought, not very good. Confrontation will only aggravate the conflict between teachers and students. Forcing them to practice in the morning will only make them more resentful. Not to mention, going to the dormitory does not necessarily mean that they will be willing to cooperate, and may not be able to lock the door against themselves. Gotta find a way to get them active in the morning. Su-Yang pondered for a moment, and then a plan came to his mind. Until 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, after the time of the morning exercise, the 5th class of people came to the classroom one after another. Xu Tao came the latest, 10:30 before arriving. Taozi, why are you up so late today? Xu Tao didn't have the heart to say that last night he practiced mending sky embroidery cloud technique on the head, sewed clothes all night, and couldn't stop at all, and casually said, "Playing the game." The crowd didn't pay much attention to it, and if it weren't for the fact that the signal in the dormitory area was completely blocked at this hour, and it was impossible to sleep, they hadn't even intended to come to the classroom. Su-Yang had been secretly observing from the office and confirmed that the 5th class was full before coming to the classroom. Seeing Su-Yang coming, the crowd naturally didn't give Su Yang any good looks, with a look of love and disdain. Only Zhu Tao looked at Su Yang with some complexity in his eyes, but he did not say much less pull down his face to tell Su Yang that he had already cultivated the matter of the heaven-mending embroidery cloud needle. "This morning I see that everyone didn't come for morning practice." Su Yang came to the training area with his hands behind his back, and said with some displeasure, as he walked, "Don't come to morning practice and tell me earlier. I had to get up at 6:30 in the morning. If I had known that you guys didn't come to morning practice, I could have slept a little longer." Originally thought that Su Yang was going to reprimand them, the result of a mouth to the fifth-class crowd whole will not be hard to swallow the words back, but there are still some people Yin and Yang topped a sentence. "On your kind of lazy garbage still have the nerve to be a teacher." Su Yang is not angry, seemingly smiling. "Otherwise, why do you think the school arranged for me to come to class 5 to be the homeroom teacher? Groove. Careless. This homeroom teacher is an old cunt too. But since we're all here, why don't we make a game out of it? Trying to set us up again." Li Yiming rolled his eyes. "No game. It's just a simple game." Su Yang shrugged his shoulders, came to a stop in the open and said, "I'll just stand here. Whatever weapons you guys use, whoever can make me take a step back won't have to come to morning practice. Even if the school comes to check and finds out that you guys don't practice in the morning, I'll give you guys a cover without worrying about anyone coming to make noise, so you can sleep in peace." The crowd frowned. "And what if it doesn't move?" "There's no penalty for not being able to move." "Is there such a thing as a good thing?" "Really? A mouthful of spit." "Okay, I'll go first." The wolfsbane girl immediately rushed forward with an arrow step, her small face filled with a sardonic smile. The crowd didn't stop it anymore. Previously, he was really afraid that the wolfsbane maiden would beat people's brains out, but now it didn't matter after he knew that Su Yang had practiced to the point that he was stalwart. It couldn't help Su Yang at all. Su Yang decisively closed his eyes, controlling his instinct to dodge, while the wolfsbane girl obviously rushed head-on, but she swung around behind Su Yang, copying the wolfsbane in her hand and ruthlessly smashing down on the back of Su Yang's head. However, when the wolf-tooth stick landed on top of the back of Su Yang's head, the young girl only felt that the power was instantly dissolved by the unloading of the force, so angry that the young girl swung the stick again and smashed it fiercely a few times, and finally cursed and left carrying the wolf-tooth stick. "Groove, there's no sense of impact at all. He took all my power off." The crowd thought, isn't this par for the course? Unbeknownst to him, Su Yang's heart was also jumping. The instincts of a martial artist made him want to dodge several times, but in the end, he was forced to give it a containment. After waiting for a long time, but no one came forward, the others were watching. Su Yang froze. "Doesn't anyone want to try?" The crowd rolled their eyes. "Surnamed Su, what the hell do you want?" Su Yang raised an eyebrow. "Do you want to have this horizontal flesh of mine?" The fifth-class crowd was full of disdain. "No learning! This one of mine has a special body forging method that can be learned at any realm. There are no requirements," Su Yang said with a straight face. "All you need to do is to follow my way of practicing, and you can cultivate to my level in 3 years. The conditions are very simple. Whoever guarantees full attendance at morning practice for a month, I can teach him the initiation." The crowd snorted. "Garbage body forging heart technique. Dogs don't learn." Chapter 13. Seeing the attitude of all the people in Class 5 who were all full of concern, Su Yang wasn't worried at all about not taking the bait, and turned his head back to the office. As the saying goes, there will be courage in the face of heavy rewards. "I've packed you a pie and added 2 sausages. I don't believe you won't eat it." However, Su Yang didn't expect everyone to be able to practice in the morning. More than half would do. This step is, in fact, a divisive tactic. As long as there are people who practice in the morning and people who don't, Class 5 is never ironclad again. However, whenever a crack appeared, Su Yang was able to take advantage of the situation and break it down one by one. Education is in a way playing the art of war with students. As for the so-called forging secrets, naturally Su Yang casually found out the reason. It's like a killboard, surely you have to find a way to get the other side in first. When he had taken the bait, Su Yang used a mind method with a very high degree of suitability to make him double cultivate. It's up to you whether you learn or not. I gave out the program anyway. A bunch of little kids with no hair on their heads to fight with me. And in the middle of the classroom, Zhu Tao sighed silently in his heart. He actually felt that Su Yang's words were still quite credible. At least his cultivation of the heaven-mending embroidering cloud needle was a rapid progress that was visible to the naked eye. Half an hour of cultivating a sense of qi, and in less than 4 hours he was initiated. However, Zhu Tao felt that Su Yang was too naive. The people in Class 5 were all descendants of great martial arts clans. Your method is more or less the same as that used against those kids who are not yet experienced in the world, but to use it against the 5th class, it's just like playing with a big sword in front of Mr. Guan, who doesn't know what he's doing. There was a lot of collusion within the great martial arts clans. You can't even sit at the kids' table in the middle of a family fight. He knew at a glance that Su Yang was trying to engage in divisive tactics and break them down one by one. It's unlikely that the Class 5 crowd will fall for it at all. As expected, Li Yiming said in a deep voice, "Surname Su really thinks that we are 3-year-olds to be coaxed. There are no shortcuts in martial arts, 3 years of quick success in Hilly, and there are no prerequisites. It's simply impossible. Those who engage in telecommunication fraud wouldn't dare to make it up like this. By doing this, he is merely dividing us, trying to disintegrate our trust in each other from within. Don't fall for it. Everyone must be united against a foreign enemy. I'll take some pains and enter the game with my body. Let me try first." The crowd's biting gazes were all focused on Li Yiming. "If you dare to try practicing in the morning, then we'll take it that you're on the side of surname Su, so you'll have to be careful in the future." "Just kidding, don't take it seriously." Li Yiming's words turned around and his face was full of smiles. "I'm definitely united with everyone. Of course I won't believe Su Yang's bullshit. Anyone who comes to morning practice is a dog anyway. Get him." "Okay, it's a deal." Li Yiming was extremely depressed in his heart as he looked at the crowd's situation. He actually really wanted to follow Su Yang to learn that whatsoever body forging secret. After all, we've all seen for ourselves how powerful the Hierophant is. If you can really 3 years of rapid growth stalwart, that simply win hemp, in the future in the family at least have a certain right to speak within the family, not so every family activities are standing in the corner as a small transparent, nothing to say. But the words have been said, and Li Yiming doesn't dare to sneak in for morning exercises by himself. No one knew better than Li Yiming how unsympathetic Class 5 was in laying hands on him. As long as you can't die, you're going to die. If they can't do anything about Su Yang, can't they do anything about themselves? Besides, Su Yang didn't necessarily think he could save himself. For a moment, Li Yiming's heart sank to the bottom. All the while waiting until he returned to his dorm room at night, Li Yiming was still weighing the pros and cons. Class 5 and Su Yang, which side was more favorable to him? After a night of agonizing, Li Yiming finally made his choice. He was going to go to morning practice and be in full attendance for at least a month so that Su Yang could teach him to get started. Other people get up so late that they don't always find him on his morning walk. It's best if you're not exposed, so that we can all live in peace, but if you are exposed, then the big deal is to get beaten up every day. When my defense goes up after I'm initiated, and with my strength of the 8th grade martial spirit realm, even if you all come together, you won't necessarily be able to help me. Besides, what I cultivate is still the earth-shaking skill, focusing on the leg technique. If I really want to run, you guys still don't see to catch up with me. A fight to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Li Yiming silently set the alarm for 7 o'clock the next morning. As a result, Li Yiming stayed up all night, tossing and turning and not being able to sleep at all. He waited until the sky was slightly white, immediately changed his clothes, and sneakily opened the door to his room. At this point in time, the vast majority of students are already up and ready to go to their classrooms for morning practice. There were quite a few people on the floor. Li Yiming drilled out of the dormitory and immediately blended into the crowd, fearing that he would be bumped into by the people from Class 5. Soon leaving the dormitory area, Li Yiming looked at the sun not even rising yet, in a trance. He could hardly remember the last time he had a morning walk. Think about as long as adhere to a month of morning practice will be able to cultivate the secret of body forging, 3 years of rapid growth stalwart is excited, cannot help but speed up the pace, a time as fast as flying. It did not take long to come to the door of the classroom, and found that Su Yang is also at the door. Su! Teacher Su! Li Yiming rushed to Su Yang's side, his voice slightly agitated. Do you keep your words? Su Yang blinked and smiled. Of course. Okay, I'll start my morning exercise. Okay, just waiting for you. Li Yiming froze slightly. What just wait for me? Everyone else was in the classroom by 6, you're just now coming. What? Li Yiming immediately felt like he had turned into a clown. Fuck me. Are you guys still human? In this instant, Li Yiming only felt that he had been deceived by a great deception. Twisting his head, he rushed into the middle of the classroom in a rage, and what met his eyes was that the rest of the 5th class had already begun their morning exercises and meditated to regulate their breathing. One look at the closest one was Zhu Tao, who also opened his eyes slightly. Coming? Li Yiming smiled skinlessly. Coming. Tao. You guys. I'm ashamed to have broken my promise with you all, so I'm a dog, and from now on, please call me Class 5 Tibetan Mastiff. Li Yiming barely caught his breath. Crap. It can still be like that. Li Yiming looked at the person next to him with a face of disbelief. Husky among men, please. Samoyed among men. Alaska. Chenery. Wolfsbane girl. I Chihuahua. I Boomerang. No, I'm not. What the fuck are you guys doing with the nicknames? Li Yiming was furious and found an empty seat. What's left? Teddy and String. Okay. I'm Teddy of all people, okay? Li Yiming sat with his legs crossed, and was instantly free of mental burdens and at ease with his morning exercises. At the door of the classroom, Su Yang looked at the entire 5th class to arrive. One suddenly claimed to be a Tibetan Mastiff among people or something like that, and suddenly had an odd face, did not dare to go in. Why am I a skewer? Chapter 14. Su Yang returned to the office after confirming that everyone had started their morning exercises and toning. He would not go in and supervise, giving the barest of credits. All of them are arrogant monsters. Returning to his office, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh and curse. Failure to differentiate. There wasn't the kind of hardcore among these guys that one would expect to beat the hell out of a teacher and fight him to the end. Things are going better than one would expect, and everyone is coming to morning practice and will be able to guarantee attendance. This is a hard target set by team leader Lucian. Class 5 is not a sign that it's under control just because it's not in trouble, but it's only a sign that it's able to carry out teaching and learning activities like a normal class. At least Su Yang was currently considered to be barely on track, first guaranteeing a month's worth of morning practice attendance. And the image of Class 5's collective morning exercise was soon seen by a number of passing teachers. Each one had an expression as if they had seen a ghost. Half a month into the school year, I haven't seen anyone from Class 5 practicing in the morning. It's unbelievable that the whole group is practicing in the morning today. It's really hard to see. Little Su really has a knack for controlling students. I knew Su was unusual when she came to my class before to substitute for a couple of general studies classes. Good affinity. Little Su is also only 27 or 28. The age generation gap with the kids is not too big, and it's much easier to communicate with them than us old guys. But the leader of the group is afraid that he'll have a headache. In all likelihood, he won't be able to apply for that body-tempering liquid. The old teachers didn't quite believe that Lucian could apply down the body-quenching liquid at all. Indeed. After Lucian knew that the 5th class collective morning exercised this thing, he had already begun to search the internet to see if there was any preoccupation with eating marble tables. Who would have thought that the mediocre Su Yang would really be able to suppress that group of mongrels in Class 5A? It doesn't make sense. What kind of goods are that group of students in Class 5? Every one of them is anti-bone. Su Yang hasn't even been a class teacher before, he doesn't have a bit of management experience. How can he manage it? This is not the time to question that. At this rate, I'm going to have to make good on my word. Lucian was rather eager to perform a raw marble table for Su Yang. With his 7th grade martial Xian realm middle stage strength, he couldn't die from eating a marble table. Relying on a debt is definitely not a good idea. A leader like him can't talk without counting. Not only is it humiliating, but how can he set an example for all the first-grade teachers in the future? I blame it on being so uptight that I accidentally made a commitment. Sure enough, trouble comes out of the mouth. Hardening liquid, this thing. You can't just apply and have it. Su Yang has seniority is still possible, but Su Yang is not much seniority, a total of 2.5 years of work. Lu Jun was sad for a while. In contrast, it's more realistic to research what ingredients you need to eat a marble table. Su Yang did not know that group leader Lu Jun was fretting about his promise. He was now more worried about Xu Tao's situation. In the past 2 days, Su Yan had been checking the relevant information and cultivation tips about dual cultivation. The more I look at it, the more I realize that this road is going to be extraordinarily difficult. It was strangely difficult for 2 different types of breath to operate in the body at the same time without interfering with each other. If one type of qi is compared to a car, then the meridians are theoretically equivalent to a lane. Only one car can be operated in one direction. There are only 2 theoretical possibilities for trying to make 2 cars work at the same time. The first is to expand the carriageway, find ways to widen their own meridians, but can do to widen the meridians of the prerequisite must reach the 6th grade of martial arts soon, cultivated out of the steel bones before being able to withstand the inhuman pain of expanding the meridians, otherwise it is equivalent to self-seeking death. The second is to compress and elongate the qi, which is equivalent to giving 2 cars to be compressed into bicycles so that they are able to run at the same time. However, this requires day-to-day practice and an extraordinary breath control ability, and those who are able to do this are often martial arts geniuses. Su Yang felt that at least in terms of cultivating needle techniques, Xu Tao was definitely considered a genius. 4 hours to get started. What's a genius if not a genius? Su Yang had understood one thing since the moment he knew that the fitness could reach an extremely high degree. Everyone is gifted and talented, they just haven't found the right direction for themselves. It's not a hit, it's a hit. Therefore, Xu Tao was definitely able to control the qi cultivated by the mending sky embroidery cloud needle heart technique. The only troublesome thing might be that he was not able to control the breath of the Pan-Dragon Divine Fist technique well. And one yin and one yang, with conflicting attributes, make it more difficult. In addition to the type of mind, there are 2 attributes of yin and yang. When Su Yang searched for relevant information, he found that basically no one would dual cultivate with conflicting attributes, but would instead choose the same type of attribute. The Pan-Dragon Divine Fist technique is a yang fist, and the Mending Sky Embroidery Cloud Needle is a yin needle. The only information that can be found is the same attribute duals, which doesn't have a lot of reference value. Since he, as a teacher, has allowed Xu Tao to embark on the path of dual cultivation, he should at least ensure that Xu Tao's cultivation will not go out of order, or at the very least provide a direction for cultivation, and not allow Xu Tao to mess around like a headless fly. How can we get Xu Tao to control the breath of the discordant Dragon Divine Fist technique? He has no talent to speak of in that regard. Modifying the heart method is not realistic. I also do not have the ability to modify the Yang fist into a yin fist to fit the Mending Heaven Embroidery Cloud Needle, not to mention that this is a family heirloom top secret heart method, surely won't allow outsiders to know, and if they do know it, they might even be able to extinguish their mouths. The system couldn't provide Su Yang with any help, so Su Yang could only rely on himself to do the research. The good thing was, after all, he was a graduate of the Martial Arts Teachers Training Center, and had a fairly solid foundation in martial arts theory. Yin and Yang are one, they will clash and they will mingle, this is a proven point. By the way, Su Yang hurriedly entered the online dissertation library of the East China Sea Martial Arts Teachers College, and he remembered from his impression that he had read a Big Brother's work when he was writing his dissertation back then. Entering the keywords, Su Yang quickly found the Big Brother's paper. A brief discussion on the integration of yin and yang in the qi of martial arts. The thesis came from a graduate of the Eastern Sea Normal University 12 years ago, who was now a big shot in the realm of the 5th-ranked martial king. But this was an undergraduate thesis, not deeply researched, mostly theoretical, with references to ancient texts. This idea was argued by ancient martial artists, only modern times are more concerned with scientific cultivation and the use of one qi. The content is that the Big Brother is arguing that the essence of yin and yang fusion is chaotic breath, a breath that can fuse all the mind techniques, one breath for all. Although it's just a theory, and there's no methodology theory, and even this big brother himself doesn't have a dual cultivation mind. But it's not that it's not feasible. But you can't let Shu Tao conduct the experiment, the risk is too great. Su Yang's eyes raised. I'll have to experiment on me to do it. There were quite a few people in Class 5 whose heart techniques were Yin, while their own 9 training horizontal body technique was Yang. As long as I find a way to make the people in Class 5 attack me with their dark energy, so that enough Yin Qi can penetrate into my body, and with the Master's invincibility next to me, I can do as many experiments as I want. If I can make this stuff happen, if I send out a paper, the principal can step aside at the end of the year and let me do it. My name is Su Yang. Please step aside, Headmaster. Chapter 15. Inside the classroom. The morning exercises had already ended, but the 5th class crowd still maintained their posture of tuning and meditating. Didn't have the heart to open his eyes. But one was not meant to be a sitting duck, and after it had lasted for 10 minutes or so, they finally couldn't hold it in. Originally I did not intend to come to the morning exercise. The result is that the building is too noisy, I can't sleep at all. I thought of waking up, all woke up. Why don't you just go to the cafeteria to eat a breakfast? The result of this unknowingly came to the door of the classroom, and I thought of it again. Anyway, I came to come. Why don't we just go into the classroom and sit down to eat it? Hey, guess what? I suddenly came to the inspiration. Sit down, cross-legged, eyes closed and open. The person just appeared here. Fuck, I don't know who moved me here while I was meditating. No one responded. Why don't you listen to what you have to say? But anyone without a 10-year brain clot couldn't make up such bullshit. I declare in advance. Shu Tao suddenly opened his mouth. I came over for morning practice because I lost a bet, and the one surnamed Su had to let me come over for morning practice. And to be a man, one must keep one's word, so I was only forced to come over for morning practice, and it wasn't for the hilliness of the 6th layer of the 9 practicing horizontal body technique. Alright, what's there to explain? Some people directly showed their cards, saying, it's not that we can't resist the temptation at all, it's purely that the surname Su is giving too much. 3 years of speedy stalwarts. Who can top this nasty? I'll say one thing, morning practice is morning practice, but that doesn't mean we've succumbed to the obscene power of the surname Su. I propose that general studies be skipped en masse. Yeah, anyway, Su's just making sure we have full attendance at morning practice. General studies isn't included. General studies skipping class was the last stubbornness the crowd had now. There was always some face to save. Okay, general studies class skipped. We can't let the surname Su be pleased. I'm most displeased with his ugly face. When all was said and done, when Su Yang was ready to come to the general knowledge class, the classroom was really empty. Truancy en masse. Eat your heart out. Su Yang rolled his eyes. However, knowing that the entire Class 5 adds up to the arrogant virtue of having the hardest mouth, Su Yang didn't care. General Studies was never meant to be a required course, nor was it on the Advanced Placement exam. The Budo High School exam is just 2 programs. Martial Arts Practice, Ferocious Beast Attack and Defense. Martial Arts Actual Combat against the examiner. Ferocious Beast Attack and Defense is really to face Ferocious Beast confrontation. Usually high school betting is betting on what ferocious beasts to face. Each kind of ferocious beast, because of the type, habits are different. The response to be taken is also different. The test may be to kill the beast, may also be facing the beast to guard the facilities. The most difficult is to protect the hostage. Examiners do hostages all day long to trip you up. Su Yang was unlucky that year of the college entrance exam. The exam question was to protect the hostage in the face of the attack of the ferocious beast. That examiner was an old woman who had to cross the street slowly, but wouldn't follow, and cursed if she wasn't helped to cross the street. Su Yang's temper is considered good, hardened his head or helped the person over the road, while the ferocious beasts have not yet killed over, hurriedly carried the person to the safe zone. Changing Class 5 to take the test now, the odds are that you're going to have to ride the old lady right across the street, for fear that you won't come out of it right. Since they all skipped class en masse, the only place they could go that besides the dormitory would be the cafeteria. Su Yang was now in desperate need of the students of Class 5 to allow himself to verify if the chaotic chi could be realized, so naturally, he ran to the cafeteria without stopping. As expected, just arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria to find that the 10 conspicuous packages inside the large cafeteria in that unimaginative eating and drinking. Eat slowly, eat slowly! No one's taking it from you! Crap, how the plate is also chewed up! Can't you take care of your image? Say it like I have an image! All martial artists need to eat a lot to replenish their physical consumption. Nutrient solution is the first choice, but that stuff doesn't taste great, and you get tired of it too much. As a result, when the crowd was eating and drinking, they suddenly caught a glimpse of Su Yang appearing, and each one of them couldn't help but stop what they were doing. It's fine, you guys continue. Su Yang sat down next to him. I'm not here to catch you guys skipping class either. So what are you doing here? Looking for your help. What favor? Hit me with all your might. What? That's more or less a jittery request. Nerves. The Wolfsbane girl's speech was a little unclear with the bulge inside her mouth. No blow at all, no fight. Hey, let's beat you up in public, we're not that stupid, trying to set us up for a general knowledge lesson again, are we? Put away your little mind. General studies, that has to be a different price. This one doesn't forget to stuff things in his mouth when he talks. I knew for sure it wouldn't cooperate. So, Su Yang silently got up and came to the crowd's table, swept a glance at the dishes on the table, and decisively pulled out a handful of mashed potatoes. The crowd froze in place for a moment. Snap! Su Yang exhaled a handful of mashed potatoes directly into the face of the Wolfsbane girl next to him. Slightly. Su Yang spread his legs and ran in the direction of the classroom. Beat him to death! Break his legs today! It's too much! Someone is in charge and no one is in charge! Soon, inside the classroom of Class 5 was a cordial scene of Su Yang mingling with the students. Harder! Didn't you just finish eating? Why don't you have any strength at all? Get on the dark power! Su Yang provoked the group of little guys with all his might with one effort. He actually wasn't sure if the other party's dark force Yin Chi could penetrate his body without the Master's invincibility. After all, the Master Invincible thing belonged to a passive technique that he himself couldn't control. However, just after flashing through this thought, Su Yang abruptly realized that there was really a feminine aura penetrating into his body starting to run around. It's hard to believe that the skill Master Invincible can be voice-activated. Su Yang wasn't too sure and secretly let in all the Yin Chi. In the next moment, a large amount of Yin Chi began to penetrate into Su Yang's body, rushing around, but it was quickly suppressed by Su Yang by force and all of it contracted to the Dantian. This was actually an extremely dangerous move, tantamount to self-destruction of the Dantian. But Su Yang didn't feel anything at all. This went on for almost 10 minutes or so, and when the people of Class 5, who had tried their best, saw that Su Yang was standing still and was fine, their minds exploded. Pissed off! The Wolfsbane girl huffed and threw the Wolfsbane in her hand to the ground, smashing the back of her head for 10 minutes or so, with no sense of blow engagement at all the entire time. The others were so tired that they couldn't catch their breath, and each one of them was staring at Su Yang with a puff of air. The high-intensity battle that lasted for more than 10 minutes had exhausted their physical strength, and the most angry thing was that Su Yang had not even moved his legs. Su Yang only felt that his back was a bit shady and cold, and when he touched his back was naked, and the corners of his mouth were suddenly twitching. Fighting is fighting, stripping me of my clothes is going too far. Next time I'll strip you of your oxygen tubing. Chapter 16. Su Yang fled back to the staff dormitory in a slight mess, and hurriedly changed his clothes. Within, the Dantian had already been suppressed by Su Yang with enough of the 5 types of Yin Chi, in a large quantity, enough to experiment on their own. Under normal circumstances, storing so much Yin Chi that does not belong to you and is highly offensive in the Dantian place is something that can pass away on the spot. However, with the Master Invincible making the damage null and void, these Yin Chi that possessed continuous destructive properties had been completely controlled by Su Yang at the Dantian, and completely taken. After changing his clothes, Su Yang directly sat cross-legged and began to meditate and regulate his breathing for the experiment. First, he took out a trace of Yin Chi from his Dantian and forced it into his meridians, trying to run the circumference at the same time as his yang qi. It's just that this yin qi is not controlled at all, and it's going everywhere. Even though he knew that there was Master Invincible who could nullify the damage, it still made Su Yang's heart pounding. Anyone else experimenting like that would have died a violent death long ago. Because there was no methodology argument on the thesis, it only argued for the existence of chaotic qi, so it could only rely on Su Yang to figure it out on his own. The general direction is actually to allow yin and yang to merge with each other and return to the most primitive chaotic attributes. Half an hour had already passed without realizing it, and after dozens of attempts, Su Yang was getting nowhere. This is not the right direction. Yin qi and yang qi performing circumferential operation at the same time do not show any signs of blending, but instead cause circumferential operation to become exceptionally difficult due to mutual interference. Got to think differently. One in front, one behind, there's a speed differential? Su Yang wasn't sure and could only make a fresh attempt. Yang is in the front, and yin is in the back. However, manipulating two breaths at the same time was just too much of an effort for Su Yang, and within a moment, he felt a wave of fatigue. Having to pause the process and drink a bag of nutrient fluid to replenish his energy, he began to continue trying to run a double breath speed differential. The process was exceptionally difficult. A full 2 hours had passed before Su Yang stumbled and completed the first double breath circumference operation. However, there was no sign of the two auras merging. Maybe because of the number of times? After having the experience of the dual breath operation, the second operation was relatively much smoother. Su Yang was ready to experiment a few more times to see if there would be any unexpected gains. It's getting dark. The yin qi suppressed at the dantian had already been depleted for most of the time, and Su Yang was lying on the table with his brows furrowed. There was an extra pile of manuscript paper on the table. On the top of the manuscript paper are recorded the process of each experiment, the time spent, and the results. Just the content of these manuscript paper, but all normal people see the fear of scalp numbness. Because carrying it out in any random way is tantamount to suicidal behavior. That's why Su Yang also labeled the number 71. If it wasn't for Mastermind, he would have died 71 times by now. Repeated deaths. It took a whole day of experimentation and several methods, but the yin and yang breaths didn't show any signs of blending. Su Yang swept a glance at the manuscript paper on the table and clasped his hands in deep thought. I've experimented with both the observation and intervention methods. Is it hard to believe that the formation of chaotic qi cannot be obtained through normal methods? But the chaos breath does exist. Because the archaeological excavation process is indeed found in the process of ancient martial arts powerhouse's body, not only has a strong pressure, the body's breath has not even died out. After the study showed that a unique attribute breath in addition to yin and yang, this breath is even compatible with the attribute of yin and yang, and there is the ancient argument of the chaotic gas. Su Yang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Chaotic qi was still an unsolved mystery in the field of martial arts research, and countless martial arts scholars were trying to dig into the mysteries of chaotic qi. Decades and inches. It's just a guess because there's no information to back it up. Guessing from the more extreme cultivation methods of the ancients, the theoretical community felt that the chaos qi could possibly be the product of extreme cultivation situations. Right. Extreme product. With a flash of light, Su Yang remembered the large number of extreme mind techniques he had seen when he went to the library earlier to look for suitable mind techniques for Zhu Tao. The methods I'm using now are all modern ways stripped down from their ancient foundations, and since I want to create chaos qi, I have to follow the thinking of the ancients and go in an extreme direction. Su Yang hurriedly went online to look for relevant information, and soon Su Yang's eyes landed on a method that was the most incomprehensible and unacceptable in the eyes of the general public. Breath hedging. To put it bluntly, it was to let the two breaths of yin and yang run in opposite directions, one traveling positively and one traveling negatively, and colliding against each other in the meridians. Pure and simple brain-dead behavior. But for Su Yang, it was a completely new idea instead. By generating energy through violent collisions, it might be possible to force a fusion, or a new product might be derived from this intense collision. Try! After drinking a bag of nutrient liquid and replenishing his energy, Su Yang once again crossed his legs and meditated. In order for the process of hedging to work, it is necessary to ensure that the two breaths are of the same level of strength. It took more than 10 minutes for Su Yang to draw out enough destructive yin qi from his dantian to match the strength of the yang qi of the 9 exercises horizontal body technique in his body. Begin the hedge collision. The two breaths began to operate, and in an instant, they collided into one piece. Su Yang could vaguely feel that at the moment of the collision, a huge energy within his body forcefully propped up his meridians. If you really describe it, it feels like your meridians have been inflated and appear to swell. It doesn't hurt, it's just a little unpleasant. Huh! Su Yang steeply came back to his senses and was pleasantly surprised. So this is actually expanding the meridians. I fucking took off. Expanding the meridians was one of the prerequisites for becoming a strong martial artist. A 6th grade martial exalt who had cultivated steel and iron bones would only be qualified to expand his meridians, and only if the meridians were expanded successfully would he be qualified to impact a higher martial realm, or else the increasingly expanding breadth and limited meridians would only result in a lag in strength. As far as Su Yang knew, the way to expand the meridians was often to take extremely rare and expensive drugs to be able to expand the meridians. However, now Su Yang had discovered a brand new method of expanding the meridians. Breath hedges and produces impact energy that also expands the meridians. However, this way only suits me, and only if there is a yin qi from the students of Class 5. Others try and pass away. Su Yang was all a bit too happy to find his way out. It was definitely a good thing for him to start expanding his meridians when he was still in the peak 9th grade martial artist realm. Even Su Yang did not know how good it would be at the moment, as there was no reference either online or in the information. No one could expand their meridians before the 6th grade martial exalt. Su Yang had now done what no one had done before or since. Shit, what a shitty principal, I wouldn't even be asked to be one. My name is Su Yang. I asked the director of the Eastern Sea religion to abdicate. Chapter 17. The scene of breath collision was repeated within Su Yang's body. Along with each collision, Su Yang could feel his meridians swelling, and the swelling sensation was followed by an indescribable feeling of fluency. Single lane becomes multiple lanes. Soothing. The minutes ticked by. When Su Yang was immersed in the feeling of swelling and the feeling of fluency that he couldn't extricate himself from, he abruptly realized that the swelling suddenly disappeared. Huh! Su Yang came back to his senses and quickly sensed the situation of the meridians in his body. The two breaths that were constantly colliding stagnated. No, to be precise, it's starting to disappear all the time. What's going on? Su Yang's face was stunned and a bit alarmed. Experimentation is always risky, and while it doesn't risk your life, it's likely to cripple your meridians. No! Su Yang's eyes snapped open with a look of disbelief. Chaotic Qi! Su Yang thought that he had created an illusion, focused his mind to perceive again, only to feel that at the intersection point of the two breaths there was indeed a cloud of breath that had never appeared before. Yin and Yang were being continuously absorbed by this breath, causing it to grow. This is life toward death? Su Yang's eyes widened as he felt that unknown breath growing rapidly, absorbing faster and faster. But in the light of a few moments he had absorbed as much of the yang qi of his 9 training horizontal body technique, and the yin qi of the students of the 5th class, and then it was silently running in his meridians. This? Su Yang dryly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and subconsciously operated the second layer of the 9 training horizontal body technique's heart technique. Copper bone! The unknown breath quickly surged into his arms under Su Yang's guidance, and Su Yang slammed his fist on the table with an extremely dull sound. When I raised my hand, the stone tabletop had chipped out and cracked. Not only is it compatible with my 9 training horizontal body technique yang qi, it works properly. The power has even increased substantially. Chaotic breath, one breath for all. Su Yang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, and what came with it was endless ecstasy. Before he could rejoice too soon, however, a strong feeling of hunger abruptly struck him. In an instant, Su Yang was covered in cold sweat, his stamina was not enough, and his hands were shaking with hunger. Rushing to the front of the freezer, he took out a bag of nutrient solution and just slammed it in. Yet the hunger did not subside any time after a bag was downed. Second bag, third bag. It wasn't until all 20 or so bags of nutrient solutions stored inside the freezer were consumed that the hunger pangs got slightly better. The body stopped sweating cold, but the hunger hadn't stopped. This hunger bodes very well for martial artists. Desperate need for nourishment is proof of growth. And Su Yang, with hindsight, only now realized that his bottleneck at the peak realm of the 9th grade martial artist had already broken through the moment the hunger came. Noiselessly, 8th grade martial spirit realm. I said why I'm so hungry, so it's a realm breakthrough. No, I'm considered to have just entered the 8th grade martial spirit realm, and the power of the copper bones wouldn't be this strong. The chaotic chi does indeed have an increasing effect on the power of the heart technique. Chapter 18. It's just that Su Yang didn't have the heart to think about the rest. He only wanted to dry rice now, and in one breath, he rushed directly to the cafeteria and ate and drank. When he had eaten and drunk enough to return to the staff dormitory, Su Yang was in an extremely good mood. After the meridians were expanded, the chaotic chi traveled at a high speed in the body. Stripped down. In a way, Su Yang had already gained the admission ticket to become a strong martial artist. However, there are always pros and cons to everything. Su Yang quickly realized a more realistic problem. After the meridians expanded, the more nutrients and energy were needed for the growth of the self-running chaotic chi. Even with the meal allowance and nutrient solution subsidy from the school, his salary, I'm afraid it's a bit much to carry. At a rough estimate, I am afraid that food expenses alone will cost $300 to $400 a day. He now has a base salary of more than $7,000, and now he has a classroom teacher's allowance, which is $8,000 after deducting the 5 insurance premiums. Counting other meal allowances and such, it's barely enough, even with the occasional need to dip into savings. There was certainly no way to save up, at least not until you were in charge of the 5th shift. Su Yang estimated, counting his own savings, as long as there were no additional expenses, it should be no problem to maintain for a year and a half. He also had to take the time to make a trip back to his alma mater to learn the 3rd layer of the 9 training horizontal body techniques heart technique. If he could break through the 7th grade martial Xian realm, he would be qualified to work as a ferocious beast hunter, and at that time, he could go on a part-time job on the weekends to earn some extra money. After returning to the dormitory, the first thing Su Yang did was to destroy all the manuscripts related to the experiment. If others saw this, they would think that they were thinking about how to go to hell and be brothers with the king of hell. Although the chaotic chi has been researched, has absolutely no significance to draw from. To cultivate chaotic chi, one would have to hedge 180 times to have the probability of deriving it. Once was able to die in place. That's why Su Yang felt even more unimaginable. How did ancient martial artists cultivate the chaotic chi? Maybe he felt that there was nothing left to live for, so his meridians were hedging with the intention of ending himself, and he mistakenly cultivated the chaotic chi. The dissertation is definitely unwritable. This stuff is like buying a coffin without the bad reviews. Anyway, Su Yang now felt not so hateful when he looked at this one little guy in class 5. Now not only can I boost my strength to be able to feed back the energy, with the chaos chi, even the dark energy chi I can absorb and turn it into my own. It was that the 5th class students were too weak and could not absorb much dark energy chi. But then again, I took off and still couldn't provide any substantial progress to Zhu Tao's dual cultivation. Su Yang couldn't help but scratch his head. He rather wanted to ferry chi to Zhu Tao, so that Zhu Tao also possessed chaotic chi, so that Zhu Tao would definitely grow up fast. But this one is impossible. Each person is unique in the world, and the chi cultivated is also unique, with uniqueness and exclusivity. The so-called uniqueness is that everyone cultivates a different chi, while exclusivity is that everyone can only use their own cultivated chi, and if they try to use someone else's chi, they will be attacked. Although the chaotic chi has compatibility, it likewise possesses uniqueness and exclusivity. Otherwise, the chaos chi remaining in ancient martial artists would have long ago been able to build a large number of martial artists with chaos chi. So Su Yang still had to think of ways to help Zhu Tao get through the hurdle of the early stage of dual cultivation. Thinking about it, reading more books is actually better than asking someone who is actually bipolar. Su Yang decisively used his university connections to see if he could contact the university alumni of the dual cultivation heart method to ask about the situation. Soon Su Yang got a reply. It's quite good, the dual cultivation mind is just advantageous. Going into the factory and hitting screws handily is much faster than others. Chapter 19. Going into the factory to play screws was a joke, but it was also a sidebar to how unwise a choice the dual mindset was. Su Yang asked to circle down, all the alumni of the dual cultivation heart method are nothing but regret. When the strength realm is low, dual cultivation of the mind does have an advantage. After all, against the enemy means more than one door. But over time, the advantage became a disadvantage instead. The end result of looking at the head without looking at the butt is that both mental techniques pull the crotch, and the strength is even more stagnant. No strength and no background, want to make a good future in society that is simply delusional. However, Su Yang still obtained some cultivation tips of the dual cultivation heart technique, and was greatly surprised. The compression method was too difficult, and it was necessary to possess an extremely high level of control over the breath, and the vast majority of dual cultivation heart martial artists simply could not do it. And the differential operation method that Su Yang carried out during his experiments was the most commonly used method by dual cultivation mind practitioners at the current stage. Allowing both breaths to enter the circumference run at the same time ensures that the differential speed will be stable. However, the specific differential speed is different because the heart method is different and the time to run the circumference is different, so you need to figure out the law by yourself, and you also need to adjust it at any time with the advancement of strength to avoid the breaths catching up with each other and causing yourself to be injured. Su Yang conscientiously summarized the records, plus his own differential speed running guidance experience combing, and so on the next day after the end of the morning exercise, Su Yang called Zhu Tao to the office. Zhu Tao is still the same lonely posture, entered the door to the table next to a pestle that looked like the enemy captured and refused to give in to the righteous warrior. He won't even call me teacher now. The teacher-student relationship needs to be nurtured slowly. Su Yang wasn't in a hurry and took out his summarized notes on the dual cultivation heart technique. Take it. What is it? Zhu Tao frowned, took the notes and scanned them, then grunted. No need, I've told you I won't double cultivate acupuncture. What's wrong with this kid? Don't I know whether you've practiced acupuncture or not? A dead duck's mouth. Take it, there is no danger, Su Yang said in a nonchalant manner. In case you change your mind one day and really want to double practice acupuncture, you can definitely use it, and then don't say that I don't care about you as a teacher. Zhu Tao angled his head once. Seeing as you have a good attitude like this, I'll take it. However, I'm a person who doesn't like to owe others favors. Zhu Tao's heart was secretly happy, but his face remained aloof. What are the conditions? Zhu Tao thought that Su Yang would say something, only hope that you practice hard, good for me to fight for me on the line, and so on, the result which thought Su Yang export is a set of jingle. 3-story villa, the roof with a swimming pool, a small garden in front of the door, the garage big open. Okay, I'll burn it for you later. It's a damn teacher-student understanding. Handing over the notes to Zhu Tao, the worry in Su Yang's heart was somewhat less. It was less certain how much help the notes would bring to Zhu Tao. The main thing is that this guy's mouth is too hard, and now he refuses to admit that he has cultivated the mending sky embroidery cloud skill, and there is nothing Su Yang can do about it without taking the initiative to inform him. Currently, it could only be determined that Zhu Tao had already been initiated, but it was unknown to which level he had practiced. Forget it. Take your time. There's no rush. Su Yang still has to leave school this afternoon. Naturally, he was preparing to go to the East Sea Martial Arts Association to apply for realm recognition. Promoted to the 8th grade martial arts spirit, that the first thing must be to apply for a salary increase. Get this in place before the end of the month, and you might be able to get your paycheck up in time for the end of the month. Once the information was ready, Su Yang rushed to the office of Lu Jin, the team leader, to approve the leave slip. Going to the Martial Arts Association in the afternoon? Lu Jin took Su Yang's leave slip and looked at it, slightly stunned. Little Su, a breakthrough? Chapter 20. Yes, a lucky breakthrough. Su Yang laughed. I've just entered the 8th grade martial spirit realm, and I'm preparing to apply for realm recognition. Lu Jun was also happy to hear this. That's great news. Previously, he was having a headache about the body-quenching liquid, and everyone more or less knew about Su Yang's 9th grade martial spirit realm being stuck for so many years, so he was definitely counting on the body-quenching liquid to break through the 8th grade martial spirit realm. Now that it was better, Su Yang had made a direct breakthrough, and that body-tempering liquid wasn't so urgent for Su Yang. Little Su, I've gotten to know the situation of Class 5 these days, and I really didn't look at the wrong person. Su Yang was slightly stunned. I'm wondering if I'm not the one who jumped out to be the big bully. Yes, the leader of the group has always had a keen eye. I recognize your ability to do your job very well, and even more so, I think you have unlimited potential and are a rising star in the education sector. Nope. According to Su Yang's understanding of Lu Jun, the leader of the group, came up to inexplicably praise himself a pass. There's bound to be something wrong. Team leader is flattering. Don't worry, I will definitely try to work hard and well and won't let you down, Su Yang said with a serious face. I'm determined to get the body-tempering liquid. Lu Jun gave a dry laugh. It's good to have this confidence. I believe you can get the job done. Yes, team leader, can you approve my leave slip now? Okay, I'll get you approved. After approving the leave slip, Su Yang secretly sneered just as he went out the door. We've been together for 2.5 years, and I still don't know what's wrong with you, team leader. Su Yang knows that the quenching fluid thing is actually Lu Jun in the cake. I'm afraid that in the end, I am afraid that it is unlikely to be put into place. The body-tempering liquid really didn't mean much to him now. With the meridian expansion coupled with the chaotic chi, his cultivation speed was absolutely extraordinary, and he could completely not rely on the body-tempering liquid as an auxiliary material. But Su Yang certainly wouldn't voluntarily say no. Not needing it is one thing, but I can keep it and sell it for money. Even if it can't be implemented in the end, Su Yang can still use it as an excuse to ask for some benefits, and Lu Jun will definitely find a way to fight for it at that time. Of course, you certainly won't be able to keep the marble table inside that office of yours. Su Yang secretly snickered and made a trip back to the classroom. When he saw Su Yang coming, he still had that same look of love and disdain. I'm going to leave the school for the afternoon, so you guys can practice on your own and wait for me to come back if you have any problems. Su Yang was about to go back to the office after the explanation, and just as he stepped away, the 5th class crowd blocked the doorway in an instant. Each one of them breathed heavily and looked excited, as if they couldn't wait to eat Su Yang. Su Yang was all startled and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Fuck! What? You're leaving school? Su Yang subconsciously nodded. Yes. What's wrong? Zhu Tao opened his mouth and said with a straight face. Old Su, to give you face, take me out for a trip. I promise not to cause trouble for you. Teacher Su, I was the one who spoke too loudly before. Don't take it personally. I'll give you a kowtow and take me out for a trip. The wolfsbane girl clenched her teeth and stomped her foot. You can have my wolfsbane. Take me out for the day. Chapter 21. 3rd Budo High School is a closed school, and students only wait until holidays or the 2 days at the end of the month for vacation. The school has a large supermarket, a cafeteria, and a whole separate building for the infirmary, and the medical conditions are no worse than outside hospitals, so you can't even leave the school if you're faking an illness. Hard to escape. The school's 4 gates in the southeast, northwest, and north were all guarded by 6th grade martial honor sent by the official Chinese Kunlun. Ensure that the lives of the flowers of the motherland are safe from ferocious beasts. Trying to skip school under the eyes of a martial honor? That's a fool's errand. This kind of environment for the people of Class 5, it was no different from being in jail. I've been looking forward to leaving school and seeing the outside world for a long time, and now the opportunity has finally come. Not caring about any reserve, they only begged Su Yang to take them out today. Su Yang man was dumbfounded. When did I ever see Class 5 being so lowly? But on second thought, it makes sense. The group of guys in Class 5 were so fun-loving that there weren't any recreational facilities inside the school at all, and the student dormitory area blocked the signal most of the time, so cell phones could only look at the time. It's more or less jail time. There's nothing to be done about it. Who made you incapable of taking the first grade and had to come to the closed third grade? Seeing that the people of Class 5 had suddenly lowered their stance one by one, Su-young did not get carried away and used this as a blackmail. It goes against his philosophy of education. This is a great opportunity to cultivate a relationship with the people of Class V. Take advantage of it. But things like taking students out of school can actually be a pain in the ass. If something happens to a student out there, the teacher is the one who takes all the responsibility. It just so happens that this group of guys in Class 5 are more than capable of causing trouble. Su-young pondered for a moment before he stretched out a finger and said, I can only take one person out with me, and you must promise not to cause trouble for me, otherwise I won't take you guys out again in the future. As soon as the words fell, the people in Class 5 rolled up their sleeves, each with a full battle intent in their eyes. Come on! Only one of Class 5 can leave alive today! Su-young rolled his eyes when he took a look at Class 5's stance of being ready to fight to the death. To be fair, guessing decides. In the afternoon, Li Yiming apprehensively followed Su-young and prepared to leave the school. Su-young was puzzled. You even won the guessing game, how come I don't see a happy expression on your face? Can I be happy? Although I also want to get out of the school. But Li Yiming couldn't help but be afraid when he thought of the gnashing of teeth in Class 5 after he won. Forget it, whatever, Li Yiming hurriedly urged. Hurry up, old Su, I haven't seen the outside world for half a month, I can't wait. Su-young blinked. Rather, I didn't expect to also directly call out the old Su. Is this the lure of leaving school? Su-young led Li Yiming to the north gate very quickly. An old man in his late 60s was guarding the doorway with his eyes closed and legs crossed. Although his face looked quite kind, he could vaguely feel a sense of oppression from a long distance away. The aura of a 6th grade martial exalt powerhouse was just so overbearing. Elder Lu! Su-young just shouted. The old man slightly opened his eyes, a few moments of lethargy in his voice. Little Su, what's wrong? As he spoke, the old man glanced at Li Yiming beside Su-young. Li Yiming was so scared that he couldn't help but lean behind Su-young. I have to leave school for a while, here's the leave slip approved by the team leader. Su-young stuffed the leave slip approved by Lu Jin to Lu Lao, who swept a glance before his eyes fell on Li Yiming. This little guy looks familiar. I think I caught it once before. Li Yiming didn't dare to squeak, only feeling a vague pain in his ass. The school keeper has a measured hand. Chapter 22. It doesn't hurt a bit, but it can hurt for 10 days and half a month. All of Class 5 didn't dare to run away after they'd been hit once. Su-young also knew something about Class 5's black history. Secretly snickering, he busied himself and said, I plan to take him out for a trip to do something. Well, be safe. With Su-young as his teacher as an endorsement, Elder Lu would not stand in the way. When something goes wrong outside the school, it's still Su-young's business. The gatekeepers don't care that much. Soon, Li Yiming followed Su-young to the flowery world outside, and his eyes couldn't help but start glancing at the street, with the look of a country bumpkin entering the city. Look at what it's done to the kid. He's degenerating into a caveman. Crap, that one's big and white. The legs are so long. Like the heroine of that movie I used to watch. Where? Su-young's eyes subconsciously glanced at him, and he steeply snapped back to his senses. Ditch. Almost took me to the ditch. That's what you've been thinking about all day, isn't it? It's an abomination. Where is the address of the one you mentioned? I'm going over to criticize it. Su-young coughed. I'll send you back to school if you keep looking blindly. When you get out of school, do everything I say. Li Yiming decisively withdrew his gaze and hurriedly followed Su-young. Where are we going? Martial Arts Association. Li Yiming froze. What for? Why ask so many questions? Just follow. Take a taxi. Why walk that far? Save time and we'll be able to walk around more. Who said anything about walking? Run over there and consolidate your cultivation. Su-young wouldn't say that he was now saving as much as he could and trying not to spend money where he could. The Martial Arts Association wasn't too far away, and the 10 kilometers or so would only take about 10 minutes for martial artists. A wild ride. Of course, traffic lights should still be waited for. It didn't take long for Su Yang to lead Li Yiming to the entrance of the office hall of the Donghai City Martial Arts Association. I'm going to go in and run some errands, so stay here and don't move, and when I come back I'll buy you some oranges to eat. Li Yiming nodded his head in a hurry. This 9-year compulsory education leakage can't even understand the orange terrier. Su Yang secretly slandered and told Li Yiming to honestly not run around and wait for him to finish his business. Every year, the school organizes a physical examination for the faculty and staff have to come to a trip. Lightly, Su Yang entered the office hall of the Martial Arts Association, took a number and lined up, waiting for the realm recognition. The whole process is not complicated, it's all machine testing, and security checks are done before you go in to prevent cheating. And Li Yiming stretched his back, only feeling relieved physically and mentally. The skies all felt much clearer than at school. Seeing that Su Yang had already entered the office hall, Li Yiming grinned. Do I look like an honest man to you? It's been a long trip, so we should have a good time before we go back. Li Yiming spread his legs and ran wildly towards the nearby milk tea store. In order to ensure the nutritional health of students, the school does not sell milk tea and fruit tea. Li Yiming has long been craving for this bite for a long time. Hello, what can I get for you? A bucket of lemon passion, with ice and less sugar. Okay, anything else? Li Yiming had a guilty conscience and decided to order one for Su Yang as well. And a lemon passion, no passion, lemon to my death. Chapter 23. When Su Yang walked out from the EC Martial Arts Association office hall, he was quite surprised to see Li Yiming waiting at the gazebo. It's amazing that this kid isn't spreading his hands, no. Didn't run blind, did you? Of course not, it's just that I went to the nearby milk tea store halfway to have a drink, and by the way, I bought a cup of lemon passion for you too. Li Yiming handed Su Yang the lemon passion fruit juice with an eager face. Quick, while it's hot. You're smiling a bit impishly. Teacher, how can you doubt your students' feelings for you? Okay, I'll take it. Anyway, Su Yang wasn't afraid of Li Yiming poisoning him, so he picked it up and took a sip. Entrance. It doesn't have much flavor. It's just ice water. Su Yang barred his mouth. Indeed, he was also a bit thirsty. He drank half a cup in one gulp and set it aside. Li Yiming was confused as he watched Su Yang drink half a cup with an expressionless face. No. I was afraid that the lemon wasn't sour enough and I added a spoonful of lemon powder concentrate for you. The kind that can make your face turn sour with one taste. Old teacher, you. Don't you feel anything special? Su Yang glanced at Li Yiming with a wry smile. For example? No, it's fine. All right, I'm done. Su Yang got up, thinking about how rare it was for him to come out on his own. Time is still early, do you have any ideas? Once he heard this, Li Yiming instantly stopped obsessing about the remaining half cup of lemon passion. Go to the movies! The corner of Su Yang's mouth twitched. If he was going to go, he was also taking the female Valkyrie to the movies. What's the point of going with you? But looking at Li Yiming's expectant face, never mind, let's satisfy him for once. Yes, you drink the rest of that half glass of lemon passion and we'll go watch. Although Su Yang didn't know exactly what Li Yiming had moved, there was definitely something odd about the lemonade. I wonder how much material this kid has put down to make the mastermind Invincible judge it as damage. However, looking at Li Yiming's look like he was struck by lightning, he still let it go. Next time don't give me any tricks. Li Yiming gave a dry laugh, and in his heart, he was even more puzzled. Hilly is so awesome. The chemical strength has even lost its sour taste. Unknown. There happened to be a movie theater nearby, and Li Yiming bumbled along behind Su Yang, telling him how awesome the movie he was going to see this time was. Su Yang only felt funny. That's not what I expected from a dude. Shouldn't a dude be playing fancy? Like going to an open-air pool party with a young model, or something like that. Oh, underage. That's okay. Su Yang secretly regretted that he had known that he would have gone to take the university tutor exam. Missed opportunity to go to a tender model pool party to educate the dude. Anyway, Su Yang did not expect Li Yiming to be quite innocent. Watching a movie is satisfying. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf by giving up a child. It still takes work to bring teachers and students closer together. Chapter 24. Movie tickets for two people package makes Su Yang feel meat pain, hate Li Yiming to break his legs less than 1 meter 2 just to pay a person ticket money. However, before he even reached the movie theater, Li Yiming's attention was completely caught by the door of a tech-savvy store not far away. Su Yang fixed his eyes on the window display case, only to see that it was all reinforced exoskeleton machinery, and a large Cloud Prime logo. Cloud Prime technology is a new force armed with high technology in recent years, and the most representative product is the adaptive reinforced exoskeleton, a set of which are all millions to start with. Most of the target customers targeted are ferocious beast hunters. A set of reinforced exoskeleton can provide assistance to the hunters when hunting ferocious beasts, increasing the safety factor, quite a popular product. Old Su, let's go in and take a look. You're not watching the movie. Su Yang is speechless. Children are just easy to see the difference. I just bought this ticket. It's still early. It's okay to watch it later. I want to check out Cloud Prime's new equipment. Okay. Anyway, you can get a refund before the movie starts, so you can simply follow Li Yiming into Yunka's offline store. It was actually Su Yang's first time to enter Cloud Prime's physical store. Mainly because he can't afford to spend money, and he's not in Cloud Prime's customer base. Li Yiming was obviously not a first-time visitor, and clearly had little interest in the reinforced exoskeletons displayed in the store, but instead went directly to the closed testing arena located at the back of the store and directly approached the manager. Su Yang was not expecting the manager to have a rather polite attitude once he saw Li Yiming. Young Master Li, it's been a long time. Li Yiming nodded slightly. I've come to test the new equipment. Okay, I'll get you set up right away. The manager hurriedly went to arrange for the new equipment to be tested, allowing Li Yiming to wait for a moment, while Su Yang on the side was instead a bit curious. What new equipment? Automatic combat exoskeleton, Li Yiming said busily. It's not on the market yet, it's in the closed beta stage, and I've spent a lot of money in order to grab a spot in this closed beta. Su Yang faintly froze. Automatic battle? Right. Li Yiming grinned. The exoskeleton's intelligent chip is storing a large amount of battle data of powerful martial artists inside. After wearing this set of exoskeleton, even if you are only a 9th grade martial artist, you will be able to easily exert the strength of a 7th grade martial Xian realm, or even approach the real-world combat ability of a 6th grade martial Zun. Su Yang was stunned after hearing this. That set shall not be tens of millions. It's about the same, and probably a bit more expensive. Li Yiming was slightly depressed. My family definitely won't let me buy it. This thing is just a toy in their eyes after all. Su Yang didn't squeak anymore. I thought it was just too expensive. It turns out it just doesn't make sense to your family, not that they can't afford it. The poor rely on mutation, the rich on technology. However, equipment peripherals are still external objects after all, and will also foster dependence, and the great clans of the martial arts path are generally more repulsed by high-tech armaments. Su Yang's concepts are also more traditional. It is hard to strike iron, and it is only hard to be strong in oneself. However, because the new equipment is still in the closed beta stage, Su Yang is not allowed to look at it without the closed beta qualification, so he can only stay outside the closed beta hall and wait. Li Yiming, on the other hand, entered the closed test hall under the guidance of the staff and signed the test waiver as usual, voluntarily participating in the test. The new equipment is still in the stage of testing and perfecting, and more or less problems may occur, and accidents may happen, with CloudRock taking only a secondary responsibility. Soon, Li Yiming put on the automatic combat exoskeleton. The adaptive exoskeleton is Yun Kang's specialty. After wearing it, it can be automatically adapted to the body, and the comfort level is considered to be a superb level among a group of exoskeleton manufacturers. The view after wearing is also full of technology. The main body is made of high nanocarbon fiber composite material, which is not only lightweight, but also has first-class protection ability and is suitable for most of the combat scenarios. Li Yiming moved around a bit and confirmed that there was nothing wrong before directly entering the automatic battle mode. The various simulated attack-type high-speed drones that had already been on standby took off, and began to swarm towards Li Yiming at high speed. Li Yiming's figure flickered in and out of it, so fast that only the remnants could be seen. Cool! Li Yiming simply loved this automatic combat exoskeleton, and because of the antimatter energy rods as a mobile energy boost, the increase in combat power was extremely exaggerated. Martial Arts Experience Card. It's a pity that old Su couldn't come in, otherwise it would have been a great pleasure to beat him. Chapter 25. Half an hour had passed since then. Li Yining was still too immersed in the exhilarating battle to get out of it. Su Yang outside the testing hall was not only not in a hurry, but also quite enjoying himself. Because they followed Li Yiming over, not only did they have drinks and fruit plates, but they also provided free, fully automated massage cabin services. Su Yang had only just tested out of the Martial Artist Association, and his muscles just needed to relax. Taking out the realm recognition report inside the document bag, looking at the marking of the 8th grade martial spirit entry realm, Su Yang could not stop smiling on his face. A small bump in salary is still the second most important thing, is that there is finally the ability to apply for Outstanding Teacher of the Year. Previously, Su Yang didn't even dare to think about it, but now he could be considered ambitious. If you can be selected as the Outstanding Teacher of the Year in Donghai City officials will directly reward a large flat. In terms of the current property prices in Donghai City, this large flat was worth at least around $6 million. Of course, the competition is also quite fierce, cannot just have to compete with all the teachers in the 3rd middle school, but with the entire East China Sea City teachers. 10 spots a year until they run out. To participate in the East Coast Outstanding Teacher of the Year, there are 2 hard and fast criteria: class performance versus individual performance. The 2 are linked to each other. It was not enough for an individual to excel, the class performance had to be very bright as well, such as a student getting into a major martial arts university, or making a significant contribution. On top of that, the individual performance was bright enough to qualify for the selection. The 8th grade martial spirit entry realm was the minimum threshold. Su Yang is still quite confident in this, and with the assistance of the system, he is determined to win this large flat. Just as Su Yang was thinking about what furniture he should get for his large flat in the future, there was suddenly some noise in the store. Su Yang was slightly stunned, and when he came out from inside the massage cabin, he saw 3 members of the Kunlun patrol team hurriedly walked into the store and started to carry out the evacuation of the people inside the store. The staff were confused. The manager was the first time to come to the patrol team members to ask about the situation. Just after a few words, the manager's face instantly whitened, and hurriedly led the patrol team members to run directly to the closed test hall. "Sir, I'm sorry, there's been a temporary accident and an emergency evacuation is needed." A staff member hurriedly came to Su Yang's side. "You need to leave as soon as possible." "What happened?" Su Yang froze. "My student is still inside." "We're not sure about the specifics. Anyway, it's dangerous in the store right now. A patrol member will handle it. Please leave with us." Su Yang could only follow the staff to leave the store, and as soon as he went out, he realized that a cordon had been pulled up around the entire Cloud Prime store. Su Yang had been taken beyond the cordon, while the surrounding crowd was even talking. Confused, Su Yang waited for a moment, but did not see Li Yiming was brought out, hurriedly asked around the situation. "Big brother, what's going on here? Why is it suddenly on lockdown? Is it a ferocious beast?" Su Yang inquired about a nearby middle-aged man who seemed to understand the situation. "It's not a ferocious beast, but an unexpected situation," the middle-aged man was busy saying. "You didn't see it on your cell phone?" "No. Cloud Prime Group's backend has been invaded, and the equipment being tested all over the country has gone into a state of loss of control." Su Yang's eyes glared. "Crap, it's been invaded again. Out of control. What will happen?" Chapter 26. "I don't know anyway. With this battle, I don't think it's going to be any better." Su Yang's face instantly darkened and clouded over. Inside the closed test pavilion. "Why can't you stop? Get out of the way, get out of the way." There were already destroyed drones everywhere in the arena, but Li Yiming felt that his body was out of control. No, to be precise, the automatic combat exoskeleton was not in control at all, and it even took the initiative to start attacking the nearby staff. The staff around the room who were responsible for testing and collecting data were more panicked than one, trying to cut off the networking program of the automated combat exoskeleton robots while at the same time appealing to the automated exoskeleton's recognition program to allow the robots to move as much as possible within the closed testing hall. If this thing left the inside of the testing hall, then everyone would be automatically regarded as an object of attack, and something big was bound to happen then. Li Yiming was also in a panic at this moment. He was now at the mercy of the automatic combat exoskeleton. He could not unprogram the wearer at all, and the only mechanical device was still out of order. Holding it down doesn't work. Li Yiming was also in a hurry. The effort of the trance closed in on another staff member. The other party saw that they could not avoid it, and decisively blocked it with their exoskeleton. However, with a single punch, they were blown away directly, and blood splattered. When it was too late, a silhouette suddenly flashed, and with a lift of his hand, he directly caught the staff member who flew out backwards. Everyone retreat! The scene will be taken over by the Kunlun Patrol. Cloud Prime's backend has been invaded by a virus. The program has been rewritten. The female of the 3 patrol members chirped loudly. It's now in indiscriminate attack mode. The staff members blushed and hurriedly retreated. Li Yiming only felt that his body was about to move. Suddenly he was yanked, fixed his eyes to see that a tiger-backed patrol member hardened his hands and yanked the 2 arms of the exoskeleton. The horrible strength hardened the exoskeleton temporarily unable to move. It hurts, it hurts. It was just inevitable that the exoskeleton's arm and Li Yiming's arm were pressed against each other, and it hurt so much that Li Yiming immediately grimaced and screamed. The tiger-backed patrol member's face sank, loosened his hand, and in the next second the crying Li Yiming slammed his fist directly into the air. No, it's not my business, Li Yiming said sharply. My body is not under control. While speaking, Li Yiming appeared in front of the other party again with an instantaneous body, and slammed his fist down again. The other party indifferently raised his hand to receive it, and the terrifying power, even the specialized floor of the testing hall directly crumbled apart. So tricky! Find a way to get this kid out, or I won't be able to exert myself at all. No way! Came the woman's voice. Can't get it out, the program is locked. We can only destroy this broken machine if we can find a way to secure the boy's life. What about energy? Is it okay to destroy energy? That's an antimatter energy rod. Once it's destroyed, the boy will surely be blown up. Li Yiming was so scared that he was dumbfounded. Help! Help! I don't want to die. The female member of the patrol was calmer, and was busy saying, Don't be afraid, brother, we'll stall. See if you can try to clamp down on this broken machine with your power. I can't stop with all my might. The tiger-backed patrol member's face was grim as he moved quickly through the arena, pursued by the crying Li Yiming. I'm pissed off, I can't hit back yet, this kid will be wasted when I push. Stall for a while and think of something. All 3 blushed. Usually deal with the ferocious beasts or not, outlaws or not, the situation will not be as tricky as in front of you, simply cannot exert the means, otherwise Li Yiming will be crippled even if he does not die. Just as the 3 of them were at a loss, a voice came from the direction of the arena's exit in the cold. I'll do it! Chapter 27. The gazes of the crowd coincidentally looked towards the direction of the arena's exit, and they saw that Su Yang was already running towards the center of the arena at a fast pace. However, halfway there, he was stopped by the skinny and tall patrol members. What are you? I'm his teacher, Su Yang hurriedly said. I can help. The tall and thin team member was slightly stunned. Martial Zun? No, 8th grade martial spirit. The tall and thin member of the team gave a blank stare and chided in a low voice. Come over here and make a mess, hurry up and get out, the strength of this broken machine isn't much worse than that of a Wu Zun. A single punch can knock your brains out. Just then, Li Yiming, who was chasing the tiger-back players in the arena, said urgently, Old Su, save me, save me. My teacher has the Hierophant and the harmonized power. He can block it. Li Yiming's exclamation of surprise confused the 3 patrol members present. It's not moving at all. Huanjing. This is not bullshit. Isn't that something that can only be obtained by practicing at the fucking Martial King realm? With a whoosh, the female patrol member also came to Su Yang's front, her delicate face full of doubts. Harmonization power! Count on. Sort of. Su Yang could only respond with a stiff upper lip. After all, he couldn't explain this stuff. 8th grade martial spirit realm will be able to transform power. The tall and thin player glanced at Su Yang with an odd expression. Do you believe it? The female patrol member hesitated for a moment. I believe in everything under the sun, but to make sure you're safe, I'll try your Huan Jin first. Introduce yourself, Jin Yao, 6th grade martial exalt. Su Yang's pupil shrunk violently. Crap. 6th grade martial arts honors. You could have killed me on the spot with one fucking slap. Just as Qin Yao had luck and was about to raise her hand to test Su Yang's so-called harmonization power, Su Yang spread his legs and rushed forward. No need to test, just watch with your own eyes. Qin Yao, who had just raised her palm, froze slightly and exchanged glances with the tall and thin man next to her. Rushing over there means it's a sure thing. The duo didn't chase after him, watching Su Yang rush to the center of the arena, and immediately rushed at the tiger-backed patrol member and shouted, Lead to me! You kid really knows how to transform power! Will, just draw it over! Yes! The tiger-backed man turned steeply, his body transformed into a residual shadow, just like a bow and arrow that had left the string, and came to Su Yang's heels with a fierce dash. Stand back! Su Yang lightly drank and stepped forward with one foot. He only felt a black shadow trance in front of his eyes, and in the next second, the fist covered by the exoskeleton material exploded with waves of air, and a fist ruthlessly smashed onto Su Yang's shoulder. Without any movement, or even much of a dull sound, Su Yang silently stood in place and quickly probed out his hands to directly tug on the exoskeleton that was fixed on top of Li Yiming's hands. Old Su, you're finally here! It felt like the exoskeleton couldn't move no matter how hard it pushed, a deep sense of powerlessness that nevertheless made Li Yiming so excited that tears almost fell out of his eyes. I love you! The moment he saw Li Yiming's exoskeleton being clamped down by Su Yang's hands, unable to move, the tiger-backed patrol member behind him was all of a sudden confused, scratching his head, and only after a long time did he stifle a sentence. Bull batch! Qin Yao and the tall and thin team members were also the first to arrive, and saw with their own eyes that the exoskeleton was really clamped down by Su Yang. Sure enough. There are people outside of people, and there are people outside of people. Chapter 28. Who would have thought that a youth of the 8th grade martial spirit realm would actually know the harmonization power that could only be comprehended at the martial king realm? Off the charts. Dude, bull! Kidding aside, my teacher's chemo power can even melt the acidic power of a concentrated lemon. Huh! I told you the little bugger must have slipped something into that glass of ice water. We'll clean him up when we get back. 3 of you, can't this exoskeleton be disarmed? Su Yang looked at Li Yiming's hands were still trembling. Obviously the exoskeleton was trying to get rid of its control. Just as he turned his head, the tiger-backed patrol member behind him shouted fiercely. Be careful down there! Su Yang subconsciously looked down. Li Yiming kicked his crotch directly and viciously. All the men in the room couldn't help but feel a numbness in their scalps as they watched this scene. Old Su, it's none of my business. It was the exoskeleton that kicked itself. Dude, are you okay? Su Yang didn't make a sound and was scared to the point that cold sweat broke out on his back. Fuck me. Thanks to the master's invincible. Otherwise this kick breaks the child. No, hadn't this exoskeleton absorbed the data of a large number of martial arts powerhouses? What martial arts powerhouse attacked the lower 3 roads? Or maybe it's because the exoskeleton is just a little pissed off that it can't get out of control. It can't be disassembled, Qin Yao hurriedly added. This exoskeleton is molded in one piece, there is no removable area, it can only be damaged by force. Su Yang took a look at the exoskeleton that was almost covering most of Li Yiming's body. If it was forcibly damaged, Li Yiming would probably be a total body failure. Li Yiming's face instantly panicked. Then I'm not dead! Another way is to wait for the Cloud Prime group to crack the virus and redo the system, only this time is uncertain. Knowing that there was still a solution, Su Yang was finally relieved. That's fine, let's wait to redo the system. But before that, Su Yang raised his leg in a sweeping motion and instantly knocked Li Yiming to the ground. The exoskeleton was shapeless, and it was a sight to behold as Qin Yao's trio's scalps went numb. A Huanjing powerhouse is as terrifying as this. Li Yiming, who had been smashed in the head a little confused, came back to his senses. Old Su Yu. Retaliate against me, right? Nonsense, I'm not that careful, Su Yang said with a straight face. It's just suppressed so as not to hurt anyone else. Li Yiming was lying on the ground, held down by Su Yang and unable to move. Anyway, this scene was looking at the patrol trio a little skeptical of life, especially looking at Su Yang's face without redness. It was even more unbelievable. The tall and thin man was busy inquiring about Su Yang. Dude, what's your name? Su Yang. Where do you teach? 3rd Budo High School. The tall and thin man hesitated for a moment, busy saying, We need strong people like you in the patrol team. To be a teacher, treatment cannot be as good as the patrol team welfare. On your ability of this Huanjing, do not need to take the test. Direct special recruitment. You come to the 7 groups, my captain for you. I will give you as a lower hand in the future. Qin Yao was stunned, her pretty face full of consternation, and only after a long time did she say sharply, If you want to come, you should also come to my 6th team. Being a member of the team is all rather condescending, especially since you're only at the 8th grade martial spirit realm. Well, the upside is huge. The tiger-backed man looked at Su Yang with rather sincere eyes. Su Yang, you can really consider it. It'd be a waste if you didn't come on patrol with your skills. You don't have to come to my 5th team, you're not fit to be captain. Tell you what, I'll talk to the bureau chief and ask him to step aside, and you'll take the seat of authority. Chapter 29. In the face of the olive branch thrown out by Qin Yao's trio, Su Yang was quite moved. If I really have the power of chemistry, I will resign now and go to the seat of the Kunlun Law Enforcement Bureau of Donghai City, and from today onwards I will be the bearer of the Donghai City Law Enforcement Bureau. To Su Yang's surprise, these 3 people in front of him were actually patrol leaders. I thought it was a squad member, but I didn't realize it was 3 captains acting together. You can see how tricky the exoskeleton you're suppressing at the moment is. Su Yang still knew something about the rank of the Kunlun patrol. The basic level is the patrolman, above which is the captain, and upwards there is a chief captain, and above the chief captain is the bureau chief. The chief captain is usually chosen from among the patrol leaders, and the difference in strength is not too great. And those who were able to serve as patrol leaders had strengths that started at the 6th grade martial exalt. After all, it was only this realm of strength that displayed the combat power to be able to subdue all kinds of demons and devils. Sorry. Su Yang smiled. I still prefer to be a teacher than a patrol member. People have their own aspirations, so I won't force them. The Tiger-back Team 5 captain, Lu Hai, changed his words and said, Actually, it's possible to work part-time. The tall and thin captain of the 7th team, Jiang Fan, said, Indeed you can, you have the ability to transform power like this. Usually you don't need to participate in the patrols, hang a name on it. The salary and bonus should be taken on it, unless it is met with a situation that we can't solve before we ask you to take action. Qin Yao nodded slightly. Su Yang, I think you can give it some thought. The treatment of the patrol team is really good. With your ability, the treatment you get in is enough to be on par with us. Stop it, stop it. I'd love to go, but I really can't. I have my hardships, Su Yang said through a bit of helplessness. Thank you all for your kindness. After all was said and done, seeing that Su Yang still had this attitude, the 3 captains were even more curious. What misery! We might be able to help. Please take the group of rebels in Class 5 to jail for a few days to scare them, and then send them back to me when they are honest, so that I can discipline them. Personal problems, Su Yang said. Maybe when I solve it someday, I can try to take the patrol. Don't bother, I'll leave you my contact information. Lu Hai decisively pulled out his cell phone. Just contact me directly when you figure it out one day. Direct special recruitment. If you want to add, you should add me. The captain of the 7th team, Qin Fan, busy said. Don't go to the 5th team, all a bunch of muscle men, not even a woman, will suffocate people to crazy. Come to my 7th team. Our 7th team are all talented, everyone speaks well. Qin Yao, the captain of the 6th team, just said faintly. The women's team I lead is mostly single and short on dates. Lu Hai and Qin Fan thumped in their hearts. Vile. Upon hearing this, Su Yang decisively took out his cell phone and added Qin Yao first. Team Qin, contact more in the future. Good point. Of course, it rains and pours, and you can't have too many contacts, so add Lu Hai and Qin Fan to the list. No one can say what will happen in the future. If there is an opportunity to work part-time in the patrol team in the future, Su Yang can be eager to do so, and definitely cannot say the words to death. Lu Hai still had a curious look on his face as he said, Su Yang, how did you cultivate the harmonization power? Upon hearing this, Qin Yao rolled her eyes. Don't you think that's more or less presumptuous? That's right, where did you ask that? Qin Fan busily said. Ms. Su, is third middle school still enrolling? Do you accept to enroll? I'll do the enrollment procedures tomorrow. As he spoke, he looked at Li Yiming again. Hello, classmate, what's your name? Li Yiming. Hello, Neru, please take care of Neru from now on. Li Yiming was a bit confused now. Chapter 30. 3 Patrol Leaders. 6th Grade Martial Honors. Although he wasn't exactly a top powerhouse in East Ocean City, he was already a mainstay, so how could he be so polite to Old Su, and even take the initiative to invite him to join the patrol? 12 points in the General Martial Arts course for the secondary school exam. Li Yiming High School General Martial Arts course textbook is brand new. Is Hua Jin so awesome? Seeing that the 3 captains were so curious, all Su Yang could do was smile. Secret. The good news came quickly. The engineers of Yinka Group finally cracked the virus within 25 minutes of its invasion, carried out vulnerability fixes at the first time, and passed the patch to the testers in major cities at the first time through the network. After repairs, the automated combat exoskeleton finally regained control. Fortunately, the Cloud Prime Group released a statement at the first time, seeking official intervention from Kunlun, so it did not result in a tragedy, and there were only injuries and no deaths. At the same time, CloudRock Group issued an apology statement and temporarily stopped all closed testing activities of the automated combat exoskeleton, on the one hand, to carry out system upgrades, on the other hand, to investigate the source of this virus. The direction of the investigation is 3. First, business competitors. Second, offshore forces. Third, cults. Su Yang hitchhiked back to the school on the patrol's ride. Li Yiming's movie didn't make it either, but after such a fiasco, he had long since lost the desire to watch a movie. The 3 captains said that they would not make any public announcements about what happened this time. The main reason was that once the public announcement was made, the odds were that Su Yang would have nothing to do with the patrol. 9 times out of 10, the major consortiums would snatch Su Yang up, especially those specializing in ferocious beast research. With a Huanjing powerhouse like Su Yang, what ferocious beasts couldn't be caught? Su Yang would be even more reluctant to have his secret known. He didn't think about it that much, purely afraid that after it was publicized, a whole bunch of martial arts powerhouses would come and practice on him and die young. So after returning to the school, Su Yang still had to find a way to make all the people in Class 5 keep their mouths shut. Don't pass it around. Don't let people really think that they have chemical power. When that time comes, which ungrateful one suddenly sneaks up on them, they will be able to just eat the banquet at night. And after Qin Yao and the others returned to the team, they were shouted over by the bureau chief since the first time. The situation was handled well this time. The 3 of you managed to completely suppress that exoskeleton, yet no one was hurt. Commendable. The out-of-control exoskeletons that have been occurring in many parts of the country have already caused a number of injuries to patrol leaders, and have even resulted in innocent people being implicated because of mishandling. Although the 6th grade Martial Exalt had cultivated steel and iron bones, and his flesh was able to withstand the impact of bullets, it didn't mean that he was physically immune, and he would be injured in the same way. Directorate, there's actually someone else who actually suppressed the exoskeleton. Oh? The other captains? No. Qin Yao was the first to speak out. A teacher from the 3rd Martial Arts High School, the one who was testing the exoskeleton at the time, happened to be one of his students, and in the heat of the moment, he acted with us. The bureau chief frowned. Nonsense! The strongest person in the 3rd middle school is the vice principal, still only a half-step Marshal Zun. What help can he be? Lu Hai added. That teacher knows Huan Jing. Huh. The directorate froze, thinking he'd gotten the wrong idea. You repeat that? Rohai let out an "oh." Well. Ha! Qin Fan and Qin Yao, who were on the side, exchanged glances. Brain is all muscle. Identification complete. Finished! The bureau chief's face changed greatly. His wrinkled face was full of bitterness. You can't disobey the old Ao. Old age is really not useful, have begun to hallucinate, really need to buy a hearing aid. Bureau chief, it's not a hallucination, although we also think it's outrageous, but what we have seen with our own eyes, he alone has fully suppressed and immobilized the automatic combat exoskeleton, he has indeed cultivated the harmonization power. Chapter 31. Silence fell inside the office for a moment. It took the bureau a long time to come back to his senses. The three patrol leaders had seen it with their own eyes, indicating that what Su Yan had executed was a true Huanjin. 8th grade martial spirit entry realm, cultivated Huanjing. In a way, it's not a pipe dream. This is because Huanjin is not a hard power, but an understanding of the martial way. It was indeed possible to comprehend the harmonization power with an extremely high level of martial enlightenment. Especially since what Su Yang himself cultivated was still the 9 training horizontal body technique. This type of protective mind method does make it easier to comprehend Huanjin. Remarkable! The bureau chief couldn't help but exclaim. To be able to comprehend the harmonization force at less than 30 years old, gifted and talented, with such a powerful martial arts talent, how could he go on to become a teacher? And even if you want to be a teacher, at the very least you should go to the first middle school. The bureau chief frowned. That school in the 3rd middle school is so poorly treated and it can't provide resources for cultivation, so how could it be so unthinkable to go to the 3rd middle school to become a teacher? Not to mention that the bureau chief had this doubt, the 3 captains that were more than doubtful. With such a good talent qualification, it's amazing that he just chose to go to the 3rd middle school to become a teacher. For this reason, they made a special trip to the Martial Arts Association on their way back to retrieve Su Yang's relevant information. This look is even more mind-boggling. From the beginning of elementary school until now, Su Yang's martial arts performance could be said to be mediocre. No, it was even worse than his peers. Elementary school formally stepped into martial arts, until high school graduation, spent a full 18 years of light only cultivating to the high level of the 9th grade martial artist, only stepping into the pinnacle realm during his college years. It was said that with such powerful enlightenment, how could martial arts strength be cultivated so slowly? The 3 captains then informed the bureau chief of their doubts, who pondered for a moment, and came to a realization. Understood. This young man really has great perseverance. The 3 men were listening to the clouds. How do you explain that, bureau chief? It's just that we're thinking too complicatedly. The bureau chief lamented. This young man has spent all of his 20-odd years devoting himself to the study of Huanjin, thus slacking off on his own martial arts training. This is a path that ordinary people would never dare to choose. The 3 captains were instantly enlightened, and the respect for Su Yang in their hearts suddenly rubbed off on them. That's not good. Dare to use 20 years of time to specialize in chemical power, completely is a huge gamble that does not know the future. For this is bound to pay the hardships that ordinary people cannot be imagined, do not know how many people of the same age to suffer from cynicism and ridicule. Great perseverance, great courage. Sword sharpness comes from sharpening, plum blossom fragrance comes from bitter cold. Even now, Su Yang has obviously become a great success of Huanjin, but still does not have any sharpness, decisively rejected the invitation for the patrol team, willingly living in the 3rd Martial Arts High School, continued to teach and educate people. This is the true mentality of a strong man, not taking things for granted. Not seeking fame and fortune, only planting trees and educating people. Bureau chief also couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. Only with this kind of mentality can one achieve great success in Huanjing. Su Yang, who had just come out of the registrar's office after submitting his materials, was in an exuberant mood. The salary skyrocketed by $500, and after a few more years of work, you can definitely earn over $10,000 a month by simmering out of a senior teacher's title. However, Su Yang quickly collected his exuberant mood. He is a man who wants to become a martial arts god in the future, and he can't be in such a state of mind for $500. Be calm and collected. On the contrary, Su Yang returned to the classroom and realized that the eyes of this group of retrograde disciples in Class 5 looking at him seemed to be less targeted after the morning practice this morning. 9 times out of 10, it was because Li Yiming had informed the crowd of yesterday's incident, causing this little group of guys to feel a little bit better about themselves. I have to announce something today. Su Yang thought for a moment and then said, regarding the fact that I can harmonize power, everyone try not to spread it out. Chapter 32. Su Yang was also too lazy to pretend, anyway, now that all the people in Class 5 thought that he had cultivated Huan Jin, it was just right to use this as an excuse. Is it any good? What about hush money? Su Yang pretended to ponder. I remember that every month the homeroom teacher can organize an outside practice session. I think it's better to forget about it. The pupils of the 5th class crowd shrank. What's the word for it? I don't know. Is there such a thing? Teacher, what did you just say? Su Yang twisted his head and said with a straight face. It's nothing, I'm researching where I should go for the outing practice session. Ever since Su Yang learned about Class 5's obsession with leaving school, he felt that this was really a good opportunity to cultivate the relationship between teachers and students. However, the general out practice class was actually taking students from their own class to other schools to exchange ideas and consolidate their cultivation. Su Yang had no intention of going to other schools. The main thing was that the group of guys in Class 5 really didn't hit lightly, and 9 times out of 10, something was going to happen to them when they cut and exchanged with students from other schools. What's more, talking to them about martial arts cultivation is currently equivalent to talking to a cow. No one is listening to it at all, so it would be better to find some place where we can all chat and talk together. Cultivating a good foundation of relationships first is a prerequisite for managing Class V well. And after these few days of contact, in fact, these children's hearts are not bad at all. With this thought, Su Yang just sat down and felt that his buttocks were a bit diaphragmatic and very uncomfortable. Getting up and peeling the upholstery off the chair to see the steel nail plates that some guy had snuck in, all covered in spikes. Snap! Su Yang casually threw the steel nail plate aside, soft cushions, and continued to sit down. I take back what I just said. These reprobates fucking deserve to feel the beatings of society. Next time just don't do these little tricks, it's no fun. Seeing that Su Yang didn't get hit, a hint of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the crowd underneath. Su Yang took in the demeanor of the crowd and focused on Shu Tao's state. Noticing that Shu Tao was slightly distracted, he couldn't stop scanning around. Su Yang was slightly puzzled and didn't know what Shu Tao was looking at, and after observing Shu Tao's data, he found that there wasn't anything unusual. He had already given the summary of the dual cultivation heart technique to Shu Tao himself, and he didn't know if this kid had read it carefully or not. According to an arrogant persona like Shu Tao, he must have secretly read it. It remains to be seen if it has any effect. In fact, not only Su Yang found Shu Tao's state is not quite right, the other people in Class 5 also found Shu Tao came to the classroom early this morning after the beginning of some soul, but Shu Tao are said to be fine. Since Shu Tao was unwilling to speak, the crowd knew that asking any more questions would not yield any results, and simply didn't bother. It came to nightfall in a flash. As usual, the 5th class crowd came to hack inside Li Yiming's room, and looking around, they realized that Shu Tao hadn't come again. What the hell is going on with Taozi lately? Hiding in his house for 3 big nights in a row and not coming out. I don't know what kind of cultivation task the surname Su has arranged for him. Meanwhile, at the school building, a figure sneakily touched into the classroom of the 5th class, confirming that no one was there before taking out his cell phone and turning on the flashlight, and then took out a needle and thread box, and came all the way to the side of the curtains. These little ragged holes really look all over me. It must be given a full compliment. Chapter 33. The curtains inside the classroom are usually changed every so often. After all, swords and knives in martial arts training, curtains are always relatively serious injuries, every now and then are full of all kinds of big and small holes. Shu Tao previously did not feel anything, but since the repair of the heart of the mending sky embroidery cloud needle, see a little hole in the clothing fabric feels all over the body, cannot wait to immediately sew it on. But playing with needlework was just too humiliating, and once Class 5 and Su Yang knew about it, Shu Tao felt that he was bound to be ridiculed. It was hard to hold back until the evening when I came over in the dark to do some sewing on the curtains. Shu Tao didn't know why. When he used to practice the discordant dragon divine fist technique, he felt that his heart couldn't be still at all. It was either a sense of irritation or frustration. But since he had practiced the mending heavenly embroidery cloud needle, every time he sewed his clothes he felt unusually calm inside, and it was extremely easy for him to become immersed in it. Revel in the tactile sensation of a needle and thread traveling through your fingertips, and the satisfaction of carefully repairing the cracks in each garment. The most let Shu Tao feel incredible is every piece of clothing sewing. The body breath seems to growing, and the technique is also growing steadily, from the beginning of the bump gradually familiar with. Now threading the needle is simply like Dev General silk. This feeling really made Shu Tao want to stop. It had only been 3 short days of light, and Shu Tao had already completely fallen in love with this feeling. Shu Tao, who was sewing the curtains under the light, was also unconsciously immersed in it, carefully observing every place where there was a break, and sewing carefully and conscientiously. As time went by, Shu Tao's sewing speed gradually accelerated. In a state of near oblivion, Shu Tao ghostly pinched the steel needle between his index finger and thumb, gently flicked. The steel needle drove the thin thread just through the clothing. 2 fingers changed. Another flick, the steel needle passed through from another place. Each time the force was just right. It wasn't until he realized that the opening had already been mended by himself that Shu Tao caught the bouncing steel needle with both of his fingers and woke up abruptly. What happened? Crap, too involved to react. Am I practicing some kind of stunt? Excited beyond belief, Shu Tao wanted to replicate the set of maneuvers he had just performed, once again flexing his fingers to eject the steel needle and quickly catching it with his backhand. Shu Tao hissed and silently removed the steel needle stuck in his fingertip. Again. Without a moment's effort, Shu Tao had to give up his intention of replicating the operation he had just performed. Fingers. It seems you can't force it, you have to go with the flow. It's only fair to treat it normally. Shu Tao focused his mind. He wasn't going to do any fancy stunts, he would sew the clothes first. Right at this moment, an old voice came from behind Shu Tao in a cold and unsettling manner. Stitches? Rather rare. At this instant, Shu Tao was like a frightened wildcat. Goosebumps exploded all over his body, and the whole person subconsciously jumped on both feet to escape. However, a pair of palms landed on Shu Tao's shoulders, and it was clear that he hadn't exerted any power, but Shu Tao felt as if his body was being suppressed by a huge mountain, and he couldn't move. Mechanically, he turned his head to look, only to see a wrinkled old man's face in the vague light. Shu Tao recognized it at once. This was the third form gatekeeper, Lu Lao, who had caught himself when he was ready to escape from the school by going over the wall. There was a dull ache in his ass. Grandpa, you're scaring me to death. You didn't even make a sound when you came in. I didn't bother you because I saw you sewing quite seriously, Lu Lao said indifferently. Why don't you turn on the light? I thought it was some ungrateful little thief. The gatekeepers are primarily responsible for security issues at the school, and at least one of the 4 gatekeepers patrols inside the school at night. Shu Tao had a bright idea. Well, exercise night vision. Elder Lu didn't look deeper into the matter, but only said suspiciously. Strange, if I remember correctly, what you practice should be the discordant dragon divine fist technique. At that time, when he saw that Lu Lao dared to stop him when he went over the wall, he was so angry that Shu Tao immediately performed the Pan-Dragon divine fist technique. Decided to give the ungrateful little old man a little juju shock. As a result, my butt hurt as if it wasn't my own. Yes. Chapter 34. Then how come you've practiced needlework? Dual cultivation of the heart. Elder Lu froze slightly. Nonsense. On your qualifications, I've been guarding the 3rd middle school for so many years, I've never seen a few that are worse than you. The Pan-Dragon divine fist technique can't even be understood, and you even want to double cultivate your mind. Don't curse. It was my teacher who told me to double cultivate. Shu Tao let out a dry laugh. He said that I'm a 1 in a million needlework genius. Lu Lao snorted coldly. Who is your teacher? Su Siyang. When Lu Lao heard this, he was furious. Misguided child. Lu Lao was obviously a bit angry, his voice filled with displeasure. "I'll go find this kid and ask what he's thinking." As soon as he saw that Lu Lao was about to leave with his hands behind his back, Xu Tao's face changed drastically. The gatekeeper's position in every school is quite supreme, and the principal has to be courteous when he sees him. Normally, the gatekeepers do not meddle in the affairs of the school. But if they do intervene, the principal can't even object. If Lu Lao got angry this time, Su Yang might get sacked without a doubt. At least Xu Tao still had some good feelings towards this new class teacher now, and Xu Tao really felt that Su Yang wasn't fooling himself. "Grandpa, you... listen to me explain." Elder Lu stopped and looked at Xu Tao suspiciously. "What's wrong?" "I feel that Teacher Su didn't mislead anyone." Xu Tao was busy explaining. "I'm really suitable for practicing acupuncture. The needle technique I practiced was the tonic sky embroidery cloud needle, and I got started in less than 4 hours. Upon hearing this, Elder Lu scoffed. "Nonsense, you really think you're a 1-in-a-million martial arts prodigy? Don't you see what you're made of? 4 hours to get started. 4 hours in the ground is about right for your credentials." This old man is really poking at people's lungs with his words. Wanted to hammer him so bad. "But I really got started in less than 4 hours," Xu Tao said with a serious look on his face. "I've already become a minor success in needlework now." Lu Lao swept a glance at Xu Tao's fingertips that were full of small wounds. "Oh, is that so? Accident. There's no such thing as martial arts cultivation that doesn't result in injury." Elder Lu was slightly surprised to see this eager look on Xu Tao's face. The virtues of the 5th class were known to him. After so many years of being a gatekeeper, it was the first time I saw a class that dared to escape from school by climbing over the wall in front of him, and even dared to speak out against the gatekeeper. Usually in the school is also wanton, froze, did not expect to be just as a class teacher Su Yang subdued, and now also give Su Yang a good word. It looks like these kids have found a teacher who is a good fit for them. Although the matter of letting Xu Tao double cultivation is indeed a bit misguided, making Lu Lao feel a bit unpleasant in his heart. But when you think about it, you love what you love. If Xu Tao was not happy to practice the needle technique, it was useless for Su Yang to force him. Only after a long time did Elder Lu say, "Since it was your own choice, forget it." Yes, thank you, Grandpa." Xu Tao is finally relieved, thinking how the surname Su must give me a kowtow. "If I hadn't stopped you, you'd have lost your job." As a result, the next day before dawn, Su Yang bumped into Elder Lu halfway, and just made a cupped fist salute, only to have the usually amiable Elder Lu grunt in an unfriendly manner, and turn his head to leave with his arms folded. "Yeah?" Su Yang was confused, and so were his fellow teachers. "Little Su, you made Elder Lu angry." "Nah. How could I possibly make Elder Lu angry?" "Probably menopause." Chapter 35. Su Yang racked his brain and couldn't think of where he had provoked Elder Lu. If you really can't think of anything, then you can only assume that Lu Lao has reached menopause. When he came to the classroom, he saw that the people in Class 5 were practicing in the morning. Su Yang did not disturb him and returned to the office to continue his mental practice. Su Yang's 9 training horizontal body technique was currently only cultivated to the 2nd layer of copper bone, and the progress of cultivation was only just over halfway. It was a pity that the system was unable to observe his Gongfu suitability, or else Su Yang would definitely choose to start all over again. However, after expanding the meridians and refining the chaotic qi, Su Yang could clearly feel the progress begin to speed up madly. "I practiced briefly last night, and made progress equal to the previous week's light." The cultivation method of bronze bone was not complicated. In simple terms, it was to laminate the breath on the surface of the bones of the whole body, enhancing the hardness of the bones and boosting the defense. Prior to this, Su Yang practiced quite strenuously, and it took 10 days and half a month for a finger bone to finish laminating. However, last night, he just guided the Chaos Chi to make his debut in laminating, and only half an hour later, he laminates the finger bone of his little thumb successfully, and with the Chaos Chi added. Su Yang feels that the strength of his little thumb is obviously higher than the other fingertips by a large extent. The test is relatively simple, jabbing a 2 cm thick board with your finger. While other fingers can only penetrate 2 layers of boards, the pinky can easily penetrate 3. If it wasn't for the fact that his little thumb was too short, Su Yang felt that penetrating 4 or 5 layers of wooden planks shouldn't be a problem. After thinking about it, Su Yang decided to remodel his copper bones, recoating them once more with chaotic chi to enhance the strength of his bones. You can't get fat in one sitting. Cultivation was quite exhausting in terms of energy and physical energy, and only just after covering his right hand, hunger pangs surged wildly. The nutrient solution stored in the office's small freezer was quickly swept away by Su Yang. Chaos breath is good for everything, but it's just too costly. Su Yang had to do the math. This bag of nutrient solution is also about 100 counting the subsidy. One palm costs 12,000. So expensive, this full body overlay comes down to at least tens of thousands of dollars. Su Yang immediately felt that there was a great calamity in his deposit. It's only been 2.5 years since I officially started working, and I've only saved $100,000 from my savings. In addition to the normal practice, you have to take out tens of thousands of dollars extra to recultivate the copper bones, which is completely beyond your means. Gotta find a way to increase revenue. As much as I'd like to go on patrol part-time, it wouldn't come in handy in a pinch, and I'm guessing that Twister would send himself in to step on a sewing machine for being a fraudster. The more realistic one was still to go and become a ferocious beast hunter. Nay, the threshold could not be reached. The minimum threshold of all the major consortia and companies was the 7th grade of the martial Xian realm, and even if one's strength requirements were fulfilled, I'm afraid that it would not be possible to even out in terms of time. Murderer hunters for the company and consortium services, 3 years do not open to eat 3 years, take a mission is often 10.5 months. Su Yang cannot leave school for so long, can only wait until the school vacation time to go. Other than these 2 ways, that only left the pure energy that the white whoring students got from the feedback of their promoted strength. So eager to pull the wool over the big fat sheep of Class 5. None of the family is short of money, and there is no shortage of nutrient solution at all. But as a teacher, you can't back down on principle. It's better to whore for nothing. White whoring makes me happy. Shu Tao has not moved at all in the past 2 days. The probability is that it is stuck because of the double cultivation. This arrogant monster's cultivation progress refused to disclose in the slightest, so Su Yang couldn't do anything about it for a while. Thinking about it, you can't put your eggs inside the same basket. Su Yang decisively decided to look for a suitable heart method for Li Yiming, who was the second most efficient cultivator in Class 5. Compared to Zhu Tao's nature, Li Yiming was actually quite talkative. With the matter of the exoskeleton going out of control again, Su Yang felt that Li Yiming should be more cooperative with himself now. Chapter 36. Say it and do it. Taking advantage of Class 5's morning training and toning, Su Yang went straight to the library and started searching for Li Yiming's adaptable heart technique. And among the teachers, Zhu Tao, who was meditating in tune, was attempting to perform dual qi manipulation according to the summary of the dual cultivation heart method given to him by Su Yang. The issue is indeed quite urgent. Every time Zhu Tao compressed the overbearing breath of the discordant dragon divine fist technique within his dantian without engaging in its operation, it would have to hurt for half a day. Can't get used to this stuff. Each time it hurt to come up with a new pattern, it could only be done by engaging the breath of the discordant dragon divine fist technique in the circumference of the sky as soon as possible. With an extraordinary affinity for mending the sky embroidery, cloud skill breath manipulation for Zhu Tao is indeed not much difficulty, but the breath of the Pan Long divine fist skill that is called a rebel, led it to the east, it is possible to go to the west, jerking type out of control. Originally, Zhu Tao was not well tuned to this domineering aura. After confirming that the soft breath of the heaven-mending embroidering cloud technique had begun to run around the circumference of the sky automatically, Zhu Tao could only slowly guide the overbearing breath out of his dantian and try to run it at a differential speed. It's that the timing of this entry is not well controlled at all, fast enough to tailgate, slow enough to be tailgate. After a few simple attempts, the impact caused the qi and blood in Zhu Tao's body to surge, and his entire face began to turn red. When the morning exercises were over, the people in Class 5 gradually opened their eyes and stretched, preparing to replenish some nutrient fluid. The result was that as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Zhu Tao blushing, causing the crowd to look at each other in disbelief. "Taozi, what's the situation? How come a morning walker is in a hurry to get his head out of his ass? This face is starting to turn red. The crowd felt a little bad, but they didn't dare to wake up Xu Tao. It was not clear what Xu Tao was going through at the moment, and the sudden shouting would cause Xu Tao to lose his concentration, which could lead to a major disaster if he was not careful. Where's Su? Go to the office and yell for him. Li Yiming hurriedly moved to the door of Su Yang's office, knocked on the door, shouted half a day and did not see anyone in the office to respond, twisted his head and ran back to the classroom. Old Su is not in the office, ah! Crap, he was nowhere to be seen when he should have been. Make the call, quickly! The people had felt out their cell phones and were about to call when they suddenly froze. I don't have Su's number. Neither did I. I have. Li Yiming hurriedly felt out his cell phone and dialed Su Yang's number. Su Yang, who was concentrating on finding the mental method inside the library, felt his cell phone vibrate, took it out to see that it was Li Yiming calling, slightly stunned, hurriedly walked out of the library to connect. What's wrong? Old Su, something's wrong, Li Yiming busily said. Xu Tao didn't wake up, his whole face is red and purple. Purple? Su Yang asked busily. Is it the purple color that your parents bruised when they beat you? The differential method is supposed to require constant experimentation, and this situation is bound to lead to qi and blood churning, and a reddish color is normal. Li Yiming subconsciously said. My parents didn't beat me. Su Yang was dumbfounded. Fart. You certainly don't. Because it wasn't knocked off. Chapter 37. Understanding Xu Tao's situation, Su Yang was not in a hurry. It's fine, purple is normal, as long as you're not vomiting blood. Actually, even spitting up blood is considered normal. There is always a price to pay for wanting to dual cultivate your mind. As long as they found the right time to enter, the situation would turn around and the overall strength of Xu Tao would inevitably go up a notch. Having two breaths operating at the same time, one's combat power would definitely surpass that of one's peers amongst the lower realms. Li Yiming was dumbfounded by what he heard. It's okay to be purple. What the hell is Xu Tao doing now? Don't ask me, I'm not in a good position to say, just ask Xu Tao yourselves when he wakes up. Hanging up the phone, the gazes of the people in Class 5 focused on Li Yiming. What did Su say? He said it was fine, normal, as long as he didn't vomit blood. The people in Class 5 couldn't help but roll their eyes, and they didn't know what kind of cultivation task the surname Su had arranged for Xu Tao. Exasperated, they pulled out their cell phones and stood next to Xu Tao to take pictures. Leave a black history to blackmail later. Mr. Xu Tao, you don't want your purple potato head photo to be made public, do you? Su Yang said on his lips that he was fine, but he still hurriedly left the library towards the classroom of Class 5. In order to avoid accidents, he, the teacher, definitely needed to keep an eye on the side to protect the law. However, the front foot just came to the classroom door to find that the 5th class crowd actually posed for all kinds of photos next to Xu Tao, who had already turned into a purple potato head. Su Yang's eyes glared. This group of rebels. I'm surprised the sneak peek didn't wait for me. Su Yang finally resisted the urge to take out his cell phone and take a picture of Xu Tao's purple potato head, coughed, and said in a deep voice, What are doing? When the people in Class 5 saw Su Yang had returned, they could only withdraw their cell phones with resentment. Go, 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 hurry up and replenish your energy after your morning exercise. Su Yang waved his hand and urged, Don't make a mess here. The crowd was upset, but thinking about how staying here really didn't help much, and the hunger in their stomachs was getting stronger and stronger, so they had to leave. Su Yang hung around next to Xu Tao with his back hand, pondering. Xu Tao should be trying the differential method right now, it just takes some time. However, the differential method ultimately treats the symptoms but not the root cause, and if you want to have real achievements, specializing in a mental method is the right direction. But the child was not happy to retake the course, and Su Yang had no choice. In fact, it wasn't that Su Yang couldn't do anything to help, it was just that the risk was too great. He had the chaotic qi, which was theoretically able to help Xu Tao blend the two breaths into one breath. It's not about transforming the chaos, nor is it possible to do so. Just as 1,000 readers have 1,000 Hamlets. 1,000 people practicing the same Gong method will be born with 1,000 kinds of qi. Unique. To put it simply, your qi will be incompatible when it reaches someone else's body, and will not be able to take the shape of the other person, but will only be destructive. Su Yang's vision was to use the chaotic qi to blur the energies of the two breaths, at least so that the two breaths could not clash with each other and turn enemies into friends. But it's just a theory. Su Yang has not carried out verification, and even more so, he does not dare to experiment with his own students. Chapter 38. The risk is too great. It needed Su Yang to have strong enough micromanagement of his breath, and it also needed Zhu Tao to cooperate in depth, and the whole process needed to be done in one go without cutting off the breath. Once this process failed, the chaotic qi would simply devour both breaths. Zhu Tao was again unable to control the chaotic qi, and in the end, he could only allow Su Yang to recycle the chaotic qi. Su Yang was cool, equivalent to cutting a wave of leaks and using other people's qi to nourish his own chaotic qi. But Zhu Tao was bound to suffer. Although Zhu Tao would not be forced to dissipate his power, and qi could be regenerated, he would enter a long period of weakness, during which he would basically be equivalent to a wasted person, unable to make any luck. There's no gas, shipping a dir. In short, it was just a vision, and Su Yang had little certainty at the moment. I'm not exactly skilled in the manipulation of chaotic qi right now, and I can't even achieve precise micromanagement within my own body, let alone micromanaging it within someone else's. Luckily, Zhu Tao's purple potato head didn't last long. After about half an hour, Zhu Tao's face began to gradually return to normal. Su Yang secretly sighed in relief. The differential speed method should have succeeded. Thanks to this child, seriously, to summarize their own differential speed method to read and understand, if swallowed in one lump, may really be a problem. Only after a long time did Zhu Tao slowly open his eyes, and the whole person's complexion was obviously much more spirited than even before. However, this opening of his eyes revealed that Su Yang was standing right next to him, causing Zhu Tao's face to stiffen slightly. With Zhu Tao exchanged a few times, Su Yang, which still do not know that this kid is purely dead duck mouth hard kind of type, thought about it and said, "You are practicing the turtle breath method, right?" The so-called tortoise breath method is the method of holding one's breath and faking one's death. It has nothing to do with the heart method. It is considered a survival technique because the ferocious beasts don't really love to eat dead people. Look how sweet a teacher I am. Lest you be embarrassed, the steps are all laid out for you. Zhu Tao snorted coldly. Why ask if you know? Su Yang secretly skimmed his lips and casually said, Everyone else has already gone to the cafeteria, so you should hurry to replenish your energy as well. After saying that, he didn't stop and turned around to leave. The differential speed method only allowed the two breaths to be able to run at the same time in the circumference of the sky. There would be an increase in strength but not an increase in realm. Su Yang naturally didn't whore himself out to the pure energy for nothing. It was only when he saw Su Yang leave that Zhu Tao's face revealed a trace of stealing joy. The differential speed method succeeded, and it took an unknown number of attempts before he found a correct point in time to insert the overbearing breath of the discordant dragon divine fist technique into his meridians, ensuring proper functioning. Zhu Tao could clearly feel a steady flow of power after having the two breaths added to it. This way, going forward, he could focus on the cultivation of the heaven-mending embroidery cloud needle. At least you don't have to push through the pain every time you practice. There is just one relatively fatal drawback to the differential dual method. Every time one breath grew in strength, there would be an increase in the speed of the circumferential operation, and the other breath would need to be readjusted once more. However, Zhu Tao has not considered too much now, hungry, hastily moved to run in the direction of the cafeteria. The people in Class 5 had almost eaten before they saw Zhu Tao arrive. Just want to ask, Zhu Tao came up on a practice turtle breath method to send off, thinking small Su this step to find a good, but also save me more words to explain. Su Yang was also preparing to go to the cafeteria to dry rice, however, just out of the office the cell phone rang. The caller ID was Captain Qin Yao Qin. Huh! It's not the Cloud Prime Group preparing a claim, is it? Su Yang slightly frowned. When he suppressed the automatic combat exoskeleton in order to save Li Yiming earlier, the exoskeleton was already somewhat twisted and deformed due to the reaction force. His biggest worry was that the Cloud Prime Group would come after him for a claim. How can I afford to pay for a $10 million exoskeleton? Chapter 39. Su Yang hurriedly picked up the phone. Team Qin? Mr. Su, are you busy? There is something to inform you. Su Yang was slightly stunned. Good news or bad news? Good news, Cloud Prime Group has prepared a $30,000 bonus for you. Su Yang was astonished. Cloud Prime Group didn't look for me to claim, even if it was not, but even want to send a bonus. It was only when Qin Yao explained that Su Yang realized what was going on. It turns out that among the outbreaks of automated combat exoskeletons going out of control in many parts of the country due to the virus invasion, the vast majority of the exoskeletons were forcibly destroyed by the patrols, and only a very small number of automated combat exoskeletons were left undamaged. The Cloud Prime Group donated a sum of money as a token of appreciation, which was distributed by the Kunlun law enforcement bureaus around the world, and there was a $30,000 bonus that was distributed to Su Yang, a warm-hearted citizen. Knowing what happened, Su Yang's heart was overjoyed. Don't want it for nothing, Su Yang was the first to inform Qin Yao about his account since the first time, and busily said, I'm sorry to trouble Team Qin. Just a show of hands. Qin Yao on the other end of the phone, however, did not hang up, wanting to say something. Su Yang could hear that Qin Yao seemed to have something else to ask for, but he was just too embarrassed to open his mouth and smiled. Team Qin, is there something I can help with? Mr. Su, it's hard to say on the phone, can we find a time to meet in person? Could be. Su Yang readily responded and agreed to meet at the school gate later. First of all, he ruled out the possibility that Qin Yao had a crush on him and wanted to date him. Captain Qin Yao is pretty good, but can't afford to ask for an A. Ahem, just kidding. Su Yang reckoned that it was because of the matter of harmonization power, and the probability was that he couldn't help much, but he just wasn't too good at refusing. Find out exactly what's going on before you do. It didn't take long for Su Yang to arrive at the North Gate. This kind of transient outing usually didn't need to be reported. It was just that he saw Lu Lao looking displeased from a great distance. Su Yang also wondered why Lu Lao was not too happy to see himself. Doubtful as he was, he still rushed forward and performed a cupped fist salute. Elder Lu. There was a hint of indifference in Lu Lao's words. Speak. Get out, there's someone at the school gate. Elder Lu glanced at the Kunlun patrol car parked not far from the school's entrance, feeling the faintly emanating martial Zun aura from the car, slightly puzzled. Nor did he deliberately make things difficult, letting Su Yang out the door. When Su Yang arrived next to the patrol car, Qin Yao got out of the car with him. Team Qin. Mr. Su, sorry for the trouble of making you run. No harm done, what exactly? Qin Yao swept a glance at Elder Lu, who was guarding the doorway, and said softly, Let's talk somewhere else. Su Yang nodded slightly and followed Qin Yao farther before she spoke. Mr. Su, there is an elder in my family who was backstabbed in the process of capturing a cult 20 years ago, and has not yet recovered. Su Yang was stunned. Still not healed after 20 years? The other party's dark energy hasn't disappeared yet. Even though he knew that there were cults and deviants in society, this was completely beyond Su Yang's knowledge. Dark power was actually qi that was forced to break through the opponent's defenses and strike into the opponent's body. Normally, dark power doesn't last long. Punching into an opponent's qi is the equivalent of an attack drone with batteries put in, which will automatically stop when the batteries die. What's more, the other party wouldn't sit around and wait for it to happen, and would surely use their own qi to counter it. In this case, the dark power theoretically wouldn't last long in terms of damage, and would disappear in 10 days and half a month at most. Chapter 40. As a result, the dark energy in Elder Qin Yao's body lasted for 20 whole years. Not only did it not die out, but instead it became more and more vigorous over the course of these 20 years. Qin Yao said in a deep voice. The elders in the family have been fighting against this dark energy for the past 20 years, and their physical state is getting worse and worse. Su Yang only felt outrageous after hearing this. Really, if that's the case, there's only one possibility. Not only was that cultist in a high realm of strength, and was surely holding the idea of dying together, he struck with all his might. The most terrifying thing was that the other party's dark energy was quite overbearing, and could forcefully absorb the other party's energy as a supplement, continuing to output for 20 years. Team Qin, what is the strength of that cultist? Qin Yao said with a straight face. 5th grade Martial King realm. The elders in the family are also of the 5th grade, they just haven't comprehended the harmonization force. Su Yang's scalp was numb. It was pretty much what he expected. Only the dark energy struck from this realm possessed this kind of power. It's even more awesome that Qin Yao's elders survived. However, Su Yang didn't have harmonized power, so he naturally had no idea. Even if he had the power to transform, the dark power released by a 5th grade martial king wasn't something that could be transformed just by trying to do so, and it was easy to get yourself hitched. Seeing Su Yang's silence, Qin Yao busily said, Teacher Su, you don't need to be embarrassed. Is this a hard thing to do or not to do? I could have tried if I really had the power to transform, but the problem was that I didn't. Why don't you ask your elder to try transferring the dark energy to my student, then maybe I'll be able to fix it. However, once the dark energy of a 5th grade martial arts king enters the body, as far as that strength realm of the 5th class is concerned, basically dying a violent death on the spot, and not being able to save it. Sorry, love can't help. Su Yang shook his head with a bitter smile. My realm is too low to be sure. Qin Yao waved her hand, not unhappy. It's fine. Qin Yao was well aware of the risks involved. In fact, the family had hired a 5th grade harmonization powerhouse before, but there was nothing they could do. The physical condition of the elders in the family was too bad to hold up to the strong intervention of their 5th grade martial king's aura to carry out the power transforming treatment. The process is so lengthy that it may just send people away. Su Yang was the only person Qin Yao currently knew who was able to comprehend Huan Jin at a low realm, but if he wanted to help, he could only play with his life. I'm afraid that Su Yang couldn't dissolve the dark force of a 5th grade martial king. Qin Yao actually knew that it wasn't very realistic, but she just wanted to get Su Yang's personal confirmation so that she could die. Teacher Su, then I won't take up any more of your time. Qin Yao steeled herself and smiled. If you consider joining the patrol, be sure to contact me first. Well, slow down, Team Qin. Su Yang waved his hand to send off without saying much. Actually, it's not like there's no way around it. I don't have chemistry power, but I have chaotic qi. Chaotic qi that's much more bullish than Huan Jin. Huan Jin is only able to do the transfer of the opponent's dark energy by unloading it in some way. The chaotic qi is directly able to be swallowed and turned into its own use. But it's still extremely risky. The dark energy released by the 5th grade martial arts king. I'm afraid that I'll have to follow along with it before I can absorb it. That thing is absolutely ferocious. I don't see myself being able to carry it. In the middle of his thoughts, Su Yan had already returned to the entrance of the school when he was suddenly stopped by Lu Lao's voice. What's your relationship with the Qin girl? Su Yan hurriedly returned. Friend. A word of advice, keep your dealings with the Qin family to a minimum, lest you get into trouble. Chapter 41. Su Yan had wanted to ask Lu Lao why he gave this advice, but the old man did not take care of himself during menopause. Love to talk. Su Yan was quite depressed and could only turn around and leave. After trying to search the internet for the so-called Qin family, it turned out that the only information that could be found was about Qin Yao. Qin Yao was 4 years older than himself, a 31-year-old 6th grade martial exalt. He graduated from the No. 1 Budo High School in Tokai and enrolled in Kunlun Budo University. The Kunlun Martial Arts University was one of the top 10 martial arts institutions of higher learning in China, and it was also the talent reserve university for the Kunlun Patrol. A serious man of the people. But nothing at all was found about the so-called Qin family. But Su Yan could probably guess some of it. The elders of a 5th grade martial king. 9 times out of 10, the Qin family is also a hidden martial arts clan. Just why did Elder Lu say not to get too close to the Qin family? Su Yan scratched his head, not quite understanding. But it felt like Lu's reminder was superfluous. People still don't seem to want to talk to themselves. After eating, Su Yan went straight to the library and continued to look up Li Yiming's adaptable heart technique. Li Yiming's cultivation efficiency had reached around -400%, compared to Xu Tao, who still had the 2 huge flaws of being discouraged and having a stupid qualification. The rest of Class 5 is pretty much the same. The qualification stupidity this belonged to the innate, and Su Yang had no way to deal with it. Discouragement should just be a matter of mindset, that is, feeling hopeless to cultivate oneself, and directly swinging the pendulum. Su Yang felt that as long as Li Yiming was allowed to find a suitable mindset, and there was hope, this situation of discouragement should be improved. Still using the analogical reasoning method summarized before, just all the major categories of some adaptation down, Su Yang feels a little bit not very good. Unlike Shu Tao's deduction to the needle method when a high value of fitness appeared, Li Yiming's various major categories of fitness came down to a ridiculously low fitness. The highest is still surprisingly leggy, with 22% fitness, and the rest are basically in the single digits. It's strange, doesn't the family's heart technique earth-shaking skill that Li Yiming cultivates specialize in leg techniques? How could the fitness be so low? Could it be because of the dull qualifications? The heart technique is too advanced to learn instead? Su Yang could not help but be a bit puzzled and began to perform one-to-one adaptations amongst the library of basic heart techniques that specialized in leg techniques. The library of basic mind techniques specializing in leg techniques was far more numerous than the library of needle technique mind techniques, with more than 4,000 basic mind techniques. It's got to be days' worth of work. There's no rush anyway, one book at a time. Fitnesses below 300% or less can be skipped. This cultivation efficiency of Li Yiming, only the 300% fitness of the heart method can salvage it, otherwise the cultivation efficiency may still be negative. Just as Su Yang was busy looking up the heart technique, the people of Class 5 were not idle either. The students in the other classes were basically in martial arts self-study, training hard, and they had to find something to do to pass the time, or else lying around would easily degrade their limbs, so they sat around and started to play werewolf kill. Shu Tao, however, was not in the mood. "You guys play, I'm going for a walk." "Oh." The crowd didn't care, and after Shu Tao left the classroom, he hurried straight to the roof of the teaching building with a twist of his head. After the success of the differential speed running method, Shu Tao couldn't wait to practice the heaven-mending embroidery cloud needle. It was just that in order to avoid being noticed by the people in Class 5, he still had to find a secluded place by himself. The roof of the building was deserted, just perfect for solo practice. Shu Tao casually found a seat and sat down. From the bag touched out a thumb-thin small black box, twisted open the lid. Inside all are specialized steel needles. Chapter 42. To do a good job, you must first make a good tool. Ordinary needles couldn't hold up to the destruction of a martial artist, and they could easily break with a little force. In order to cultivate the mending sky embroidery cloud technique, Shu Tao decisively spent a lot of money online to buy a set of specialized steel needles. The material was reinforced metal like the Thunderbolt needle, transformed by a ferocious beast called the Gold Eater after consuming the metal. The leap in human technology is somehow closely related to the ferocious beasts. After taking out a specialized steel needle, Shu Tao started his luck. After 3 days of practicing the mending sky embroidery cloud technique and mending an unknown number of clothes, it was slightly accomplished. A moment later, the steel needle pinched between Shu Tao's 2 fingers began to tremble slightly, which surprised Shu Tao. Crap, Laozi really is a supreme genius in practicing needlework. 1 day to get started, and 3 days to cultivate the heart technique to the second layer. Transports one's chi into the steel needles through both fingers, thus strengthening the strength and penetrating power of the needles. Cultivating to the second level was considered to be the true sense of touching the dharma of concealed weapons. But to actually shoot the steel needles out required fingering, which Shu Tao had unintentionally performed once when he was secretly sewing the curtains. Last night Shu Tao repeatedly confirmed it after returning to his dorm room. That one was the fingering technique of the tonic sky embroidery cloud needle, called the flicking needle style. And the bouncing needle style was theoretically only possible to execute when one cultivated to the last layer of the heaven-mending embroidering cloud technique, and one's realm had to be at the 7th grade martial Xian realm. I was able to unintentionally perform the flicking needle style, and I was even able to perform it at a transgressive level. 4 big, resounding words suddenly unfolded in Shu Tao's mind. Wu. God. The. Capital. But with it came endless doubt. How did Su Yang see this? Just a hunch. Shu Tao did not believe in the so-called intuition, and searched for Su Yang must have other means. After all, the fact that Su Yang was able to cultivate out the harmonization power was already incredible, and perhaps there were other unknown mysteries hidden. Is there an agenda in having me practice needlework so strongly, trying to get something out of me, or is it purely a matter of not wanting a diamond in the rough to be dusty? However, these doubts were quickly put aside by Shu Tao. No matter what the purpose was, this favor of Su Yang he remembered. When I turn into a dragon, I will return your luxury car and villa. And now, Zhu Tao also had to start revisiting the discordant dragon divine fist technique breath that seemed extremely cumbersome. The differential speed cultivation method given by Su Yang, Shu Tao didn't let go of a single word, reading it extremely carefully, and knowing even more that the differential speed cultivation method would need to be constantly adjusted in the future. When you make a break, you will suffer. Disperse and retrain or maintain the status quo. Shu Tao frowned tightly. He himself was willing to dissipate his power and recultivate, but his parents were afraid that they would not agree. The amount of effort spent on him was already quite a lot, and scattering his strength and retraining to choose a low-level basic needle technique was completely incomprehensible behavior. Even if the parents agreed, I'm afraid the family elders wouldn't agree. The Zhu family, as a large martial arts clan, had more traditional concepts, and the clan only practiced the discordant dragon divine coupon technique, with all other heart techniques being considered foreign. Originally, Zhu Tao was not popular among the Zhu family's new generation, and after changing his practice to needlework, he was expected to really become the Zhu family's sidekick. Taking a step back, the true dispersal of the power to repair and so mend the sky embroidery cloud needle into a great success is only the 7th grade of the Wu Xian realm. To this point, after that can only feel the road on their own, looking for high-level needle method to advance. But the needle method is too cold niche. Shu Tao has not even heard of the needle method of a kind of high-level mental method. The future may put themselves in a daze. Shu Tao pondered for a long time, and his expression flushed. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. I want to be a chicken. Ba, King of Needles. Chapter 43. Su Yang had been checking out the library until nightfall before leaving. It hurts my eyes to look at it. The workload is about a quarter of the way through, with no gains. The current leg technique with the highest fitness was only 67%, and Su Yang had already begun to question whether Li Yiming was really suitable for practicing leg techniques. It's the complete opposite of Zhu Tao's situation. It feels more or less like it might actually be affected by the inherent weakness of being stupidly qualified. However, there were still 3/4 of the library of heart techniques that had yet to be adapted, so Su Yang was not going to give up. It didn't take long for Su Yang to return to the door of his dormitory, only to find a figure loitering in front of his door from a great distance. Li Yiming? Su Yang saw the sneaky figure clearly and was slightly stunned. When Li Yiming saw Su Yang coming back, he hurriedly ran over. Old Su, I've been waiting for you for half a day. Where have you been? Why are you just coming back now? Library. Su Yang looked odd. Something's wrong? Come inside and talk, come inside and talk. Su Yang didn't take a moment to bring Li Yiming into his dormitory. Compared to student dormitories, faculty and staff dormitories are a bit more spacious. With 2 bedrooms, 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom, life is quite manageable. All that's missing is a Valkyrie. What do you want with me this late at night? Hey, sending you something. Li Yiming hurriedly picked up the bag stuffed full in his hands and opened it to see a bunch of fruits and snacks inside. Thanks for saving old Su's life. Su Yang didn't tense up. You're giving this away for saving your life? Huh? What else? You won't commit a crime if I give myself to you? The legal provisions are quite skillful in memorizing. Su Yang was happy, took the bag and said, No more jokes, I appreciate the thought, just honestly listen to me and practice in the future. Li Yiming was instantly filled with seriousness. I will definitely listen to you in the future. Su Yang was really quite pleased in his heart. These kids are actually just a little bit skinny, a little bit of work, but their hearts aren't really bad. It was rare that Li Yiming would take the initiative to buy some fruits and snacks, showing that this child knew how to repay kindness. However, Su Yang eventually pulled out a red envelope from inside the bag and handed it back. Actually glanced at it. This kid knows his way around the world. That won't be necessary. Don't! It's not much anyway. Consider it a token of my appreciation. Teacher, I save you is the duty and obligation, although I also want it, but the principal issue, not to be backed down. I hope that the feelings between our teachers and students is pure, not stained by interests. Su Yang smiled and handed the red envelope back. It's enough that you have this heart, everything else seems superfluous. Li Yiming nodded slightly and decisively put the red envelope away. Old Su, I really didn't misread you. Su Yang let out a heave. Say it like you've seen it right before. No kidding, I noticed you were different the minute you walked in the door. Not only is he tall and handsome, but he carries an aura of his own. Don't. Oh, then I won't say anything. Don't stop, go on. Li Yiming felt that Su Yang was more or less shameless. By the way, there's really something to ask you, Su Yang hurriedly asked. Do you know the Qin family? Li Yiming was, after all, a son of a great clan, and Su Yang felt that he should know some information. Chapter 44. It was mainly because he was made to feel bad by Lu Lao's sentence. Hate the Riddler. Li Yiming froze. Which Qin family? Do you recognize that big sister who appeared in the testing hall earlier? Which is bigger? Su Yang gave Li Yiming a blow to the back of his head. Don't drive for me, don't move and run the wheel over my face. Li Yiming scratched his head and hemmed and hawed. I've seen it a few times, I'm not familiar with it, but I know this Qin family you're talking about. Tell me about it. Li Yiming froze. Old Su, you don't not want to find someone to fall in love with, right? That one is a martial Zun, she can't look at you, besides she's still from a big martial Dao clan, surely she's joined in marriage, she can't just fall in love. Besides, Li Yiming stretched out his hands and rubbed them on his chest. It's this big. Don't fight, I'm not driving. Su Yang put his hand back. It has nothing to do with that. I just want to learn about the Qin family. There's nothing special about it. Li Yiming shrugged his shoulders and said, 20 years ago, the Qin family was quite powerful, but then the patriarch was attacked, half dead, and then gradually declined. Without a fifth-grade martial king to back them up in the East Sea, a big clan will definitely turn into a small clan. Su Yang suddenly realized. It means that other great clans are going to take their place? Normal. Li Yiming looked like he had seen it all before and said, Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp. Isn't that how my family was fucked down? Su Yang blinked. Your family has also fallen? Li Yiming's words were full of heartache. Our family is following the other big clans, to put it bluntly, it's a vassal family, and it never got up. Old Su, I have a proposition. What? You pass on the harmonization power to me, and when I become the patriarch of our clan, I'll take you to the daily club tender model. Su Yang was so angry that he laughed. I want to teach, can you learn? Li Yiming thought about it. Then forget I said it. Su Yang finally understood the meaning of Lu Lao's words. The Qin family was in a bad situation now, with all the other big clans wanting to eat it. However, a thin camel is bigger than a horse. The Qin family after all still had a martial Zun like Qin Yao to press the field. Elder Lu told himself not to get too close to the Qin family, supposedly to avoid implicating himself when the big clans were fighting each other. Kind reminder. Su Yang also listened to the advice and decisively distanced himself from the Qin family in the future. He is a little old man was involved in this kind of big clan struggle, how to die do not know. The eyes fell on Li Yiming, thinking that this child came all the way here, do a little thought work in advance. So, you're quite ambitious to be the clan leader? Li Yiming's neck rose. That's for sure, who doesn't want to be the patriarch and sleep wherever they want? Su Yang? This kid's mind is too dangerous. Why don't we just send the kid straight to jail? It's better to take a few decades off the road and get straight to justice. Suddenly feeling that Su Yang's gaze was a bit harsh, Li Yiming hurriedly waved his hand. Old Su, I'm just kidding. I hope you're just kidding. Li Yiming let out a dry laugh. Really just kidding, not to mention the patriarch. There is no place for me to eat even if the clan temple and ancestral hall are in session. With my qualifications and strength, I can only be at the table with the dogs. I also have self-awareness. Martial Arts University is probably not going to be able to get in. I'll just muddle through after high school. Li Yiming couldn't help but let out a long sigh. A waste like me. Stop. Su Yang frowned. You're not a waste. After my careful observation, little old brother, you have the qualifications of a martial god. Chapter 45. The talent of a martial god. Li Yiming scratched his head. Huh? Old Su, are you blind? No kidding, you truly have the talent of a martial god, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. Oh, then when will we have the qualifications of a martial god? In time. It's really like listening to a king. The main thing is that Su Yang currently has not found Li Yiming's adaptable gong method, not very good to fool. Bah, do more in-depth thought work. A brief trial and error so far reveals that Li Yiming is actually still ambitious. It's just good to be ambitious. I'm afraid that there is no ambition, really directly lie flat, when the time to discourage this state cannot be resolved at all. Alright, it's getting late, go back and rest. There's a morning exercise in the morning. Okay, but old Su, don't tell anyone about my sneaking in, Li Yiming hurriedly said. I came quietly. No one knows. The others haven't accepted you yet, and they're going to target me if they know I'm this close to you. On the surface, I'm definitely still on their side. Privately, I'll be sure to give you a heads up in advance if there's any important information. Okay. Once Li Yiming left, Su Yang was happy in his heart. I didn't realize that being a teacher could be experienced as a spy movie experience. After closing the door, Su Yang began to tune in and meditate for his daily evening practice. Li Yiming sneakily just walked out of the faculty and staff dormitory building, and a pair of eyes in the dimly lit green belt were full of suspicion. Why is this kid here? Sneaky! Xu Tao hid in the middle of the nearby green belt to observe secretly. He contemplated for a night, and finally decided to sneak around on his own to dissipate and recultivate. This is something the family must never know about. But at his age he must have a guardian present to go to the Martial Arts Association to dissipate and recuperate. Xu Tao thought about it, and could only go to Su Yang. As a result, I didn't expect to see Li Yiming in the middle of the road, definitely going to look for Su Yang. This wallflower, to be a mole! Xu Tao secretly snorted coldly, never expecting a traitor to appear inside the team. I don't know what kind of favor I received from Su. But on second thought, it seemed as if he was not qualified to talk about Li Yiming. Waiting for Li Yiming to walk away, Xu Tao popped out of the green belt with a whoosh, and leapt directly into the faculty dormitory building as if he were flying. In no time, Xu Tao arrived at the door of Su Yang's dormitory. Just a moment's hesitation settled in. It felt just a little too humiliating. A bite and a stomp. Yeah, as long as I'm not embarrassed, it's everyone else who's embarrassed. Boom boom boom. Su Yang, who had only just entered the state of toning, heard the knock on the door and steeply awakened, and thought that Li Yiming had returned, and hurriedly opened the door to take a look. Reflected in the eyes is a young man with his hands behind his back, looking up at the moon, standing on the stone platform of the building, slightly lonely and cold, slowly said. The high place is not cold. Su Yang blinked when he saw that the teenager was suddenly silent. No more? What about the next sentence? The teenager blushed instantly and deliberately raised his voice a few notches. Higher ground. You can't even read a poem, so why are you pretending? Come down, it's the 12th floor, you'll break your legs if you fall. The teenager didn't even look back. Higher ground. Alright. I'm fucking with you. Su Yang helplessly responded. Rise and dance and make clear shadows, why do you look like you're on Earth? Only then did the teenager turn his head, with a cold face. Not bad, a fellow traveler. Chapter 46. Jumping downwards, he went straight around Su Yang into the house with his hands behind his back. The corners of Su Yang's mouth twitched madly. I haven't seen this problem before. How can you be like this after practicing the mending sky embroidery cloud needle for a few days? Is it the cause of the mind frenzy? Su Yang closed the door, and when he turned his head, he saw Xu Tao standing at the window again, looking out at the moon. Su Yang was too lazy to care, returned to the soft cushion and sat cross-legged, saying, What's the matter of coming to me in the middle of the night? Since you ask in good faith, I'll begrudgingly tell you. The mending sky embroidery cloud technique you recommended, I think it's good, very much to my taste, But the poor speed cultivation method is ultimately treating the symptoms rather than the root cause, so I intend to dissipate my strength and recultivate. Su Yang immediately showed a stunned expression. Considered it? Uh-huh. Then you go, ah. There's no need to consult me. I can't let anyone in my family know about this matter, so take me to the Martial Arts Association to dissipate my power. Fuck off. Su Yang rolled his eyes and refused without even thinking. I'm full of shit. This kid even asked himself to take him to the Martial Arts Association to disperse his kung fu and not let his family know about it. Crap, you're a real daredevil. After all the hard work of spending so many resources on you, being lost by me as a teacher, will your family not kill me when they find out? If I report this to the school, my career as a teacher will be in ruins, and I may even have to go to jail. Jiu Tao is still looking at the moon from the windowsill. Just tell me what the conditions are. No way, Su Yang said in a bad mood. Letting your family know that I'm out of a job is still a small matter. There's no chance that I'll be sent in to step on a sewing machine. You're hurting me all right. Don't worry, I'll protect you. I'll naturally explain when the time comes. This matter is not negotiable. Su Yang's attitude was resolute. If you want to dissipate your strength and recultivate, then go back and discuss with your family. Convince them and let them take you to the Martial Arts Association to dissipate your strength. Shu Tao hesitated for a moment and let out a long sigh. You also know that this is impossible. Then you don't have to think about it. Dual cultivation heart method is fine, Su Yang said with a straight face. It's just a bit troublesome. Every time the heart method improves, it needs to be adjusted just a bit, but it's not much of a problem to steadily cultivate to the 7th grade martial Xian realm. What about later? In the future, that's your own business, Su Yang said rather helplessly. You still expect me to provide you with advanced mind techniques? If I had that ability, would I still be sitting here chatting with you? Jiu Tao fell into silence for a while. Su Yang also stopped talking and closed his eyes and started pretending to meditate. It's something he's definitely not going to help with, and it's purely self-inflicted. Teacher, help me. Su Yang didn't say anything, not moved in the slightest. Seeing Su Yang's lack of cooperation, Jiu Tao was helpless in his heart and said with a stiff upper lip, Then I'll just find someone to go by myself. With that said, he was ready to leave with his hands behind his back. Su Yang still didn't move much, still closing his eyes. I'm off. I'm really gone. Teacher, can't I stop pretending? You think of something for me. Hearing Shu Tao's tone soften, Su Yang still closed his eyes and opened his mouth. There's only one way, and that's to convince your parents. Shu Tao let out a bitter smile. The Discordant Dragon Divine Fist technique is our family's heart technique and our family's symbol. There's no way they'll let me loose. Convince them. I don't have that kind of skill, and if I can't, I'll just have to choose to dissipate my power on my own. There are various ways of dispersing power on one's own, the simplest of which is to poke oneself violently at one's lifeblood. Survival probability of 20%, surviving to dissipate the power. There is always a suitable way to send yourself away. Chapter 47. Although Su Yang didn't squeak, he couldn't help but feel a trace of worry in his heart. Self-dispersal belongs to is an extreme way. Normal people will certainly not think about it, but this group of kids in Class 5 is more or less abnormal. Especially Jiu Tao, who was of a deadly nature. There's really no telling what day you'll adopt this behavior where the risk is completely disproportionate to the reward. But to say 1,000 words, this is something that Su Yang will never let go of. He can't afford that. However, it is not as if there are no other solutions. After a long time, Su Yang opened his eyes, swept a glance at Jiu Tao and spoke. I can help you. Jiu Tao was instantly filled with excitement. Really? However, not now. Su Yang pondered for a moment and said, Whenever you cultivate to the 7th grade martial Xian realm, come and find me. I have a way to enable you to cultivate smoothly without dispersing your power. Jiu Tao couldn't help but stare, his eyes questioning. Why do I get the feeling that you're just fooling me and stalling for time? Worthy of being Class 5 Zhiga Tao, he even recognized my thoughts at a glance. In fact, Jiu Tao's choice of dispersing his power now was a very wise choice. Once the case of dispersing his power, both the aura of the Discordant Dragon Divine Fist technique and the Mending Heavenly Embroidery Cloud Needle would be completely removed, which was equivalent to formatting a wave, and then restarting the cultivation of the mending heavenly embroidery cloud needle, so that there would not be any interference from the aura of the discordant dragon divine fist technique. But now, with the objective factors, there is certainly no way to disperse the power. Su Yang admitted that he was indeed stalling for time, but he was just giving himself time. In fact, another solution is the chaotic chi, which can spare the pain of frequent adjustments of the dual cultivation mind technique without dispersing the power. So it takes time to be able to achieve a level of precise micromanagement of the chaos breath. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Su Yang in turn pretended to be high and mighty. That's the promise I made. I won't step in to help you until you reach the 7th grade martial Xian realm. Xu Tao agreed almost without much hesitation. Okay, I'll listen to you. Before that I'll do my normal dual cultivation of my mind, and I'll come to you when I'm in the 7th grade martial Xian realm this time. Won't be too long. Su Yang hummed. You can leave if there's nothing else. Master will be practicing late. Good, the student excuses himself. Good. Only then did Xu Tao leave, and Su Yang opened his eyes, speechless. He had just finished a spy movie with Li Yiming, and now he had to follow Xu Tao in a costume movie. It's exhausting to work with you guys every day. It can't be helped, who let themselves take over this 5th shift. Su Yang helplessly shrugged his shoulders and continued to practice late. His cell phone set the timer mode and began to meditate. The chaotic chi ran around the circumference of the sky and went into overdrive in the meridians. As soon as Su Yang opened his eyes, he then moved his hand to tap the stop button of the timer. It's not the first time I've seen it, but every time I look at it, every time I think it's outrageous. The corners of Su Yang's mouth couldn't be suppressed for a while. The previous run of his circumference was about 28 minutes a cycle, well below the national average of 21 minutes. Now with the addition of chaotic chi and super meridian, this time had been shortened to 18 minutes. The lift was horrible. And that was even before one was familiar with the chaotic chi. Su Yang felt that after he truly mastered the chaotic chi, this time might be compressed into 10 minutes. As for the martial gods that had been born in history, the speed of a round of circumferential operation was just around 10 minutes, and the difference would not be too great. Chapter 48. This is the foundation of a martial artist, the most important thing. The shorter the time, the faster the breath regenerates, grows and cultivates, the more resilient it will become, and the only drawback is that the energy is consumed too quickly. Su Yang had already rebought a bunch of nutrient solutions to stuff the refrigerator and the freezer in his office. Normally, only 2 circumferences are performed in a day. One is a morning practice to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and one is an evening practice to consolidate the day's cultivation. Too much circumference running will easily make the body overloaded and the meridians damaged, which is not worth the loss. My meridians have now been expanded, and theoretically I should be able to perform 3 or even 4 runs. After Su Yang replenished the 2 bags of nutrient solution, he felt that his body was completely free of any abnormalities. It's nothing like the tiredness and muscle soreness that used to hit you after 2 weekly runs. Without much hesitation, Su Yang intended to challenge his upper limit. Adjustments were made and the circumambulation was performed again. The nutrient solution inside the refrigerator also began to deplete continuously. 3rd circumferential run in good condition. The 4th weekly run is still going well. On the 5th weekly run, the muscles had begun to show soreness, but there wasn't much fatigue, and no abnormalities were felt in the meridians. On the 6th circumambulation, soreness and fatigue flooded in, and the meridians ached slightly. A total of 14 bags of nutrient solution were consumed today at a cost of 1,014. Su Yang leaned back on the bed, and could vaguely feel that his realm of strength was beginning to show signs of loosening again. The limit is 7 circumambulations, but it's too tiring to count only 6. To be able to feel the bottleneck loosening so quickly, advancing too quickly can easily lead to unstable foundations. My roots are still relatively healthy compared to Class 5 and cannot be destroyed. Slow down. The most important problem is still the lack of money, and the $30,000 bonus we just got won't last long at all. Another day of trying to get rich passes. Early the next morning, Su Yang came to the classroom of Class 5 as usual and swept the classroom. After confirming that everyone was practicing in the morning, they were ready to go to the library to continue searching for Li Yiming's adaptable heart technique. As a result, just halfway through the check, Lu Jin, the leader of the group inside the work group, asked all the teachers of the first grade group to go over to the conference room for a meeting. Su Yang couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. This kind of plenary session usually only occurred when there was a relatively urgent situation. Without much thought, Su Yang rushed to the conference room. Most of the teachers had already arrived. Su Yang exchanged a few words with the few teachers next to him. However, the other teachers didn't have any wind of what was going on either. "Okay, be quiet, be quiet." Lu Jin quickly showed up, and the inside of the conference room quickly quieted down. Unexpected situation. Lu Jin was full of seriousness. Last night, someone broke into the third middle school, a mass 6th grade martial exalt, and was repelled by the old master's joint efforts before fleeing. The old masters in Lu Jin's mouth were naturally the 4 gatekeepers. A group of teachers were suddenly filled with dismay. Su Yang also couldn't believe it when he heard it. What kind of person is so headstrong that he dares to break in knowing that there are 4 martial Zun gatekeepers in the third form? Team leader, what is the purpose of the other side? It is only possible that it is unfavorable to the students. The old masters said that the direction of the dormitory. Lu Jin said. The patrol has intervened in the investigation, for insurance purposes, after the school leaders deliberated and decided to start organizing teachers' patrols after the evening self-study to ensure the safety of students. Chapter 49. Since it was the arrangement of the school leaders and for the safety of the students, the teachers naturally cooperated. Each draws lots to form patrols in pairs. Su Yang felt that his luck was a little bit lost, and coincidentally drew the one-armed Chen Ming. This oldest brother before the front line is as a combat instructor, in the battlefield lost an arm after the retreat to the industry, arranged to the third middle school as a martial arts instructor, specializing in teaching students some practical skills, especially when facing the ferocious beasts of how to cope with such ways and means. I haven't been a teacher for as long as Su Yang, and it's only been a year by full count. Just changed jobs, from the battlefield down, body hostility is really heavy, and feel not very good to talk, not very good communication. I heard that he was idle and asked the top to find something for him to do, and finally arranged for him to come to the third form. Everyone respected him in their hearts. After all, if there weren't Chen Ming and these heroes who had thrown their heads and spilled their blood on the front line of the ferocious beasts, there wouldn't have been the present harmony and calmness of all the families. Su Yan walked over to Chen Ming with the number 17 drawn and took the initiative to speak. Brother Chen, from now on it will be the 2 of us patrolling together. Chen Ming's face was pitch black and unsmiling, he just nodded and didn't say anything else. Su Yan was not in a good position to chime in, lest Chen Ming would be unhappy. The 2 basically didn't have much interaction during the day. Chen Ming lived in deep simplicity, apart from attending classes was practicing inside his room. Occasional encounters are nothing more than nodding acquaintances. There is also a generation gap in age. Chen Ming is 48 years old this year, 1 round older than Su Yang. After the members of the teachers' patrol were all arranged, Lu Jin emphasized again. About this matter, don't spread it out for the time being, so as not to make the children nervous and on edge and disturb their cultivation. The teachers at the bottom responded. Su Yang secretly guessed whether this Wu Zun was rushing towards this group of rebellious disciples in Class 5. After all, these little guys were quite capable of stirring up trouble, plus they were the sons of a big clan, so it was impossible to say that they had messed with someone outside that they shouldn't have, and attracted retaliation. Obviously, not only did Su Yang guess this, Lu Jin also guessed this. Su Yang was left alone after the meeting was adjourned. Xiao Su, keep an extra eye on Class 5, don't let them run around blindly. I think that masked martial arts dignitary might be coming for them. After all, they're the ones who can cause the most trouble. Su Yang had wanted to retort with a sentence saying that it wasn't just the 5th class and the 3rd middle school's big family children, there were other classes as well, but he eventually gave up. This group of retrogrades in Class 5 were indeed more or less octogenarians. Director, it's time to say no. I think this masked martial Zun is more or less a bit brain-dead. Su Yang couldn't help but mutter. Doesn't he know that our school has 4 gatekeepers? Lu Jin looked around and confirmed that no one was there before whispering. 4 old masters, 2 injured, not too serious, don't say it out, they want to save face. Su Yang's scalp immediately went numb. Crap, for fighting one even hurt too, and in the end they didn't even keep the guy. That mustn't be the peak 6th grade martial honor realm? Half-step martial king? Estimated about the same. Lu Jun also had a bit of a headache. Hell, how come it's been so uneventful since school started this year? Su Yang's eyes were hidden with a hint of weakness. It couldn't be because of the butterfly effect after he had the system, could it? Oh, little Su, it just so happens that there's something I need to discuss with you. Director, I have a stomach ache, I'm going to the restroom, some other time. Su Yang spread his legs and slipped away. The corner of Lu Jun's mouth twitched. You shit for a day, ah. Young people nowadays are more or less hard to fool. Chapter 50. Lu Jun swept the marble table, shaking his head and sighing. If you can't, find a pulverizer and grind it into powder. My unspeakable secret with the marble table. When Su Yang finished his evening practice, he met up with Chen Ming after him. The campus of the 3rd middle school is not small, and the 3 grades are divided into 3 campuses, all 4 or 5 kilometers away from each other. That's why the 3 grades don't usually touch each other. Because the campus is so large, there are naturally quite a few patrols to make sure that every corner is under patrol. Teachers from both Year 2 and Year 3 teams are also patrolling their respective campuses. Su Yang and Chen Ming were mainly responsible for the vicinity of the North Gate. Meeting up as usual, the one-armed old man remained silent, just nodding his head in greeting, after which the two just patrolled the road without a word. This made Su Yang, who was more or less a chatterbox attribute, suffocated to the point that he couldn't stand it, and was even more envious of those who could be in a group with a female teacher. There were still quite a few young and pretty female teachers in the first-year group, but unfortunately there was no female martial arts goddess that Su Yang favored. After patrolling for a while, Su Yang just couldn't hold it anymore. Chen, ask you something? Uh-huh. Su Yang glanced at Chen Ming's empty right arm. Brother Chen, high-tech armament is quite developed now. Haven't you considered installing a mechanical prosthetic limb? Since Chen Ming is a career changer, the state must have a subsidy policy. Moreover, mechanical prostheses are really quite advanced nowadays, and disabled people can move smoothly after wearing them, and they can be more or less more dignified. Combined with the various roles of the producers, it doesn't cost much at all to replace a mechanical prosthetic. No need. Chen Ming couldn't see any joy or sadness coming from his face, his voice thick. One hand is enough for me to kill ferocious beasts. Su Yang hurriedly gave a thumbs up, not knowing how to take it for a moment. Chen Ming added, in the future, when you see a ferocious beast, even if it's a humanoid-type ferocious beast, don't show any mercy. Yes, I will keep that in mind. Boss thinks too highly of me. How rare is a humanoid beast? The known ones could be counted on one finger, and the counterpart was a martial emperor of the human world. I don't know if I'm lucky or unlucky that I can run into one. Chatting with Chen Ming to avoid having information about ferocious beasts and battlefields was the consensus of the first-grade teachers. People didn't want Chen Ming to recall the painful experiences on the battlefield. Brother Chen, you also know that I cultivate the 9 training horizontal body technique. Su Yang scratched his head and smiled. Basically, I don't have much experience in actual combat, and I don't know much about actual combat techniques, so I'll ask you to teach me some other day. Su Yang's current combat experience was basically accumulated from previous martial arts sparring sessions with his classmates, purely small fights. The 9 training horizontal body technique was again a protective heart technique, so if he really encountered any dangers, Su Yang belonged to the passive-aggressive type. Now that he had the chaotic chi as well as the super meridians, he definitely needed to learn some techniques and means of fighting the enemy to improve his overall combat power. Full point defense is more or less a waste of chaos chi and super meridian. Yes. Chen Ming responded and then asked, how many layers have you cultivated to now? 2nd layer copper bone. Su Yang lifted his right hand. This palm has finished laminating. Chen Ming subconsciously stretched out his left hand and squeezed Su Yang's palm, and suddenly eeped. Su Yang pretended to be puzzled. What's wrong? Chen Ming looked surprised. The feel is not right, not like the 2nd layer, more like the 3rd layer, no, the 4th layer. Chapter 51. It's weird that this feels right. After all, it was laminated with chaotic chi, and the strength must be far beyond normal copper bones. It was just that Su Yang wasn't sure what level his copper bones' strength had reached because he didn't have a reference point. And Chen Ming, who had once served as a first-line instructor, was bound to have seen a lot. However, this hand-of-bone touching skill is really let Su Yang some surprise. I can't believe this thing can be touched. Brother Chen, how did this feel out? Feelings. Chen Ming glanced seriously at Su Yang and said with a straight face. I'm not joking. No, I'm just impressed beyond words. Chen Ming's nature wasn't one that would joke around with people. Su Yang put on a look of surprise and said, Maybe it's because you've been stuck in the peak martial artist realm for too long and have been settling down for many years? Chen Ming nodded. It shows that you have put in hard work. Well, by the way, congratulations on your promotion to martial spirit. Su Yang smiled. The school circle is so big that it's impossible to keep this kind of thing under wraps. Originally, Su Yang didn't want to hide it. Having been promoted to the 8th grade of martial spirit, one's waist will finally be a bit harder after being inside the classroom circle. Talk a little louder. If it is not too old to be ashamed, or Su Yang hate to set up a promotion banquet to collect money. Brother Chen, what level does it feel like to you? Su Yang pretended to be puzzled. I also feel that the intensity is quite a bit higher than before. I'm not sure if it's because of the elevated realm. Su Yang just happened to take this opportunity to whore out a wave of strength assessment. This enables a clearer understanding of yourself from another perspective. Chen Ming pondered for a moment and gave his reply. Between the 3rd and 4th levels, I guess. Do you mind if I touch the other locations? Su Yang spread out his hands, signaling Chen Ming to feel free. Chen Ming patted some more, and a hint of eccentricity appeared on his unsmiling face. Only your right palm has this hardness, the other quality is not as good as the unusual 2nd layer. It seems you have a fondness for your right palm, and you really haven't worked on it much. Brother Chen, just with this right palm of mine alone, can it block the 7th grade martial Xian realm? It's definitely no problem to hit only your right palm, but your body can't carry it, it's too brittle, Chen Ming said with a straight face. If your whole body has your right palm at this level, the 7th grade martial Xian realm shouldn't be able to help you, and with full power and luck, you can block a martial exalt's palm without dying. Chen Ming was the peak 7th grade martial Xian realm, missing an arm and deducting a 5th. Even that is the ceiling of the strength of the 3rd grade teachers. It's the same level realm as the vice-chancellor. However, if they really wanted to fight, it was estimated that the vice-colonel coming out of the practice room should not be Chen Ming's opponent. Thanks for the guidance, Brother Chen. It should have taken a few years of light for your right palm to be practiced to this extent. Before the age of 50 you have hopes of completing a full body overlay, Chen Ming encouraged. Don't give up. Before the age of 50 you will still be able to reach the 7th grade martial Xian realm. Focusing on your cultivation, you have the hope of practicing a transverse fleshly body, and becoming a half-step martial exalt in real life. Su Yang hurriedly nodded, knowing that Chen Ming's encouragement was not malicious. Not only does it not demean him, it overvalues him. Before he didn't have the system, the peak 8th grade realm was probably the limit of what he could achieve in his entire life. The 7th grade martial Xian entry realm was actually bad enough. Martial cultivation was essentially a long process of accumulation, and those who were able to achieve it in a single cluster were not only geniuses, but also inevitably had a large amount of resources piled up behind them. You can't practice martial arts without money. However, this guidance from Chen Ming also gave Su Yang a sense of confidence in his current strength. Laminating was now very easy for him with enough energy. Completely overlaying the membrane, after the copper bone had come to fruition, the 7th grade martial Xian realm couldn't do anything to help themselves, and they could block a martial Zun's palm without dying. Although he couldn't help the other party himself, at least there was nothing wrong with saving his life. If I can't beat you, can I play dead? Chapter 52. I also know the turtle breath technique, so as long as the martial artist doesn't make up for it I can survive. However, this was just a wild thought, and Su Yang could hardly envision any situation where a martial exalt would want to kill one of his teachers. It can't be because you're jealous of your good looks. That said, Su Yang realized that he was somewhat stereotyping Chen Ming. It felt like this one-armed old man was in high maintenance and was willing to help. It was because of the lack of communication that he thought Chen Ming wasn't very talkative. Continuing his patrol, Chen Ming was in a bit of a trance. "Chen, what's wrong?" Chen Ming suddenly said for no apparent reason. "The masked martial exalt that appeared last night was very strong, not an ordinary peak realm." Su Yang was slightly stunned. He was busy acting with Li Yiming and Zhu Tao last night, and hadn't noticed anything unusual at all. "Chen, you went over to watch the battle last night?" "Well, vaguely heard some commotion and rushed over." Chen Ming looked outside the campus. "The old men joined forces to force the people out. The leader of the group said the two old men were injured." Chen Ming nodded slightly. "Yes, but the other party did not take advantage and retreated injured. Actually, it's still humiliating. 4-1 or letting one get away. Should have killed someone by the looks of the road." Su Yang's face changed slightly. "A wanted criminal?" "No." Chen Ming shook his head. "More like professionally trained, specializing in fatalities. Their body techniques are quite impressive. I'm leaning towards killer. It should be planning to sneak in, but it's too arrogant and underestimates the perception ability that the lords have practiced over time. Like this arrogant nature, will not rest until the task is completed, so then there is no solution before the patrol is going to become the norm. It is impossible to say." Chen Ming, coldly not eloquent, swept a glance at Su Yang. "We'll take the teacher down, pay attention to safety." Su Yang's heart tightened. Fear not, fear not. To be on the safe side, from tomorrow onwards, the work of finding a heart technique for Li Yiming would be suspended for now. First, he would carry out the overlay project of Chaos Qi, and increase his survival rate by completing the copper bone as soon as possible. After returning to the dormitory that night, Su Yang had to stay up all night to complete the chaotic Qi overlay on his other hand. It took until the wee hours of the morning for both pairs of hands to be considered truly copper-boned and metamorphosed. Su Yang had to endure the pain of using the nutrient solution purchased in large quantities from his savings. Budget 60,000, fierce kryptonite copper bones. The next few days, Su Yang, in addition to the morning exercise, will go to the 5th class to show their faces and the evening patrol. The rest of the time basically stay in the office or dormitory to concentrate on laminating. There were no emergencies at the time of the patrol. Another quorum patrol has stepped in and basically patrols the perimeter outside the school these days. The masked martial artist did not appear. Inside the office, Su Yang sat cross-legged, his expression inevitably a little excited. After several days of furious liver and kryptonite, Copperbone is about to become a great success. Now there is only one last, and most critical, place to go. Skull. The main difficulty lies in the control of the air, which must be stabilized throughout the process to ensure that the laminating process travels outside the skull and under the sebaceous layer the entire time, otherwise the brain and central nervous system will be injured by mistake. There are quite a few similar cases. East China Sea Martial Arts Teachers College has a number of professors have been injured, and accidentally put themselves out of the whole concussion, the most serious brain hemorrhage directly into the ICU rescue only to regain a life. Su Yang was now unusually nervous and was hesitant to make a move. Even though proficiency has skyrocketed in the last few days, not very confident. Because he caught up in 3 days what others had been doing for more than 30 years. For insurance purposes, how about booking ICU first? Chapter 53. Su Yang hesitated for a long time, still unsure. This last step is just too critical. Only after the skull has finished laminating is the skull considered truly copper-boned in the grand sense. It was just that the risk was too high, and Su Yang didn't dare to try it easily. Something must be done to reduce the risk of loss of control. Su Yang muttered for a long time, and suddenly a whimsical thought popped up in his mind. The teacher is invincible. When one takes student damage, any damage cancels out and enters invincibility. If you take care of the timing yourself, while letting the students do the matching. Once out of control, let the student attack himself, so that the damage of being out of control is naturally cancelled out. But now that I've cultivated the chaotic Qi, it doesn't seem to work to have Class 5 attack me with dark energy like before. Once these dark energies enter my body, I'm afraid that they will be swallowed up by the chaotic Qi in the first instance, and won't even be able to support me until the overlay is complete. Su Yang frowned, What was even more troublesome was that the time of laminating required a high degree of concentration. There was no way to concentrate on two things at once. However, Su Yang quickly had a solution idea and immediately sent a message to Li Yiming, asking Li Yiming to bring the thunderbolt needle to his office. Li Yiming received a message from Su Yang with a puzzled look on his face. Why do you have to bring a lightning rod to the office? However, Li Yiming did not dwell on it, and sneaked to the door of Su Yang's office on the pretext of going to the toilet to pee while the people of Class 5 were playing Wolfman Killer inside the classroom. Old Su, I'm coming, open the door. Su Yang hurriedly opened the door and let Li Yiming into the office. Did you bring the thunderbolt? Li Yiming flashed out the ejection device on his arm. I've brought it, but what are you doing? Help me practice. Huh? Li Yiming was instantly confused. Cultivate with the thunderbolt needle, Su Yang hurriedly instructed. Later on, when I start to meditate, my attention will be highly focused and there's no way to remind you, so pay attention and observe, but whenever I make any movement, you don't have any hesitation and immediately give me a shot. Didn't hear? Here. Li Yiming scratched his head, his brain buzzing. Probably the developers of the Thunderbolt needle never imagined that one day this contraption would be used as a prop to aid in cultivation. Ready yet? I'll start tuning up when I'm ready. Okay. After receiving Li Yiming's reply, Su Yang no longer hesitated and immediately entered the state of tempering. The ability to perceive the outside world began to gradually blur until the spirit was highly concentrated and began to guide the chaotic qi in the body in the direction of the skull. The chaotic qi traveled through the body in an almost serpentine fashion, and would occasionally go off track and have to be redirected back in time. In the middle of the day, the chaotic qi finally came to the skull area under Su Yang's guidance. Officially start laminating. The process of coating is equivalent to using the chaotic qi like silk threads to keep winding on the surface of the bones. When winding to a certain number, the chaotic qi that touches each other will keep intermingle, and eventually turn from a thread into a surface, forming a structure similar to a thin film. What this process has to do is to allow the chaos qi to only wrap around the surface and not penetrate inside the bone, otherwise it will lead to the failure of the lamination. Su Yang began to guide the chaotic qi to start winding around the surface of the skull. Chapter 54. Every lap was tough. Straight line guidance of chaos qi could even come out of a serpentine maneuver. Ring guidance was naturally more difficult. Almost without any surprise, just halfway through the first lap, the chaos qi deviated from its intended track and drilled directly into the interior of the skull. In an instant, Su Yang felt a tingling sensation vaguely coming from his brain. As for Li Yiming, who was observing the patient next to Su Yang, when he saw the corner of his eye jumping, he directly pressed down the ejection device without saying anything, and rushed to pull away after giving Su Yang a shot, so as not to injure himself by mistake. The next moment, the tingling sensation in the brain was all but gone. Su Yang was overjoyed. It works! At the first opportunity, he hurriedly pulled the chaos back and overlaid it again. The first lap was completed after 3 consecutive out-of-control deviations from the track. Su Yang guided the chaos qi to make a small knot at the head and tail to increase the stability of the first lap, and then started the second lap. Unconsciously, half an hour had already passed. Li Yiming had already shot a full 36 needles, and seeing Su Yang still sitting cross-legged also couldn't help but scratch his head. Although it wasn't the first time that he had seen Su Yang immune to the swift thunder needle, he still felt that the image in front of him was too outrageous. Just by looking at Su Yang, who did not show the slightest sign of wanting to awaken, Li Yiming could not help but frown as well. His raptor pin ejection device was already drained of 1/5 of its power. Thunderbolts can't be recharged, and the voltage of household electricity is too low to meet the high voltage needs of a thunderbolt. The ones used are miniature antimatter fuel cells for energy conversion. Batteries are expendable and can only be repurchased when they run out, and one costs about $50,000, for a roughly total of about 500 launches. Li Yiming had only shot a total of about 100 needles from the beginning of the school year until now, and most of them had contributed to Su Yang. I don't know how much longer old Su is going to practice. I hope I can carry this battery. Li Yiming scratched his head and didn't think much about it, still carefully staring at Su Yang's movements. But whenever there is a breeze is a needle to greet up, after a while and quickly recovered, continued to charge. It went back and forth for another half hour. The frequency of Su Yang's strange movements had obviously accelerated much faster than before. Although Li Yiming hadn't counted how many needles he had shot, the power of the ejection device was almost 2/5 depleted. Old Su? Seeing that Su Yang still didn't move, Li Yiming softly shouted. However, he saw that Su Yang did not respond in any way, obviously still immersed in his cultivation. Perception of the outside world is quite vague at this stage. 1 hour, 2 hours. In order to avoid being disturbed by Class 5, Li Yiming even turned off his cell phone and specifically guarded Su Yang's heel. It was just that Li Yiming was also very anxious at the moment. Only 1/5 of the ejection device's power was left, but Su Yang still showed no signs of wanting to wake up. There are no spare batteries in the dorms either. After all, Li Yiming had never thought that he would use up all of the Thunderbolt Needle's power in a single day. Crap, old Su isn't going to wake up yet. Li Yiming couldn't help but feel some anxiety. What should we do if we run out of power later? In the time it took to speak, he saw Su Yang's brows shrink. Li Yiming hurriedly shot out a swift thunder needle before Su Yang's expression gradually returned to normal. Seeing the power emergency, Li Yiming was also a bit at a loss. What happens when the battery runs out? By then, if old Su's cultivation goes wrong, his life might be in danger. Chapter 55. Without realizing it, the ejector mechanism of the swift pin had mostly lit up in red. Insufficient power. Crap! Li Yiming's face turned white with a brush, while Su Yang was still sitting cross-legged without awakening. What to do about it? Now there were only the last 10 raptor needles left inside the ejection device that could still be fired. Li Yiming was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Seeing another movement from Su Yang, he added another shot. 9 stitches left. However, just at this time, Li Yiming's eyes glanced at the plug-in board in the corner of the desk, and he couldn't help but blink. Lao Su has chemical power. He took almost 400 injections and nothing happened. That family uses electricity. It should be fine, right? Li Yiming wasn't so sure. The instantaneous high voltage generated by the swift pin is not lethal because it is not a sustained high voltage. That home uses electricity as long as it's not constant, not high voltage though. There's no choice now. After Li Yiming hurriedly patched up Su Yang, he rushed to the vicinity of the plug with an arrow step, disconnected the power first, and then hurriedly pulled out all the plugs on the plug board. The length was just right, just enough to be able to reach Su Yang's heel. Li Yiming hurriedly smashed the jack open, followed by 2 of Su Yang's fingers directly disliked inside the socket, followed by a roll. A hand picked up the plug of the plug board, aiming at the wall socket. He was so nervous that his breathing was shortened, and his 2 eyes stared at Su Yang with a deadpan expression. When he just saw Su Yang make a move, he immediately disliked the plug inside the plug. In the next second, Su Yang's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. I'm a genius! Li Yiming secretly breathed a sigh of relief and rushed to pull the plug when he saw Su Yang's brows stretching out. If I'd known this would work, I wouldn't have brought a lightning rod. It's a waste of a battery. Old Su must not have realized it herself. Next time, you don't have to call me to come, or else I'll still have the risk of being exposed. Wouldn't it be easier to just touch the electric door myself while practicing? After Li Yiming realized that this method worked just as well, the big stone hanging in his heart finally fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Su Yang is working on the final finishing touches of the cladding project. With the assistance of Li Yiming, the process stood out as a fierce and fast one. Round and round or not, fail and start over in a hurry. Su Yang also didn't have time to familiarize himself with the manipulation of chaotic qi. Not to mention that Su Yang was not a genius in the first place, and sudden epiphanies of luck know-how and the like were simply unrealistic. It can only be built up slowly over time. The previously entwined chaotic auras had already begun to intermingle with each other, with only a small portion of the final capping missing. After 20 wraps in one breath, and after 15 failed attempts, the top of the skull was finally wrapped in chaos. Laminating is complete. The corners of Su Yang's mouth couldn't help but start to rise upwards. Seeing this, Li Yiming decisively plugged it in and continued to discharge. As a result, he saw that Su Yang's mouth couldn't even be suppressed, and his face changed violently. Could it be that the voltage is not high enough? But where am I going to find you high-voltage electricity now? Right at this moment, Su Yang suddenly opened his eyes. Give Li Yiming a big scare. How's it going, Su? Thanks to you, the cultivation was a success. Su Yang had just finished saying this and subconsciously looked at his 2 fingers that were plugged inside the plug board. My Thunderbolt is out of battery, so I'll have to use this instead. Well, it's okay too. Li Yiming hurriedly unplugged it, and Su Yang slowly got up and couldn't help but stretch. Holding a position for a long time makes the bones a bit stiff, and there is some pressure when laminating. Stretching his muscles and bones, the chaotic film on the surface of his bones was gradually propped open even after it was molded. In an instant there was a crackling sound all over his body. Su Yang only felt relieved. Chapter 56. Li Yiming didn't feel that Su Yang's cultivation method was that rare. After all, to be able to cultivate Huan Jin, one's cultivation style must be relatively unique. Never thought it was electrified though. Old Su, don't tell me that your so-called secret method of forging the body is this. How is it possible? Su Yang blurted out. It has nothing to do with this. Li Yiming sighed in relief. That's good. All right, it's been hard on you. Hurry back and rest. Oh, okay, later. Li Yiming hurriedly lit up the ejection device inside his hand. My device is dead, I'll have to buy new batteries. Su Yang was in a good mood and subconsciously said, No problem, I'll reimburse you. How much? 50,000. Is this battery made of gold or silver? Oh, an antimatter fuel cell. That is indeed the price. Su Yang secretly laughed bitterly. How can this budget of 60,000 be doubled? It's blood money any way you count it though. Tens of millions of dollars smashed down do not see the copper bone into a great success, and it is really not rich to be able to cultivate out. I'll owe you for now and reimburse you at the end of the year when I get my bonus and performance, okay? Forget it. Li Yiming waved his hand and laughed. I'm just kidding you, you're the one who saved my life, how could I possibly ask you for money? I've got to get going, the others saw me leave for so long and I've got to figure out how I'm going to explain myself when we meet up. Okay, go for it. Li Yiming hurriedly and quietly left the office, while Su Yang stretched out his hands and slammed them against each other so hard that there was almost no pain. According to Brother Qin, now that the 7th grade Martial Xian realm has completely failed to take me, only Martial Zuns and above will be able to inflict damage on me. In a way, I'm now considered a half-step Martial Exalt in terms of defense. Su Yang was in a good mood and had to throw in the towel. Continued to search for an adapted mind for Li Yiming. However, when Li Yiming returned to the middle of the classroom apprehensively, he found that the crowd was still addicted to the world of werewolf killing and could not extricate themselves. Even when he came back to the press, no one asked him where he had been and had a good time. Li Yiming immediately felt humiliated and reached out to pat one person's shoulder. What for? The other turned his head, a little upset at being disturbed. Interrupting my train of thought. I've been out for hours. Yeah? The other person was stunned. Where have you been? Li Yiming forced out a smile. Slipping. Oh. Li Yiming raged a bit in anger. Scanning the circle, he realized that Xu Tao was still absent. Ji Tao had been going nowhere after morning practice for a number of days now, and no one cared. Class 5 has a marvelous relationship. It's only limited to being able to play pleasant games together, and playing against the teacher more in unison. Other times it mostly treats itself. Especially since they were all sons of large clans, and large clans tended to be rivals to each other. It's a good thing they didn't target each other, so naturally they don't care about the whereabouts of other people. The roof of the building. Xu Tao stretched out his right hand with 2 fingers, closed his eyes tightly, and stood against the wind. Wrapped between his 2 fingers were a dozen or so thin black threads that fluttered in the wind, while the other ends of the black threads were connected to a dozen or so dangling specialized steel needles. In the middle of the day, Xu Tao opened his eyes austere. Needle, come! In a flash, the dangling specialized steel needles flicked steeply and all of them stuck in Xu Tao's palm. Didn't ask you all to come. Chapter 57. Xu Tao endured the pain and slowly pulled out the 10 or so steel needles from his hand. Thankfully, the zap wasn't too deep. Pain after pain, Xu Tao was now in an extremely good mood. The second layer of the Mending Sky Embroidery Cloud Technique's heart technique was already close to being cultivated to completion. As long as one was able to precisely manipulate one of the steel needles when one was lucky, the second layer would be considered practiced. But this is not the use of qi to control needles. Being able to outwardly emit breath to imperial objects, that was something that could only be done at the martial emperor level. This was only a small method of the heaven mending embroidery cloud technique. The use of thin black thread as a medium to conduct breath to the special steel needle above the operation, cultivated to a certain level, can be hidden in the cuffs of the steel needle, fingertips wrapped around the thread, as long as a stroke of luck can be popped out of the steel needle, to kill the other side of a surprise. And this move of hiding a needle in the sleeve requires breath control in addition to a sufficient understanding of the human body as well as repeated training. Xu Tao was currently quite confident in his breath control. Instead, he was lacking a training opportunity. The best training object that is naturally a living person, but the question is where to find a training object that is willing to be zapped by itself. It seems like, not for nothing, a figure flashed through Xu Tao's mind at once. Wasn't Su Yang the best training target for himself? Anyway, Su Yang had harmonized power, so he wasn't afraid of being zapped at all. That night, Su Yang had just returned to his dormitory after patrolling, when the knock on his back foot sounded. This time, the door opened and a teenager stood on the balcony of the building looking at the moon with his arms folded. Su Yang didn't bother and slammed the door with a bang. That's a lot of drama. In the middle of the day, the knock on the door sounded again, and came the urgent voice of Xu Tao. Teacher, I'm not pretending, let me in. Only then did Su Yang open the door and said in a bad mood, Didn't I all say to wait for you to come back to me after your 7th grade? If you look for me now, I won't be able to help you. It's not that, Xu Tao was busy saying. It's something else, and only you can help me. What? Get in there and talk. Su Yang still let Xu Tao in. Speak. Teacher, I have now cultivated the heart technique of the heaven mending embroidery cloud technique to the second layer. No, the second layer is about to come to fruition. Xu Tao was busy saying. I urgently need a chaperone to help me break through the third layer. Oh, huh? The second layer immediately comes to fruition? Su Yang was quite dismayed in his heart. You wallflower. Although that mending heaven embroidery cloud technique was only a basic heart method, it was also something that the ancients had practiced for decades before summarizing. You cultivated to the second level in less than a week. Isn't it a bit too disrespectful to the achievements of the ancients? I would love to disrespect it for once. Su Yang carefully scrutinized Xu Tao, looking at Xu Tao holding his head high. The corner of his mouth could not even be suppressed by AK. It should be true. It's just that while the heart technique advanced so rapidly, the realm of strength didn't move at all. Obviously, the aftermath of the unstable foundation is starting to show. But there was no point in talking about this now. After all, Su Yang couldn't do anything about it. So, what do you need me to chaperone? Simple, you take off your clothes and let me zap them and practice. Su Yang felt that it wasn't a difficult request. He had read the Mending Sky Embroidery Cloud Needle's heart method, and if he wanted to truly have a real combat effect, practicing with someone was indeed the quickest and most efficient way. It's just a little bit of a pain in the ass. You're not afraid to zap me to death. Chapter 58. Xu Tao had an attitude of taking it for granted. It's not like you're not afraid of being zapped if you have harmonization power. Your attitude is displeasing to Master. Apprentice will kowtow to Master here. No need, just one request for the Master. What? Just don't give up Master when you cause trouble in the future. As much as possible. Su Yang also didn't expect that one day he would become a tool man. Just practice. Xu Tao improved his strength as soon as possible, and he himself was able to obtain energy feedback. Why not have fun with a win-win situation? By the way, take this opportunity to cultivate a good teacher-student relationship. So Su Yang decisively went bare-chested, while Xu Tao used a cell phone to turn out the human body acupuncture point map and follow the map. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. Su Yang casually found a topic. Have you seriously considered your future life now? Xu Tao responded as he pressed on. Since I have this talent, it's only natural that I won't give up on myself anymore and have my own goals in life. Su Yang's heart was happy. This operation of his was finally allowing these children to regain their confidence. What target? Zhu Tao's face was a hint of heaviness. I have a childhood friend. When I have the ability in the future, I'm going to marry her home. Damn it! You really can't tell that you're still a purist. But looking at this complicated look on Zhu Tao's face, Su Yang had a number in his heart. I'm afraid there's not much freedom in marriage for the sons of the great clans. Zhu Tao and her childhood friend grew up together and had a mutual love for each other. It's just that Zhu Tao's talent qualification is really bad, and he doesn't have the freedom to choose his marriage freely at all. And 9 times out of 10, her childhood friend is also a son of a big family. In this case, they are all just tool people used by the family to join forces and grow in strength. If you want freedom of marriage, you can only take strength for it. Su Yang sighed and said, Work hard, as long as you have the strength, in the future your love will also fall into fruition. Zhu Tao frowned. Love AF * King Twisted Love. Su Yang froze at once. Huh! That woman relies on her talent qualification is better than me. Since I was a child, she has been bullying and humiliating me. I can't even fight. Every time I can only tolerate it. Zhu Tao was furious just thinking about it, and gritted his teeth. When I have strength, I'll marry her home and knock her up. Su Yang felt that he had the right vision. The boy looks like a man with a very comfortable future. It's too judgmental. This mentality of yours is not desirable. Su Yang's face sank. Naturally, he had to take out the majesty of a teacher. This is purely a revenge mentality. It will only make you fall deeper and deeper, and ultimately be blinded by hatred. Your pattern is too small, you need to widen it. Su Yang added. You're the future flower of the motherland, the pillar of the country, the man who's going to become a martial god, the guardian of human civilization. Don't let such petty grudges be a stumbling block to you. Although at the moment the flower is a cannibalistic flower, and the material is a moving beam material, it does not delay Su Yang from correcting this slightly distorted value for Zhu Tao. Zhu Tao skimmed his mouth, a hint of boredom on his face. He didn't like being lectured since, but now that he was begging for help, he could only endure it. Taking a step back, if you really marry her home, that's not hurting the enemy in October and losing 100 billion yourself, it's not worth it. Oh. Hey! Chapter 59. Jokes aside, Su Yang had to take on the responsibility of an educator. More than martial arts cultivation, helping students develop the right values and nurturing talent is a top priority. However, Su Yang himself didn't like the fake and empty educational concepts, and he didn't want to be high and mighty with a preachy attitude. Not to mention that the students were bored, he was bored himself. It's a long time coming, so take your time to correct it. In fact, the main principle is clear in your hearts. What kind of person should become, you have a number in your own heart. Su Yang softly said. Do not ask for the top of the sky and the ground, but ask for the heart without shame on the line. Zhu Tao nodded slightly and whispered. You really are different from other teachers. I know, overly handsome, but it's just the outside of me, no need to be concerned. You're the only one in the teaching profession with that kind of shamelessness. Zhu Tao secretly rolled his eyes, and after a moment of silence he added. Anyway, I'm grateful to you. Su Yang let out a laugh and didn't respond. 1,000-mile horses often exist, but bold does not, I know this truth. Zhu Tao said seriously. If it wasn't for your guidance, I would never have come into contact with needlework in my life, much less realize that I had the talent to cultivate needlework. I will always remember this favor. Su Yang was quite pleased. If you know how to return the favor, that means you're not so bad after all. In fact, originally, these kids in Class 5 were not bad-hearted, they just owed it. Listen to Master, it will never let you suffer. Su Yang twisted his head and suddenly said, Yes, this acupoint is harder, it just so happens that my shoulder is a bit sore. These days Su Yang sat in the library for a day in order to find Li Yiming's adaptable heart technique. The shoulders are more or less sore. For a while, Su Yang couldn't help but feel emotional. You are not seeing the silent effort that Master has been making behind the scenes in order to help you guys. Zhu Tao decisively took out the milk strength to the dead press, voice some hysterical. You are in front of us to pay all. Behind the scenes to pay who can see all. It is not something unseemly. That makes sense. Su-yang quite agreed. It's better for me to pay in front of you guys next time. After pressing for a long time, Chu Tao also had a bit of hand soreness and hesitated for a moment before asking. Teacher, can I really become a martial god? This? Metaphors. Metaphors, you know? It's just saying that your talent for needlework is very good, and you have the appearance of a martial god. It's not saying that you can really become a martial god. I can't promise you that. Anything is possible, Su-yang added. But it's more realistic for you to think about how to cultivate to the 7th grade martial Xian realm first. Don't float, it's only going nowhere. Mindset should be leveled, remember to be impatient, Su-yang said again. There is no lack of geniuses in this world, not to mention the faraway, the first martial arts high school in Dahai City. Which one who can get in is not a family genius. Your family also has quite a few with your age in the first high school, right? A trace of grimness and anger suddenly appeared on Shu Tao's face. Yes. Hearing the resentment in Shu Tao's words, Su-yang was not surprised. Relations within the great clans are amicable in a very small number of cases, and most are rivals to each other. Unlike an environment like school, where resources are distributed relatively equitably, it's very uneven within the family. Drought kills drought, flood kills flood. Either a group favorite or a group bully. Interest is always the only factor in the struggle. In this kind of environment, a qualification and talent like Shu Tao's would inevitably be subject to ridicule and blank stares. Chapter 60. Either you rise up against humiliation or you give up and accept the status quo. All 5 classes apparently chose the latter. But the blood ties are there, and there will always be a share of the family's interests, even if it is small enough for them to enjoy their old age comfortably. There's a lot of people out there, and it's important to keep a humble mind at all times. Shu Tao chimed in. I understand, no pain, no gain. That depends on what environment, Su-yang corrected. If it's martial arts cultivation, that's not accurate. You didn't find the right direction for your cultivation, that's just not suffering hard, and you'll never become a human being by eating more suffering. Su-yang felt that he had the right to speak. After all, before he had taken over Class 5 himself, with regard to the negative several hundred cultivation efficiency of this group of children, there would be no point in suffering anymore, and their strength would still be regressing. So, that's why bowl is important. Su-yang grinned. Listen to your master, at the very least, your efforts are visible in return. I feel like you're pooing me, but I can't argue with that. Su-yang slightly shrugged his shoulders. Feel however you want, I simply want you guys to fight for something. For your own future. Shu Tao raised his eyebrows and smiled. Also for your title? Su-yang laughed. That's right, for the teacher I'm not how noble and selfless. Whether I can be the principal in the future depends on whether you guys are competitive or not. I suddenly feel that you are very much to my liking. Shu Tao felt that this teacher was getting better and better anyway. It's quite nice to be your student. Remember to give me a 5-star review when you graduate. Definitely. Shu Tao grinned. More than just a 5-star review for you. If I can really become a martial god, I'll definitely invite your tablet to my Zhu clan's ancestral shrine, and in the future, the entire clan will kowtow and offer incense to you every day. Shu Tao had a sincere face. I'll do as I say. Great! Entering the ancestral shrine is the highest honor of my Zhu family. My fucking last name isn't Chu. That's true. After some of this frankness, Su-yang felt that his teacher-student relationship with Shu Tao was considered a breakthrough in the true sense of the word. This rebellious disciple has finally succumbed to his master's damn charm. If only the rest of Class 5 could understand Master as well as you do. That's not very realistic. Shu Tao had already started to get his hands on the steel needles and stabbed them in Su-yang's back. It boils down to the fact that I'm not quite like them. Su-yang let Shu Tao practice his hand, not feeling it anyway, and wondered. How is it different? Class 5 is stupid except for me. As expected, as Li Yiming had said, all the people in Class 5 disliked each other. Su-yang cried and laughed. Then you guys can still play a piece? That can't be helped, I can only play a piece if I can't see my head, and besides, how can I reflect the superiority of my intelligence if I don't play a piece with them? It's true that Class 5 has a tricky angle to their thought patterns. You guys need to stick together from now on. Can't unite a bit, family ties are here, sooner or later we're all going to be rivals. Are you all this realistic at your age? Unavoidable. Xu Tao sighed and looked at Su Yang's back connected with needle marks. You are my father, quite satisfied. Chapter 61. Seeing that it was getting late, Su Yang let Xu Tao go back to the dormitory to rest first. Just come over and practice every night from now on. It was when he was on his way out that Xu Tao showed a hint of weakness on his face. Teacher, there's something I need to ask you. What? I don't suppose you'd hit a student with your hands? Su Yang was a bit puzzled and affirmed. Definitely not. How many times have you guys shaded me, and which time have you seen me return the favor? Okay, then I'm relieved. I mean, if you want to subdue the others, you mustn't make a move, they're soft eaters, not hard eaters. Su Yang felt that this child was indeed good, and had already started to consider issues from his own standpoint. Good, thanks for reminding me. Xu Tao gave a dry laugh and spread his legs. Originally, he just wanted to play a prank. After all, he was thinking that Su Yang had Hua Jin, the needle marks left on his back should quickly fade away. But it turned out that after half an hour had passed, the needle marks were still clearly visible. After returning to his room and scanning the time, Su Yang then performed the last circumference round before going to bed. In fact, this is the 7th circumambulation of the day. It was already Su Yang's limit number of times. Had to spell. Xu Tao's mending sky embroidery cloud skill was all but nearing the 2nd layer's grand completion, and it wouldn't be long before he entered the 3rd layer. Such a heart method advancement speed was too shocking. Even if the foundation was unstable, it could definitely step into the 7th grade martial Xian realm in a short period of time. Helping Xu Tao solve the problem of the dual cultivation heart technique was imminent. And it's a hurdle that everyone in Class 5 can't get around. It was impossible for everyone in Class 5 to choose to retake the course. The only way was to take the path of dual cultivation. So all face the same problem. Adjustments need to be made each time as the realm advances. And after reaching the 7th grade martial Xian realm, the dual cultivation heart technique would become a liability. The only feasible option was to confuse the attributes of the 2 streams of qi through the chaotic qi as he had envisioned earlier, blending the 2 streams of qi into one. That's why it's urgent to improve one's proficiency in the operation of chaos breath. Naturally, it can only be built up over time under normal circumstances, and the ability to micromanage accurately may not be achieved for decades. After expanding his meridians, Su Yang could compress this time to the limit. Through the limit 7 times of circumference running wild liver their chaos qi proficiency. Especially with this continuous training, the feel for manipulating the chaos breath rises extremely quickly. You definitely can't keep your savings. But that's all a minor issue. The next day, after confirming the morning practice of Class 5, Su Yang ran to the library again to continue sifting through Li Yiming's adaptable heart technique. The heart magic library was cleaned up again, but the fitness was still not high, and not even a 100% plus fit heart magic could be found. For a moment, Su Yang suspected that he might be looking in the wrong direction. The other mind fitnesses are even lower than the legs, or even only in the single digits, and the ones looked up now are in the double digits at the very least, so that should be correct. Adapt it to someone else's? Forget it, it's purely for your own troubles. Even if I find someone else's adapted mind, I'm even more heartbroken if he doesn't cooperate. I'm not fit, and it doesn't bother me if I don't know. Su Yang sifted through another half a day. The heritage passed down from the long history of martial arts in Huaxia made Su Yang feel a vague pain in his liver. Still no luck. Su Yang casually flipped through the remnants of the Mind Library's collection of scrolls. In addition to the complete heart method, there are also a number of residual volumes included for reference and study. Looking for a Leadwork scrapbook adaptation to see if it will be anything special. Fitness check in progress. The check is complete, and the fit with Li Yiming is 34% plus or minus? Huh! Plus or minus sign? Su Yang blinked. A question mark means that the mutilated part cannot be checked. Doesn't that mean that even if the missing piece is filled in, the fitness may go up or down? Su Yang instantly had an extremely bold idea. Was it possible to change the degree of adaptability by modifying the heart technique, or even modify it specifically to adapt to Li Yiming's heart technique? Normally the mind tricks are divided by tiers. Chapter 62. The 9 training horizontal body technique that Su Yang practiced was divided into 9 layers, while the mending sky embroidery cloud technique that Xu Tao was currently practicing had 6 layers. Erasing any layer is going to shift the fitness. It may be high, it may be low, or it may not even fit because a key part is missing. After this idea was born, Su Yang immediately put it into action. First, we found out the Tianxian leg mind, which currently has a fitness level of 87%. And the heavenly Xian leg heart technique had a total of 7 layers, and the highest realm could be cultivated up to the realm of martial exaltation. After Su Yang created the document, he first tried to delete the first layer of the mind for adaptation. Fitness check in progress. This technique is missing key parts and has failed to be adapted. Su Yang's eyes lit up, and after restoring the first layer of the heart technique, he tried to delete the last layer of the heart technique. Fitness check in progress. The check is complete and the fit with Li Yiming is 143%. What's going on? Su Yang's eyes glared. Huh! It's amazing that deleting the last layer skyrocketed the fitness by over 60%. Could it be because this mind is of too high a grade? Li Yiming doesn't deserve it? Su Yang scrutinized the content of the last layer of Tian Xian Leg's hard technique, which only affected the upper limit. Successful cultivation of the last layer would allow one to enter the realm of martial exaltation, but without the last layer, one could only be adapted to the peak of the 7th grade martial Xian realm. Su Yang blinked and continued. Deleted the penultimate layer of mind tricks again and checked again. Fitness check in progress. Check completed, 278% fit with Li Yiming. The fit has doubled again. The problem was that this heavenly Xian leg was left with 5 layers, and the upper limit was pulled down again, and could only be adapted to the middle stage of the 7th ranked martial Xian realm. Deleting another layer would only allow one to cultivate to the 7th grade martial Xian realm initiation. An attempt was still made. Fitness check in progress. The check is complete, and the fit with Li Yiming is 368%. Su Yang couldn't help but scratch his head. The heavenly Xian leg had been deleted by him to become the heavenly cripple leg. The fit is instead ideal. Deleting further down the page won't work. The first 4 layers are all key parts, and the last 3 layers are all advanced parts, and after deleting them, the system will indicate that they can't be adapted because of the missing key parts. What about the mending sky embroidery cloud needle? Su Yang hurriedly turned over the copy of the heaven mending embroidery cloud needle and tried to delete it from back to front. But after deleting the last layer, the fitness plummeted right down to 224%. Further down you can't delete it. The first 5 layers of the mending sky embroidery cloud technique are all part of the key parts, and you can't have one without the other. According to the data from the fitness feedback, Li Yiming is only suitable to cultivate the first 4 layers of the heavenly Xian legs, and the next 3 layers will only reduce Li Yiming's cultivation efficiency? But this upper limit is too low. It can only be adapted to the introductory stage of the 7th grade martial Xian realm. Su Yang cried and laughed a little. This meant that Li Yiming had to change his mind techniques in time after cultivating to the 7th grade martial Xian introductory realm, or else it would cause stagnation in the realm. Not absolutely, of course. Anyone who had an extremely high level of enlightenment as well as a solid foundation of martial theory was able to comprehend advanced mind techniques on their own from the basic mind techniques. But such a person Su Yang had never seen. And he currently didn't think that Xu Tao and Li Yiming would have such enlightenment. At the very least, he couldn't hope that these 2 people could comprehend advanced heart techniques on their own. However, Su Yang's current conditions were limited and he only had access to the basic mind techniques, so he was objectively out of luck. But Su Yang didn't dwell on it. After saving the first 4 layers of the heavenly Xian legs heart technique, Su Yang decided to continue his own sifting work. After all, there was still a large portion of the heart method that had not yet been screened, so it was necessary to pick out the heart method with the highest degree of suitability for Li Yiming to cultivate. That's not going to cut it. Suddenly, Su Yang only felt that a wave of pure energy was violently poured into his body, while a system beep steeply sounded in his mind. The task is completed. The newbie gift pack has been issued to the item column. Please pay attention to check. Chapter 63. Su Yang checked Shu Tao's attributes the first time he came back to his senses. Sure enough, it was upgraded from an E+ to AD. The system's realm was a major realm, so there was no change, but Su Yang knew that this was already Shu Tao's second minor realm promotion. Nowadays, his strength should have already come to the 8th grade martial spirit high level. This promotion speed is just too outrageous. It seems like using himself as practice last night should have given the kid a lot of insight. Su Yang directed the pure energy into the meridians at the first time, and after transforming it, it was tentatively stocked up within the dantian first, to be consumed slowly. Under normal circumstances, this will lead to a tingling sensation near the dantian, similar to the ant. The pain amplitude depends on the individual, but it is not sure whether it is because of the meridian expansion or this energy is fed back from Shu Tao to indirectly activate the Master Invincible Sake. Anyway, Su Yang did not feel it at all. It's a good thing to be lazy about anyway. After stocking up on pure energy, Su Yang couldn't wait to check out the newbie gift pack in the item bar. Newbie gift pack used it to obtain the exclusive skill Master Teacher's Might, a realm-breaking elixir. Su Yang directly used it without even thinking about it. Teacher's Might, exclusive epic active skill, consume a certain amount of stamina when releasing to deter students and make them feel awe. The stamina consumed and the duration of the effect will depend on the individual situation. This skill can only have an effect on the students of the bound class, with no cooldown. Good lord, that's a skill I'm missing right now. This group of rebels in Class 5 just can't help me because I have a Master Invincible, but they still don't put me in their eyes. With this skill, who dares to skin me? In his excitement, Su Yang hurriedly took another look at the realm-breaking Dan. After taking a look, the corner of Su Yang's mouth that was harder to suppress than even AK. Broken Mirror Pill. Taking this pill can ignore bottlenecks and break through the shackles of one's own strength, only effective if taken before the martial honor realm. Restricted to use only before martial exaltation, then as long as I can raise my strength to the peak 7th grade martial Xian realm I can directly bail out martial exaltation. Su Yang's mood was simply indescribable. The toughest hurdle in the path of martial Dao was the last bottleneck of the peak 7th grade martial Xian realm into martial Zun. Before martial exaltation was a process of quantitative change. As long as one continued to accumulate, one's strength would naturally break through. A martial Zun, on the other hand, was a qualitative change, and was considered to have truly stepped into the ranks of the martial arts powerhouses. I just don't know how many people have been dissuaded by this proclivity already. And now with the mirror-breaking pill, the toughest hurdle in the path of martial arts is described as a sham for Su Yang. It's a lot more real than some luxury villa. As long as one was able to step into the realm of martial exaltation, one would basically not need to worry about money. There are ways to make money. Su Yang prettily put away the mirror-breaking Dan, saving it for future impacts on martial exaltation. This system can be really real. There are good things it is really giving away. Only the excitement didn't last long. The new main quest instantly poured cold water on Su Yang. Mission update. Main task. All students in the class will reach D-level evaluation. Successful task will get a gift pack of martial arts skills, unlimited duration. Whole class D rating. The hard part wasn't boosting strength, but how to get the students in Class 5 to cooperate, and the matter of the dual cultivation heart technique to not explode into flames. Once the mine exploded, with the family background of the 5th class, he himself did not go in to step on the sewing machine is probably also expelled from the 3 middle schools. It's still necessary to rapidly increase the proficiency of the chaotic qi, and realize as soon as possible to make the 2 strands of qi blend together, so that the risk of bursting into flames can be minimized. But before that, I have to go over there and try the effect of the Master's Majesty. Su Yang had long since looked at this group of renegades with displeasure. It didn't take long for Su Yang to arrive at the door of the classroom. Unlike the other classrooms where the students were working hard to cultivate and improve their martial arts strength, the people in Class 5 were playing poker inside the classroom, having a good time. Chapter 64. In addition to studying and practicing, that's everything. Zhu Tao wasn't in the classroom and didn't know where he had gone to practice alone. Before, Su Yang was too lazy to care, mainly because it was useless to care. Although this master's might can be unleashed at any time, there will be stamina consumption. I can't just unleash it on everyone right off the bat, and then when my stamina goes poof and I fall to my knees, that would be a big shame. Su Yang pondered for a moment, and decided to randomly select a lucky adversary to test first. Standing in the doorway, he secretly swept a glance, and his gaze quickly landed on Sun Zhao. It's decided that it's you. Only then did Su Yang carry his hands behind his back and walk directly into the classroom. Hearing the commotion, the people who were playing poker swept a glance at Su Yang, didn't take it seriously, and continued to play poker. Sun Zhao is fighting the landlord with the other two people. See, Su Yang suddenly came together behind him, did not care, until Su Yang suddenly opened his mouth and said, "He has 3 2s in his hand, a pair of a." Sun Zhao was instantly furious and twisted his head. "You're fucking deliberately picking a fight, aren't you?" Su Yang's eyes were aghast. The teacher is majestic. In an instant, Su Yang felt that his physical strength began to drain madly, and the furious expression of Sun Zhao in front of him was gradually weak. His eyes began to dodge, and finally chose to hold his tongue and turned his head back again. Sun Zhao was also puzzled in his heart, not knowing why he suddenly did not dare to look directly at Su Yang. The remaining 2 people playing cards were also confused when they saw that Sun Zhao actually held his tongue and didn't make a move. What the hell? Sun Zhao actually wimped out. "Too unbridled, how dare you speak out against master?" Su Yang immediately held his head high and snorted coldly. "Come out!" After saying that, Su Yang twisted his head and walked towards the outside of the classroom. The people in Class 5 looked up with puzzled faces. "Before, we were all well-watered and still at peace with each other. What is surname Su pumping today? Besides, how can Sun Zhao listen to you? Crap." The crowd then saw Sun Zhao hesitate for a moment before suddenly getting up, directly following Su Yang out of the classroom, that is not even playing cards, have come to the door of the classroom to look. Sun Zhao came to Su Yang and lowered his head without squeaking. He didn't know why. On weekdays he really didn't put Su Yang in his eyes, but today he didn't know which one of his tendons was wrong, and just now he was a little bit afraid when he saw Su Yang in his heart. He himself didn't know what he was afraid of, anyway. He didn't dare to raise his head to meet Su Yang's eyes. As for Su Yang on the opposite side, he was happy in his heart, but his face still had a serious look on it, and he said in a deep voice, "Who let you play poker during your cultivation time? Too little regard for me." Sun Zhao was instantly enraged when he heard this. Su really did come for me. Fuck, all of them are playing poker, don't you dare to be more obvious in your targeting. Sun Zhao instantly raised his head and was about to open his mouth to go back, but as soon as he saw Su Yang's face that was full of majesty, his mouth just couldn't open. "What are you looking at? Master said a few words to you and you're still not convinced. Do you have the attitude to admit you're wrong? Stand up straight." Almost instinctively, Sun Zhao stood up straight, anger and awe fighting frantically inside his head. Su Yang's physical strength was rapidly flowing, especially when he saw that Sun Zhao's pair of legs were still there stupidly moving. He knew that this rebellious disciple was still resisting. However, my master's meridians have long since been expanded, and with the support of the Chaos Chi, although his strength has not been increased, his physical ability is not what it used to be. I'm going to make an example out of you while I'm at it. The people of Class 5 who were looking inside the classroom saw Su Yang start pointing at Sun Zhao, who was being coy. For a moment, faces looked at each other in disbelief. "No, Sun Zhao, the surname Su even wrote on your head to shit and piss. Why don't you have a fight with the surname Su?" Chapter 65. Su Yang was giving a crazy output to Sun Zhao, killing the chicken to make an example of him. "Look at you! How can you look like a son of a great clan? Being so unmotivated every day only makes you more and more despised. A great man is born to live in heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and live under others for a long time?" Of course, Su Yang knew that these words wouldn't mean much. If the group of rebels in Class 5 had listened to advice, they wouldn't have become what they are today. But how can I show my majesty as a teacher if I don't say something? I can't just stand there and stare at you too. But the drain of the master's majesty was indeed terrifying. Only after talking for about 10 minutes of effort Su Yang felt that his physical strength was already a bit exhausted. Seeing the bad situation, Su Yang had to withdraw in a hurry. Spend more time on cultivation! Su Yang snorted coldly. Go back! After saying that, Su Yang turned around and went in the direction of the office with his backhand. After Su Yang left, Sun Zhao only felt relieved. A turn of the head to see the fifth class of people are look like a ghost look at themselves. To Sun Zhao look is red in the face. Sun Zhao, why don't you fight with surname Su? Why are you suddenly such a wimp? Sun Zhao was so anxious that he defended. It's not that. What was that about? I can't say. Don't explain, everyone saw it with their own eyes, you're a disgrace. Or have you guys received favors from the surname Su? Playing a show here to make an example of us? No! Sun Zhao's eyes glared. I'm not acting. Heh, then you're just afraid of the surname Su, shame on you. And you have the nerve to say you're the son of a great clan. Seeing that the crowd was conspiratorial, Sun Zhao simply didn't listen to his explanation and turned his head away. You guys love to believe it or not? The fifth class crowd then naturally panted. Only Li Yiming had an odd heart. He, like everyone else, felt that Sun Zhao and Lao Su were cooperating in the play to kill the chicken and make an example of the monkey. In my mind, I was wondering when Sun Zhao joined the Communist Party, why don't I know? I thought I was the only undercover agent in Class 5, but I didn't realize that Sun Zhao was a comrade. But looking at Sun Zhao this way, it didn't feel like an act. Strange. After Su Yang returned to the office, he was naturally the first time to lie on the window to secretly pay attention to the direction of the classroom, and saw that Sun Zhao was extremely unhappy to leave, and was secretly happy. Master is killing 3 birds with 1 stone. One is to establish authority, the other is to make an example of them, and the third is to divide and conquer. The 5th class was originally not ironclad, was originally despised each other. This time Sun Zhao and the rest of the 5th class is already a stigma. Want to play together again, that is not easy. As long as this group of retrogrades didn't group together, it was only a matter of time before they were taken down one by one. You're too young to play mind games with me. Let Sun Zhao hang out to dry for a few days first, and then I'll take advantage of the situation when the relationship gets a little more frosty. Heh heh heh. Su Yang couldn't help but have a bad smile on his face. What the hell is going on? Sun Zhao couldn't stop muttering and couldn't figure out what went wrong. The heart is not happy, the classroom inside and cannot stay, otherwise on the 5th class that a group of guys do not know how to sneer, simply came to the roof of the building to get some air. Just when Sun Zhao was ready to push open the storm door on the roof of the building but found that it couldn't be opened, it seemed to be topped from the outside. Who the fuck even put the door on top? Chapter 66. Originally Sun Zhao was in an unpleasant mood, and without saying anything he raised his leg to deliver a fierce kick. A muffled bang, the storm door was directly kicked open by Sun Zhao, is ready to go to the roof of the small pavilion platform over to blow the wind. A raised hand Sun Zhao is directly frozen in place. Only to see Zhu Tao in the small pavilion platform holding a needle in one hand and holding the clothes in the other, just frozen in place. In order to ensure the privacy of his cultivation, every time after Zhu Tao came to the roof of the building, he used a wooden stick to hold the door to avoid other people coming. Usually a student who wants to go up to the roof will automatically leave when they find the door won't open. Never expected to be kicked off by Sun Zhao today. Caught off guard. The two of them were confused for a moment on their faces, and Sun Zhao's expression gradually became odd. What are you doing? Zhu Tao was still calm. Clothes are torn, sewing clothes. Sun Zhao gave a meaningful "oh." Is it so well equipped? Zhu Tao glanced at the organizer and needlework box beside him, his expression still calm. The work is done, the work is done. Well, you're busy. A hint of a bad smile flashed in Sun Zhao's eyes as he turned around and was about to leave. Zhu Tao felt bad at once. The whole person swept out of the small pavilion in a flash, directly blocking Sun Zhao's heel. You guys want to tell the others? No. Sun Zhao avoided Zhu Tao's biting gaze. Nonsense, I am not such a person. Zhu Tao's eyes went cold. Then you swear. Who am I to have to swear? I'll beat you up if you don't swear. Sun Zhao snorted at once. You're pretty wild. We're 50-50 in terms of strength. No one can do anything about it. What can you do to me even if I say so? A few moments later, Sun Zhao staggered and kept retreating, covering his chest and grimacing in pain. Seeing Zhu Tao walking towards him with a cold face, Sun Zhao hurriedly said, I admit defeat, okay. I swear I'll never tell a soul about this or I'll have a son with no PIs. Zhu Tao let out a cold snort, and only then did he stop. Count on you to know what's good for you. Sun Zhao rubbed his chest in pain. When did you guys secretly get promoted? Middle rank? No, you're high ranked. Zhu Tao raised an eyebrow. No comment, don't bother me, hurry up. If you reveal it, see what I'll do to you. After saying that, Zhu Tao went straight back to the small pavilion and coldly stared at Sun Zhao. Previously, Sun Zhao and Zhu Tao had exchanged blows when they hadn't been in school for 2 days. The strength is just 50-50 and you can't tell the difference. But just now a fight, Sun Zhao found Zhu Tao both speed and power than before when fighting to improve huge. The only one counterattack was also Zhu Tao easily a wobbly body to avoid over. Hit him almost no power to fight back. Crap, how did this guy's strength suddenly skyrocket? Wait a minute! Sun Zhao suddenly reacted. Since Zhu Tao and Su Yang lost a bet, Su Yang arranged for Zhu Tao to practice. Since then Zhu Tao is the whereabouts of uncertainty, and do not play with them together, even at night are staying in their own dormitory room inside, do not come out. In just a week's time, Zhu Tao's strength had risen so ridiculously. Definitely high level, otherwise it wouldn't be so much stronger. Sun Zhao's eyes narrowed as his gaze fell on Zhu Tao's fingers. He had seen Zhu Tao with band-aids on all 10 fingers before, but he didn't care about it at all. But now that he thought back, he definitely couldn't get away with the cultivation task arranged by Su Yang. Could it be that sewing clothes was the so-called secret of forging the body that Su Yang was talking about? Chapter 67. It was just that even Sun Zhao himself felt that this conclusion was a bit of bullshit when he said it. However, just by Zhu Tao whacked a meal, Sun Zhao is angry. The heart is not convinced, since it is not down-faced to ask Zhu Tao how it happened. Sun Zhao huffed and puffed and left the roof, and halfway there, he realized that the roof door had been closed by Zhu Tao again. This guy is mysterious, and sewing isn't a big deal? At most, it's just being mocked twice, as to directly make a move to force me to swear. Sun Zhao's eyes narrowed as he quickly left. On the roof of the building, Zhu Tao also had a cloudy expression. He wasn't sure if Sun Zhao would keep his mouth shut. After all, this guy wasn't exactly an honest person himself. Sewing is a small matter, and if people find out about it, they can pass it off as a hobby, and at most they will be teased a few times. Zhu Tao's biggest worry was that his practice of needlework would be discovered, and the consequences would be unimaginable. After thinking for a long time, Zhu Tao felt that it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, he is now sewing clothes as practicing. Not to mention that on Sun Zhao's lack of martial arts general knowledge, give him 10 years he will certainly not associate himself with practicing mending heaven embroidery cloud needle. No, not to mention Sun Zhao, even if other people saw it, they would just think that he was just sewing clothes. It was impossible to associate it. With this thought, Zhu Tao felt that his concerns should be redundant, and only then did he put his heart down and continued to sew up the clothes. And Sun Zhao did not return to the classroom after leaving the roof. Zhu Tao's strength had skyrocketed after only about a week of cultivation, which was definitely the special result of Su Yang's arrangement of cultivation. Sun Zhao's heart immediately craved for it. I want to improve my strength too. Who's still swinging for the fences when you have this opportunity for a power surge? I want to be strong, I want to play hard to get. However, Sun Zhao could not leave off to ask Zhu Tao, and even more so, he could not leave off his face to beg Su Yang. After all, he had just been taught a lesson by Su Yang, and going to Su Yang at this moment, that was simply a disgrace. Sun Zhao was furious at the thought that he would have to face Su Yang's smug and ugly face when he went to beg him. How can a great man bow down for 5 buckets of rice? How can I, a son of a great clan and a person of the Empress of Wushu, submit to a small teacher? After a fierce ideological struggle, Sun Zhao decisively moved to go to a supermarket, sneakily bought a needle and thread box to the clothes inside a hide and then hurriedly ran to the dormitory. Sun Zhao still decided to trust his instincts. Since Xu Tao had covered it up, it meant that the body forging secret must be inextricably linked to sewing clothes. When he returned to the dormitory, Sun Zhao began to thread a needle for the first time in his life. Because Sun Zhao cultivated the Sun family palm techniques, practicing the hands of Kung Fu, which led to both hands are full of calluses at the same time the fingers are also unusually thick. Holding the thread dislike for a long time just cannot put the line in, to Sun Zhao almost angry on the spot to lift their own table. It took a long time for Sun Zhao to calm down. As long as he could improve his strength, he could suffer anything. If you don't have that kind of patience, you definitely won't be able to improve your strength. Adjusting his mindset, Sun Zhao made another attempt. After many attempts, "Fuck it, I'm not sewing." Chapter 68. It was night time again. Su Yang returned to the dormitory after his patrol. As agreed yesterday, Xu Tao snuck in for another practice session. Su Yang just took off his clothes and turned his back to Xu Tao. Xu Tao looked at the needle marks on Su Yang's back that still had not faded, and his expression gradually became vain. "That's not right, why hasn't it gone away yet? Did I root too deep?" Just as Xu Tao was feeling uneasy in his heart, fearing that the needle marks wouldn't go away, Su Yang's puzzled voice came out. "What's wrong?" "Oh no, it's fine." Xu Tao coughed and hurriedly raised the steel needle to change the topic. "Teacher, I bumped into Sun Zhao this afternoon when I was practicing on the roof of the building." Su Yang's face changed and he busily asked, "Then what? He found out that you double cultivated acupuncture?" "No, just bumped into me sewing and practicing." Xu Tao was busy saying. "Just to be on the safe side, I beat him up and he promised not to tell." Su Yang was a bit uneasy. "He shouldn't have guessed about your dual cultivation of needlework, right?" "Don't worry, he doesn't have that brain." Xu Tao looked relaxed. "Normally there wouldn't be anyone who would associate me with the matter of dual cultivation of acupuncture either." Only then did Su Yang let out a sigh of relief. "Well, until I solve your dual cultivation heart method, this matter should be kept as secret as possible. It's good for both you and me." Xu Tao in the 5th class is relatively intelligent, so very clear about the consequences of exposure, know the stakes. After all, Xu Tao is the only one in the 5th class who only has the 2 defects of unstable foundation and incompatible heart method, unlike the others who also have the 2 defects of dull qualification and discouragement. How smart can you be when you're so dumb? But then again, when I went back to my dormitory today, I found the others nestled in Li Yiming's dormitory not knowing what to plot, and I vaguely heard you give Sun Zhao a good scolding. Xu Tao was puzzled. "What's going on?" "You heard right, I just educated Sun Zhao." Xu Tao was stunned. "He didn't fight you?" "Stand in place and don't say a word." "How is this possible? Sun Zhao belongs to the temperament of do or die. Can he stand there and be scolded?" Xu Tao looked odd. "I don't believe it." Su Yang grinned. "Master me, I have plenty of ways to clean you up." Xu Tao was noncommittal. That's something he believes. After all, it was even more outrageous for Su Yang to be able to cultivate Huan Jin at this age. "Teacher, do you patrol every day for drills?" Su Yang was about to explain the situation, but the school's senior management had already issued a notice not to inform the students about the masked martial honors hard intrusion into the school, and to unify the tone by saying that it was a safety drill, so as not to keep the students on edge and affect their martial arts practice. Although the 5th class has nothing to affect the space, after all, the pressure is not practicing, but knowing it will certainly also be nonsense, and it is not good to be worried every day. Especially Xu Tao. After spending a few days together, Su Yang felt that this child was paranoid and more prone to imagining things. "Well, drills," Su Yang casually said. "It's normalized." Xu Tao didn't take it to heart, and after thinking about it, he still said, "Teacher, my strength has increased again this morning." Su Yang was not surprised and said softly, "Treat it with a normal heart, and just abstain from arrogance and impatience. The speed of this strength increase has completely exceeded my imagination." Xu Tao couldn't help but carry a bit of excitement in his words. "The 2nd layer is also almost complete, and after practicing for a few more days, I'm confident that I'll be able to rush straight to the 3rd layer." The only trouble is that I had to take the time to readjust my breath once this morning, and it hurts more than before. Wait until your 7th grade. Zhu Tao stopped talking anyway. After deciding to recognize Su Yang as a teacher yesterday, the knot in his heart was opened at once. When you think of casting Su, you realize that heaven and earth are wide open. Chapter 69. Early the next morning, the people in Class 5 went to the classroom for morning exercises as usual. When the people on the road saw Sun Zhao, they had a look of contempt. As soon as Sun Zhao saw that everyone was showing this kind of expression, he was so angry that he walked alone. Seeing that the crowd was ignoring Sun Zhao, Zhu Tao asked in a puzzled manner, "What's going on?" "Tao Zi, yesterday you didn't see, Sun Zhao was shouted out of the classroom by surnamed Su, and was scolded by surnamed Su right on the hallway. He didn't even dare to fight with surnamed Su. Shame on you, and you still have the nerve to say you're the son of a great clan. We don't care to be in the company of such goonish ratios." The crowd did not hide the look of disgust on their faces at all. When Zhu Tao heard this, he cried and laughed in his heart. I didn't expect the old Su really gave Sun Zhao a reprimand for standing in place. But then again, if you guys read a little more, you know that it's quite a big deal for old Su to cultivate Huan Jin. You guys really think he's just a mediocre teacher? Let go of that ridiculous dignity, and hurry over to hug your thighs for a promising future. It's just that it's hard to talk a damn ghost with good words. No one knows better than Zhu Tao what this group of guys in Class 5 are like. If he opens his mouth and persuades, this group of guys will only treat themselves the same way as they treat Sun Zhao. After all, he's been this virtuous before. However, he thought that old Su must have a way to collect the crowd, so he would not get involved, lest he help. Zhu Tao glanced at Li Yiming in the middle of the crowd. This guy's got a lot of hiding to do. If it is not personally seen, Li Yiming has been to Su Yang's dormitory. Zhu Tao really will not suspect that Li Yiming is a 2-5, has already defected to the old Su, became the old Su's insider. Li Yiming had noticed Zhu Tao's gaze since, and was a bit weak. "Brother Tao, what is it?" Zhu Tao didn't make a sound and silently withdrew his gaze, causing Li Yiming to feel a little hairy in his heart. "You're so careful. It's just that you're incontinent, isn't it? Why are you so upset? I got my ass kicked. What do you expect? Besides, take a step back. If you want to find trouble, you should also go to find old Su." Li Yiming secretly slandered, looking for a night to secretly go to Zhu Tao's room to Zhu Tao kowtow one, admit a mistake? No, how can you be a human being without any bottom line or principle? I'm the man who's going to be the patriarch later. Knocking one off is definitely not an option. And bring a gift. Unconsciously, the crowd had already arrived at the classroom, and had gone to their respective positions to start their morning exercises. Just after everyone else had closed their eyes and entered the state, Sun Zhao did secretly open his eyes to peek up at Zhu Tao. "Damn, sewing clothes all night almost didn't give me a hand to tie up, and I didn't see any effect. It must be my cultivation method that's wrong. Surnamed Su's secret method of forging the body definitely has some trick to it. It's definitely not as simple as sewing clothes." After a night of calming down, Sun Zhao still decided to ask. As for whether to go to Su Yang or Zhu Tao, Sun Zhao couldn't come down with an idea. A great man can bend. I don't want my face. Since it's a shame to find anyone, it was decided decisively to toss a coin to decide. Positive Su Yang, negative Zhu Tao, and the result ended up being positive. Sun Zhao secretly made up his mind, and when the morning exercise was over, he decided to secretly make a trip to the office to look for Su Yang. In the office, Su Yang was smiling bitterly. Yesterday he finally finished sifting through the library of leg-related mental techniques, and after Zhu Tao left in the evening he worked overtime to sift through some of them, and finally sifted out 3 leg techniques. Tianxian leg, windlass bouncing leg, heavenly fire kick. After these 3 hard techniques were abridged, they all had similar fitness to Li Yiming. They were all yang attributes, and the upper limit was also the same. They could only fit up to the 7th grade martial Xian realm introductory stage. Chapter 70. The difference is the way it's practiced, and it gets weird when it's censored. After the deletion of the Tianxian leg, only one leg can be repaired, and the other leg can't be repaired without the follow-up hard technique. The windless bouncing leg deletion would only fix the bouncing ability, and the attack means were all deleted. The heavenly fire feet are the most outrageous, and when censored, they are reduced to just hot feet, scalded with boiling water, and after the advancement, scalded with red-hot cinders, to stimulate the potential through extreme temperatures. That short man inside a tall man, apparently only the censored version of the Tianxian leg, is relatively normal. Find a suitable time to do some ideological work with Li Yiming. Then, the next step is to continue to draw one lucky adversary to enjoy a package of the Master's Majesty. Su Yang specially made a lottery box and threw in the names of all 8 people except Xu Tao and Li Yiming, casting lots to decide. I tested it once yesterday with Sun Zhao and it felt good. You can come back a few more times to establish your authority as a teacher. The majesty of a teacher is more consuming than even combat. Because of the current limitations of Su Yang's strength, it could only be released one-on-one for the time being, and it couldn't last for too long, or else it would become physically exhausted. Su Yang shook the box after a mold and opened the note to take a look. Sun Zhao. Su Yang was silent for a moment, but he still threw the one with Sun Zhao's note back again. Repeatedly using Master's might against a person can really enhance the effect. But wool gathering can't be done by catching a sheep. Let you off the hook. Shake the box again for a touch and open it. Sun Zhao. Su Yang couldn't help but remain silent for a long time again. Sun Zhao, heaven's orders are hard to disobey. Master has already let you off the hook, but it's just that he's drawn you out again. Then you have only yourself to blame for your bad luck. When the morning practice ended, Xu Tao was the first to wake up and left the classroom to continue to the small pavilion on the top floor to practice alone. One by one, the others awoke, ready to work out what new tricks they should play today. Sun Zhao clearly felt that he had been isolated by the crowd, pressing on without bringing him along for a piece of the discussion. Seeing this, Sun Zhao just bristled. Doesn't matter. Who cares? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sun Zhao was ready to sneak into the office to find Su Yang. It was just that Sun Zhao had just gotten up when he caught a glimpse of a figure coming from the doorway with his hands in the air. Sun Zhao, come out for a moment! The people in Class 5 were stunned at the sound of the voice, and they all turned their heads to look at the doorway, and then turned their heads to look at Sun Zhao. He saw the expression on Sun Zhao's face gradually become complicated, and reluctantly walked out of the classroom. Just came to the front of Su Yang. Su Yang is again a serious face. Yesterday the teacher said that there is no good, seriously reflect on it. The familiar feeling came again, making Sun Zhao how he didn't dare to raise his head to meet Su Yang's eyes, and even more so, he didn't dare to open his mouth to talk back. Again. Stand in place penalty? The people in Class 5 looked at this familiar scene and rolled their eyes. Su, you're not done yet, are you? What the hell is this? Just make an example of me once, and you'll do the same thing again? Daring to be angry, Sun Zhao had 10,000 grass mud horses running wildly in his heart. Su's whipping me over and over again. I don't share the same fate as Su Yang. Chapter 71. Su Yang actually also felt that just catching Sun Zhao alone and repeatedly flogging him was indeed a bit excessive. So it is just a face questioned a few sentences. Let Sun Zhao go back to reflect on reflection, turn around and go back to the office. As soon as Su Yang left, without that sense of awe, Sun Zhao's eyes were filled with fury, itching to eat Su Yang alive. Humiliating me once is just enough. I won't get on your bad side. And you fucking humiliate repeatedly. It pisses me off. Sun Zhao was furious. All his anger had nowhere to be vented, so he wanted to find someone to fight. Huffing and puffing, he rushed into the middle of the classroom, and with a sweep of his gaze he landed directly on Li Yiming. Li Yiming, come out and fight with me! What's going on? Li Yiming looked at Sun Zhao's look of anger pulling at him, and the person was dumbfounded. No, I didn't recruit you. It's Lao Su who criticized you, not me. If you want to take it out on me, go to Lao Su. What are you looking for to piss me off? You think I'm easy to bully, don't you? It's unbelievable. Do you really think that my Li family is just a vassal family, and that you, the sons of the great families, can just make me do whatever you want? Li Yiming slammed his foot out. Brother, don't. Don't be angry, calm down, it's not good to be angry. Cut the crap and hurry up and come out. Then go easy on me. Li Yiming could only walk out of the classroom in an aggravated manner, and followed Sun Zhao as an accompanying sandbag. The other people in Class 5 couldn't help but look a little odd. It doesn't feel right all the time. Indeed. Sun Zhao doesn't look too much like he's afraid of Surname Su, or else where did he get so much fire from being scolded? The crowd carefully recalled some, indeed feel Sun Zhao is not like acting, much less afraid, was scolded more than anyone is suffocating. Could it be that Sun Zhao has some kind of handle in the hands of the Surname Su, threatening him to cooperate with the act? Why else would the Surname Su target him for 2 days in a row and not trouble us? The crowd was enlightened. Yes, absolutely. I told you how Sun Zhao could be afraid of him. He must have been threatened by the Surname Su, and he didn't dare to open his mouth to explain. Wow. Surname Su is just too despicable to use such underhanded tactics. However, what leverage does Sun Zhao have that fell into the hands of the Surname Su? I don't know. The Class 5 crowd began brainstorming. Su Yang, who was furiously livering chaotic chi proficiency inside his office, didn't know that his image in the hearts of the people in Class 5 was gradually becoming sinister and cunning. After Li Yiming's mind screening was over, Su Yang began to devote himself to the guided manipulation of the chaotic chi. However, what made Su Yang feel surprised was that the pure energy accumulated at the Dantian had not decayed after part of yesterday's consumption. Closing his eyes and sensing, he could vaguely feel a ball of pure energy at his Dantian that was no different from yesterday. But this morning's morning exercise was clearly less than it is now. Su Yang thought carefully, could it be because the energy of the nutrient solution he drank in the morning had also been refined and transformed? There was definitely no way for the human body to produce energy on its own, and the only thing Su Yang could think of was the 2 bags of nutrient solution he drank in the morning. But until then, this particular phenomenon had never been found. The pure energy that was fed back from Shu Tao's first promotion was consumed by me to impact the 8th grade martial spirit realm, and I didn't think to reserve it in my Dantian. This time the reserves are up, and the lack of any pain is already outrageous, and even the pure energy will increase? Su Yang scratched his head and was quite puzzled for a while. Thinking about it, it seemed that it was all due to the wave of chaotic chi in his body. Chaotic chi was also currently only a conceptual existence in the martial arts academic world. It was certain that there was chaos chi, but the research on chaos chi was a complete blank. However, after deducing a bit from the concept of chaotic chi, coupled with his own personal feelings, Su Yang had a rough guess. Chapter 72. Chaotic chi can help the body refine high-purity energy on its own, while having an effect on the structure of the Dantian. The Dantian is the energy center for martial artists. The circumferential operation begins and ends at the Dantian. The Dantian has the function of storing energy. At the time of the dual cultivation heart technique, it is necessary to return the other chi to the Dantian place, allowing the body to return to a relatively pristine state. Cultivation time, if the bottlenecks still have energy influx, will also tend to temporarily reserve in the Dantian, to avoid excess energy. Now, because of the influence of the chaotic chi to lead to Su Yang's Dantian storage energy function seems to be some kind of mutation. A large amount of energy storage at the same time does not produce painful side effects, and extracted energy and system feedback from the purity of the pure energy highly overlap. The grade drastically reduces the time step of the absorption conversion process. A good thing, but just too good. I can't top my savings. During this week's effort, Su Yang's savings had been depleted by half. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Su Yang had purchased the nutrient solution in batches and channels. Spending money like water. If I don't go out and make some extra money to subsidize it, I'll be broke by the end of this month. As long as the mind does not slip, there are always more ways than difficulties. The way to make money Su Yang is not, and he this strength realm is indeed nothing to be able to make money good work. There are also round not looking for him, but the way to save money is much more. Since I can stockpile energy and absorb and transform it far faster than normal, that means I can replenish it by constantly eating. My hunger has basically never stopped. Well, then the best way to save money is to eat the buffet. I got my month's worth in one meal. Big deal is getting blacklisted from the buffet. Su Yang felt that this was the most cost-effective way to replenish energy. It's just easy to get beat up. However, he was not afraid of being beaten up even though he was a copper-bone success. Of course, Su Yang also had his own principles. If this works, he'll only eat at the buffet once for his family. Eat this one and move on to the next one to avoid really eating out of someone's store. Nay, the compensatory and public vacations were all used up by Su Yang. He had already taken a leave of absence from work once before when he went to the Martial Arts Association to get his realm recognized, and he would have to wait until next week to take a leave of absence. Not to mention the fact that it's a special time, and it's hard to say whether or not you'll be able to grant leave. There's no rush anyway. After Sun Zhao fought with Li Yiming, his heart was finally much more comfortable. However, Su Yang's repeated humiliation had made Sun Zhao already break the idea of going to Su Yang. Then we have to go to Zhu Tao. However, Sun Zhao also understood Zhu Tao's virtue, and would definitely not tell himself the secret of body forging. I don't believe I can't figure it out on my own. Sun Zhao ran through his thoughts properly. Since it was a body forging secret method, it was definitely meant to refine one's physical body. Moreover, the surname Su swore that as long as they practiced in the morning for a month, they would pass on the secret method of body forging, which means that this secret method of body forging is definitely applicable to everyone. Sun Zhao felt that he was overlooking some detail. After returning to the dormitory, Sun Zhao touched the needle and thread box again. Suddenly, after thinking hard about it, it suddenly clicked. I know! Zhu Tao had band-aids on all his fingers before. Sewing is just a gimmick, the real key is the finger pricking. 10 fingers, use pain to stimulate the body's potential. Damn, I'm just too damn smart. Kazaa! Chapter 73. Late afternoon. Li Yiming, who almost fell apart, returned to his dormitory room and rested for a long time before he was able to get his strength back. It hurts everywhere. Li Yiming felt that he needed to request old Su to impart the secret body forging method to him in advance. That way, it wouldn't be so hard for the rest of Class 5 to use themselves as accompanying sandbags in the future. Although he was very upset that the 5th class people were bullying him so much, Li Yiming couldn't do anything about it. The family discipleship would represent his 5th class of discipleship. The family cannot be up, he in front of the children of the big family can only be a small minion, let people bully and humiliate. No one wanted to be bullied for the rest of their lives, and Li Yiming was no different. Therefore, hold tight to the old Su thigh, but wherever you can learn a move from the old Su, Li Yiming feels that he has the capital to rise. Now all that's left to do is to be that insider. But it's Zhu Tao who's in trouble now. Li Yiming recalled Zhu Tao's eyes in the morning and shuddered a little, feeling that Zhu Tao must still hold a grudge against him. It's not good to be missed by Zhu Tao. The discordant dragon divine fist technique was too overbearing, and Zhu Tao could hit people with too much pain than others. Moreover, the one who has the most heart in Class 5 is Zhu Tao, and the others don't even seem to be able to come up with a brain together. Anyway, Li Yiming didn't want to offend Zhu Tao. Think about it or apologize. But the question is what to send. Zhu Tao's family situation is there. Good things then he saw a lot, he sent something. Zhu Tao also do not see Xian. Give up the child to catch the wolf. With a clench of his teeth and a stomp of his foot, Li Yiming could only put his blood on the line. He soon found out his treasured white jade Dan bottle, which stored the blood tiger bone strengthening Dan. This is Li Yiming through a number of channels to get a special supply of pills Quality Supervision Bureau, not for sale. I was saving it for myself as a tonic, but now I had to take it out. There were 8 in total. Li Yiming had already eaten 4 and planned to give all the remaining 4 to Zhu Tao. After taking the white jade Dan bottle, Li Yiming rushed to the next door Zhu Tao's room and knocked on the door, and Zhu Tao's voice came in the middle of the day. Who? Tao, it's me. Zhu Tao quickly opened the door. What for? Li Yiming looked around cautiously. Brother Tao, go in and talk, go in and talk. Seeing this sneaky appearance of Li Yiming, Zhu Tao's heart was odd, but he still let Li Yiming in. Say, what is it? Li Yiming hurriedly took out the white jade Dan bottle and handed it to Zhu Tao. Brother Tao, A little token of appreciation, no respect. What the hell? Shu Tao suspiciously took the white jade Dan bottle, and as soon as he opened it, he smelled a rather strong Dan aroma. This is the blood tiger bone strengthening Dan, with the blood of the ferocious beast saber-toothed tiger as the citation, assisted by many precious herbs neutralized after the refining of the elixir, have a strong body, replenish the gas to increase the spirit, prolonging the life of the efficacy of the real tonic. Shu Tao's expression became even more odd. Sent me? Yes, yes. Li Yiming slightly organized his language and said, Not much expensive things, the gift is light, but the love is heavy, Brother Tao in the 5th class, so take care of me, help me, my heart is always too much, please Brother Tao do not excuse, must accept. Although he didn't know what Li Yiming had in mind, this was quite pleasant for Shu Tao to hear. All right, I'll take it then. Shu Tao grinned and reached out to pat Li Yang's shoulder. But I don't like owing others favors, don't worry, I'll cover you in the future. Seeing Shu Tao in an extremely good mood, Li Yiming's heart was secretly happy. Looks like this should be turned over. All right, Brother Tao, then I won't bother you with your cultivation, if there's anything you can order any time. Go on. Chapter 74. Closing the door, Shu Tao played with the white jade Dan bottle inside his hand. From the strong aroma of the elixir, one could tell that this elixir must be something good. I opened it and took a look at it, and found that there were 4 of them inside. This Li Yiming kid is quite good at what he does. No wonder old Su would let this kid be an insider, hugging Su Yang's thigh early on. Shu Tao muttered something about how he was not as good as Li Yiming at this point. He won't even say nice things like Li Yiming. Soon after Su Yang returned from his patrol, Shu Tao arrived as promised. Just after entering the doors, Su Yang was ready to go bare-chested, but as soon as he turned his head, he saw that Shu Tao suddenly touched out a white jade Dan bottle from inside his clothes. Teacher, a small token of my appreciation, no honor. Su Yang was stunned and curiously took the white jade Dan bottle. Pills? Yes, this is the blood tiger bone strengthening Dan, with the blood of the ferocious beast saber-toothed tiger as the citation, assisted by many precious herbs and neutralized after the refining of the elixir, there is a strong body, replenish chi to increase the spirit, prolonging life efficacy, a true tonic. Su Yang opened and smelled, and then heard Shu Tao said, Teacher, not counting how expensive things, gifts are light, but the love is heavy, the teacher in the 5th class, so take care of me, to help me, my heart is always too much, please teacher don't excuse yourself, you must accept. Su Yang was about to refuse, but on second thought, he happened to need it himself, and suddenly said, In this case, if you lend me one, teacher will definitely return it to you later. The rest you take back. There is no need to send it, for the master I have principles, it is my duty and responsibility to teach and help you, for the master only borrow one, and I will definitely return it later. Okay. Shu Tao decisively poured out all of one of the pills in the white jade Dan bottle and put it away. I have extra Dan bottles there. Don't worry, master, I'm a man of my word. The next day, after the morning exercise, Li Yiming suddenly felt a slight shock on his cell phone, and secretly touched it out to see that it was a message from the old Su, asking him to go over to the office, so as not to let other people see it. Li Yiming, slightly stunned, also do not know what the old Su looking for their own things, wait to find the opportunity to go to the toilet as an excuse to slip out, all the way up to Su Yang's office door, knocked on the door. Su Yang hurriedly opened the door to let Li Yiming in. No one found out, did they? No. Come, quickly sit down. After Su Yang greeted Li Yiming and sat down, he opened the drawer and took out a white jade Dan bottle, directly handing it to Li Yiming. Li Yiming took the Dan bottle. How it looked familiar. Su, what's this? This is the blood tiger bone strengthening Dan, with the blood of the ferocious beast saber-toothed tiger as the citation, assisted by many precious herbs neutralized after the refining of the elixir, have a strong body, replenish the gas to increase the spirit, prolonging the life of the efficacy of the real tonic. Li Yiming. This is what I begged especially for you. The main reason why Su Yan had asked Shu Tao to borrow this elixir was because he still felt a bit indebted to Li Yiming. Yesterday Sun Xiao pulled Li Yiming to be the accompanying sandbag after he got himself plumbed. Must have suffered a lot. It's really nice that this kid didn't sell me out after taking a beating. Count not how expensive things, gift is light, but the love is heavy, Know that you were pulled by Sun Zhao yesterday to take the anger to go. The teacher's heart is always too much, so you also do not need to excuse. Accept it on the line, and recuperate well. Li Yiming. Seeing Li Yiming's silence, I think this child must be unusually touched inside, Su Yang hurriedly said. No need to be so touched, get your body well. Because presumably you're going to get indirectly beaten up later because of your teacher. Ming, you have to hold on. Chapter 75. Of course, teacher is going to give you more than just pills. Su Yang felt that it was about time and said softly. Remember what teacher said before? You have the qualifications of a martial god. Li Yiming put away the white jade Dan bottle that circled back to his hand and looked excited. Are you going to pass on the secret method of body forging to me? Su Yang took a deep breath and looked serious. I made that shit up. Li Yiming froze for a few moments and let out a bitter smile as he came back to his senses. I knew that there are no shortcuts in martial arts cultivation. In fact, the 5th class was now skeptical about the secret method of forging the body in Su Yang's mouth, and only insisted on morning practice with the mentality that it was better to believe in it than not to believe in it. For Li Yiming, Su Yang was his savior, and even if he was snubbed, he couldn't talk about being too disappointed. No, there are shortcuts. Li Yiming's pupils shrunk violently, his voice trembling with excitement. Old Su, you can help me instill enlightenment. This? You don't think too highly of me. That was something that could only be done at the martial emperor level. It was true that martial emperors could use their qi to help others imbue enlightenment, but the loss was extreme, and if they weren't careful, they themselves would suffer a backlash. Unless one was a close relative, it was certainly impossible for a martial emperor to help instill enlightenment. However, before Su Yang had the chance to open his mouth to explain, Li Yiming had already knelt down on one knee, so excited that tears were about to fall out of his eyes filled with hope. With the atmosphere all set, is it a bit out of place for me to say that I can't imbibe? And Su Yang thought about it for a moment, as if there is no conflict either. It's all a lark anyway. You all think that I will be able to transform power, so it is quite reasonable that I will be able to imbibe and become enlightened. Especially the 5th class in addition to Zhu Tao all have the negative defect of discouragement. The cruel reality has long ago destroyed their self-confidence, only inferiority complex. A glance to the end of the life also makes them lose the motivation to practice. Moreover, Su Yang carefully selected the suitable heart method that cultivation is afraid that it is not much worse than the effect of enlightenment by dunking. It's a lull anyway, and it's good to get their self-confidence back. At that thought, Su Yang set his face straight and coughed. Yes, it's instilling enlightenment. After receiving Su Yang's reply, Li Yiming had goosebumps all over his body. I knew hugging old Su's leg would be the right thing to do. Not knowing what to say anymore, Li Yiming was about to kowtow to Su Yang without saying a word, but he was stopped by Su Yang. There's no need to kowtow, it's not customary, Su Yang said after thinking about it. However, before I imbue you with enlightenment, you have to promise me 3 things. Li Yiming nodded desperately. First, what happened today? Heaven knows, earth knows, you know and I know, no one else is allowed to know. Since I have the ability to help you instill enlightenment, I naturally have the ability to knock you back to your original form. Second, act in a low and steady manner, be humble and don't float. Thirdly, the final interpretation is mine, and if you're not honest, I'll knock you back at any time. Yes. All right then, sit down, I'll help you imbue you with enlightenment now. Li Yiming immediately sat cross-legged and closed his eyes tightly. Old Su, I'm ready. Su Yang scratched his head, and has not seen what kind of enlightenment by enthronement just come. Lifting his hand, he placed it on Li Yiming's head, then Su Yang softly shouted, Open! Li Yiming's heart sank. Here we go! He also didn't know what kind of reaction he would get from the enlightenment of the dunking, but I'm afraid it would not be pleasant. However, just as Li Yiming had just mentally prepared himself, he heard Su Yang's panting voice coming from his ears. All right. Chapter 76. Oh. Hey? Li Yiming's eyes widened, slightly confused. This? So fast? It's over without me feeling anything? Li Yiming was pondering whether this enlightenment enchantment was a bit too casual, but he saw Su Yang panting heavily, holding the table while saying breathlessly, You can't bear it if it's slow, so it can only be done quickly. Li Yiming's heart trembled violently. In order to prevent me from suffering, old Su even chose to bear everything by himself. Just like that, I was surprised that I still suspected that old Su was fooling me. It's almost animalistic. Li Yiming has been completely unable to express his gratitude in words, only thinking that in the future, he will certainly give Su Yang an old age and a beautiful funeral, and hurriedly helped Su Yang to sit down. Su Yang avoided Li Yiming's gaze as much as possible. Slightly ashamed, but not much. Ahem, you've been instilled with enlightenment now, it's just that you are unable to notice it now. It dawned on Li Yiming that this was the case. And how can I detect it? Only then did Su Yang pull open the drawer and took out the moving disc and handed it to Li Yiming. Dual Cultivation Heart Method. A summary of the abridged version of the Tianxian Leg Mind Technique and the differential dual cultivation technique already stored in the mobile disc. Li Yiming's face was filled with consternation. Dual Cultivation Heart Method? Me? Before you definitely can't, now I've already helped you to imbibe enlightenment. According to the hard disk inside, I give you a summary of the heart to learn. Must be serious and carefully read, then you will feel what is called 1 day 1,000 miles. Yes. Yes. Li Yiming didn't even question it, and immediately put the mobile hard disk away properly. Remember, absolutely no one must know. Yes. Li Yiming nodded heavily. Only after sending Li Yiming away did Su Yang breathe a sigh of relief. Compared to Shu Tao, Li Yiming really didn't need to spend much time talking. The level of cooperation was so high that Su Yang was a bit weak. And after Li Yiming left the office, he didn't even bother to go to the classroom, and went straight to the direction of his dormitory. Lao Tzu has been enshrined and enlightened. From now on, I want all those who look down on me to open their eyes and see what it means to have a great success without a great success. I, Li Yiming, have a hard life. Can't bend over backwards to fight today. As a result, I dared to hit the door of the toilet and saw Class 5's Fu Yunhai walking out while carrying his pants. Li Yiming, aren't you going to the restroom? Frightened, Li Yiming hurriedly arched his back and covered his stomach. Brother Hai, my stomach is not feeling well, I may have eaten the wrong thing. I was afraid that pooping would be too smelly to affect your toilet experience, so I ran to the other toilets. Fu Yunhai didn't doubt it. Hey, you're quite sweet. Hi, I'm going to the school nurse's office. Li Yiming left in a hurry and returned to his dormitory in a wink of an eye, preparing to change his destiny against all odds. And Sun Zhao, who had also slipped back into the dormitory, was also preparing to change his fate against the odds. Nay, the fingers are already full of holes and eyes. In addition to pain, Sun Zhao is not feeling any changes in the body. Sun Zhao realized afterward and almost didn't cry at his own stupidity. Damn, but anyone who uses their brain to think seriously knows how it can be so simple. What's going on in my head? You know it's dumb, but you have to go over there and take a couple of bites to taste the salt. Chapter 77. After Li Yiming returned to his dorm room, he opened the contents of the mobile disk at the first opportunity. There are just 2 files on the mobile disk. Highlights. Must read this first. The differential practice method.word. Read this again. Tianxian Legs Refined Edition.pdf. Li Yiming only from the words of the document between the lines to feel the old Su's strong love. The first time he opened the differential cultivation method file, the first sentence that caught his eye was Su Yang's warning in red letters. First, according to the differential speed cultivation method to double cultivation of the heart, must be serious and carefully read through, otherwise there will be problems, and so on into the 7th grade Wu Xian realm, and then come back to me. I will help you to solve the problem of qi. Before that, step by step according to the differential speed cultivation method to cultivate. Li Yiming hurriedly looked a concise summary of the differential speed cultivation method. There's not really much content, and it's easy to understand. Only after seriously reading the contents of the differential speed cultivation method did Li Yiming open the Heavenly Xian Legs refined version. Another string of red warnings. This is a refined version of the basic technique Tianxian Legs. Only the first 4 layers are suitable for you to practice, and can be adapted until the 7th grade of Wu Xian's introductory stage. Li Yiming only felt his scalp go numb. Who the hell is old Su? The stalwart harmonization power is able to imbue enlightenment again, and will even modify the heart dharma. Mom, yeah. From now on I'm one of old Su's dogs. Li Yiming collected his mind and began to focus on the heart technique of the heavenly Xian leg. Again, not much content. Just the content of the cultivation more or less makes Li Yiming feel a little wrong. I've never heard of practicing the leg technique to cultivate only one leg. What's the point of keeping the other leg? For show? No, how can I question old Su? Any hint of skepticism is disrespectful to Senior Su's abilities. Li Yiming didn't think much about it and began to prepare the dual cultivation heart technique. The first thing he did was to collect the breath of his earth-shaking skill into his dantian, and the tingling sensation was still within the range of tolerance. Li Yiming then looked at his legs. Somewhat torn between whether to work on the left leg or the right. Thinking about it, it's a coin flip solution. The final result chose to cultivate the left leg. Without hesitation, Li Yiming lifted his right leg up and closed it at the knee, maintaining the golden rooster standalone stance, attempting the heavenly Xian leg initiation and exercising his Qi sense. As time passed by, Li Yiming's breathing became quite rhythmic. Silently, he felt the power feedback and muscle changes in his left leg. Inexplicably, there was a sense of calm like never before. A brand new aura gradually derived between the constant toning and meditation. The sense of gas is vague. Li Yiming's heart jumped, and his eyes opened with a face full of shock. Crap, old Su is awesome! Instilling enlightenment and speeding through the martial arts. Li Yiming had never thought in his life that he would be able to directly cultivate the sense of qi in a single day, and he could even feel this unimaginable immersive quality while practicing. The whole person can completely devote himself to it, without irritation, without concern, and almost instinctively into it, as if into a dream, and when he comes back to his senses, everything has long been watered down. Li Yiming forced down his inner ecstasy and took a deep breath to calm himself down as soon as possible before plunging into cultivation once again. He needed to wait for the sense of qi to gradually become clear before attempting to channel it into his meridians to complete the first circumference. Tian Xian leg is considered an introduction. Without realizing it, it was already dusk. The people in Class 5 returned to their dormitories and met up to head towards Li Yiming's dormitory. Chapter 78. Li Yiming has an upset stomach? Fu Yuhai, who was in the middle of the crowd, answered. Well, that's what he said when he saw him this morning. It should be better now, shouldn't it? And without saying hello to us. Although the crowd was more or less not treating Li Yiming because the Li family was a vassal family. However, after spending half a month together, I realized that although Li Yiming was too much of a wallflower, he was still not bad. It does come in handy. Besides, even if it's a dog, how can it not have a little bit of affection when it spends time together? Li Yiming didn't have much news even though he was not feeling well for a day, and the crowd was still quite worried in their hearts. A group of people quickly came to the door of Li Yiming's dormitory, saw that the lights were not even on inside the house, looked at each other and again rushed to knock on the door. Li Yiming, are you alright? However, there was no response from the house. Did you not go back to your dorm room? I'll make a call and see. Someone called Li Yiming, and the result was that a cell phone soon rang from inside the dormitory. The crowd froze. Are you asleep? Maybe. Why is this guy so crunchy? It's going to go bad even if you eat something. Forget about being uncomfortable, let him get some sleep. The Wolfsbane girl suddenly said. Huh? Just like that? Or what? Can we at least go in and see him? Wolfsbane girl said. Let's make sure it's okay before we go. Rather. The crowd again continued to knock on the door, but after knocking for half a day, they didn't hear any response, which inexplicably gave the crowd a sense of uneasiness. Something's not really wrong, is it? Sleeping isn't so bad. Go, kick the door down. A group of people are ready to kick the door. The next dormitory door suddenly opened. Shu Tao probed a look. See this battle suddenly a puzzled face. Shout what? Taozi, Li Yiming had an upset stomach this morning, and he didn't respond even though we've been yelling at him for half a day. I was afraid something would happen to him, so I went in to see what was going on. Shu Tao's face changed slightly, and he said softly. No need to kick in the door, I'll roll over from the window to see what's going on, and wait here. Okay. Shu Tao returned to his room, his eyes flashed, and he hurriedly went to the small balcony outside the house, and with a big jump he landed directly on Li Yiming's small balcony. As soon as he turned his head, he looked through the window and saw Li Yiming was standing on his head with a golden chicken in an odd posture. Jiu Tao blinked and carefully opened the door to enter the house. Li Yiming didn't have any reaction, as if he was an old pine, unperturbed. A glance of the eyes landed on the still-open laptop and the familiar mobile disk and the alabaster Dan bottle that sat on the table. So the elixir Old Su asked me to borrow was for Li Yiming? Gee, it's true that the baby that cries gets the milk. But there was nothing unbalanced about Jiu Tao. More than that, he was worried about when the needle marks on Old Su's back would go away. Jiu Tao scanned the contents of the computer and twisted his head to look at Li Yiming, who was in the middle of a golden chicken stand. Venturing out. Something goes wrong exposing Old Su and me when the time comes. Jiu Tao skimmed his mouth, casually turned off the laptop, and took out several bags of nutrient solution from inside the freezer and directly rested next to Li Yiming, which turned back, came to the front of the crowd and said, "All right, nothing is going on, just fell asleep, ate the special effect medicine to sleep like a dead pig, shouting cannot be woken up." Back. Chapter 79. By the time Li Yiming awoke it was already dark, and the intense hunger made Li Yiming instantly deflate, almost falling headfirst to the ground. However, as soon as he turned his head, he realized that several bags of nutrient solution had already been placed next to him, and without thinking much at all, Li Yiming picked up the nutrient solution and madly poured it into his mouth. Only after drinking all of the nutrient solution did the feeling of hunger fade away and his physical strength slowly recovered. Li Yiming took a long breath. Although he was exhausted, his eyes were full of vigor. It was just as Old Su said, practicing by leaps and bounds. In just one day, his heavenly Xian legs had a clear sense of qi, meaning that he had already been initiated. Unbelievable! Enlightenment is really overbearing, even a cultivation qualification like mine is able to go against the grain. Li Yiming had truly felt what martial arts geniuses felt when they were cultivating this time. It's like a fucking hangover. What others could only get started in 10 days and half a month, for those geniuses merely needed 1 day. The difference is like a cloud. Li Yiming's eyes reddened with excitement. The small clans had their own laws of survival and never looked at the big clan's eyes. Born into a vassal family, he grew up being inferior within the circle of the children of the great clans. He can only be ridden when everyone else is playing the riding game. The children of the big families used him like a dog, and any more humiliation could only be swallowed inside his stomach. On the contrary, he also did not have any martial arts talent. Now, this heaven-splitting creation is finally my turn. Grateful to my teacher Su Yang. Li Yiming felt that inside the dormitory room must get a separate location out, hang the portrait of his mentor Su Yang on the wall, and bow to incense every day. This is how you can express your gratitude as well as honor your teacher. Just, where's the nutrient solution coming from? Li Yiming looked at the already empty bag of nutrient solution on the ground and couldn't help but scratch his head for a moment. Did I take it out myself? But why don't I remember anything? A twist of the head and saw that the computer had been closed. It was even more puzzling to Li Yiming. Is it hard to believe that it's a side effect of cultivation? Transient memory loss? No, it's not right. There's definitely no such thing. Someone's been here. In this instant, Li Yiming was suddenly covered in cold sweat. He didn't know that he would be immersed in cultivation all of a sudden and be unable to extricate himself, so he didn't do much preparation at all and just unlocked the door. Crap, it's not over. Especially the contents of the computer, which, if someone were to read it, wouldn't be a risk of exposure. The martial arts genius experience card that he had only just gotten his hands on this didn't expire instantly. Old Su will definitely take it back. Calm down, calm down. Li Yiming forced down his inner panic and hurried over to check the door lock. It's still in an unlocked, unbroken state. That. Li Yiming twisted his head to look across the street in the direction of the small balcony. The other guy tumbled in from a small balcony. Jiu Tao. Obviously, there is only one possibility. Computer closed, and the nutrients taken out. He knew I'd be deflated when I woke up. Chapter 80. Sure enough, Li Yiming's gaze fell on the white jade Dan bottle on the table. From the moment he saw this white jade Dan bottle inside Su Yang's hand, he knew that Zhu Tao should also be one of his own. Moreover, he had been enlightened by old Su just like himself. Faculty and staff dormitory. Zhu Tao looked at the needle marks on Su Yang's back, his heart flooded with mutterings. He had left as many pin marks as he could to blur it a bit, only to find that the traces of the words, "You are my father." Instead, it became even more obvious. Finished. Zhu Tao? Teacher, what is it? Su Yang twisted his head and looked puzzled. Why are you absent-minded today? No, it's fine. Zhu Tao hurriedly raised the steel needle, and thinking about it, he said, Old Su, did Li Yiming double cultivate his mind as well? Su Yang was slightly stunned, but he didn't hide it. Instead, he said suspiciously, Well, how did you know? Originally, Su Yang's aim was to train all the students in Class 5. It's impossible to keep this group of people from looking up and down every day. It doesn't hurt to know, sooner or later. As long as I fool around fast enough to get everyone to dual cultivate their minds, by then everyone will be on the same boat, and naturally there's no risk of being exposed. Zhu Tao secretly said that it was true, so he told Su Yang everything that happened this afternoon. Su Yang couldn't help but let out a crouch after hearing this. This guy Li Yiming almost exposed me, thanks to your wit. I feel that this guy is not too reliable, Zhu Tao said in a deep voice. Old Su, do you need me to silence him? Su Yang rolled his eyes. Don't make it seem like we're doing something illegal. So, you actually found out that Li Yiming was the undercover agent I planted in Class 5? I wasn't sure before, but seeing that white jade Dan bottle I can be sure. What white jade Dan bottle? Su Yang froze. Blood Tiger Bones Strengthening Dan? Aang, that thing was originally given to me by Li Yiming. Crap, you didn't say so? Zhu Tao shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands. I didn't know you were going to give it to Li Yiming either. Su Yang cried and laughed. I said how Li Yiming was silent the whole time, and thought that this kid was touched by me. The whole half was just speechless. Never mind, it's fine, we're going to find out sooner or later anyway, and it's good to know sooner rather than later, so you two can look out for each other. In order to avoid Zhu Tao's heart being unbalanced, Su Yang also added a special sentence. Taking the elixir to him was because of me. He was indirectly beaten up by Sun Zhao, afraid that he couldn't carry it off, and gave it to him to heal his injuries. Zhu Tao was dazed, but once he heard Su Yang's words, he couldn't help but be glancing at the needle marks behind Su Yang again. Teacher, just in case one day, if I really upset you, surely you won't get on my bad side, right? Su Yang froze. Why are you trying to upset me? Ahem, what if? There's no telling what stupid thing I might do to upset you someday, but of course, it's certainly not something illegal. What's in that? Su Yang laughed. Master can be open-minded. You see, I wasn't even mad when you guys were shitting on me every day before. How could Master be concerned about those petty fights of yours? Besides, as a teacher, one should be open-minded and frank. How can one be general with you? So, I definitely won't be general with you, as long as it's not something that violates the law. At most, the Master will only say a few words about you. Alas? What are you recording for? Su Yang realized that Zhu Tao's cell phone was close to disliking his face. Oh, Mr. Teacher, you spoke so well that I couldn't resist recording and saving it as a souvenir. Zhu Tao hurriedly put his cell phone away properly. Su Yang looked odd. You mustn't have already done something stupid, right? No, absolutely not. Chapter 81. Only when the lights went out in the dormitory did Zhu Tao return to the dormitory. Having a recording is the equivalent of a get-out-of-jail-free card. However, Zhu Tao also wondered. How come the needle marks just won't go away? Was it because old Su's physical body had been cultivated to a certain level? Steel needles are not acupuncture, the old thick, stuck in the mark is more obvious. In theory it should bleed, but after a few days of zapping Zhu Tao has not seen blood, and the wound does not heal on its own. It's quite bizarre. The secrets in old Su are really growing. Just as Zhu Tao was rambling, but he heard a movement at the windowsill. Who? Zhu Tao's fingers moved, and a steel needle was already poised at his fingertips. Li Yiming hurriedly poked his head out. Me, Brother Tao, me! Shu Tao retracted the steel needle silently and frowned. If there's a door and you don't go, what's the point of being sneaky? Isn't this afraid of being discovered by the others? Li Yiming laughed. Brother Tao, you said earlier that it's your own people. Shu Tao immediately said without a trace of humor. Still have the face to say it. If it wasn't for me today, the rest of Class 5 would have broken into the house. So I didn't come over here specifically to thank Tao for wiping my ass? Shu Tao grunted. Next time, be more careful. Those guys in Class 5 are more dishonest than one another. If they reveal it, not only will Old Su suffer, you and I will also suffer. Li Yiming hurriedly nodded, naturally realizing the seriousness of the matter. The root of all great clans is their own ancestral heart. Each ancestral heart technique had its own deep family imprint in it, and was also a gift from the ancestors. It is disrespectful to one's ancestors to practice other mind techniques instead of learning one's own family's mind techniques. In serious cases, it is expulsion from the family. Therefore they, the children of the great clans, were forbidden to practice other mind techniques, and only learned the family transmission of mind techniques. The double fix belongs to a bit of a step bug. Say you disrespected your ancestors and you double-crossed your mind. Say you honor your ancestors, you double up on mindfulness. But whether it's a remodel or a double remodel, there's no good in being found out now. Of course, it's not a dead end. Both Shu Tao and Li Yiming knew very well that the family's rules were double standard. Your strength is weak to cultivate other heart method, that is to deceive the teacher. Death is not enough. You cultivate other heart strength powerful, that is the blue and blended. In the family, strength is honored, and the fist is bigger. As long as the strength is strong enough, the family inside even the most stubborn traditionalist, that is also a look a squeak. As the saying goes, if you are not afraid of a godlike opponent, you are afraid of a pig-like teammate. Especially the fifth-class crowd that belonged to a party in trouble, 8 parties added to the chaos. He was afraid that if he accidentally disclosed it, and spread it within his own family, the consequences would be unimaginable. Count on you being smart enough to know that I'm the one covering for you. Li Yiming let out a bitter laugh. I'm not that stupid, even a pig would know that you must be one of your own, Brother Tao. Good to know, be smart next time, Shu Tao said in a deep voice. You're close to them. Don't expose them before Old Su subdues them. Li Yiming nodded his head in a hurry, feeling that Shu Tao had a lot of security after feeling that he was one of his own. Chapter 82. After all, there is only one brain in Class 5, Shu Tao takes half, I take half, and the rest can only share some skulls. Do we need to help? Li Yiming busily said. Hanging out with Old Su is a heavenly blessing. They'll be happy to do it. It's superfluous. Shu Tao rolled his eyes. Don't help when the time comes. Besides, you know what's going on in their heads? What if they give an inch? Backhandedly sell Old Su, and the two of us would have to be implicated as well. It's not true that Old Su has harmonization power, but in the end, he's only one person, Shu Tao said with a serious look on his face. A piker is not guilty of harboring a weapon. If he really wants to be targeted, it won't be difficult to find a way to trap him. Li Yiming's scalp tingled as he listened. Brother Tao, you really have thought this through. That's for sure, because I thought so. Li Yiming's scalp went even more numb, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. Don't get me wrong, I mean to put myself in the bad guy's shoes, so I've thought about it from that perspective. Shu Tao explained. Old Su isn't a son of a big family, he doesn't know how the internal environment of the family is like. Without experiencing it, he doesn't even know how low a person's lower limit can go. That's full of hook, line and sinker. Li Yiming felt deeply about this. He had never been shaded by his family peers. Outwardly conciliatory, twisting his head and stabbing a backstab. The last thing that's missing inside a family that moves hundreds of people or more is a sinister villain. He's not sure you and I are. Li Yiming hurriedly nodded. Then I'd better pretend that nothing happened. Cultivate in secret. This is best. Shu Tao casually asked again. Getting started, right? Introduced. Li Yiming instantly became energized at the mention of this. Damn it! 1 day to get started! That's outrageous. Well, normal, same for me. Shu Tao was puzzled. But why are you the censored version? Huh! You're not? I'm complete and uncensored. Zhu Tao thought about it and also felt outrageous. Old Su also specifically helped you change your mind. Yes, he said that the others are not suitable for me to cultivate, and after the deletion, I can only cultivate one leg. Zhu Tao is not entangled. Cultivation is inherently different from person to person. 1,000 people have 1,000 ways of cultivation, and it would not have been the same. The same would be weird. Listening to Old Su was right. Yes. First things first, no stabbing each other in the future. Zhu Tao thought about it and still had to say the ugly words beforehand. After graduation, we all have to go back to our respective families after all, and I think we'll all have a place in our families at that time. If you fight a little bit, I guess you can mix a patriarch. After all, your Li family has few people, so it's good to fight. Li Yiming originally wanted to say how my Li family is also hundreds of people, but think of the Zhu family, thousands of people. The same generation of children will have to be hundreds of people to turn the tables. Why stab each other? Isn't it good for us to cooperate and win-win? The East Sea is so big, can't it accommodate the Zhu and Li families? Besides, Brother Tao, your pattern is too small. We need to enlarge our pattern, Li Yiming said. We need to look at the whole country. When you say it like that, indeed, my pattern is small. Zhu Tao's eyes narrowed and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn upwards. Yes, the whole country. No, all over the world. Let's lead our respective clans to the top and become the true great clans of China. Win-win cooperation. That's right, why fight? Fight that is considered to be the same clan killed each other. Win-win cooperation. To become a great clan in China, the genealogy of the first page of the two of us, the other people are a little bit back, the first incense should be supplied to us. Saying that the two of them in their hearts, that is already a great deal of pride. Zhu Tao violently stretched out his fist at Li Yiming. Make it bigger and stronger. Li Yiming excitedly stretched out his fist and touched it with Zhu Tao. Recreate brilliance! Good, next we have to talk about how the East Sea should be divided in the future. Well, it's something that needs to be looked into, and a blood brother has to be accountable. Chapter 83. Li Yiming was successfully initiated, and Su Yang had since received energy feedback. By the way, check out some of the changes in Yiming Li's specific information. Name Li Yiming. Age 16. Realm, 8th grade martial spirit. Hard technique, earth-shaking technique, 9% fitness. Tianxian legs, deleted, 368% fitness. Martial arts, none. Defects, unstable foundation, incompatible mind, conflicting mind, dull qualifications. Characteristics, mind frenzy. Born to be a man, due to renewed self-confidence, discouragement is automatically eliminated, cultivation efficiency is increased, enlightenment is increased, and toughness is increased. Cultivation efficiency, 187%. Composite rating E. Pointing suggestion, 1. Unstable foundation, go back to the stove and rebuild. 2. Modify the heart method to enhance the adaptation. Shocker! Su Yan himself didn't expect Li Yiming to be really crippled by himself. This kid really thought that he had given him enlightenment, immediately branched out not to mention, and even derived a new characteristic born me material. However, what made Su Yang really feel surprised was that with the addition of the two positive traits, Li Yiming's cultivation efficiency was still so much worse than Zhu Tao's. This is not going to play hard to get in the future. Thinking about it though, it doesn't seem like this routine would necessarily work well for anyone else. It's just that other people don't have the same level of trust as Li Yiming, and with a skeptical attitude don't see to be able to derive such positive traits as being born with mind material. It shouldn't be too much of a problem though, and that suspicion is more or less dispelled once you get a taste of it. Su Yan was a bit remorseful now. At that time let Zhu Tao practice when not this experience. I should have known that also the whole dunking enlightenment, then this moment Zhu Tao's practice efficiency does not take off. If you can't do it, then do something else, make some rituals out of it, it's always more convincing than just talking about it. But all of this still presupposes a relatively good relationship with the student first. Otherwise it's all for naught if you're not happy to learn. As soon as Sun Zhao finished his morning practice this morning, he was about to leave but was stopped by the people in Class 5. Seeing that he was surrounded, Sun Zhao was on guard. What for? Sun Zhao, you. Is there any handle that has fallen into the hands of the surnamed Su? After 2 days of brainstorming, the crowd still hadn't come up with anything. Thinking about it might as well just ask. What handle? Sun Zhao himself was flabbergasted. What handle can I have? When the crowd saw Sun Zhao's puzzled look, they were even more puzzled. Then why are you afraid of Su? Sun Zhao had an irritated face and said in a rude manner. I've said I don't know and can't explain it clearly. So, you simply are a wimp? Yes, whatever you say. Sun Zhao was also too lazy to explain, hurriedly got up and said, Make way, I'm going back to my dormitory. Wait a minute, Sun Zhao, what's so scary about that, Su? Isn't it just a little bit of transformative power? Right, said more surnamed Su is the full point of defense only, estimated to hit people are not strong. Yes, we cannot help him, but he cannot help us. Why do you want to concede, Aren't you disgracing the children of the great clans? A questioning voice made Sun Zhao even more impatient. I said I don't know. If you guys want to be able to do it, go find surnamed Su yourselves. Sun Zhao sneered back. Don't be more of a wimp than me when the time comes. The group snorted. I'll wimp out. What the hell is that, Su? I'll be afraid of him. Chapter 84. You think I'm a coward like you? Bet? Sun Zhao also got on the bandwagon when he heard this. Come on. Bet. Whoever is scolded by the surnamed Su and can still scold back, help me take revenge. All my pocket money and living expenses this month will go to him. Heh, then you're ready to eat dirt this month. Fu Yuhai, who was in the middle of the crowd, stood up. Open your eyes and watch how I'm going to make surnamed Su furious. In the time between words, Fu Yunhai's martial arts robe shook, turned around and left the classroom going straight in the direction of the office. The 5th class crowd rushed to the building to watch the battle. Without a moment's effort, Fu Yunhai came directly to Su Yang's office door, raised his hand and thumped it twice. Surnamed Su, come out! Fu Yunhai has the loudest voice in the 5th class, and this voice can startle a lot of people. Su Yang was meditating and toning in the middle of his office when he suddenly heard Fu Yunhai's loud voice coming from outside the door and was slightly stunned. As soon as he opened the door, he found Fu Yunhai with both hands in his pants pockets, holding his head high with a cocky and domineering face, and even shaking his legs there. No big deal, what are you yelling about? I'm just not big enough, what's wrong with that? What can you do to me? Su Yang's people were confused. No, you're full of shit? I've just criticized Sun Zhao twice. I'm going to lay down the law, not to use the teacher's majesty for the time being, for fear of using too much to give you guys a little psychological shadow out, and how to still bump into the muzzle of the gun. Seeing that Su Yang didn't move much, Fu Yuhai immediately looked disdainful and laughed coldly. I knew you wouldn't dare! As soon as the words fell, Fu Yuhai twisted his head and left. Stop, I told you to go! Just then, Su Yang's stern voice came steeply behind him. In a flash, Fu Yuhai felt as if the sky had gone black all of a sudden, with a pair of scarlet eyes staring at him from behind. An unprecedented sense of oppression instantly swept through the entire body, pressuring Fu Yuhai to gasp for a moment, and a cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. The legs under his feet were even as if they were filled with lead, unable to move. How? What's going on? Where did the surnamed Su get such a horrible sense of oppression? Fu Yunhai's eyes were filled with panic and his body froze. Too unbridled, all so insolent in front of the teacher, no respect for the teacher at all. Stand up straight for me! Su Yang let out a soft shout. Fu Yunhai's pair of legs couldn't help but close together, and his body subconsciously straightened up. Turn around! Fu Yunhai's body turned around and met Su Yang's cold eyes. For a moment, he only felt his liver and gallbladder trembling. He didn't dare to look directly at him at all, and immediately lowered his head. There's no such thing as being a student. Who taught you to talk to your teacher like that? Fu Yuhai opened his mouth and tried to push back, but as a result, he couldn't even lift his head up by this strong sense of oppression, and couldn't spit out a single word. You are also too rampant. After going to school for so many years, do you not know how to honor your teachers at all? What did I teach you guys during the week? Huh! Why don't you say something? Wasn't he quite arrogant just now? Why don't you say anything now? For a while, all that echoed from the nearby school buildings was Su Yang's rather harsh chiding. The number of people watching the play that was growing. The students from several nearby classes were all huddled in their respective classrooms and on the window sills watching in disbelief. This is especially true of teachers. Early heard that Su Yang took over the 5th class after the 5th class subsided, more or less let a person feel a little unrealistic. Seeing this now simply made the teachers in the 1st grade team finally believe it. Little Su Nyobi. This 5th class mongrel that is a curse on not squeak ah. Chapter 85. Originally, Su Yang hadn't thought of reprimanding Class 5 with the majesty of a teacher in public. The group of deadbeat reprobates in Class 5 wouldn't be able to aggravate their rebelliousness as a result. However, this rebel was simply too arrogant. How dare you show such disrespect to your master in public? I don't want to lose my face. Anyway, the atmosphere is set here. Su Yang feel not open a teacher majesty deterrent Fu Yuhai feel sorry for him specially ran to the office to be scolded. When the people in Class 5 saw Fu Yuhai similarly standing in place in front of Su Yang without saying a word, their expressions were immediately like they had seen a ghost. How is this situation just like Sun Zhao? Seeing that Fu Yuhai was also defeated, Sun Zhao's face finally showed a gloating expression. Now you guys believe it! It's a good thing that you've been wronged and it's a good thing that you feel good about it. The 5th class crowd was filled with a look of dismay for a moment. Why is that? Did Su move anything? The crowd looked at Sun Zhao, hoping that Sun Zhao would give an expression of answer. I don't know. Sun Zhao spread his hands and couldn't stop the bad smile in his eyes. Why don't you guys go up and try it yourselves, and you'll know what's going on after you've been scolded once. Fu Yuhai was thus educated by Su Yang in public for about 10 minutes before being let go by Su Yang. If it wasn't for Su Yang's gradual physical exhaustion, it felt like it could be renewed for another half hour. Just came to feel a little bit of stamina and couldn't keep up, Su Yang was quite sorry. It was still necessary to raise the realm as soon as possible, so that he would be able to painfully arrange a half-hour penalty package for the group of retrogrades in Class 5. Fu Yuhai fled back into the middle of the classroom, almost in a sorry state. As soon as they returned, the 5th class crowd hurried to Fu Yuhai's side. Fu Yuhai, what's going on? Why don't you squeak? Just standing still for so long being scolded by the surname Su. Where's your guts? Fu Yuhai only just took a breath and hurriedly explained. I don't know what's wrong. After saying that, his gaze hurriedly fell on Sun Zhao. I finally know why you don't dare to open your mouth. Right. Want to curse but don't dare, right? Fu Yuhai hurriedly nodded his head. Surname Su's one mouth, I have a fucking feeling of being targeted by a ferocious beast, scaring me so much that I don't even dare to move. Sun Zhao felt deeply and nodded silently. Now there was finally someone who resonated with him. The 5th class crowd was now forced to believe it. What tactics did the one surnamed Su use? How can you even just ban someone? Sun Zhao's eyes narrowed. If you're really curious, why don't we do this, and have another person try? When Fu Yuhai heard this, he immediately followed Sun Zhao and arched his fire. If anyone can scold the surname Su back, I'll also press up my living expenses this month. It's mostly just too embarrassing. The other classes were all looking at her in public. Fu Yuhai now looked back that was gnashing his teeth. Su made a fool out of me. I'll fucking make sure to make a fool of the rest of Class 5 as well. Otherwise the heart is unbalanced. Retaliation is not dare to retaliate. Fu Yuhai is a little shaky when he remembers the experience of being punished in place just now. He didn't want to go through that again. It's horrible. At the thought of this, Fu Yuhai thought not to think about their own discharge finger tiger are pulled out and slapped on the table. No, not only to put my living expenses on the pressure, who if you can scold back, I this thing to him. After saying that, he didn't forget to give a wink to Sun Zhao, who instantly understood, and opened his mouth to say, my nanocombat suit can also be sent to him. The 5th class crowd looked at the two people who had both poked and prodded their entire bodies. Crap! Can you two punk people without being so overly obvious? Now anyone with a brain in their head knows that this is a trap. These two people were obviously trying to drag the crowd to die together as a community. There may not be a fierce man or a fierce woman with a heavy reward. The Wolfsbane girl slammed the table, and with her head held high, she said, I'll go. Chapter 86. Xie Yuhan, don't get carried away by the benefits. Sun Zhao and Fu Yuhai are clearly pitting people. I'm going to go. I'll take this discharge, Finger Tiger. Xie Yuhan didn't even care about the crowd's obstruction. Carrying the wolf-tooth stick, she walked directly towards Su Yang's office. When she came to the door of the office, she copied the wolf's tooth stick and was about to smash the door, but thinking about how badly Fu Yuhai was scolded just now, she still stopped the action in her hand, knocked on the door with her hand, and bellowed in a petulant voice. Open the door! As soon as the door opened, Su Yang couldn't help but see Xie Yuhan, who was carrying a wolf-tooth stick. No, it's still addictive. What, you want a little criticism too? Xie Yuhan hesitated for a moment and nodded heavily. You go ahead. I'm not afraid of you. You've got the balls to curse softer. For the only two girls in Class 5, Su Yang was really a bit intolerant. Lighter was definitely not lighter, but after all, it was a girl, so Su Yang still decided to make a compromise. Then I'll only criticize you for 5 minutes, and I'll save some energy. In the middle of the day, Xie Yuhan ran back to the classroom in tears. The surname Su is too much. To say that I'm not as tall as Wolfsbane, I have a temper. He physically attacked me. Humiliated me. Everyone helped me get revenge. The crowd in Class 5 was silent. Sun Zhao and Fu Yuhai glanced at each other with a treacherous look. Victims +1. Xie Yuhan, do you want to pokies? Stud! I'm betting my Wolfsbane and my entire fortune. The rest of the 5th class crowd looked at me and I looked at you. Whoever doesn't go is a wimp. Sun Zhao, a look at the offensive and defensive situation is different, immediately opened his mouth and said, Dare to face the surname Su directly, that is the real big family children. Fu Yuhai and Xie Yuhan heard it. Yes. That's it. I've been through the ringer. We are the true sons of the great clans, for we know that there is a tiger on the mountain, and we favor it. Each and every one of you know what you're doing, and you still have the nerve to call yourselves the sons of a great clan. Shame on you. Take off the last name. You are not worthy of a great family name. Can this be tolerated? Immediately, someone went out and went straight to Su Yang's office. Office of the Head of Year. Lu Jin, who was busy organizing the documents, was suddenly startled by the teacher passing by the door. What for? You don't know yet, team leader? Know what? Lu Jin looked puzzled. A 5th class serial. That teacher was busy saying. We have to hurry over and watch it. If we don't, it's going to be over. Huh? What the hell? Little Su is criticizing those jerks in Class 5 one by one. Right in front of the office. Huh? Lu Jin's face changed. A fight? Did not hit That a scolding and not squeak. Class 5, that group of mongrels, one more than one is still honest. Stand in place to be criticized I have to rush over and get my cell phone to record it. When have I ever seen Class 5 so honest? Chapter 87. Su Yang was feeling that this group of retrogrades in Class 5 were more or less not quite normal in their brains. What are you doing here? One by one, they come to the office to deliver what heads. The whole thing is like a serial. Su Yang decided to see the teachers and students of the teaching building have run over to eat melon and watch the show, Good Guy. Things were getting a little out of hand, and immediately the people were called inside the office. You do it! I can take it! As soon as Su Yang heard this unreasonable request from the rebellious disciple in front of him, he immediately rolled his eyes. You're afraid you're not seriously ill? Are you guys fed up? Don't worry about that. Hurry up and start cursing, Reverse Apprentice said sharply. If you don't curse, then you're looking down on me. From time to time, the master is out of step with you perverted and rebellious disciples because he feels that he is too sensible. I don't know what the hell is going on in these people's heads. I'm afraid I'm not going to start arching fire with this again. Su Yang was simply speechless. The situation of Class 5, where one party is in trouble and 8 parties are arching their fires to add to the chaos, does need to be properly changed. It's not a class act at all. 9 times out of 10, you'll get me the bottom of the school on the final exam. Outstanding Teacher of the Year, that's definitely not expected. Because either the Budo midterm test nor the final test can be separated from a special test subject. Teamwork. This subject is not included in the advanced placement exam, but is recorded in the teacher's grade. Includes a test of theoretical knowledge of Budo. The reason these are not on the high school exams is simply so as not to burden students with the practice, but they are mandatory school programs to guarantee survival. In times of peace and security, it is not possible to say that there will be a wave of ferocious beasts one day. The martial arts general knowledge class is to let students understand the characteristics of ferocious beasts, and teamwork is to let students form a combat ability that far exceeds that of an individual at the time of the ferocious beasts wave. However, in the current situation, it seemed that the probability was that when the wave of ferocious beasts came, Class 5 would most likely throw their classmates out first as bait to run away on their own. Or maybe throw out for the master as bait first. The moment he thought of this, Su Yang instantly became angry. The teacher's majesty is unleashed. Li Yiming was the last to come to the office. Just after seeing Su Yang's stern face, Li Yiming hurriedly said, "Old Su, don't open your mouth, one of us." Su Yang almost instinctively reacted by releasing Master Invincible, seeing that it was Li Yiming suddenly cried and laughed. "Are these guys arching fire?" "Normal," Li Yiming hemmed and hawed. "But now they're really scared of you." Su Yang rolled his eyes. "What a full stomach. It's a big deal to me. Originally, I also wanted to divide the entire tactics, so that Sun Jiao and the 5th class to create a gap after their own so that they can take advantage of the situation, think of ways to take down Sun Jiao. That got everyone a once-over of the Master's Majesty, and got everyone on the same page again. When it's true, plans don't change fast enough. Still, it's not a bad thing. At the very least, everyone would be more or less intimidated after being subjected to the majesty of the Master. In the future, when he himself spoke, this group of retrogrades would not put on that look of love, and would more or less look like students. Looking at it also makes me look better, and is good for the body and mind. Of course, this trip over Li Yiming, since he was quite excited to report the good news to Su Yang. "Old Su, I've already double cultivated my way into the world. The effect of instilling enlightenment is simply too heavenly. I didn't even think that a qualification like mine could be dual cultivated, not to mention that I could even be directly initiated in a day's time." Li Yiming could not hide his inner exuberance and was overjoyed. "Now I really have the qualifications of a martial god." Chapter 88. Su Yang also smiled and didn't say anything. "You two are still a long way from being martial gods. There aren't even necessarily martial arts gods in this day and age." There was no martial god. Su Yang wasn't really sure. His perception was only limited to the environment he was in. Looking at China and even the world, this is not really possible to say. But what Su Yang could be sure of was that the level of martial god had completely exceeded human cognition. The martial god has to some extent escaped the laws of physics and can fly. And the destructive power of the Wookiee is measured in equivalents, and the flight speed can be measured in units of Mach. Theoretically, a single punch from a martial god was a nuclear explosion level of terrifying power. Most importantly, the god of Wushu is a being that has been documented in proper history. A total of 5 martial gods had been born in the history of Huaxia. It is also because of the existence of these 5 martial arts gods that the history of China has survived, free from the invasion of ferocious beasts and the scourge of living beings. As for martial arts saints, there are actually no records. The concept of martial saints all came from the mouths of the martial gods. Taking the stars and stepping on the moon was the way to achieve the way of the saints. It also meant that the 5 martial gods believed that there was a higher realm in the path of martial arts, and that they could roam the universe. Of course, confidence is good. Li Yiming stayed inside the office after 10 minutes, just out of the office door that sent a look of anger. Back to the classroom immediately followed the class of 5 people rebuked Su Yang improper son. After the crowd scolded and expressed their position that they would never give in, what came flooding in was constant doubt. "What's with that inexplicable feeling of oppression? I don't know why, but I always feel similar to the feeling of being watched by the gatekeeper when I go over the wall. Silence suddenly fell inside the classroom, and one couldn't help but think back to the scene when he was caught by the gatekeeper for going over the wall at the beginning of the school year. Indeed, there is a sense of oppression if nothing else when being watched by a gatekeeper. Martial Tao theory on this called it oppression, but generally only martial zoons and above could produce a sense of oppression. No, the oppressive feeling of the surname Su can be much stronger than the gatekeeper. Indeed. Damn, what the hell is the surname Su? It's harmonization power and mighty pressure again. That's 8 fucking pints. By the way, wasn't it almost something? What's the difference? Where's Tao Chan? How can we leave him behind when we've all been scolded? Right. A class needs to be neat and tidy. Go find Yu Tao and send him to the office. In the small pavilion on the roof of the building, Yu Tao's expression was fading into contemplation. After several days of dedicated cultivation as well as Su Yang's accompanying practice, Yu Tao's understanding of the heaven-mending embroidery cloud technique had since become more and more thorough. So much so that I dream of sewing and practicing needlework. Just right now Yu Tao looked at the steel needles on the ground that had already penetrated into the ground and felt his brain buzzing a little. Yeah? This isn't right? Yu Tao's fingers moved, the steel needle that penetrated into the ground was pulled by the thread and bounced back, and when it was about to fall to his fingertips, Yu Tao's luck condensed on top of his fingers and casually flicked. Phew! A vague cracking sound exploded. Yu Tao couldn't help but scratch his head, his eyes confused. I'll learn to pop pin style? Chapter 89. At nightfall, Yu Tao came to Su Yang's dormitory as usual. Su Yang was about to take off his clothes when he heard Yu Tao say, "Teacher, wait, I feel like I'm very wrong right now." Su Yang was stunned and looked at Yu Tao with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? I seem to have learned to pop pin style. Su Yang? Isn't this kid a little paranoid? It was only possible to perform the flicking needle style when the mending sky embroidery cloud technique was cultivated to the final 6th layer. Right now, Yu Tao's 2nd layer hadn't even come to great completion yet, and as a result, he said that he had already cultivated the flicking needle style. How are you going to cast a popping pin style when the preconditions haven't even been met? Although Su Yang was half convinced in his heart, he still said, "Cast it out and I'll take a look." Yu Tao's fingers moved, a steel needle had been silently pinched in his hand, gently tossed and flicked with both fingers. Thump! The steel needle instantly penetrated into the wall, and the black line connecting the steel needle crossed Su Yang's line of sight. Teacher, is this normal? Normal derha. It's obvious that it's not normal. Su Yang reached out and touched the black line. As expected, the black thread feels quite tough when you touch it in your hand. It was obviously just an ordinary sewing thread, but it had already succeeded in transmitting qi. Use the needle as a guide and the qi as a thread. One finger flicks the needle, mending the sky and embroidering the clouds. The mending sky embroidery cloud technique heart technique was greatly accomplished. Su Yang fell into silence for a while. This had completely violated martial arts common sense. Yu Tao's realm of strength and his mind techniques clearly had not reached the ability to release the flicking needle style, yet he was now able to release the flicking needle style. And both power and speed have been close to bullets. The master did give you a hang, but the effect of this hanging is not a little too outrageous. It hasn't even been 2 weeks since you practiced the mending sky embroidery cloud technique, and you've already accomplished your needlework. Seeing that Su Yang didn't make a sound, Yu Tao didn't bother. Silently, he sat down, a little apprehensive. He wasn't sure if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Because it's just too much against the laws of martial arts. He clearly hadn't even cultivated the 2nd layer of the heart technique to great completion yet, and as a result, he had somehow learned the flicking needle style. It's so weird. Only after a long time did Su Yang open his mouth. Did you feel anything wrong before this? It's not that it's wrong, Yu Tao busily said. When I cultivate, I am extremely easy to immerse myself in it, and even can't feel the passage of time. Teacher, is immersion? Su Yang subconsciously responded. Yes. Being able to devote oneself to the practice without being moved by external objects. This state is called initiation and is a contingent event. Everyone has a similar experience to a greater or lesser extent, and Su Yang has also been in meditation. Once practiced, one becomes immersed in it and completely forgets the passage of time. This state is greatly beneficial for martial arts enhancement, which may be a breakthrough in strength, or an enhancement and understanding of the hard technique. It can be found but not sought. How many times? Every time. Chapter 90. Every time you practice, you fall into meditation? Well, without realizing it, I would fall into it, but for fear of delay, I would set an alarm clock to force myself to wake up every time. Xu Tao added. Li Yiming should be similar to me. How about this? The system is yours. I'll be a Class 5 student. How did chance events become practice routines for you guys? How can you just go into meditation? Could it be a case of mind frenzy? Because on weekdays Xu Tao is sneaking to the roof of the building to practice on his own, without being under the eyes, Su Yang really does not know Xu Tao's state of practice. Prior to this, Su Yang merely thought that he would only meditate once when he was initiated. Because back then, when Su Yang cultivated the 9 training horizontal body technique, there was only that one time when he was initiated that he had appeared in the state of being, 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 in the state of being. Haven't experienced initiation since then. It was only now that I realized that Xu Tao was actually able to directly fall into meditation every time he practiced, and even had to set an alarm clock mandatory to wake himself up for fear of delaying his needle practice. And so did Li Yiming. This was because Xu Tao had even flipped over the balcony to take a look at Li Yiming before he came. Li Yiming was indeed inside the room in the Golden Rooster stand alone, maintaining the entranced stance. In order to avoid forgetting the time like last time, learning from Xu Tao, he set his own alarm clock with strong vibration to wake himself up compulsively. No wonder the speed of cultivation was so outrageous. However, when Su Yang thought about it carefully, even every time he entered the meditation, he couldn't explain Xu Tao being able to perform the flicking needle style, something that completely violated the common sense of martial arts. This is because meditation is only able to make cultivation faster and deepen one's understanding of the mind. It just speeds up the step-by-step process. You don't suddenly learn to pop the needle style straight away. It shouldn't be the cause of the meditation. Su Yang's face was calm and composed, looking as if he was the teacher's expectation. Think carefully, is there anything else wrong? Xu Tao pondered for a moment. That dream? Su Yang's heart jumped. Dream? What dream? I was cultivating and practicing needles when I was dreaming. Xu Tao scratched his head, puzzled. It's just a dream, I didn't take it seriously. Su Yang's voice couldn't help but rush for a few minutes. Is it true that you can remember the details of the dream relatively clearly? Pretty much, a lot of the details are kinda clear. Xu Tao was a bit puzzled. Teacher, does this also matter? Yes, there is a great deal at stake. Su Yang's scalp went numb for a moment. This state of dream entry cultivation had an extremely niche term in martial arts theory that regular people could never access in their entire lives. The mind and I are one. Mindfulness and self are one, and to enter into dream practice is 1,000,000 times rarer than to enter into this state of meditation. There have been many accounts in ancient books. In a dream, you comprehend a skill, penetrate the mind, realize it greatly, and then you wake up and perform it. And the unity of mind and self has nothing to do with the realm of strength. The ancients didn't know what was going on. After all, it would be one of those rare cases where this would happen. But now Su Yang knew what was going on. The root of everything, whether it is meditation or the unity of mind and self, comes from the fitness of the mind. The individual cases recorded in these ancient books, the high probability is that they have selected a heart method that is more than 300% compatible with them, and the probability is lower than winning the lottery. However, in Su Yang's case, this probability could be regulated by him. Teacher, is this a good thing or a bad thing? Su Yang took a deep breath. This state of entering the dream cultivation is called the unity of mind and self. Heart and I are one? Xu Tao looked puzzled. Never heard of it at all. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. You guys can't be exposed to this theoretical knowledge at this stage, Su Yang said with a straight face. Don't worry, this is a good thing. It's just that There may be a drop of side effects. What side effects? Sleepwalking. Chapter 91. The reason why Su Yang was sure that there would be a side effect of sleepwalking was naturally because these very few cases recorded in the ancient books were either beheadings at the Noon Gate or suicides. Because they woke up and their families were cold. The manifestation of dream practice might be similar to sleepwalking. But he himself certainly didn't know he could sleepwalk. Moreover, Zhu Tao was all living in the middle of a single dormitory room, much less knowing that he would sleepwalk. Su Yang thought about it for a while, but he still said, "Just to be on the safe side, you should rest here with me today. I want to confirm the exact situation." Zhu Tao's expression had a slight hint of gravity. "Yes." After waiting until nightfall and turning out the lights, Zhu Tao soon fell into a deep sleep. It's hard for a martial artist to lose sleep. After a day of practicing, I was so exhausted that I basically fell asleep when I hit the pillow. Su Yang meditated and observed from the side, quite curious about the cultivation in the dream. Anyway, he had the master's invincibility, and Zhu Tao couldn't hurt himself. Time passed by minute, and about half an hour later Zhu Tao, who was sleeping on the bed, got up with a pang. Su Yang's face changed slightly, fixed his eyes and saw that Zhu Tao was even still tilting his head, obviously sleeping, but his body seemed to be uncontrollable. After sitting up, his right hand suddenly stretched out towards the void, and his movements were so frozen. What? Right at this moment, Su Yang's ears began to ring with the sound of clanking metal clashing. With a sideways glance, he actually saw the steel needle box that Zhu Tao carried with him trembling continuously. When Su Yang saw this, his heart was shocked. The mending sky embroidery cloud needle requires a long period of time to transmute qi for the needle and thread, through which one continuously deepens one's control over the needle and thread, but the prerequisite is that one needs to have a thread to serve as a medium for transmitting qi. However, Zhu Tao in the dreaming state unexpectedly did not need a thread to serve as a medium for transmitting qi, and directly took the needle in the void. This moment made Su Yang couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Using qi to control things, this is something that only a martial emperor can do. It is simply impossible for an ordinary martial artist to externalize their breath. It can only be manipulated within the body, and if they want to have an effect on other things, they must do so through physical contact, otherwise the breath will dissipate uncontrollably once it is externalized. The scene in front of him was truly unbelievable for Su Yang to see. It was already very outrageous for Zhu Tao to be able to perform the flick needle style, and under dream entry he could even take needles in the void. The mind frenzy status is so unbelievable. Just as Su Yang was stunned, the lid of the steel needle box violently topped off, and a steel needle broke through the air and swept through the air, precisely and incomparably pinched by Zhu Tao between his two fingers. Immediately after Su Yang saw the most bizarre scene, Zhu Tao's other hand so towards the air a pinch, and then began to thread the needle. A few moments later, when Zhu Tao will be the needle a release, the steel needle was strangely suspended in midair. Su Yang's pupils shrunk violently. Not air, but your own breath drawn out and used directly as a thread. Use the qi as a thread. In the next moment, Zhu Tao picked his finger, and the steel needle reversed and ejected just before it landed between his two fingers. Phew! Faint air-breaking sound came. Only the steel needle did not fly out too far, probably about half a meter or so distance steeply stopped, and then yanked back by Zhu Tao, popped out again. Over and over again, the speed became faster and faster, and in the end, Su Yang couldn't even capture the shadow of the steel needle at all. No wonder Zhu Tao himself doesn't know when he learned the pin-popping style. It's entirely because of the muscle memory that was developed after entering the dream practice. Dangerous indeed. Anyone who sleeps around here probably doesn't know how to die. Seeing this scene, it was as if Su Yang saw a swarm of demons in the future when Class 5 entered the dream. The good thing is that they are all single bedrooms, so there shouldn't be any problems. As for how long this state would last, Su Yang wasn't sure. Chapter 92. The next morning, when Zhu Tao woke up, he saw Su Yang still meditating cross-legged. How's it going, teacher? Not much of a problem. Su Yang opened his eyes and yawned. Just don't have anyone around you when you sleep. Huh! Zhu Tao came back to his senses and cried. Did I really sleepwalk? Yes, and practicing the pinball style while sleepwalking. Xu Tao was flabbergasted, apparently feeling a bit unimaginable even listening to it himself. This won't have any effect, will it? This kind of thing was beyond Xu Tao's understanding. The fear of the unknown was something that didn't excite Xu Tao at all. Yes. Xu Tao's face changed. What? Just be careful not to puncture your girlfriend in the future. Seeing that Su Yang was still able to joke with himself, the big stone hanging in Xu Tao's heart finally fell to the ground. But I don't feel any increase in strength. You just learned the killing move of the heaven-mending embroidering cloud needle in advance. Su Yang shrugged. Your realm of strength naturally won't change much, but your practical combat ability has gotten a qualitative change. Xu Tao's eyes lit up. Teacher, can you spar with me once? I'd like to see the popping pin style in action. Can't. Su Yan helplessly spread his hands. Practice against me and I'll make sure you don't have any experience. There really is no point in sparring. It's not that Master doesn't want to help you guys, as long as a pair of practice Master will automatically enter the invincibility effect. I can't even begin to give you an estimate. Xu Tao thought about it is indeed so, and sparring with the old Su completely cannot see the effect of real combat. Then I'll go to the school martial arts gym. The martial arts school has built a number of appropriate supporting facilities in order to enhance and test the results of the students' cultivation. Budokan is one of them. In the martial arts hall, students can challenge the martial arts robots and can also set the appropriate difficulty and parameters, up to a maximum of 6 grades, for targeted self-training. However, the martial arts fighting hall in the 3rd middle school is using the 2nd generation of martial arts fighting robots, some outdated, and the intelligence is not so smart. The actual combat test effect is not too ideal, unlike the 1st middle school is using the latest 3rd generation of martial arts fighting robots now, has been completely close to the actual combat effect. Martial arts gyms have common areas that are free and open to the public, as well as separate rooms that are available for a fee. Remember to rent a separate room. Yes. Su Yang still have to go to the classroom to keep an eye on. Since I cannot accompany Xu Tao a piece of the past, let Xu Tao be careful. Xu Tao left the staff dormitory and went straight in the direction of the Budokan. Most of the people who would normally go to a Budokan are high school seniors with an urgent need for their real-world skills. By the time Xu Tao arrived at the martial arts hall, it was already overcrowded, and many people had already put on their martial arts test suits and started fighting with the martial arts robots in the public testing area. Martial arts robots are wrapped in rubber-like material, and taking a punch definitely hurts, but not enough to risk your life. It was just that as soon as Xu Tao entered the martial arts fighting hall, he felt quite a few hostile gazes in all directions. Any big clan has enemies, and the Zhu family is no exception. Not to mention the fact that there were quite a few sons of the big clans in the 3 centers. In a moment's time, Xu Tao had already surrounded several people with fierce eyes. Chapter 93. Seeing that he was surrounded, Xu Tao's face was still calm. Get out of the way! Don't make a fool of yourself! Xu Tao threw down a sentence and was about to walk out of the encirclement when he suddenly heard a familiar voice emerge from behind him. Xu Tao? Xu Tao's heart thumped in his heart, and his expression couldn't help but stiffen. As soon as he turned his head, he saw a slim teenager walking towards him with a smile on his face, and only managed to squeeze out a hard smile. Brother Xuefei. We haven't seen each other for a long time, right? I heard you went to the same class as Sun Zhao. Yes. Sun Xuefei sked. Is Class 5 a garbage bin? And lumping all the waste together? Although Xu Tao was upset, he could only endure it. Sun Xuefei was one of Sun Zhao's cousins, and in normal times that was also a bully. This guy is just as good at bullying the Class 5 stream. The kind that doesn't dare to fart a single one before the great clan's heavenly pride. Don't mind it, I'm a straightforward person. Sun Xuefei laughed and explained. I mean, you're just as trashy as Sun Zhao. Xu Tao silently clenched his fists. Just then, a displeased voice rang out coldly from the side. Sun Xuefei, who are you cursing? Xu Tao was slightly stunned, and when he turned his head, he saw another teenager clasping his hands and looking at Sun Xuefei with a gloomy face. It's not like I'm scolding you. Sun Xuefei bristled. Why did you come over to make a scene? Fu Yunhai is also a member of the Fu family. It's your turn to tell me what to do. The visitor was Fu Dongning, a son of the Fu family, who stared coldly at Sun Xuefei and said, Yell at other people as you like, but don't bring my Fu family with you. Sun Xuefei heckled. What, to help Pi Yunhai out? Yes. Fu Dongming snorted coldly. Not convinced to fight? Yes. Sun Xuefei sneered. Waiting for you inside, come over if you have the guts. After saying that, Sun Xuefei left with a few juniors. Fu Dongming glanced at Xu Tao and said in a cold voice, What's the point of running to the martial arts hall? Don't you know how repulsive you guys are within the family? The children of the great clans are not all the same goods as Sun Xuefei. Fu Dongming is one of the more kind-hearted ones. Xu Tao busily said, I want to find a place to practice. Fu Dongming frowned slightly. Practice and hurry up, don't flaunt outside. If you see Xiejun, then hurry up and run. That guy is a maniac. You won't even be able to leave here safely if he catches you. As soon as he heard the name Xiejun, Xu Tao was a little frightened in his heart. Xia's family, Xie Yuhan's relatives, sort of cousins. He's a mad dog. He'll bite anyone he catches. Xu Tao knew that Xiejun was a notorious prick in the 3 middle schools when he didn't come to the 3 middle schools, and he fought every day, and now he should also be a senior in high school. The reason why the big clans are called big clans is that they have a huge number of relatives, and you can bump into a bunch of them at any school in the East China Sea. And these relatives are the kind of people who don't want to see you. The water is shallow and there are many kings and queens. Xu Tao answered, and did not dare to linger in the hall, hurried to the guidance desk to find a staff member to ask for an independent room. Soon, Xu Tao changed into his martial arts test clothes. The whole set of test clothing is relatively close to the body, all of which is a sensor device. The test can monitor their own physical condition, so that they can have a relatively intuitive understanding of their own data in all aspects. The outer bodies of the martial arts robots on the opposite side of the room were all rubber-like, though their surfaces were already covered in signs of battle. The body was pitch black and similarly littered with a plethora of sensory devices. The staff explained before leaving, while Xu Tao started setting up the specific parameters of the martial arts fighting robot on the main console. It's usually the default, and the corresponding specific parameters are given after selecting the strength realm of the martial arts robot. Xu Tao first set the difficulty of the martial fighting robot to the 8th grade martial spirit higher level, which was also his current realm of strength. Chapter 94. The type of martial arts robot was chosen for boxing. After setting it up, Xu Tao came to the testing area first. The martial arts robots that were originally sitting on the charging table received the command and then rose abruptly, acting in a way that was even similar to a human being. He had been coming to Xu Tao's front, and immediately pulled back after making a cupped fist salute to Xu Tao. A beep on the main console followed. Battle ready! 3, 2, 1. The moment he heard the word 1, Xu Tao flung his hand and steel needles whistled out. The swoosh nailed the martial arts robot right in the head, directly missing half of it. The martial arts robot snapped and fell right to the ground, unmoving. The main console beeps with it. Tested as a fatal wound, unable to continue fighting. Congratulations on your victory over your opponent. Took 1 second 12. Hiss. Xu Tao's scalp went numb for a moment. He knew that the power of the popping pin style was definitely not small, but how much this outburst of martial arts robots was making Xu Tao feel a bit terrified. Xu Tao rushed to the main console to check the data. Although it was only the 2nd generation of martial arts robots, the level of intelligence was not too high. However, the ability to recognize an attack and choose whether to avoid or defend against it is essential. From the main console it could be seen that the Wudu robot had recognized the attack, but was unable to react at all based on the current setup parameters, so no action was taken. Not to mention the robots can't react, I can't even react myself. Xu Tao cried and laughed a little. His realm of strength didn't match the popping needle style at all, and his dynamic capture ability couldn't catch up with the speed of the steel needles at all. Am I considered invincible in the same realm? Xu Tao couldn't help but scratch his head. Truly, if he were to face an opponent of the same realm, he felt that he did have the ability to make the other party die on the spot before they could even strike. This finger flick of his needle was enough to directly penetrate the head of a person of the same realm. Wouldn't that be death or injury if I made a move? Shu Tao had a complicated look on his face. Because of his dream entry cultivation, it was almost an instinct when he unleashed the needle-popping style, and there was no way to control the power for the time being. The real-world ability to get in there and step on the sewing machine is not slow, indeed. This move can't be easily performed on people, or I can't afford the consequences. Shu Tao's gaze fell on his own parameters, only to find that the parameters hadn't even moved, and didn't have a specific value. It's true that the equipment is still too old. What an age to still be using these test suits. Shu Tao felt that the equipment in the third middle school was too old, and the equipment in the first middle school was using motion capture cameras to analyze the data. Try challenging a higher level of difficulty next. Shu Tao pondered for a moment, and decisively set the difficulty of the martial fighting robot to the middle level of the 7th grade martial Xian realm. Martial Arts Hall, inside another independent testing room. Xiejin, who had just finished testing, walked down from the testing area and picked up his cell phone to take a look while drinking water. Cousin Zhu Yuan is in test room B34. Xiejin's expression instantly became hideous. Chapter 95. B34 in the test room. Shu Tao's figure constantly flickered on the testing table, finding the right opportunity to throw out a shot. However, the martial arts fighting robot that chased all the way here instantly dodged it with just a sideways glance, closing in on Shu Tao to throw a punch. Under the unhurried dodging, Shu Tao was instantly blasted back several steps, and with a tug on the black thread, he hurriedly recovered the steel needle. The beep of the master control had come on. Attention, one more attack you will be ruled a failure. Shu Tao gasped for air, already tired and sweating. However, the martial arts fighting robot did not give Zhu Tao any chance to catch his breath, and killed Zhu Tao with a fierce charge. Zhu Tao lands with a thumping punch. Discordant Dragon Divine Fist. Catching the terrifying force that erupted from his fist, Shu Tao utilized the force to flick towards the air, and with his backhand, he threw out a needle again. Bullet! This time Shu Tao finally pulled the distance into a body position. The martial arts robot could no longer dodge, and was directly shot into the brain area with a needle. However, the martial arts robot did not stop and still slammed its fist. Finished! Shu Tao hurriedly protected his face with both hands, and with a bang, he was directly smashed out of the test bench. Only then did the martial arts robot stop moving, and a voice rang out from the main console with it. Failed! Shu Tao let out a bitter smile and simply lay on the ground for a moment before slowly getting up. Sure enough, the gap is still too big. This is still just a martial arts fighting robot. I don't even have the means to take it down. If I'm facing a martial artist, I'll surely die. Shu Tao came to the main console in quite a mess and looked at the parameters of the martial arts fighting robot. Difficulty: peak of the 7th level of the martial Xian realm. Type: boxing, Tiger's 8 fists. Remaining blood, 27%. Injured parts: brain, right chest, lower right leg. The gap is just too big. Seeing these 3 injured parts, Shu Tao couldn't help but feel emotional. The last brain was his limit 1-for-1, and it still didn't result in a fatal injury to the opponent. The remaining 2 were both supposed to be aimed at the heart area, but both were dodged in time by the martial arts robots. In a true real-world combat situation, facing an expert of the peak 7th grade martial Xian realm, he had and only had one chance to strike. The only good news was that his flicking needle style was also enough to break the defense of an expert at the peak of the 7th grade martial Xian realm, and would not be blocked by the opponent's flesh. After resetting all the information on the main console, Shu Tao began to give a small summary of himself. As long as he had the chance to strike, he was able to make the 7th grade martial Xian realm middle stage grand disability, directly incapacitated with a single shot. The current him had a chance even if he was facing the high level of the 7th grade martial Xian realm, but against the peak realm, could only exchange 1-for-1. I'm invincible if I go first below the 7th rank, and I'm 1-for-1 if I go first above the 7th rank. Only below the level of Wushuan. If they were facing a 6th grade martial exalt, they would be waiting to die. There was no need to struggle. It was impossible for his steel needles to break the defenses of a powerhouse in the strength realm of a 6th grade martial exalt. Okay, almost, and it's kind of a clearer picture of who I am now. In the old days, it would have been too much to think about. The next step is to dive into cultivation and raise the realm of strength. Rush to the 7th grade as soon as possible. Zhu Tao left the test room directly after shutting down the main console, not intending to stay for a long time, but quickly not leaving. He didn't dare to take Fu Dongning's warning seriously. Xiejin, the mad dog, likes to bite the Zhu family the most. The reason for this was still because once upon a time, during the family competition, Xiejin had met his cousin Zhu Yuan and was beaten without a fight. The great clans would regularly organize great competitions every year to show the heritage of each family and the strength of the younger generation, and naturally, it was also a battle for the face of each great clan. Of course, Zhu Tao had not participated in the great family competition. The strength is too low to qualify for participation. Often, those who were able to ascend to the great family competition were the best of the best in the family. Chapter 96. About 3 years ago, on top of the family competition, cousin Zhu Yuan faced off against Xiejin of the Xie family. At that time, both of them were still in their 3rd year of junior high school, and their strength was at the peak of the 8th grade martial spirit realm. It's easier to tell the difference between a higher and a lower mind at the same realm of strength. The Xie family was a big family in terms of marksmanship, however, Xie Yuhan was an exception. It's not that Xie Yuhan won't, but Xie Yuhan doesn't allow guns. All in all, in the midst of this fight, Xiejin was heavily injured by Zhu Yuan and ended up being carried down. Zhu Tao knew all too well about how hard his own cousin Zhu Yuan had hit him. Heavy-handed with your own family, let alone with outsiders. Xiejin had been recuperating from his injuries for half a year, and at this juncture he had failed the martial arts midterm. In the end, not to mention the first middle school, even the threshold of the 2nd middle school was not reached, and finally came to the 3rd middle school. Zhu Tao naturally knew how much Xiejin hated the Zhu family, that he ran to find trouble with the Zhu family when he had the chance, and took crazy revenge. Neither family will care about this kind of thing. Junior fights, that's a matter for juniors. Elders are not good at stepping in, much less turning the other cheek. As long as no one gets killed, it's a technicality. The dish is the original sin. Anyway, Zhu Tao didn't want to bump into Xiejin. This look will soon be out of the martial arts hall, cold not lingding came Sun Xuefei gloating voice. Zhu Tao walking so fast, why? As soon as Zhu Tao heard Sun Xuefei's gloating voice, his heart thumped. The next second, a morose voice came. Zhu Tao, stop. Crap. Xiejin. Zhu Tao heard this voice and almost without any hesitation, spread his legs and rushed out. It was a voice he was all too familiar with. It was definitely Xiejin's voice without a doubt. Xiejin let out a sardonic laugh and chased straight out with his gun. Among the crowd, Fu Dongming naturally saw this scene, but did not make much of a move. He had just fought with Sun Xuefei, and had expended a lot of his physical strength, and had not been able to distinguish a winner from a loser. Besides, he didn't want to interfere. Can't fight it. Zhu Tao, that is all the way to spread legs and run, head does not dare to return. How dare you run? Behind him, Xiejin lifted the lance in his hand, and with the wind at his feet, he killed Zhu Tao's flank in a trance and slammed down with a gun. This mad dog. Zhu Tao wolfishly rolled towards the ground and managed to avoid the smash. Instead, Xiejin was quite surprised to see that Zhu Tao had dodged the smash. You even dodged it? Xiejin! Zhu Tao hurriedly shouted. There's a head for the grievances and a head for the debts. If you're so fucking capable, go find Zhu Yuan. Why are you looking for me? It's not like I hurt you. Don't worry, I'll look for him sooner or later, but none of you Zhu family will be able to escape. The tip of Xiejin's gun shook, pointing straight at Zhu Tao. I'm going to make all of you Zhu family taste my pain once. I'm sure I can't reason with this lunatic. Xiejin smiled morosely and droned. Make a move, I'll let you make a move first. Zhu Tao's eyes were cold, so angry that he had silently pinched the steel needle in his hand, but hesitated for a moment, or put it back. Can't fight. Hit it, and you're exposed. Yes. Xu Tao let out an explosive cry and took a few steps back, his fists fiercely building up their strength. Let's see how I can use my Zhu family's Pan-Dragon Divine Fist technique to give you a bit of color today. Xiezhen beckoned with a playful face. Heh. Come. You fucking run again. Seeing Zhu Tao scattering his legs again, Xiezhen only felt that he had been tricked. Since you kids are treating me like a monkey, don't blame me for not being human. Chapter 97. Xu Tao seized the road and ran wildly in an extremely clear direction. The only one who could save him in this situation right now was Old Su. Behind him, Xiezhen was in hot pursuit, and his speed was so fast that he scared Zhu Tao and dodged left and right along the way, and every time he managed to dodge it. The reason why advanced mind techniques are called advanced mind techniques highlights a comprehensive nature. The heart method of the Discordant Dragon Divine Fist technique could be more than just a means of attack, taking into account both stance and defense at the same time. While the CF family's 7 killing guns were integrated with offense and defense, their body techniques were the weakest. An inch long and an inch strong, with the lance in hand, the requirement for stance was rather low. Just Xiezhen, the more he fought the more angry. According to Saiyan Zhu Tao, this kind of with resources piled up out of the 8th grade martial arts spirit is simply impossible to avoid. On the contrary, this kid every time can detect and the first time to avoid. Not being able to fight made Xiezhen even more enraged, and the metal lance in his hand became even more domineering. Another slam, Xu Tao just dodged it and was cut on his cheek by the spattered stones. Looking at the location where he had just stayed had already been smashed out of a stone pit by Xiezhen's hard lance, frightening Zhu Tao's face greatly changed. This guy really wants to kill me. Without any hesitation, Zhu Tao's legs snapped into action, and with a single leap, he jumped directly into the green belt. Xiezhen took a look and gave Zhu Tao the slip again, so he gritted his teeth in anger and raised his spear to continue chasing. Zhu Tao, stop right there! Do you think you can run today? In the time it took to speak, Zhu Tao had already popped out of the green belt and finally ran to the vicinity of the first-year group's teaching building. Taking a deep breath and rushing in the direction of Su Yang's office, he shouted, "Old Su, save me!" The shout resounded through almost the entire first-year group of the school building. Many people heard the commotion and almost subconsciously looked towards the outside of the classroom. The teachers in the first grade group went out to take a look, and their faces couldn't help but change. Just in time to see Xiezhen emerge from the green belt with his spear, whisking Zhu Tao all the way up and down. Many teachers had ugly faces when they saw that it was Xiezhen. This guy is a notorious prick in the 3rd grade. Compared to this, the group of mongrels in the 5th grade can only be considered a little bit of skin. Class 5 was just teasing the teacher at best. Xiezhen was different. This guy really stabbed the teacher and sent her to ICU. Finally, the CF family stepped in. How to discuss in private is not known, anyway. Finally that teacher resigned, not to be pursued. And that was the end of it. What's this guy Xu Tao doing messing with Xiezhen? Isn't that giving yourself a hard time? The teachers in the first grade team didn't dare to go up and stop them when they saw this. Can't beat it. The vast majority of the teachers in the first-year group were only at the 8th grade martial spirit realm, while Xiezhen was a solid 7th grade martial Xian realm middle stage, and had the Silver Fury gun with him, so who could persuade him? One look at Xiezhen's stance, it was obvious that he had already fought anxiously. But of course it's impossible for a teacher to ignore it, so it can only be the first time to hurry to shout at the head of the grade group, Lu Jin and Qinming. The 5th class was originally playing poker inside the classroom when they were suddenly stunned to hear the call for help. Why does this voice sound like Xu Tao's? Between the doubts of the crowd have walked out of the classroom toward the far side of the look, just to see Xiezhen the moment. The first time all the people of the 5th class whooshed all squatted on the ground, a face of horror. Crap? Isn't that Mad Dog Xie? What's this guy doing here? If this is hit by Mad Dog Xie, then even we will suffer. The faces of the people in the 5th class went green and white for a while. Xiezhen, the Mad Dog, is not someone who will reason with you. As long as he sees that you are not happy, he dares to make a move on you, and on the contrary, Xiezhen's strength is considered to be strong among the children of the great clans. If it was not that year when the midterm was seriously injured by Zhu Yuan, resulting in the loss of the midterm, or with Xiejin's strength can be completely into the first middle school. It was also because of that time that Xiejin's personality changed drastically. Chapter 98. At first, it was just specifically targeting the Zhu family's children, but later on, it got crazier and crazier, and other families' children started to target them as well. Catch anyone and bite them. A mad dog. Xie Yuhan was even more frightened. Among the Xie family's children, the one she was most afraid of was Xiejin. Li Yiming's heart jumped, and he secretly glanced at Xu Tao to see that he was in a sorry state of hiding. He knew that Xu Tao must also be a dual cultivator, but he didn't know specifically what kind of heart technique he was cultivating. At this juncture, if Xu Tao is exposed, then it's over. Where's old Su? Help! Seeing that Su Yang did not show up either, Li Yiming hurriedly ran over in the direction of the office. Li Yiming, what are you doing? Looking for Mr. Su. The eyes of the Class 5 crowd glared. What are you looking for him for? How could he possibly intervene in this mess? What's wrong with you? Li Yiming didn't explain too much and rushed to the office door, then hurriedly knocked on the door. There was no movement inside the office for a long time. Crap, what did old Su do? In the heat of the moment, Li Yiming couldn't care too much about it, and hurriedly took a few steps back. His legs violently built up their strength, and with a bang, he directly kicked the door of the office open. It was only that Su Yang was sitting cross-legged in his office, resting his eyes. Old Su! Something big has happened! Su Yang didn't make a sound, but actually had vaguely heard the commotion outside and Li Yiming's shouts. I know you're in a hurry, but take it easy. I'm in the middle of a fucking circumference. I'll get hurt if I forcefully interrupt the circumference at this point. Su Yang was only able to squeeze out a sliver of his mind with extreme effort and spoke. Drag it out for 2 minutes. After saying that, he hurriedly withdrew his mind again and continued his circumference with full concentration. Li Yiming hurriedly looked through the window outside the house, saw Xu Tao staggered and planted on the ground, which looked to be caught by Xiejin. His heart crossed. Without saying anything, jumped directly from the window, and as soon as he landed on the ground, he directly aimed at the direction of Xiejin, snapped the ejector device. Phew! Xiejin suddenly sensed that it was not good. The tip of the gun in his hand shook, and he violently turned around with a horizontal sweep. A strong wind swung out, instantly bouncing the incoming thunderbolt needle away, and his gaze must have viciously landed on Li Yiming. You! Where did that come from again? Xiejin didn't recognize Li Yiming and only felt that it looked familiar, but after glancing at Li Yiming's stance, he looked morose. Thunderous needle? Seek death! Li Yiming could only feel his scalp tingling from even a glance from Xiejin. Holy shit! This guy can actually dodge the swift thunder needle. Xiejin's legs built up a force, and his entire body violently ejected. Shoo shoo shoo! Li Yiming didn't even think about it, and immediately cleared the ejection device. The remaining 35 thunderbolt needles were all shot out, but only the sound of clanging could be vaguely heard, and in a trance, a black shadow had already killed in front of Li Yiming. Oh Jin! Brother Jin, you're awesome! I just want to see the power of this Xie Clan's 7 killing gun with my own eyes, that's all, nothing more. So it is. Xiejin laughed morosely, and the silver fury gun in his hand slashed violently, frightening Li Yiming so much that his entire body froze like a wooden chicken. Copper bone! Boo! There was a muffled sound from the silver fury gun, and its momentum was blocked. Chapter 99. When Xiejin looked up, his eyes narrowed when he saw Su Yang, who suddenly appeared. Another one? Su Yang shoulder blocked the silver fury gun in Xiejin's hand and coldly shouted. Which class are you a student of? So unbridled. And who are you? Class 5 teacher. So it's the teacher. Sorry. Protective feats are rare. Xiejin drew back his spear. Su Yang thought that this guy had withdrawn his hand, which thought that Xiejin had just drawn it back. The silver fury gun shook in his hand and suddenly poked out. Crap. This guy is crazy, isn't he? Su Yang was unable to avoid it. The chaotic chi in his body operated steeply, and directly his chest slammed forward. Boo! Xiejin retreated several steps backward in a row, and with a stunned face, He looked at the opposite side of Su Yang, who had also retreated several steps backward. Su Yang managed to stabilize his stance and looked down at his chest where the clothes had been poked a hole out. His face sank. What a fierce force! Seeing that Su Yang had finally shown himself, Li Yiming hurriedly climbed up from the ground and whispered, "Old Su, his name is Xiejin, 7th grade Martial Xian Realm." Xiejin? Uh-huh. Why does that name sound familiar? Su Yang's pupils shrunk violently. Isn't this guy the infamous prick from senior year? Even stabbed a teacher in the ICU. Su Yang glared anxiously and lowered his voice. Why are you messing with him? I don't know. He came after Ju Tao. Back off. I'll deal with him. Yes. Li Yiming hurriedly retreated, and Su Yang stared intently at Xiejin in front of him and drank. Xiejin, this is a school, don't be wild. If you have any problems, talk about them. Fighting is against school rules. Xiejin held his spear and paced from side to side, carefully sizing up Su Yang, not taking Su Yang's warning seriously at all, and turned to ask, "What kind of hard technique are you practicing that's so hard?" 9 Training horizontal body technique. Looking at this guy staring at him like a hyena, Su Yang felt rather tricky and snorted coldly. Don't do it again. If you do it again, I'll just lead you to the teaching office. Heh, just by you. Xiejin let out a wild laugh. I'd like to see how long you can hold your own. Look at the gun. This guy really can't listen to people at all, as rumor has it. Su Yang once again braced his chest and blocked, finding the right opportunity to grab the Silver Fury gun directly with both hands. As a result, his entire body was directly picked up and flown. Slot. The force is fucking outrageous. Su Yang had just landed and almost stumbled and planted himself, and when he came back to his senses, Xiejin had already killed him with his gun. The tip of the gun whistled. Boo! This shot directly pushed Su Yang against the wall. TCH, weird. What a hard flesh, but how can the strength be so bad? Can't even react to that with power. An 8th grade is able to train a horizontal flesh body. Su Yang coldly grunted, yanking the silver gun with both hands. His right leg fiercely exerted force, a sideways aerial inversion twisting the Silver Fury gun. Caught off guard, Xiejin's Silver Fury gun dislodged his hand. Su Yang took an arrow step forward and crashed out with a straight punch. Copper bone! Xiejin's arm crossed, directly blocking it with a teasing face. It doesn't hurt. Su Yang looked indifferent and crashed out with another straight punch. Xiejin casually blocked it again, his face even more disdainful. Unconscionable. It seems like you don't even need the Silver Fury gun to deal with you. Xiejin stepped back, flung his hand and shot the Silver Fury gun in his hand violently, nailing it directly onto the nearby wall, and beckoned towards Su Yang. Come! Li Yiming and Zhu Tao rushed back to the classroom door while Su Yang was drawing fire. Zhu Tao, you're crazy! Chapter 100. Seeing Zhu Tao show up, the crowd was suddenly furious. What are you messing with Xiejin for? I'm full? Zhu Tao cursed without a trace of anger. This guy saw me and chased me straight over. I really had no choice but to come back to old Su for help. Ask for help, Dara. Surname Su is no match for him at all. You see now the surname Su is being treated like a monkey by Xiejin. Surname Su's all-point defense is up, it's not useful at all in a fight. Zhu Tao hurriedly poked his head out to take a look, and sure enough, he saw that Xiejin didn't even use the Silver Fury gun, and relying on his brute strength, he directly used his fists and feet to hard receive all kinds of straight punches from Su Yang, nakedly humiliating Su Yang. Li Yiming, where's your lightning needle? As soon as Zhu Tao took a look at Xiejin humiliating Su Yang so much, he was so furious that he was gnashing his teeth. Give old Su a shot, electrocute this dog. It's gone, it's been emptied. Li Yiming laughed bitterly as he flashed out the ejection device that had been emptied. It was all bounced off by that crazy dog. Zhu Tao's face was instantly unsightly. The other students and teachers had seen the scene under the building where Su Yang was being teased by Xiejin. One was filled with dismay. Never thought that Su Yang would rush up at this juncture, and what was even more unanticipated was that Su Yang had already practiced his horizontal flesh body. Xie 7 killing gun was so dominating, surprisingly it didn't even manage to injure Su Yang. However, this is not the time to focus on that. Xie, this mad dog is not humiliating Su Yang. To beat up a teacher so blatantly right underneath the school building is clearly a slap in the face of all the teachers in the first-year group. This guy is just too licentious. No, I can't help it. It's too much of a bully. Don't be impulsive, going down there won't help much, you'll only lose face. Wait for the team leader and also Mr. Liu to come over and deal with it. How come it's not here by now? Went to a meeting at the administrative office. When don't you go to a meeting, but this is the time to go to a meeting. Downstairs, Su Yang suddenly stopped his hand movements. Huh! Why don't you continue? When Xie saw that Su Yang did not attack, his face was full of provocation. Admitting defeat here? No. Instead, Su Yang put his hands behind his back and leisurely said, I still have to thank you. Xie froze slightly. Thank me? Ha! Ha ha ha, why do you still need to thank me? Thank me for taking time out of my busy schedule to humiliate you. Su Yang's eyes were cold. Mad, continue to be mad, don't cry later. Ha 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 ha. Xie sardonic laughter came to an abrupt end, only to feel as if there was something abnormal within his body. You! When did you beat the dark energy into my body? It wouldn't be called dark power if I let you know. Xie snorted coldly. Sculpture! Su Yang was non-committal. However, the expression on Xie's face began to gradually become alarmed. Obviously, he had already guided his breath to prepare to forcibly hedge with the dark energy that Su Yang had silently put into his body, yet strangely, under the hedge, he found that the dark energy not only didn't disappear, but was even forcibly devouring his breath, making it grow stronger and stronger, and it began to run around in his body. Can't even block it. Wow! Xie's mouthful of blood suddenly spewed out, and he panicked. Quickly dissolve your dark energy! It's entered my meridians! Su Yang was indifferent. Bow and apologize. Fuck you! Su Yang turned around and left. Xie couldn't care less and hastily bowed. I'm sorry! Say, Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I was wrong, speak up or I won't hear you. You! Forget it. Xie took a deep breath and roared violently. Ms. Su, I'm sorry! I was wrong! Chapter 101. The roar caused the entire school building to instantly fall into silence. Everyone only felt their heads buzzing when they heard Xie suddenly bow his head and admit his mistake. Admit it. The fifth class crowd that was even more so, each of their eyes almost didn't stare out. Hair. What's happening? When Su Yang saw that Xie had conceded, he stopped and turned around. Sit down and adjust your breath. The panicked Xie hurriedly sat down with his legs crossed. Su Yang walked up to him and added, Don't resist, let my chi in. If you try to shade me, I'll destroy your martial arts foundation. Die together! Xie clenched his teeth. No, hurry up. He was even now channeling his breath to constantly dodge Su Yang's dark energy, fearing that his breath that he had nourished for years would just be directly devoured. Seeing that Xie was honest, only then did Su Yang come to Xie's front, reaching out and placing his hand directly on Xie's heavenly aura, guiding the breath to converge on the palm of his hand and start extending it towards Xie's body. He did have to thank Shishak. If it wasn't for the fact that this little lunatic had pushed him to the brink, he really wouldn't have dared to beat the chaotic chi out for an experiment. Much less did he realize that his ability to manipulate chaotic chi had become so skillful. That straight punch after straight punch, each time it was accompanied by a certain degree of chaotic dark energy penetrating into Xie's body. This kid was so arrogant that he didn't even notice the abnormality. Su Yang was also constantly adjusting the strength of the dark energy output. Dark energy penetration into the body of the other side needs a certain amount of time, and the essence of the martial artist's body surface is a layer of protective air film that cannot be seen with the naked eye. Commonly known as the Big Dipper. As the realm rises, the strength of the astral aura will rise with it, and the defense of the flesh will soar. Penetrating the dark energy needed to pass through the opponent's protective astral aura, it was just not a difficult process. Too weak and it would dissipate. There was no way to go straight through the body shielding astral aura. If it was too strong, it would make Siezhen notice the abnormality and force it out of his body with all his luck. Although the chaotic dark force had the ability to devour, if the gap in strength between the two sides was too great, it would easily be forced out and dissipated. While the complexity of the process of recovering dark energy depended on the situation, at least a 7th grade martial spirit realm like Siezhen's was relatively much simpler. Or rather, it's easy up to the 6th grade. Su Yang only needed to extend his breath in, and the chaotic dark energy that was running amok in Siezhen's body would be easily attracted to him. The same gas attracts, the opposite gas repels. The fundamentals of gas. However, in a few moments, the chaotic dark energy that was running around everywhere within Siezhen's body was recovered by Su Yang, and the devoured energy was even sent into Su Yang's dantian to continue storing it. Theoretically, if one's realm is high enough, the world is my league. After recovering, Su Yang closed his hand, swept a glance at Siezhen, then said, "I'll let you off this time. Come back to find trouble again, and you'll have to bear the consequences." Siezhen opened his eyes violently. His eyes showed a fierce light, staring viciously at Su Yang's back. Su Yang didn't hear a response and suddenly turned around. Siezhen's eyes suddenly cleared up. "Didn't hear? Listen. Here." "Uh-huh." Su Yang didn't say anything more and left with his hands behind his back. Headache. Being forced by this guy Siezhen, he handed over all his cards. But it's happened, and there's no point in thinking about it now. One step at a time. Su Yang went upstairs and went straight to the office, just came to the door of the classroom of the 5th class. The 5th class people have risen. Looking at Su Yang's expression are suddenly complicated a lot. Chapter 102. "Zhu Tao, come to my office!" Hearing Su Yang's slightly displeased voice, Zhu Tao smiled bitterly in his heart. "Yes." Zhu Tao followed Su Yang and soon entered the middle of the office. The office door was also kicked down by Li Yiming, and the lock couldn't even be locked. Before Su Yang could say anything, Zhu Tao hurriedly explained. "Old Su, I didn't provoke Siezhen. I just went to the martial arts competition hall for some testing, and I ran into Siezhen halfway, and this guy was just like a madman who had to bite me." Su Yang also felt that this matter is odd. According to the saying that Zhu Tao so cautious person, there is no reason that he will take the initiative to cause trouble. "Of course, it's still because of Zhu Yuan." "Jubilee? Well, one of my cousins, that guy isn't any good either." Zhu Tao was busy explaining the situation of the family grand competition. After Su Yang knew about it, he had a helpless look on his face. It was indeed very much in line with the teacher's evaluation of Siezhen. 3rd grade people are crazy. And it's not just one Siezhen. Su Yang had an even bigger headache, learning that there were still so many children of the great clans who did not treat the people of Class 5 well. I only hope that cleaning up Siezhen this time will make those relatives in Class 5 restrain themselves. "It's not exposed, is it?" Zhu Tao's complexion was correct. "No, he would already be dead if I exposed him, and once I made my move, he would be crippled if not dead." Su Yang didn't think that Zhu Tao would joke with himself. "In the future, even if we have to go to the martial arts competition hall, I'll accompany you guys." Su Yang waved his hand. "Alright, it's fine, go back to the classroom first. I still have to think about how to deal with the other teachers and school leaders later." "Yes." Zhu Tao rushed out of the office. As expected, as soon as Zhu Tao left on the front foot, a number of teachers came to Su Yang's office on the back foot. "Oops! Little Su! It's great! You can really hide, the whole half a day has already cultivated a horizontal flesh body, no wonder you are so bold. It's quite rare to be able to achieve bronze bone greatness at your age. I knew when I hit Su's internship that Su was bound to be the best of the best. Nowadays the latter, that's really a long way to go." Commercial bragging rights among teachers are normal. Anyway, in the first-year group, Su Yang had not been discriminated against by other teachers because of his weak strength. It was also impossible for people to gossip in front of Su Yang. Not knowing is not. Su Yang did not bother to dwell on it, saying that it was also just lucky that he accidentally suddenly entered the meditation, and when he came back to his senses he was already a bronze bone great achievement. As for the matter of not having a teacher to help, Su Yang did not put it on his mind. The only two team leaders in the first-year group who could have suppressive power over the 7th grade and Chenming had both gone to a meeting, and everyone else who wanted to help was unable to do so. This was something Su Yang could carry. In fact, coping with teachers and leaders is rather a minor problem, and you can just make it up. Besides, so many people saw that they were passive defense, and they couldn't pick a reason. What Su Yang was really worried about was still Xiejun. This kid looks like he is still unconvinced. Su Yang is really worried that Xiejun will let the Xie family take action. Things have come to a head, and it's up to the Xie family. If the Xie family didn't screw themselves, then all would be happy. But if the Xie family wants to clean up their own, then Su Yang will be ready to head iron hard. It would be absolutely impossible for me to apologize. Xiejun have written to my head, if I do not have the dark force is expected to severely humiliate me a meal, this I can endure. If the Xie family moves against me, I'll turn my head and go find Qin Yao and find a way to cure the Qin family's 5th grade martial king. I'll see what the Xie family can do to me then. Chapter 103. It didn't take long for Su Yang to be called to the office by Lu Jun. Lu Jun, who had only just been informed of the situation, was in quite a trance at the moment. Senior prick Xiejun ran to the first year's teaching area, only to be taken down by Su Yang. During this process, Su Yang even displayed a horizontal flesh body, apparently having achieved great success with his bronze bones. Lu Jun wondered, hadn't this Xiao Su just entered the 8th grade? How is it that you've reached the copper bone achievement? It's outrageous. As soon as Su Yang came, Lu Jun smilingly greeted Su Yang and sat down. Little Su, I know all about what happened, it was handled well. Not bad for a young talent I've spotted at once. It's just that I didn't expect you to be so low-key, you didn't even say a word when your copper bone became a great success. Su Yang sought to say it, and not raise his salary. It's not like I don't know the truth about trees attracting wind. Team leader, it's not something worth bragging about. Su Yang had a humble face. Just lucky. Then Su Yang turned to reveal a hint of worry. Team leader, the Xie family won't come after me, right? Lu Jun waved his hand. This thing in reason you are not right, why find you trouble? Really take the school as he is Xie family territory? Besides, teachers don't educate their students, so what's the point of sending kids to school? Su Yang muttered in a small voice. Then I heard before that not a teacher was stabbed by Xiejun after. Yes, there is indeed such a thing. Lu Jun hastily patted Su Yang's shoulder and pacified him. You think it was the Xie family that stepped in to shut that teacher up? Su Yang was slightly terrified for a few moments. Yes. Is there a possibility that it's because that teacher got too much compensation that he's not going to be a teacher anymore? Lu Jun whispered. Although I don't know how much I lost, but in this life, I should not worry about food and clothing. Listening to the administrative office said that the teacher resigned when the corners of his mouth cannot be pressed. When Su Yang came back to his senses, he immediately felt a loss of blood. A group leader, you don't say. I suddenly feel a vague pain in my chest now. Come on, Les. Lu Jun turned his words around and said suspiciously. Then again, how did you subdue that kid? Xiejun is a serious 7th grade martial Xian realm middle stage. I heard that you can't even take advantage of the front. Lu Jun looked puzzled. How come that kid in the back suddenly conceded? What did you move? The unique secret technique passed down to me by my university tutor. Su Yang raised his eyebrows. It's specifically used to subdue students. What secret skill? Lu Jun instantly lit up. When the time comes, I'll have all the teachers in the whole grade learn from you. Lu Jun didn't question it at all. After all, Su Yang had already subdued the 5th class before that. Just for that, Lu Jun believed in the existence of a unique secret technique. Otherwise, it didn't make sense that Su Yang would be able to suppress Class 5. Can't be taught. Su Yang spread his hands and casually blurted out. The prerequisite is that you have to learn the 9 training horizontal body technique. When Lu Jun heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Seeing Lu Jun with this expression, Su Yang knew that he had muddled through. No one would really go to the East China Sea Martial Arts Teachers University to find their college instructor to verify anyway. When he left the group leader's office, Su Yang went straight to the classroom of Class 5. In fact, he was still afraid of running into the one-armed Chenming right now, which was the most heartfelt thing he was afraid of. After all, Chen Ming had touched his right hand during the previous piece of patrol and knew that he had only just completed the right hand overlay. It had only been a short time since the copper bone had become a great success, and Chen Ming must have detected an abnormality. However, Chen has always been a man of few words, and he's not the kind of person who would go around proclaiming things, so it shouldn't be much of a big deal. I'll have to think of an excuse how to muddle through. Chapter 104. In a short while, Su Yang returned to the Class 5 classroom. As soon as he walked in, Su Yang saw for the first time that everyone in Class 5 was honestly sitting in their seats. Slightly well-behaved. Seeing that the adversary's eyes were all much clearer than before, Su Yang blinked and was secretly happy in his heart. Presumably this one is the one that will really make an example of them. After collecting Xiezhen, the big prick, these small pricks in Class 5 were immediately honest. Good thing. Su Yang walked to the podium, coughed, and then said with a straight face, "In the future, if you run into Xiezhen who has nothing to do like this, you don't have to put up with it, come to the master right away. Master is your strongest support." When he said this, Su Yang's waist was old and hard, and he spoke with a strong voice. "A few more like Xiezhen. When the time comes, I can think of a way to lie down on the ground, and then open an injury report to claim compensation. Whether or not Master can get rich depends on whether or not you group of rebellious disciples give a damn." Su Yang held his head high and left with his hands in the air. "Self-study, come find me in the office if you need anything." The crowd watched Su Yang leave, exchanging glances with each other only as soon as the person walked away. In the past, the people of Class 5 were really not too convinced of Su Yang, but today, this matter of Xiezhen really made the people impressed with Su Yang. This class teacher can handle it. He's really on to something. Xiezhen, that mad dog, was even taken down by Su Yang, and he even bowed and apologized to Su Yang in public. They're all still in a bit of disbelief. "Last name Su?" "No, from today onwards I'm willing to call him Mr. Su." Fu Yuhai hurriedly changed his address and said with a serious face, "If I mix with him, at least I won't be suffocated." The others nodded, and for some reason, for the first time, they felt an inexplicable sense of security from Su Yang. They'd had enough of bullying for a long time, and if they had a choice, they certainly wouldn't want to be bullied again. Coldly, Su Yang suddenly turned back. The crowd's eyes went to the door in unison. "Su! Teacher, what's wrong?" Su Yang smiled slightly. "I almost forgot to say, from tomorrow onwards, we will officially start the General Studies class. At that time, there will be after-school homework. Whoever didn't complete it will wait to write a review. Whoever doesn't do their homework, I'm a backhanded teacher of majesty." Landslides. Su Yang also ignored the slightly grudging eyes of the crowd and headed towards the office on his own. General Studies is long overdue, just never got the 5th class, so that's why it was delayed. Outstanding Teacher of the Year is one thing, and this group of guys in Class 5 does have a need for a general education class. Too much martial arts general knowledge is basically a question. This down the road, if you want to keep your cultivation on track, you must master enough of the theoretical foundations of martial arts to be able to do so. Su Yang was afraid that this group of Joey Yuko adversary would fool around on their own due to a lack of martial theory when it came to dual cultivation of the mind. Back in the office, Su Yang also began to formally prepare for class. With the tranquilizing pill fed by group lead Illusion, Su Yang was not worried about the Xia family coming to find trouble for the time being. And still, the biggest gain this time was verifying the manipulability of the chaos breath. Previously, he didn't dare to do the experiment. Su Yang was still skeptical about whether the chaotic chi could really combine 2 breaths as he thought. Now Su Yang had 70% certainty. But it's not enough. Su Yang's self-perception of the control of the chaotic chi was not yet at the level of precise micromanagement, so there was still a great risk. At least a 90% chance of getting it right. Chapter 105. The next day, after the morning exercise, Su Yang opened the first official martial arts general knowledge class of Class 5. Today the adversaries all looked much smoother than before, each one sitting honestly in their seats with a look of attentive listening. No teacher can resist the look of a student thirsty for knowledge. Except for someone holding a textbook upside down. However, Su Yang didn't intend to count on it, being able to honestly sit and listen to him was already quite good for Class 5. Today we speak of gas. Su Yang wrote Qi on the blackboard, followed by a Qi next to it. The Qi we speak of is air, and from ancient times to the present, human exploration of Qi has never stopped. Most of the vast majority of present-day explanations about Qi are summarized by our old ancestors, and through modern collection and organization as well as archaeological additions, the present systematic theories and interpretations about Qi have been formed. This metaphysical yet mysterious special energy is the root of martial arts. Of course, what should not be overlooked is that all living beings have Qi, and so do ferocious beasts. Our ancestors recognized one thing a long time ago. That's why they said that one Qi gives birth to all things. Su Yang rambled on, and began to tell Class 5 about the doctrine of the origin of Qi, its development, and its utilization. It is also important to emphasize that the ancients were obsessed with Qi and thus embarked on a variety of relatively extreme and anti-scientific practices. These are not desirable, as extreme forms of cultivation often result in self-inflicted injuries that affect the operation of the Qi in one's body instead. Even if it is true that some people have gotten powerful this way, it is survivor bias. Don't see that one successful person and ignore the thousands of failures behind him. Of course, the general knowledge class is often designed to give students popularized general knowledge, so Su Yang did not speak for too long. After an hour, Su Yang returned to the podium, picked up the thermos cup and drank a mouthful of water and said, "Good, today's general knowledge class will be here. After tomorrow's morning exercise, each person to hand in a generalization and summary over. The requirements are not too high. 500 words will be fine." There was dead silence under the stage. Seeing everyone's wide-eyed look of disbelief, Su Yang slightly froze. "What? Too little? Normally it's 1,000 words to start with." "No. Quite a lot." "Okay, self-study for the rest of the time." Su Yang picked up the thermos cup and was about to leave, when he suddenly twisted his head around and emphasized, "Cultivate well and play fewer games." Seeing Su Yang leave, Class 5 once again fell into silence. 500 words. This might as well kill me. Is it okay not to write? I'm suddenly feeling very bad about the surname Su. What did we talk about today? What kind of gas? Not to mention the other people's headaches, Zhu Tao also had a big headache when he heard that he had to hand in a 500-word assignment, and subconsciously glanced at his rather bloated hands. Homework. Whether I'll ever be able to hold a pen in these hands is another story. Although there were many opinions from the crowd, but when they thought about the fact that if they didn't write it, 9 times out of 10 they would have to be shouted out and criticized by Su Yang, it didn't feel very cost-effective. What? What else can I do, right? Can't write. What do you use your cell phone for? Hey! Right. The crowd thought about it and realized there was a cell phone. Wouldn't it be easier to just go online and look it up and copy it? Then it was realized that there was no paper or pen, and all eyes coincidentally fell on Li Yiming. Li Yiming was helpless. "Okay, I'll go buy it now. Move fast, before I forget." "Yes, yes." Chapter 106. Zhu Tao is okay. After all, in the 5th class his general knowledge of martial arts cognition is considered relatively rich. Su Yang spoke of these he basically know, so he did not intend to write now, but is ready to continue to go to the roof of the building to practice. This can't be delayed, much less easily exposed. Although Class 5 had now changed their opinion of Su Yang, they were not yet trustworthy, much less considered one of their own. The only one of his own in Zhu Tao's heart right now was Li Yiming. Just as Zhu Tao was about to leave, Sun Zhao hurriedly followed on his hind feet. "Zhu Tao, wait!" Zhu Tao frowned and couldn't help but stop. "What's wrong?" "Take a step to talk." After Sun Zhao hurriedly pulled Zhu Tao to the side, he asked in a low voice, "Is your strength increased because of Teacher Su?" Previously, Sun Zhao had felt that Zhu Tao's strength had skyrocketed because he had obtained Su Yang's secret method of body forging. It's just that receiving 2 consecutive rounds of Teacher's Majesty made Sun Zhao simply unable to pull his face. Not so much now. Anyway, the 5th class had been criticized by Su Yang in public. Sun Zhao's heart was instantly much more balanced. After seeing Su Yang take down Xiezhen with his own eyes, Sun Zhao decided to defect and hang out with Su Yang. Now he was trying to determine whether Zhu Tao's strength promotion was related to Su Yang or not, and this matter was directly related to the strength of his defection. Seeing that Sun Zhao asked seriously, Zhu Tao, cautious, turned to ask, "What are you asking this for? What is the purpose?" Sun Zhao was confused by the rhetorical question. "What purpose? Don't you know what I'm up to? I also want to become stronger," Sun Zhao busily said. "What other purpose can I have besides this?" Seeing Sun Zhao's eager and sincere eyes, Zhu Tao felt that he should be thinking too much. This group of guys in Class 5 didn't have much of a brain at all, and their emotions tended to be written directly on their faces. The man without a city. What am I being cautious with this bunch of brainless guys? With that thought, Zhu Tao opened his mouth and said, "Yes and no." Sun Zhao's head tilted. "Huh? Can't you speak human language? If there is, there is. If there isn't, there isn't. Can't you give me a more accurate one? Think for yourself and don't follow." Zhu Tao didn't bother to explain, and shook his eyes and disappeared. Sun Zhao stayed in place and pondered for a long time, and could not help but be scratching his head. Is there or isn't there? Shit, grow a brain. Since the signal blocking is only lifted from 8 to 10 in the evening in the third form, the crowd had to be left to write at night. At one time they all gathered in Li Yiming's dormitory again, ambling around furiously copying. However, the copy is from Li Yiming. Because the summaries online are often thousands of words, only Li Yiming has distilled them. As the only two humans with intelligence in Class 5, when Li Yiming saw this group of guys copying their own copying exactly the same is just. But, please don't even copy my typos into it, okay? However, when Li Yiming really saw the effect of the people copying out of the time to rest assured. Copied as they are, each person can copy a bunch of typos that don't overlap. And they're all little witches, all kinds of segments. Li Yiming couldn't even help but feel emotional. In my humble abode can let you all crouching dragons and phoenix chicks gathered here, it is really Li someone 3 lifetimes of good fortune. Chapter 107. After it was hard to send all the Class 5 gods away, Li Yiming then cleaned up and prepared to cultivate again. It was a rare day when it didn't get too dirty. After all, they were all busy copying summaries there. However, Li Yiming estimated that if Lao Su sees the summary written by the crowd tomorrow, he will in all probability have a heart attack. Just as Li Yiming was cleaning, he suddenly heard movement coming from the balcony. Since it's Zhu Tao. It's quite early to leave today. Zhu Tao entered the house and sat himself down. Usually it's more than 10 o'clock when the lights go out before I go back. Tao, have you finished writing your summarization? Well, it's only 500 words. Zhu Tao helplessly rolled his eyes. Why are you ghosting and wailing all the time, making so much noise that I can't even cultivate in peace? Li Yiming felt afraid that such a situation would become their daily routine. After all, old Su sure does leave homework a lot. Brother Tao, Xiejin didn't hurt you today, did he? No, thanks for coming in time. Zhu Tao said and took out a fruit knife from his pocket and rested it on the table. Li Yiming blinked and hurriedly picked up the fruit knife before saying, Brother Tao, I'll go peel the apple for you. I don't mean that. Zhu Tao waved his hand and hurriedly called out to Li Yiming, saying with a straight face, Sit down. Li Yiming didn't come back to his senses a bit, but he still honestly sat down. Brother Tao, there's something you want to say. Zhu Tao took a deep breath before he said with a straight face, I'm going to take a blood oath with you and become a brother with a different surname. For the sake of this matter, Zhu Tao even took a leave from Su Yang and was not going to go to Su Yang to practice acupuncture at night. In the past, Zhu Tao did look down on Li Yiming, and only felt that Li Yiming was a small person who tended to the trend. Especially since Li Yiming was also usually called around in Class 5, like a dog, it made Zhu Tao even more unable to look at Li Yiming. But what Zhu Tao never expected today was that Li Yiming would be willing to disregard his own safety and come forward in a moment of crisis. Class 5 knows better than anyone what that Xiejin guy is like. The others had long been scared like quails, not to mention helping him, and even blamed him for provoking Xiejin just as he returned. Comparing the two, Zhu Tao really realized that Li Yiming was a person worth making friends with. See the truth in times of crisis. However, Li Yiming froze at once when he heard that Shu Tao wanted to worship him. Huh? Worship? Shu Tao had a solemn face. Yes, tying the knot. Let the unpleasantness between us in the past be turned over. From today onwards, the two of us are good brothers. I seem to be the only unpleasant thing between us, don't I? Don't worry about the details, just say naughty or not. Naughty, definitely naughty. For Li Yiming, it couldn't be better. Subsidiary family descendants like him had never been recognized by the descendants of the big families, and had always been an inferior existence. Jiu Tao is now the first person to really recognize him. However, Li Yiming was actually a little weak. Today Xiejun to find Jiu Tao trouble when the reason why he went to help, in fact, is not really more righteous, purely worried about Jiu Tao autumn settle accounts. You're one of us and you're saving us from death. After all, Jiu Tao what virtue he knows in his heart. Both of them actually sort of know each other, and can probably guess what's going on in the other's mind. But none of that matters now. On signs regardless of mind. Especially in these 3 years to come, we will be living together day and night, and it is most important that we can look up to each other. For something as important as tying the knot, I don't think we can be so hasty, Li Yiming busily said. I'll prepare some fruits. Shu Tao hastily nodded. Well, it has to be decent, after all, it's my first time tying the knot as well. Everyone lives in clans and rituals are part of life for them. Valuing rituals is also an expression of respect for each other. Li Yiming hurriedly prepared fruits. It's just that since there's no booze, you have to use milk tea instead. When the table was set and empty, the pair looked at each other and frowned. Doesn't it feel like it's almost something? Chapter 108. Indeed, short of a plaque or a respected elder. The two thought about it, so they took out their cell phones and flipped out Su Yang's photos to pose for them. Hiss. It still feels a little off? Shall we put it in black and white? Not so good, is it? Old Su is alive and well. It's just a ritual, he won't mind. It's okay. Su Yang's photo was quickly adjusted to black and white, and once it was placed upwards, the two of them were instantly relieved in their hearts. The voice is still alive. When everything was ready, the two immediately brought paper cups and took a blood oath. After poking his finger and letting some blood in, the two of them then went down on one knee together. Please enchant Su Yang in the sky. Cough cough, please enchanter Su Yang in the sky. Today, both of us in dormitory A302 are brothers with different surnames. Jiu Tao. Li Yiming. Shu Tao clasped his fists and bellowed. I don't want my brother to suffer. Li Yiming similarly bellowed. More than anything, I don't want my brother to drive a Land Rover. Is there something wrong? Get with the times, that's what they say on the internet these days. Oh. The two of them glanced at each other and bellowed in unison. But I beg the two of you to advance and retreat together, to suffer and to die together. Rite of passage. Only then did the two of them rise together, clasping each other's fists and saluting. Tao. Erdi. Wait. Li Yiming thought for a moment. I was born in January, and I'm actually the oldest in class 5 by age. Shu Tao's face straightened. The one who reaches is the first. It's okay. Li Yiming didn't dwell on it, he was used to calling it anyway. The ritual is over, so hurry up and finish your food. It's not like it's tribute. Old Su is still alive and well. While eating, Li Yiming asked, Brother Tao, we're all sworn brothers, so we're really on our own now, aren't we? Of course, we can be honest with each other. What kind of heart technique did you double cultivate? Li Yiming was extremely curious about this, because every time Jiu Tao practiced, he was nowhere to be seen, hiding tightly. Jiu Tao reached out, and in the blink of an eye, a steel needle with a black thread attached to it appeared in his hand. Do you know now? Crap? Where did that come from? Can I see it? Jiu Tao hands sleeve a tear open, since the arm at the arm with arm guards, and arm guards have a circle of small holes to store steel needles. Kind of like my ejection device. Pretty much, specially bought online. Jiu Tao said. There has to be a professional equipment for practicing concealed needlework. Huh! Li Yiming's eyes glazed over. Brother Tao, you're practicing acupuncture. Didn't you see it all? I thought it was just concealed weapon equipment like my thunderbolt needle. In fact, Zhu Tao didn't understand why he was practicing the needle technique, while Li Yiming was using the leg technique instead. Too lazy to dwell on it though. So where are you in your cultivation, Brother Tao? Zhu Tao casually flung his hand, popping needle style out, steel needle directly nailed to the wall, till Li Yiming's eyes almost did not stare out. I'm sorry, but the stitching came to a great end without noticing. Chapter 109. When Li Yiming learned that Zhu Tao had already achieved great success in the needle technique, his entire body was just like a log in its place. Crap, needle. Needle technique, great achievement. Zhu Tao nodded slightly, casually withdrawing the steel needles that had not entered the wall again with a single jerk of his hand, and after a moment's thought, he still added, but the situation is rather special. Special how? Zhu Tao had wanted to explain that he could enter a dream to cultivate, and that he had inadvertently comprehended the flicking needle style on his own in his dream. Then when he thought about it, he still felt a bit of a rip-off even saying such things himself. It may even have misled Li Yiming to some extent. Moreover, Su Yan had specifically emphasized about the matter of dream entry cultivation or trying not to let outsiders know about it. You can tell Li Yiming, but there's no need for that. Especially Zhu Tao felt that the situation of entering dream cultivation should only happen to himself. If Li Yiming knew about it, his heart might be more or less unbalanced. After all, it's better to suffer from evenness than to suffer from scarcity. Thinking of this, Zhu Tao said with a twist of words, I'll tell you later, there's not much reference for you anyway. Li Yiming thought as also, Zhu Tao dual cultivation is the needle method, and their own dual cultivation of the leg method, no instead of the heart to add blockage, simply also change the words. Tao brother, you are now. What strength realm? To be able to strike steel needles with this kind of power, you are already at the 7th grade martial Xian realm? Not yet, right now it's just the 8th grade martial spirit higher level. Oh. Li Yiming's eyes glared. Higher order! No need to be surprised. Zhu Tao slowly got up and patted Li Yiming's shoulder. You're getting close too. Li Yiming immediately showed a look of excitement. Indeed, after only a few days of practicing the heavenly Xian legs, he had already detected that the bottleneck that had not moved for years had finally loosened. At the time of enrollment, he was at the middle rank of the 8th grade martial spirit just like Zhu Tao, and according to this speed of cultivation nowadays, it shouldn't take long to successfully break through to the higher rank. Thinking about it made Li Yiming's heart itch. Alright, I'll go back to my cultivation first, Zhu Tao busily said. I won't delay your cultivation. Yes. Li Yiming didn't stay, and after waiting for Zhu Tao to jump back from the balcony, Li Yiming hurriedly unlocked the door and continued practicing. Still in the golden cockerel, he practiced until sleepiness came over him before he had to go to bed. Unconsciously, Li Yiming quickly entered dreamland. He was at the family's martial arts training ground, the Golden Rooster, practicing diligently. Li Yiming suddenly opened his eyes, and what met his eyes were the Li family children who were older than himself, each of them staring at him with a teasing face. Practice my ass! Is there any need for a trashy qualification like yours to cultivate? Get out of the Li family! You trash don't even deserve to be a member of the Li family. The sudden tirade made Li Yiming couldn't help but grit his teeth, but because he was in the clan, he didn't dare to make a move. Right at this moment, an old man suddenly walked out from the crowd, and it was none other than the Li family patriarch. Li Yiming! How dare you double cultivate your mind and disrespect the sages of the Li family? I'm going to remove your name from the genealogy and get the hell out of the Li family from now on. Wait, matriarch, let me explain. Humph! What else is there to explain? In an instant, Li Yiming could see that the Li family's children were laughing madly at him with gloating faces. Inexplicably, another figure holding a long spear came out from among the Li family's children. Xie Jin! You guys are looking for death. Chapter 110. Look at the gun! With a ding, a figure slammed out to kill, directly blocking the lance with his chest. This familiar back made Li Yiming excited. Old Su? But see the dream Su Yang, a twist of the head inexplicably is black and white. Old Su, let me explain. Explain what? Su Yang roared. Li Yiming, a great man is born between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and live under people for a long time? Give me the prongs! Whoever laughs at you, fuck him! Li Yiming clenched his fists for a moment, looking at the Li family's children who were still madly mocking him. His anger shot up one by one. Hot-blooded. In a flash, Li Yiming's left foot glared violently, and his entire body used the force to leap high into the air, and with all his luck, his entire body shot violently towards the earth. Tianxian leg! Early the next morning, Xu Tao was awakened by noisy sounds. Dazed and confused, he opened his eyes and heard the sound of people outside his window. It was only slightly light. It was only 5:30 when I reached for my cell phone. Why is it so noisy? Can't one sleep anymore? Xu Tao also practiced until 2 a.m. before falling asleep, feeling as if he had only just fallen asleep when he was woken up. All that was left was to get up and walk to the balcony to see what was going on. When he came to the balcony and looked out, he found that quite a few students from the 3rd middle school had gathered around the roadside, probing and pointing. If it was a girl passing by, she blushed and covered her eyes and ran away in a hurry. Xu Tao felt that his brain was still a little bit confused, slightly shaking his head and clearing his head for a few moments before looking at the large tree that the crowd was looking up at. Only because the shade was too dense, he couldn't see what was there clearly at all. And a similar number of people on the nearby balcony were looking around curiously, wondering what was going on. What's going on? Xu Tao left to see right or see not clear. The heart is really curious, only to hurry to change the clothes, without saying anything directly from the 3rd floor jumped into the nearby green belt. The world is in a world of hurt. Is this guy sleeping so casually anymore? Is there really no one else in the world he cares about? Time to say no, that's a white ass. Ah, rascal! Another girl covered her eyes and hurriedly passed through the crowd, blushing and shy, and just happened to hit Xu Tao passing by. Xu Tao was even more curious, rushed to the middle of the crowd to look up. The whole person froze in place for a moment. Only at the intersection of the tree trunks, a figure clad only in underwear was lying among them, one leg still leaning on a high branch straight up. Looking up from this angle, it was just enough to see the snow-white ass, the drooping arms and Li Yiming's sleepy face. The crowd suddenly realized that Xu Tao had appeared, and subconsciously looked over towards him, all of them looking rather complicated. Who's this guy? He looks so familiar, I've never seen him before. Not someone I know. Xu Tao let out a puzzled sound, muttering once more while silently retreating from the crowd, and then scattered his legs and hurriedly ran towards the dormitory. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Li Yiming, this guy has some kind of serious illness, doesn't he? Why the fuck are you sleeping in a tree naked? Chapter 111. Xu Tao people are numb the first time, rushed back to the dormitory, picked up the bed sheet and once again leaped down from the 3rd floor. Don't look at it, don't look at it, what's there to see? All out of the way, all out of the way. As soon as they saw that Xu Tao had reappeared and was in a flurry of wind, the students retreated in their own right. They can't afford to mess with these big clan kids in Class 5. Waiting for the crowd to get out of the way, Xu Tao found the right position to leap violently, a hand on the trunk of a 3-meter-high tree, which came to the side of Li Yiming, who was still asleep, hurriedly covered with a bed sheet. Li Yiming, wake up, wake up! Froze did not expect Li Yiming to sleep very deeply. Hard to be. Xu Tao slapped several times before opening his eyes in a daze. Feeling a little pain in my face. Huh? Tao, why are you here? Why don't you see what you've got now? Li Yiming gradually came to his senses and surveyed his surroundings. The brain went blank for a moment as he watched himself appear naked in a tree. The news that Li Yiming slept naked in a tree and showed half of his white ass quickly spread. After group leader Lu Jin heard the wind, he called Su Yang to his office at the first opportunity. Su, you've got to take care of it. What's all this fetish in Class 5? I don't have a problem with the whole sleeping in a tree thing, but, well, at least wear clothes. To take a step back, even if you want to sleep, you should find a remote place where no one can find you. Sleeping naked on a tree by the side of the road, this is not decent. Su Yang was a bit confused even listening to this. He was completely unaware of what was going on, and had just left the dormitory door when Lu Jin called him over. Team leader, let me confirm, our class Li Yiming sleeps naked on a tree. It's not exactly sleeping naked, well, at least it's still wearing underwear. Lu Jin hurriedly took out his cell phone, flipped out the photos taken by the students, and said in a good-natured manner, "Look for yourself, what kind of behavior is this?" Su Yang took a look. Before seeing the face, what came to his eyes was the pitch-black body and the snow-white half-ass formed in extremely sharp contrast. The sense of visual impact was very strong. The first thought that flashed through his mind was, "This ass is really white." When his eyes moved, it was indeed Li Yiming's face. Su Yang silently returned the cell phone to Lu Jin and was speechless for a while. "I know that everyone has more or less some of their own unique fetishes, I understand, but," Lu Jin was busy saying, "this is really hurtful and affects the image of the school. Xiaosu, go back and persuade, let this kid not do this in the future. It's okay to sleep, get dressed." Actually, compared to the other conditions in Class 5, the sleeping naked in a tree one is really a minor issue. After all, the disgrace is Li Yiming's own people, but in the end, it will still affect the image of the school, or have to manage. "Yes, team leader, I'll go back and talk him down." Su Yang left the group leader's office with an expression as odd as it could be. Li Yiming's posture didn't even look like he had climbed up to sleep by himself. It was more like he was stuck directly on a tree branch. One leg was still up high, hanging on to another branch. Almost the moment he saw the photo, he judged that Li Yiming, like Xu Tao, would enter the dream to cultivate. Just Su Yang also wondered how sleepwalking can leap up a tree? Not very comprehensible. Arriving at the classroom of Class 5, the crowd was still practicing in the morning, but Li Yiming's figure was nowhere to be seen. Xu Tao, who was pretending to close his eyes to rest his mind, heard the commotion outside the door, hurriedly opened his eyes and hurriedly came to Su Yang's front. "Old Su, there's something." "I know, leaping up the tree." Xu Tao cried and laughed, hurriedly pulled Su Yang to the side and whispered, "I feel that this matter is similar to my situation." Chapter 112. Su Yang was non-committal. The gold of Xu Tao's first in the class continues to grow. He should have also entered a dream to cultivate, otherwise he wouldn't have somehow leapt up a tree. Xu Tao was busy saying, "It's just that he doesn't know it himself." Su Yang nodded. "Where are the people?" "Autistic in the dorm room." Xu Tao let out a bitter laugh. "Directly not talking, and not taking care of me. Let him calm down first." Su Yang couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. After something like this, his mindset must not be too good. "Old Su, go over and explain the situation to him." Xu Tao was busy saying, "I'm truly afraid that he'll have psychological problems." Su Yang actually didn't really want to go. It wasn't that he didn't care about Li Yiming, but once he went over to explain at this juncture, Li Yiming might put the blame on himself. Then again, one does have a responsibility in this matter. The main reason was that Su Yang felt that the students lived in single dormitories, and things like sleepwalking wouldn't cause any trouble. "I never thought I could sleepwalk up a tree." One should have warned before. "Okay, I'll go to my dorm room, just study after morning practice. Oh yeah, you help collect the homework, just put it in my office." "Good." It didn't take long for Su Yang to arrive at the door of Li Yiming's dormitory. After a moment's hesitation, he knocked on the door. "Li Yiming, open the door." I didn't hear any response for a long time. Su Yang let out a bitter smile and could only continue to knock on the door. "You open the door first, teacher has something extremely important to tell you, something that concerns your cultivation." It didn't take long for the door to finally open. Li Yiming's face was numb, without any sadness or joy, it just felt as if his soul had been drained away. Su Yang rushed into the house and closed the door before saying, "I know everything." Li Yiming sighed heavily, then slumped into his chair. "Su, I'm taking a vacation." "Okay, how long please?" "Please hire for 8 or 10 years. Li Yiming let out a long sigh. "I'll come back as your student after everyone forgets about this." "I'm afraid that's not realistic." "Your white ass is really impressive." "My master has come here but specially to congratulate you." Li Yiming glanced at Su Yang grudgingly. "Old Su, I'm not in the mood for jokes right now." "I'm not joking with you either," Su Yang said with a solemn face. "You've already entered dream cultivation." Li Yiming looked at Su Yang with a slight hint of doubt. Su Yang hastened to explain what dream entry cultivation was and the side effect of dream entry cultivation: sleepwalking. After hearing Su Yang's explanation, Li Yiming instantly pulled himself together. I'm cultivating the heavenly Xian leg in my dreams. That's right, it's just that you can't notice it yourself, Su Yang said. You've already seen Zhu Tao's one-finger flick needle, right? Li Yiming hurriedly nodded. That's the result of dream entry cultivation. Su Yang hurriedly patted Li Yiming. Kid, you're taking off. Yeah, I flew up a tree. Chapter 113. Li Yiming is revitalized, but not much. The dream entry practice was good, but it couldn't hide the fact that he was socially dead. Again, I can't help but sigh. How will I ever have the face to meet people again? And once this is known to my family. Thinking of this, Li Yiming's expression was as bitter as it could be. People have to die, but they can't die socially. Originally, his status in the family was not good, and after this incident, he was really worried that the patriarch's grandfather would remove him from the family tree. It's just too humiliating. All right, a little bit of manliness is not there. What's it like? Su Yang sat aside and patted Li Yiming's shoulder and said, Who doesn't have a black history? Especially those who are strong, the black history is a catch. And you, my beloved disciple, in the future you are the one who will become a martial god. Su Yang coughed. A bit of black history for a martial god is what makes you look like a martial god with flesh and blood. How can it be that no one ever makes a mistake, and what's more, you're not even making a mistake with this one, you're just making a fool of yourself. Back off, you're wearing panties at least. Old Su, you comforted so well, next time don't comfort. Li Yiming had a bitter melon look on his face. It's even harder for me now. Li Yiming think about it in the future to really become a strong person. Other strong people black history is gossip, and then it is not good as some violation of disorderly behavior. For a change his black history is sleeping in a tree showing half his ass. Couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. How can this be used in the martial arts in the future? Since things have already happened, then don't dwell on these. Su Yang waved his hand and said, When your strength is truly strong, no one will care about this at all. But I know that you might not be able to slow down for a while, so for the time being, you don't need to go to the classroom, just cultivate inside the dormitory peacefully. Only then did Su Yang get up. Do you want face or strength? Li Yiming sighed helplessly, seeming to have accepted the fact. My ass is exposed and there is still a face to speak of. Right. Why do you care about this if you don't have any cheek? Cultivate well and come to me if you have any problems. Oh yeah, remember to wear clothes to bed from now on. Su Yang also did not say more, anyway. Whether or not it could be put down still depends on Li Yiming himself to be able to self-digest. After a few exchanges, Su Yang felt that there was not much of a problem. This group of kids in Class 5 is somehow quite strong-minded. You can't be a prick without a strong mind. I've done a lot of humiliating things anyway, so it's not like it's one or two. The big deal is that there will be multiple segments about Class V in the third form in the future. One finger, one needle, one finger, 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 one finger. After giving Li Yiming a pacifying job, Su Yang returned to the office to check his homework. Su Yang was mentally prepared for this. The homework handed in by the 5th class didn't even need to be looked at, it was either copied or written blindly. So Su Yang didn't read it at all, just wrote a read at the end with a red pen. All he needed was the attitude. Homework or no homework was rather unimportant. Chapter 114. He also doesn't expect the students of Class V to go to graduate school later. Except for Li Yiming's homework that wasn't submitted, the rest of the 9 had their homework together. At least he assigns homework that everyone can complete. This attitude Su Yang was very satisfied. The most feared problem in education is not that it can't be taught, but rather, that it won't be allowed to be taught. It's only now that I'm really in charge of Class 5. Su Yang swept a glance at the system task. The matter of grading the whole class at D level was estimated to take ages. Zhu Tao was able to reach D grade rating not only because he led the way, but more importantly, this child himself also worked hard to compete, practicing diligently every day, coupled with the fact that Zhu Tao himself was not qualified to be stupid as a congenital defect, so he was able to quickly improve to D grade rating within half a month. The time taken by others is certainly longer. As for the martial skill gift pack for completing the D grade score, Su Yang was indeed quite greedy. Martial skills and mental techniques are not the same in nature. Mindfulness is the process of absorbing energy and transforming it into qi, while martial arts are based on the learned mindfulness, releasing energy to allow the qi to skyrocket and intensify. The more advanced a martial art is, the less energy it can consume to strengthen one's qi, and for a short period of time, it can increase one's combat power. This reverse process of releasing energy to enhance the qi was extremely difficult to control, and only by reaching this realm of martial emperor, where the control of the qi had reached the peak of this level, would one have the ability to carry out this reverse process and deduce the martial skill. Surviving martial arts were very rare compared to heart techniques, and generally only the great clans would have heart techniques to accompany them. For example, Shu Tao's family's Discordant Dragon Divine Fist technique was named after the martial art Discordant Dragon Divine Fist, and it was only possible to unleash the Discordant Dragon Divine Fist after cultivating to a certain realm. The power was extremely exaggerated, and when it was released, the breath was outwardly released, and the shadow of the dragon could be vaguely seen wrapping around the body, capable of hurting the enemy across a realm. It was possible for even a 7th rank to injure a 6th ranked martial exalt. In direct proportion to the power is the physical toll that martial arts take on the body. Su Yang had heard of martial arts that required 2 or 3 days of rest to slow down after releasing them once. The 9 training horizontal body technique also had a matching exclusive martial skill called Vajra Arm. Su Yang had seen the martial arts demonstration video when he was in college, and the right arm would instantly expand twice as much when releasing the adamantine arm, and the breath would even be dense on top of the arm. A punch can blast out a sonic boom, and the shockwave release can be used against the enemy remotely, and also possesses an extremely strong killing power from 100 meters away. The road was devastating, and everywhere it went was a wreck. The only drawback was that the qi gathering was slower. It had to take a full 3 minutes, and it needed to satisfy at least the 2 minimum conditions of cultivating to the 3rd layer of the heart technique, and the strength realm reaching the 7th grade of the martial Xian realm or above before it could be released. If he could have a martial arts skill in his possession, paired with his super meridians and chaotic qi, Su Yang felt that his strength was bound to undergo a qualitative change, and even if he were to face a martial Zun level powerhouse, he would certainly have the power to fight. Just don't know what kind of martial skill will appear inside the martial skill gift pack. It should be adapted with me, if it can give a mythical level martial skill. Ahem, never mind, let's not dream. Tomorrow, Monday, I've got to get ready to go out to a sneaky buffet to store up my energy. Su Yang didn't intend to take Class 5 out. After all, right now the masked martial artist hadn't moved yet, and the school wasn't likely to let the students leave the school. He also had to find an excuse to sneak out after his general studies class to avoid letting Class 5 notice that he had left the school. There were a lot of teachers out and about, and nothing happened. Su Yang searched for that Wu Zun and himself should have nothing to do with each other. There was no hatred and no grudge. There was no need to find himself in trouble. Taking a step back, even if they were really targeting themselves, there shouldn't be any risk in going out in broad daylight. In broad daylight and with Kunlun patrols patrolling everywhere, how dare that Wu Zun lay his hands on me? Chapter 115. Early the next morning, Su Yang went to find Lu Jin to ask for a good half-day's leave of absence, and skipped after the general education class. When I came to the north gate, I saw Lu Lao and directly handed over the leave slip. Lu Lao glanced at the leave slip. His attitude was obviously not as unpleasant as before. What do you have to go out for at this juncture? Su Yang hurriedly arched his hand. There is something urgent that needs to be taken care of. Well, go early and return early. Only then did Elder Lu release the man, and then added, although it was a fluke that the bronze bone became a great success, but you must not be arrogant. Su Yang was slightly stunned and hurriedly nodded his head in response before leaving the school. As he watched Su Yang leave, Elder Lu looked odd. He had heard about that Xiezhen thing since. Previously, when he learned from Zhu Tao that Su Yang had allowed him to double cultivate his mind, Lu Lao was unhappy and felt that Su Yang had misled his students. In today's view, being able to stand up for your own students is worthy of the word teacher. But misguided is misguided. Stirring up trouble at your own peril. Su Yang left the campus and went straight to the nearest cafeteria. This buffet features ferocious ingredients. The vast majority of ferocious beasts' meat was edible, and the meat was much more robust, and the nutrients contained in it were richer than ordinary ingredients. Moreover, the reproduction ability of certain specific ferocious beasts was very terrifying, such as the black feathered chicken, which could lay 40 to 50 eggs in a single nest, and its growth period was even shorter than just 10 days. So ferocious beasts like the black feathered chicken were quickly domesticated and became one of the staple ingredients on the human table. 149 a head, limited to 1 hour. Su Yang was dumbfounded as soon as he paid and went in. The crowd was so large that the scene was comparable to a 4th of July vacation. Isn't this fucking crowd a little too much? Most of the martial artists had a horrible appetite, and with the time limit, any dish that was just served would be cleared almost immediately. Su Yang soon realized that his own plans were empty, which came to a trip is not to eat as much as you want to eat, but you have to directly rob. You can't get a bite if you can't grab it. The most bullshit is not even a place to sit. Su Yang swept past a lot of people directly is to end the bowl, walking and grabbing the side to eat. That can't be helped, come what may. Su Yang could only be forced to join in this food-grabbing procession, grabbing and eating at the same time. Probably Su Yang didn't expect that he would one day take the initiative to show his strength not on the battlefield where he was facing ferocious beasts and enemies, but in a cafeteria. You can't even squeeze in without using a brass bone on the line. The hour passed quickly, and by the time Su Yang came out of the restaurant he was really crying and laughing. Cheap is cheap, but you can't eat much at all. It's just a little too ridiculous. Su Yang felt that he hadn't eaten much at all, and he had definitely returned his capital, roughly estimating the energy replenished to be equivalent to 4 bags of nutrient solution. This is still because there is a bronze bone big success to enhance the others after the crowd cannot move him, or change before it is estimated that can only be in the back dry eyes. It's not a loss, it's just a lot of work. What's more, he is at least a teacher, so follow a piece of looting food is really a bit ridiculous, which if seen, more or less is a bit shameful. Still have to get another one. Chapter 116. Su Yang looked up on his cell phone and decisively searched for a 499 a head buffet restaurant. This one should be less crowded. It doesn't matter if it's good or not, the main thing is just to be able to replenish your energy. The vast majority of people who come to a buffet restaurant come for the quantity of food, and are not demanding about the flavor. So did Su Yang. Just as Su Yang left in front of him, a silhouette silently followed him out from inside the restaurant in the back. The look in his eyes as he looked at Su Yang was rather odd. It didn't take long for Su Yang to arrive at another buffet restaurant. Sure enough, in comparison there were still a lot of people, but not so much that they were grabbing. The food was plentiful, and it was served fast enough that there was a relatively more diverse selection of food to choose from. Immediately take a seat and start eating and drinking and feasting. Again, it's limited to 1 hour, but it's totally open for eating at this buffet. In order to avoid people who had the intention to notice, Su Yang also specially found the most remote location, and when he took the food, he chose to walk on the small path. Another hour passed, and when Su Yang came out of the cafeteria, he once again did the math. This hour basically never stopped, and $500 ate about 50 bags of nutrient energy. It feels okay. The main thing is that you still need to look good in front of people and not wolf down your food. Otherwise, Su Yang would still be able to eat out another 50 bags of nutrient liquid energy. The hunger is coming back. Su Yang touched his belly. His feeling of fullness didn't last long at all, it could only be calculated in seconds even. But this hunger was within a tolerable range. The most outrageous thing is still his digestion. It was said that it was impossible for his stomach to carry so much food. Even the energy consumption of a level like Martial Exalted didn't seem to be more than what he ate. Expanding the meridians would have already resulted in a drastic increase in the amount of energy required by the body, and the chaotic Qi refines it on top of that, making the energy consumption even more horrifying, which should be the reason why my digestive ability is far superior to that of normal people. The Dantian place is still senseless, as if it is a bottomless pit. How much energy can be withstood? Su Yang came to a conclusion and swept the time, first set a small goal to fill a month's worth of energy before going back. Based on 7 extreme circumferential runs per day, he would need at least 210 bags of nutrient fluid a month for basic consumption. Sure enough, it's still a good deal to have a buffet. In the blink of an eye, it was the afternoon. Su Yang finally reached his small goal, and only then was satisfied to rush back. Su Yang just walked not 2 steps was suddenly dragged. Su Yang, slightly stunned, turned his head to see is a 40-year-old woman, face slightly vicissitudes, but the features are correct, or can see that when young should also be a bit of a beauty. This sister is there. Something wrong? The other party was about to open his mouth, suddenly covered his mouth with a sickening expression, swallowed back forcefully, then glared viciously at Su Yang. Heel, follow me! On what grounds? As soon as Su Yang's words left his mouth, he suddenly felt a pain starting to come from his arm, and his face suddenly changed. I'm a bronze bone achievement now, and it's impossible for even the 7th grade Martial Xian realm to injure me. That would also mean that the big sister in front of us is a martial honor. Big sister, we have no grievances. Cut the crap and follow me. Vomit. The other party really did not hold back, let go, and suddenly walked to the side of the road while began to vomit out. Su Yang blinked and came back to his senses, scattering his legs and running towards the nearest police booth. Chapter 117. Su Yang just ran out not 2 steps, shoulders suddenly sunk, instantly by a horrible huge force suppression actually cannot move. Run for what? Su Yang let out a dry laugh and hurriedly pointed to the supermarket across the street. Big sister, I see that you're not feeling well. I'm going to buy you a bottle of water to rinse your mouth. Still? The middle-aged woman wiped her mouth and said furiously. It's not because of you. What's going on? Su Yang's eyes glared. You're not just slandering people's innocence. I've never done anything to you. What does it matter to me if you throw up? Come with me, the woman whispered. This is no place to talk. Followed by a hurried addition. I won't harm you, Miss Su. This woman knows who I am. Su Yang was instantly confused, and his heart was even more uneasy. It must not be good for a Martial Zune level powerhouse to find himself. Help! Mr. Jose Maria Gonzalez. Former elder, since you know my identity, you know better that I'm just an ordinary teacher. I can't help you with anything. You're anything but ordinary, the woman said in a bad mood. I've never seen anyone who can eat as much food as a ferocious beast in a day. No, you're even better than a ferocious beast. I've been following you all the way from school, eating all the way. The woman only felt like she was struggling to speak now. I've eaten and vomited you. You look as if you still can't get enough of it. Su Yang's scalp immediately went numb. It's been with me all the way from school. Crap. I didn't realize it at all. Nope. Followed from school. Su Yang's pupils shrunk violently and subconsciously said, You can't really be the one who broke into the 3rd middle school with a hard senior, right? The woman didn't respond, just said, Come with me, I'm not hostile or you wouldn't be alive. Yes. Su Yang could only follow with a stiff upper lip. Look at me, I'm such an ass. I should have known better than to make flags. Who would have thought that the masked martial exalt was really coming for himself? At this distance, Su Yang that was quite honest. No thoughts of escape at all. A martial exalt level powerhouse, he should die even if he was a bronze bone major. What's more, this woman was able to injure the 2 old men and draw back from them with ease. She was definitely a peak martial Zune and a half-step martial king. It didn't go far, merely a change of secluded location. The woman also bought a bottle of water on the way and squelched her mouth, still looking like she was ready to throw up. I've never seen you eat so much in all my life. It's just outrageous. Vomit. Su Yang saw that the woman suddenly turned her head and vomited as she spoke, and for a moment, he cried and laughed. I've never seen you so honest in all my life. You don't have to eat all the way with me. You're not afraid to brace yourself. Chapter 118. However, so it seems there should be no hostility. As the other woman had said, if she really wanted to hurt herself, she had the opportunity to do so at any time. Even if she beat him to death in the street, with her peak martial exalt strength, she could always draw back and leave. The Kunlun patrol really didn't have a chance of catching her. The sky. Gifted, I've been eating more since I was a kid. Su Yang gave a dry laugh and hurriedly expressed his concern. Senior. Are you better? Puke will be. Row. Lines. Su Yang feels that the situation at this moment is very abstract. He's being held hostage, and the person holding him hostage keeps throwing up and looking sick. It's a situation where I can't run, and I feel a little disrespected if I don't. Forget it, it's better not to run then. It took a while for the woman to feel better, and only after rinsing her mouth did she say, Teacher Su, I have a favor to ask. Elder, can I refuse? No. Then don't beg me, will you? Seeing that Su Yang didn't make a sound anymore, the woman then said, I'm Xia Yuhan's biological mother. Su Yang looked at the woman with a stunned face. You're the little stick. I am Xia Yuhan parent. Yes. Xia Yuhan's mother nodded slightly. Pro-life mother. Su Yang carefully recalled Xia Yuhan's file and information and tentatively asked, Wei Yun? No, my name is Lu Fengfei. Lu Fengfei didn't hide the disgust on her face at all as she gritted her teeth and said, Wei Yun is a bitch. Teacher Su, can you please bring Xia Yuhan out to meet me? Lu Fengfei busily said. This child left me when she was very young. I want to meet her once. Su Yang was silent for a moment and couldn't help but speak. Parent Xia Yuhan, you mustn't say that you broke into the third middle school hard just to meet with your own daughter. Yes. Is there a possibility that the third middle school is a very civilized and open school, not a prison, much less a dragon's den? In fact, you can apply for it. There is absolutely no need to break in hard, and even also injuring our school's gatekeeper. Lu Fengfei hesitated for a long time before saying, Teacher Su, you don't know the complexity of the situation. The Xia family won't let me see her, had to come up with this plan. You're a peak martial Zun no matter what. The Xia family wouldn't treat a strong person like you like this, would they? That Xia family did have a martial king powerhouse in existence. But how big a grudge and how much of a grudge, not pulling in a peak martial Zun powerhouse was just as bad, and even so desperate. It's not in the interest. It's a long story, it's a family feud. Lu Fengfei didn't explain too much, her gaze serious. Please also make sure you bring Xia Yuhan out to meet me. And after you see it? I'll take her far away and enter the mountains to cultivate. Lu Fengfei was sincere. I owe that child too much. Moreover, I know the humiliation she suffered in the Xia family. I'll take her away and find a way to make it up to her. Senior Yu. What will I do if you go far away? Su Yang was stunned. I brought the child out, the child is gone. How do you want me to explain to the school? How do you want me to explain to the Xia family? Teacher Su, I know it's difficult for you, but I hope you understand my feelings as a mother. Lu Fengfei busily said. After this is accomplished, there will be heavy thanks. It's not a matter of thank you or not. Senior, you're doing me a disservice. I'm just a small teacher. I'll have to go in and step on the sewing machine after something this big. Is it not negotiable? I'm going to say it's non-negotiable whether you're going to do it or not. Senior, I'm so messed up in the head right now, can you give me some time to think about it? No. Lu Fengfei lifted her hand and directly put it on Su Yang's shoulder, helplessly saying, Teacher Su, you have no choice, and neither do I. Su Yang only felt a dark energy in his shoulder suddenly penetrate his body, and his face instantly sank. Chapter 119. Su Yang's face was quite gloomy as he forced himself to hold back his anger. Parent Xia Yuhan, this isn't too much. Lu Fengfei silently withdrew her hand and simply said, This unique dark strength of mine will only kick in after 3 days. Mr. Su, you only have 3 days. Su Yang did not respond, his face panicked a batch, but in reality, he was as steady as an old dog. The one thing I'm not afraid of is dark energy. Chaos breath, give me a rush, swallow it. The moment Lu Fengfei's dark energy penetrated his body, Su Yang did not make any movement for fear that Lu Fengfei would notice something different. Don't doubt the ability of a martial exalt powerhouse to manipulate and perceive qi. Therefore, Su Yang did not put up any resistance and allowed the dark energy to pass through his body. He waited until Lu Fengfei took off her hand, and only then did Su Yang immediately run his whole body with chaotic qi, and followed the dark energy and chased after him. It was just that the martial Zun dark power was indeed extremely terrifying. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Although the dark energy that Lu Fengfei had struck into Su Yang's body was weak and not fatal, to Su Yang, the energy of this dark energy was also huge and abnormal. The chaotic qi only just disliked it before it instantly stagnated and stopped, causing Su Yang's qi and blood to flip, and he couldn't help but let out a light grunt. Lu Fengfei, who was on the side, heard the commotion and her face changed slightly. "Don't try to dissolve my dark energy! What realm of strength are you in? It's only the 8th rank, be careful of wasting your meridians." Su Yang didn't make a sound. He hadn't expected Martial Exalt's qi to be so terrifying, and even his super meridians suffered a strong ripple under the hedge. Trying to swallow a peak Martial Zun's dark power in one bite was indeed a bit presumptuous, so Su Yang quickly adjusted his strategy to gradually nibble away at it instead. The effect of the Mad Liver Chaos Qi proficiency was on full display at this moment. Not more than a minute later, Su Yang guided the chaotic qi to quickly encircle the dark energy blockade and gradually eat away at it. After estimating, in 3 hours he would be able to dissolve this dark energy, and there would be basically no exertion. The energy absorbed from the dark energy would then be used to maintain the consumption of the encircling dark energy. After the situation was under control, Su Yang's heart was greatly relieved, but his face still had a gloomy look on it. The mood is naturally no better. Being held hostage was bad enough, and now having to be coerced was even worse. I understand how you feel about being a mother, so fucking understand how hard it is for me to be a teacher. Seeing that Su Yang didn't move, Lu Fengfei thought that Su Yang had given up resistance and sighed again. "Teacher Su, I really didn't mean to make things difficult for you." "Well, you did it on purpose. Anyway, bring Xia Yuhan out as soon as possible after you go back. At that time, I will naturally help you unlock your dark energy. Otherwise, once time passes, my dark energy will gradually penetrate your limbs, making you gradually lose your ability to move. You should also not presume that others can unlock my dark force," Lu Fengfei added. "Other than the harmonization power Martial King, no one can unlock my dark power, and neither can those 4 old men from your school. They don't have the ability." Su Yang returned in a bad mood. "I have to suffer for no reason. How can you live with your conscience? If you are willing, you can also come with me and enter the mountain to cultivate together," Lu Fengfei busily said. "I can even pass on my ancestral heart method to you and instruct you in your cultivation. Or, if you have any unfulfilled wishes, I will do my best to help you fulfill them. I want a Valkyrie, can you help?" Su Yang secretly skimmed his lips, but his face showed a compromising expression. "Let's wait until I bring the person out." Lu Fengfei's face instantly showed joy. "Thank you so much, Mr. Su." Su Yang thought to himself that you can't do anything to me when I hide in the school. For insurance purposes, Su Yang decided to keep his hand in the game. "Where do I find you when I bring someone out? You've got to leave me a contact info." Chapter 120. Lu Fengfei busily said. "No need, you just need to bring the person out. I will naturally come to seek you out. I know how angry you are. The Xia family is still investigating my whereabouts. I can't show my face easily." Su Yang was slightly stunned. "You aren't you now?" Lu Fengfei, however, slightly tugged the collar, and it was obvious to see a layering at the neck, and Su Yang was silent at once. Bionic mask. Damn, I'm not afraid that Wu Zun will go rogue, but I'm afraid that Wu Zun will go online. Kinda got with the times and put on a bionic mask. The whole half of the current Lu Fengfei is not using her real face, but also wearing makeup. Su Yang originally also sought to set out Lu Fengfei's message address, when the time to contact the Kunlun patrol team to find a way to capture her, just did not expect Lu Fengfei so cautious. The real face are not revealed, but even more reluctant to provide a contact information and address. A Martial Exalt's perception ability was already far beyond normal human comprehension. Under the Wu Zun is only the basic use of Qi. Only to reach the realm of Wu Zun, the control of Qi has reached a certain level can formally step into the advanced use of Qi, and even 100 miles away, with Qi to find the enemy. The equivalent of self-perspective. The old man, the school's gatekeeper, usually kept his eyes open while guarding the gate. They both used qi to perceive everything in the outside world. Everything has qi. Sight can be deceiving, but not qi. Without much ado, Su Yang only had to be saying goodbye to Lu Fengfei to go back to school. And the first time he returned to the school, Su Yang went to the student dormitory to look for Li Yiming. Su Yang didn't plan to ask Xie Yuhan directly. From Lu Fengfei's mouth, Su Yang could hear how complicated the situation was. Asking Xie Yuhan might cause Xie Yuhan to be hurt. At the same time, this matter Su Yang did not intend to let Xie Yuhan know. He wasn't sure exactly what Xie Yuhan's attitude towards this real mother was and what kind of reaction would occur. Finding Li Yiming, who had a better understanding of the situation of the big families, was the best choice. I just don't know if this future half-assed Vulcan has continued emo. Came to the door of the dormitory and knocked. Who? Me. The door to the dormitory opened all of a sudden, and immediately after that, Li Yiming hurriedly pulled the person into the room. To Su Yang's surprise, Shu Tao was also in Li Yiming's room. Did you come over to comfort Li Yiming's emotions? No need to comfort. Shu Tao waved his hand. He's already figured it out. Really? Su Yang twisted his head and glanced at Li Yiming. Not bad, this mentality deserves praise, it wasn't that big of a deal, a great man should be unrestrained. What an age for swimsuit shows, bodybuilding competitions, and showing your ass. It's not really because of that he figured it out. Su Yang was stunned. Huh? Then because of what? Li Yiming immediately scratched his head in embarrassment. Old Su, I seem to have had an epiphany. Had an epiphany about what? Li Yiming was busy with a look of surprise. I just realized that my left leg is Tianxian, and my right leg is earth shaking. Huh? It's when each of my two legs cultivates a kind of mind technique that can be executed at the same time. Chapter 121. Su Yang was dumbfounded by what he heard. Huh? Casting at the same time? That's right, Li Yiming busily said. I also thought of it suddenly when I practiced cultivation after you left. Su Yang came back to his senses, a bit incredulous. Under normal circumstances, it was also unlikely that the dual cultivation heart technique would be performed at the same time. It wasn't that it was impossible, but wanting to perform two mind techniques at the same time could only be in existence at the level of a martial arts genius. It was too difficult to operate both breaths at the same time, so they could only be performed separately. How did you come up with that? I can't quite say. Li Yiming was busy scratching his head. Just how do I put it, interlacing? Oops, how to say this? It's just that the two strands of qi whooshed past and whooshed. Again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh your ass whoosh. Su Yang couldn't help but pat his head and hold his forehead. Forget it, if you can't say it, don't say it. In the future, read more books on martial arts theory. The most basic principles of luck are not clear. In the future, when you graduate, don't say you're from the 5th class. I can't afford to lose this person for the teacher. After all, the foundation of martial arts theory of these kids in class 5 was too poor. Shu Tao was considered better, but not much better. Li Yiming smiled dryly and scratched his head. Old Su, I will definitely read more books in the future. Shu Tao then didn't sneer. He had a count of what level he himself was at, and was busy saying, Teacher, this simultaneous casting of his is too strange. And I was calling you, but you couldn't get through on the phone, so he brought me in. Su Yang coughed, thinking I sneak out certainly cannot let you guys get through the phone, directly opened the flight mode, face puzzled. How a strange method. Old Su, I'll demonstrate it to you, so get out of the way and don't kick your ass. Say it like you can kick my ass. You'll see if you get out of the way first. Okay. Su Yang retreated to the side, only to see Li Yiming take a deep breath and start to use his luck with all his might. After the left leg Tianxian and the right leg shaking the earth, the two kinds of heart techniques were performed at the same time. Su Yang saw that Li Yiming suddenly started spinning in place. Old Su, it will come to this. Li Yiming in place has been rotating, as if the soles of his feet are installed wheels. The speed is getting faster and faster, a breath of 20 to 30 turns before he hurriedly stops, and then hurriedly holding the wall, dizziness, slightly shook his head before letting his head wake up. At the same time to cast I'm just like a gyroscope, spinning my head and eyes. There's no way to fight like this. I'll pass out myself before I can fight. Su Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes. If you know there's a problem, then why are you obsessed with casting it at the same time? Wouldn't it be enough to perform only a single mind technique? I can even perform 2 types of mind techniques at the same time. Wouldn't that be even stronger if I really fought? When you fight, you tell your opponent, wait, I'll turn into a hero? Li Yiming let out a bitter laugh. Old Su, what is this because of? What else can it be because you don't have a strong control over qi? Su Yang explained. How can you even think of manipulating 2 strands of qi when you haven't even learned 1 strand of qi yet? You're obviously out of control. Qi condensed above the legs to a certain extent will make the astral energy hold up and leave the ground for a few millimeters, called the astral energy external slip phenomenon, which is why you can slip up. Li Yiming suddenly realized. So that's it. I told you guys not to mess around and not to mess around. Honestly, follow the differential speed cultivation method I gave you to cultivate. Su Yang was so angry that he raised his hand. You are really not afraid of tossing your legs to waste, aren't you? Chapter 122. Frightened, Li Yiming hurriedly ducked and busied himself. Old Su, I don't dare, I don't dare. Zhu Tao cried and laughed. He also thought that Li Yiming really epiphany of what a remarkable move. The whole half of the day is just out of control. I'm sure I still need to read more. It's not that you're not allowed to try and innovate. Su Yang retracted his hand in a good-natured manner. But the prerequisite for trying and innovating is that you have to have a rich theoretical foundation before you can do so, or else it's tantamount to looking for death. After all, you don't have a teacher to fool around with like I do. Su Yang didn't add anything to the sentence, and said with a straight face. Remember, whatever you want to do, don't do it in the heat of the moment. Ask me first. Yes. Only then did Su Yang sit down and said, All right, gotta ask you two something. What? I want to find out about Xie Yuhan. Su Yang frowned. When I checked your information files today, I found that Xie Yuhan's information wasn't quite right. What's wrong? Xie Yuhan, her mother's age is only 31. Is she a stepmother? Su Yang had seriously looked at all the student profile information of Class 5, which he remembered extraordinarily well at that time. If it wasn't for Lu Fengfei showing up today, Su Yang didn't care about this. There are many second and third marriages among the big families. Zhu Tao shook his head. I don't know about this. I don't pay much attention to the Xie family. Su Yang turned his head and looked at Li Yiming. Great Clan 100, what about you? Hey, this. I really know. Li Yiming busily said. It's the stepmother. Xie Yuhan's real mom is Lu Fengfei. Su Yang couldn't help but be a little stunned. Good lord, this kid even knows the name. You went through people's genealogies? What genealogy, ah? Li Yiming cried and laughed. These vassal families of ours are with this one today, and tomorrow we can't say we'll be with another one, so we definitely have to know about all the families. At the very least, we have to know about other people's family taboos, so don't bump into them when the time comes. Besides, Lu Fengfei can't be on the Xie family tree. Li Yiming shrugged his shoulders and said, Xie Yuhan isn't on the family tree either. What do you mean it's not on the family tree? Old Su, do you know what the Xie family's unique mind technique is? 7 killing guns. Wait, how did Xie Yuhan use the wolfsbane? That's the problem. The Xie family doesn't let her use a gun, or rather, she doesn't deserve to use a gun. Li Yiming sighed. Xie Yuhan can suffer more than us. We are at least on the genealogy. She is not. Since she was a child, she has been called a wild child in the Xie family. Su Yang pondered. Lu Fengfei, that was a pique martial exalt. Her own daughter, you all dared to treat her like this. However, Su Yang still held his tongue and waited for Li Yiming to explain. The reason for this is still because of her mom. Li Yiming scratched his head. This one is complicated and dogged. What's with the dog blood? Xie Yuhan's dad met her mom when he went to guard the pass. The two fell in love at first sight, each hid their identities and had Xie Yuhan, only to find out that the two families were feuding when their identities were revealed. Dog blood? Kind of. This is not a dog blood. The real dog blood is Xie Yuhan's stepmother. On seniority is her cousin, because the Wei family is a lineage of the Lu family, only the back flipped out, and the Xie family, in order to discuss the Lu family, especially let Wei Yun marry Xie Yuhan's dad. Su Yang's CPU was about to explode as he listened. Chapter 123. Su Yang knew that the relationship between the great clans was messy, but he didn't expect it to be messy to this extent. Then, what about Xie Yuhan's mom? This I'm not too sure about. The Lu family isn't from the East Sea, it's the Sichuan Lu family. Li Yiming helplessly shrugged his shoulders. The only thing I know is that Xie Yuhan's mom, Lu Fengfei, is very powerful. When she gave birth to Xie Yuhan, she was at the high rank of Martial Zun. In her 20s, she was at the high rank of Martial Zun. Heavenly talent, now it's estimated to be at the peak of Martial Zun. No, it might even be in the Martial King realm. Then, Xie family treats Xie Yuhan like this. Aren't they afraid of provoking her mom to retaliate? This is old Su, you don't understand the great clans. Xu Tao suddenly added. The great clans are thousands of people at every turn. The number of martial honors in here is at least 20 or more, and there are also martial kings who do sit in on the ground as well as their allies. That's what the great clans are all about. It's hard to beat four hands with two fists, just a peak martial Zun wanting to retaliate against the great clan. That's just not self-conscious. Li Yiming added. I think one of the biggest problems is that she'll get lost, and she'll have to find the right person at the very least if she wants to retaliate. Well, indeed. Areas that accommodate thousands or even tens of thousands of people living in the area, that's probably a small township size. That's why the big clans are opening up estates in the countryside, and it's simply impossible to dish out such a large living area inside the city. Li Yiming sighed helplessly. Actually, this kind of thing is found in most families, not to mention the Xie family. It's all because of those old, stubborn people. Su Yang froze. Xu Tao added at the right time. Teacher, the vast majority of families aren't ironclad inside and are divided into two factions. Li Yiming picked up the conversation. One faction is called the old and undead stubborn faction, and the other is the new faction. You have no idea how outrageous those stubborn people's ideas are. They don't accept new things at all, and it's mandatory for all clansmen to follow the clan rules. Can you believe it's 2042 and so many families use clan rules inside that were passed down from feudal times hundreds of years ago? The essence is nothing at all, it's all fucking dross. Those old nobodies just don't want to hold umbrellas for others because they've been in the rain, they just want to let others get wet piece by piece. When Xu Tao heard this, his face was full of approval. Pithy, I feel the same way. Su Yang felt that the two children were extremely resentful at the mention of this clan rule. And from this explanation of Li Yiming, Xie Yuhan this tragedy, the probability is that the clan rules give a mess. There's no need to pass down a centuries-old feud. Now that we are in a harmonious society, the rules of the clan should also keep up with the times. Especially not even the freedom to marry. Being born in an ordinary family, Su Yang indeed found it hard to imagine what kind of pain it was to not be able to choose his other half. To spend the rest of your life with someone you don't like or even know. Don't dare think about it. Not even if I arrange a Valkyrie, it has to be one I pick myself. After all, a twisted melon is not sweet. As soon as he saw that these two children had so much resentment, Su Yang smoothly struck the iron while it was hot. So all the more reason for you two to work hard. You can only break the rules if you're strong. The two nodded slightly, their eyes resolute. Su Yang was also considered to have an understanding of Xie Yuhan's situation, and only then did he leave to make other plans. Chapter 124. Xie Yuhan, this child is indeed quite pitiful, and must have suffered a lot in the Xie family. Out of sympathy for Xie Yuhan, Su Yang's resentment towards Lu Fengfei was a few points less. However, Su Yang wasn't going to help, he didn't want to get involved. Should we report this to the school? Su Yang couldn't help but hesitate. All he wanted to do now was to throw this mess out and not come and get involved. I'm just an ordinary teacher. Why should I get involved in this family feud? If the matter informed the school, then the school side is likely to inform the Xie family of the situation. Once the Xie family intervene, this thing is only afraid that it will become more complicated, and Lu Fengfei is bound to guess that he sold her. I do not know whether it will attract Lu Fengfei's retaliation. Damn, why do I feel like I can't get out of it horizontally or vertically? Pretend you don't know and forget about it, anyway. Lu Fengfei definitely wouldn't dare to just break into the third middle school. As long as I'm inside the school, I'm definitely safe. Su Yang thought about it and decided decisively to rot the matter in his stomach. Retracting his mind, Su Yang temporarily put this matter behind him and turned to focus his mind on the dark energy in his body that had yet to be devoured. The dark energy released by the peak martial exalt was indeed extraordinary. Even when it was completely surrounded by the chaotic chi, it was still full of vigor, and it kept trying to break through the encirclement to penetrate into his own meridians. However, Lu Fengfei couldn't possibly think that she had chaotic chi in her body, and her ability to control her breath was already quite good, so her dark force couldn't pose any threat to her at all. And he could also use this peak martial exalt's dark energy to continue to improve his chaotic chi proficiency. Su Yang just walked out of the student dormitory not long before he noticed that there seemed to be someone following him, immediately turned around after hearing the commotion, but did not see the silhouette. This caused Su Yang's heart to thump. Crap, can it be that Lu Fengfei sneaked in? No. It should be that he was overthinking it. Lu Fengfei was strong, but obviously the kung fu to collect her breath wasn't good enough, or else she wouldn't have been discovered by the gatekeeper the last time she broke in hard. It's impossible to break in hard. Besides, the 3-day deadline isn't up yet. Who? Come out here! Su Yang rushed to the bushes and shouted, but as a result, there was no movement at all. This made Su Yang feel like he was more or less a bit of a shocked bird, and he hurried towards the dormitory. Just before taking 2 steps, a pair of icy eyes quietly peeked out from among the grass. Thanks to Jin. Since Xiejin last time on Su Yang suffered a loss, Xiejin is how to think cannot think of how he would be defeated in the hands of Su Yang, but also in public was forced to bow to Su Yang to apologize. Strange shame. This kind of disgraceful thing, Xiejin would not inform the Xia family, let alone let the Xia family intervene. He's going to get his own way. Moreover, after having suffered a loss, Xiejin immediately realized that as long as he did not allow Su Yang to get close enough to release his dark energy, with his strength, he was completely able to suppress Su Yang. Su Yang's horizontal physical body was even stronger, but it was something that had no killing power against him. However, Xiejin didn't rush into action. Just as a hunter observing his prey needs to wait for an opportunity to move, rashly making a move will inevitably suffer, and now is not the time to make a move. After Su Yang returned to the dormitory, he continued to run around as usual, and only went out to continue patrolling with Chen Ning when the time came. Just let Su Yang feel a little depressed is that he 2 days ago have thought of a good excuse to stall Chen Ning about their own copper bone into things. The results of this are patrolling for 2 days. The one-armed old brother did not open up and asked about this thing, but instead of the whole Su Yang heart quite. I'm not sure what to do with this, but I'm not sure what to do with this. Brother, I've made up excuses, why don't you ask? Chapter 125. Since Chen Ming didn't take the initiative to ask, Su Yang definitely wouldn't take the initiative to mention it. Eat your heart out and explain yourself to yourself. There's something perverse about the behavior any way you look at it. And more than that, Su Yang was exceptionally interested in Chen Ming's heart technique. Because of the special nature of Chen Ming's previous occupation, the heart method he practiced was also the Warzone's special advanced heart method Tsang Yen secrets. This mind is different from any of the more common ones, and belongs to the rarest category amongst the advanced ones. Status class mind tricks. As long as one operated the Tsang diffusion technique during the period, one's strength would be fully enhanced, whether it was speed, strength, or defense, all would be greatly enhanced, quite all round. The only flaw was that the Tsang Yen secret was exceptionally difficult to cultivate, and only those with great perseverance could cultivate it. I've heard it takes 1.5 years to get started. So often able to participate in the first line of soldiers, are bound to have practiced the Tsang Yen skill of great perseverance of people, can endure the unbearable suffering of ordinary people, firmness of mind to be able to embark on the first line, to protect the family and the country. And Su Yang now had chaotic chi, so theoretically Su Yang could cultivate any of the heart techniques and could completely skip the introductory stage. If not for the fact that his realm was too low and his own comprehension was limited, or else he could even just speed through a mental method in a day, completely unencumbered. If he wanted to cultivate more heart techniques, Su Yang theoretically had no upper limit. As long as he had enough energy, he could completely cultivate 100. As the saying goes, you can't chew more than you can chew, and Su Yang wasn't greedy, much less did he want to be controlled by his desires. First, he would try to see if he could obtain the heart method of the Tsang Yen technique from Chenming's mouth, even if it was only the first layer. He was in desperate need of a boost right now. For one thing, it's mainly to guard against pricks like Xiejin finding trouble with Class 5 later on, and he, as a teacher, will definitely have to step in to suppress it. Secondly, he still had to deal with Lu Fengfei, the peak of martial Zun. It was not easy to say that one day Lu Fengfei would once again come at him hard. So taking advantage of the time when he was patrolling, Su Yang suddenly opened his mouth. Brother Chen, how many layers of the Tsang diffusion technique you're practicing has reached now? 3rd level. Chenming responded. It has yet to be realized. Su Yang tentatively asked. I remember that the Tsang Yen technique should be able to be transmitted out, right? Well, but only the first layer of the heart technique, Chenming said with a straight face. The rest of the secrecy regulations. Su Yang hurriedly nodded. Brother Chen, I've recently been doing research related to mind techniques and I need some reference mind techniques. Before Su Yang could finish, Chenming said, Yes, I'll write you the first layer of the heart method tomorrow. Try not to spread the word, though. Understood. Su Yang had previously checked online. The first layer of the Tsang Yen Secret's heart method was indeed able to be outsourced, but there was no relevant information on the internet at all. This thing is after all the war zone's special supply of mind, and no one dares to casually pass on, after all, once the bad influence, that is purely looking for their own sins. However, Su Yang was not expecting Chenming to agree so painfully. Suddenly, he felt that patrolling with Chenming was not a bad thing. At least he knew that this unsmiling one-armed old brother was actually quite warm-hearted and quite willing to help others. After the patrol was over, Su Yang returned to his dormitory, and it didn't take long for Zhu Tao to come over and practice his needles. As usual, Su Yang took off his shirt to allow Zhu Tao to perform, and with Zhu Tao's continuous proficiency in acupoints, nowadays, he is not practicing close to the body, but directly performs the popping needle style from 2 meters away, directly popping steel needles onto Su Yang's acupoints. Because the bullet needle type power is too great, Zhu Tao in the case of unfamiliar with the human body can only be ejected against the head and heart 2 positions, which leads to too much lethality, easy to zap people to death, through such constant training to be able to accurately pop the steel needle into the non-lethal parts of the restriction of the other side of the action. Chapter 126. Psst! A low muffled sound rang out. Su Yang could feel that the steel needle had been stuck into his back and was slightly surprised. Progressing quite fast, the power seems to be much stronger than before. Before that, Su Yang didn't even feel anything. Now the feedback could already be detected, indicating that Zhu Tao's pinball style was getting stronger and stronger. Indeed. Zhu Tao cried and laughed. Anyway, every day after I wake up I feel as if I've improved. This mind-me unity state of dream entry cultivation, it's too outrageous. Instead, Su Yang was a bit surprised. There's no fatigue? The feeling of exhaustion is rather secondary, Zhu Tao said with a depressed face. When I woke up this morning I realized that the lamp inside the dormitory had blown up, and the bed was full of glass stubble, which should have been zapped when I was in dream cultivation last night. It's fine, minor problem. Zhu Tao was silent for a moment before saying, The lamp is the only one in my dormitory that isn't broken. Su Yang twisted his head, slightly stunned. The others you've tied up? Almost. Zhu Tao helplessly bit a smile. I dormitory inside all the traces of steel needles stabbed. This thing cannot be controlled at all. 2 days ago I also intend to use a cell phone to record it to see what kind of dream I enter the dream practice, the results. Zhu Tao sighed helplessly and took out the cell phone whose screen had been completely damaged from inside his bag. The phone is scrapped. Su Yang took it over and found that Zhu Tao's cell phone was obviously pierced by a steel needle. The screen was shattered, not to mention that the electronic components inside were pierced, and the power was too great, causing the phone to bend. Old Su, I'm a little worried now that my pinball style is becoming more powerful. What will happen when it goes through the wall? Once Su Yang heard this was indeed something that needed to be taken into consideration. Especially Zhu Tao's cultivation speed is too fast. I'm afraid that it won't be long before he steps into the 7th grade of the martial Xian realm, At that time, the power of the popping needle style is bound to usher in a wave of increase. Piercing through the wall isn't impossible, which can be troublesome in case of injuries to other students. I'll think of something, just cultivate in peace. Good. Su-Yang was not expecting so many problems with dream entry cultivation. The state of mind I am one is good, but because it is an uncontrollable situation, there are really a lot of things to consider. Li Yiming will go up the tree, and Zhu Tao will tear down the house. The next day after the general knowledge class was over, Su-Yang went to the logistics office. I was going to transfer Zhu Tao's dormitory, but on second thought it didn't seem to make much sense. There's always someone next door, it doesn't solve the problem. After thinking about it, Su-Yang decided to ask the logistics department for some steel plates. Specialized steel plates are definitely not available, but there's quite a bit of regular steel plates, and that pile in the warehouse is all leftover trimmings. Su-Yang then gathered a bunch of steel plates, intending to nail steel plates to all of Zhu Tao's walls. Taking advantage of the fact that the students were all in the classroom, Su-Yang went to Zhu Tao's dormitory alone and started working on it. This opened the door and gave Su-Yang a confused look. Crap, what kind of war-damaged dorm room is this? At a glance, the entire dormitory that can be said to be full of holes, the walls are densely packed with small holes, not to mention, even the closet is scattered. Computer scrapped, water cup scrapped. There was hardly anything intact in sight. For those who don't know, you'd think it was swept with a machine gun. Chapter 127. While Su-Yang was busy reinforcing the steel plates in Zhu Tao's dorm room, the crowd in the classroom of Class 5 was suffering from the torture of after-school homework. Su-Yang had to assign after-class homework after every general education class. This is something that can be painful for the Class 5 crowd. The address to Su-Yang was also constantly switching between the surnames Su and Mr. Su. As usual, Zhu Tao was nowhere to be found, and everyone had long since become accustomed to it, and would not ask questions. But everyone was a little less comfortable with Li Yiming's sudden absence. The crowd wouldn't take it to heart if he wasn't there on weekdays, but Li Yiming had to be there when he wrote his homework. Li Yiming is not copying anyone. Where did this guy go? Same as Zhu Tao, how the general studies class is over and immediately gone. He didn't even come to morning practice yesterday. Could it be that this guy doesn't even want old Su's secret body forging method anymore? The crowd only felt that Li Yiming's behavior was just too abnormal. Even last night when he went to the dormitory to look for Li Yiming wasn't even in the dormitory, and his cell phone couldn't be reached. Strange. And there's one more newcomer to the roof kiosk. Zhu Tao was preparing to practice as usual, which thought that the front foot had just arrived at the roof of the building, and before he had time to close the storm door, the back foot of Li Yiming followed him to the roof of the building. The two of them looked at each other when they bumped into each other. Zhu Tao was stunned. You! What are you doing here? Cultivate, cultivate! Li Yiming subconsciously responded. I can't practice in the classroom. I figured the roof was empty anyway, so I planned to come here to practice. Zhu Tao cried and laughed for a moment. Looks like this place isn't very safe. Thanks to the fact that Li Yiming was one of his own, it was fine if he found out. Top off the door before someone finds out. Li Yiming gave an oh-so-quiet sound and hurriedly topped off the storm door with a wooden stick, and then he saw that Zhu Tao had already entered the pavilion, and pulled out the organizer box directly with a fumble towards the seat's ground floor. Li Yiming walked over to take a look and found that there were not only threads but also clothes inside the two organizers. Tao, what are you doing? Zhu Tao didn't hide it and started threading the needle with a big smile. Cultivate. This practice of yours is so strange. Everyone else can say that, just not you. Li Yiming thought about it. Walking to the side of the golden rooster, began to close his eyes to cultivate, thought about it, and busied himself. Brother Tao, I didn't go up the tree this morning. This doesn't seem like something worth bragging about. I'm not showing off, but I realized after careful consideration that dream entry cultivation seems to have something to do with the dreams I have. Zhu Tao blinked. Like what? I just need to dream in honest cultivation will not be in trouble, and open my eyes to find that I am still in bed, just did not cover the quilt. Li Yiming busy said. But yesterday I had a counting nightmare and then went up a tree. Technically speaking, that wasn't up a tree for you, you were actually stuck in a tree. Zhu Tao couldn't help but frown. If you come up here, won't those guys be looking for you everywhere by then? Li Yiming was slightly stunned. Ah? Why are you looking for me? They don't care about me at all. It's true that they don't care about you, but it's going to be hard for them without someone they can call on. The truth is often so solid. Whatever, they don't know about me going up the tree yet. If they knew, they would definitely laugh at me, Li Yiming said helplessly. Anyway, old Su has suppressed them now. There shouldn't be any need for me as an undercover agent. I might as well cultivate properly. Why don't I show you a way to be able to get them to not care about you going up a tree and showing half your ass? Chapter 128. Li Yiming's eyes widened and he busily asked, Brother Tao, what solution? You go down there and run around naked for a while, surely no one cares about you showing half your ass. Zhu Tao laughed. All right, cultivate seriously. Cultivate to the 7th grade as soon as possible, and old Su will have a way to help us get through the difficulties of the dual cultivation heart technique. Li Yiming nodded slightly, and withdrew his mind to start practicing seriously. While cultivating, Li Yiming couldn't help but start popping up some whims in his mind. Yesterday, when he himself gave old Su both the earth-shaking technique and the Tian Xian leg, his body began to spin uncontrollably. Although it belongs to the state of being out of control, Li Yiming followed up by checking the information about astral gliding on the internet, and as a result of this checking, he realized that astral gliding would indeed have a negative impact on martial artists. That would be affecting one's martial arts foundation. At the time, Li Yiming was confused for a moment when he saw this. I've been thinking about my martial arts foundation for a long time, haven't I lost it? What else does that do? Anyway, a wasted martial arts foundation is a wasted foundation, and it's impossible to save it. Unless he goes back to the drawing board. So Li Yiming thought carefully, then since his martial arts foundation had been ruined, he might as well try to study this so-called astral glide. Because Li Yiming felt that the power of performing two kinds of mind techniques at the same time was indeed very strong, and as long as he could control this astral glide to maintain his high-speed rotation, and face the enemy in a gyroscopic position, wouldn't that power be even stronger? The only martial art in the world is fast. However, all of this was predicated on him getting over the vertigo of the high-speed spinning. That shit doesn't mean anything if you can't overcome it. Li Yiming was still considering whether to discuss this idea of his with old Su. If Lao Su supports it, that is naturally the best. If not, he can only be to give up this intention. After all, things like cultivation definitely had to listen to old Su and couldn't fool around on their own. Settling on this thought, Li Yiming then collected himself. The two of them are in afternoon. When they woke up, two people are hungry, since the first time to the direction of the dormitory. However, when Zhu Tao opened the door to his dorm room and took a look, he froze in place. Never did I realize that the walls of the dormitory had been nailed up with irregular steel plates, large and small, and even the ceiling had been nailed up. Ugly indeed, but practical. I vaguely heard a movement in the bathroom, and sure enough, I heard Su Yang's voice coming from the bathroom. Borrow a toilet. Zhu Tao, heart for a time quite touched, long so big in addition to parents feel the feeling that they have been pampered. In the future, if he really became a strong person, he would definitely not let down his teacher's love for him. Zhu Tao silently closed the door, and found that the house has been cleaned, not to mention that the closet has been reinstalled, and even the closet door is covered with a steel plate. The intensity of this should be enough. Zhu Tao raised his hand and luck, the steel needle swept out from the sleeve. In the process of flying swept almost without any stop, Zhu Tao along the way, a popping needle style will be instantly hit the steel needle, only to hear a ding sound will be instantly nailed on the steel plate. Although this steel plate is just an ordinary steel plate, but the hardness is not bad, the steel needle only missed part of it, and did not directly penetrate. It worked out well. Zhu Tao violently yanked, and was about to retrieve the steel needles, but unexpectedly, several steel plates next to him suddenly all fell off and smashed on the ground. Boo! Su Yang heard a bang outside to the startled, rushed out to take a look and found the steel plate fell down. The corner of Zhu Tao's mouth twitched. What kind of tofu drag project is this? Teacher, I've only put in one stitch. Why did all the steel plates next to me fall off? Doesn't that make you look like you're a great stitcher? Chapter 129. After placing a steel plate in Xu Tao's dormitory, Su Yang went non-stop to find Chenming to ask for the first layer of the Tseng Yen technique's heart method. Prepare to try the Tseng Yen technique initiation tonight after the patrol is over. It didn't take long to meet up with Chenming. The one-armed old man gave the mind method and didn't forget to add, "If there's anything you don't understand, you can look for me." "Yes, thank you, Brother Chen." Little things. Chenming felt that Su Yang should not go for dual cultivation of the Tsang diffusion technique. After all, such a thing as dual cultivation of the heart technique would not be something that people would normally consider. Having obtained the first layer of the Tsang diffusion technique's heart technique, Su Yang secretly rejoiced. With his own copper bone becoming a great success coupled with the Tseng Yen technique, his defense would inevitably have to go up one more level. And it won't be so tricky next time if we run into a prick like Xiejin. As for the dark energy left behind by body inland, Fang Fei had long since been swallowed cleanly by Su Yang. Although he had not hoarded out pure energy for nothing, he had ruthlessly brushed a wave of chaotic chi proficiency. When the patrol was over, Su Yang went straight to the dormitory. Tonight Zhu Tao wouldn't be allowed to practice needling. He wanted to fully cultivate the Tsang Yen technique. The energy reserve within the Dantian was quite abundant, so there shouldn't be any problems. After everything was prepared and he returned to the dormitory, Su Yang first started flipping through the first layer of the Tseng Yen technique's heart technique. Sure enough, the practice is strangely difficult. The prerequisite was that one needed to dissipate the power first, after which one needed to take the blood of ferocious beasts on a daily basis, and this process needed to last for half a year. After a certain degree of foundation building of the flesh through the blood of ferocious beasts, extremely high-intensity training was needed to stimulate the energy latent in the blood of ferocious beasts, so that the flesh could fully absorb it and stimulate its potential. A year of light before and after could not be left out, and only purely physical training could be used to stimulate the hidden potential of the flesh as much as possible. Even in this case, the success rate of working out the chi sense was only 1 in 10. However, as far as Su Yang was concerned, this step could be skipped completely, sitting cross-legged and directly following the Tseng Yen Secret's heart method to start luck. Each heart technique has its own unique way of luck, constructing a unique path of breath action that activates the heart technique. The Tseng Yen technique's luck was quite complex, requiring the construction of an action track similar to the shape of a 5-pointed star, incorporating the head and limbs into the action track, and ultimately converging at the Dantian. The way of luck of the mind must not intersect with the meridians in any way. The more meridians he traversed, the more complicated it became, and Su Yang also had to avoid the original chi track of the 9 training horizontal body technique. This one would require an extremely strong control over chi. Well, for Su Yang, it was not a big problem. It took but half an hour's light to build the Tseng Yankee's luck track. After taking a deep breath, Su Yang tried to run the Tseng Yen technique for the first time. The chaotic chi that surged out from the Dantian began to rapidly converge into the chi track of the Tseng Yen technique, running on its own. All of a sudden, Su Yang only felt the force surging through his body in a continuous stream. Not bad, just exactly how much improvement is still needs to be tested through combat or instruments. I also need to go to the martial arts fighting hall to measure my current level. Also, Su Yang slowly got up, his eyes aghast. Copper bone! A portion of the chaotic chi still retained within the Dantian quickly converged into the chi track of the 9 training horizontal body technique. The dual mind technique was performed simultaneously. It was natural that Li Yiming would have problems performing the dual mind technique at the same time, but it didn't exist in Su Yang's case. The chaotic chi in his body could be used for all purposes, and he could perform several mental techniques at the same time if he wanted to. The only drawback was that he needed to split the chaotic chi into a number of portions for use. Excessive energy consumption. Confirming that the dual heart technique could operate simultaneously, Su Yang quickly withdrew the chaotic chi, then sat cross-legged and began to review the disc. For the time being, I can't assess how much of a boost the first layer of the Tsang diffusion technique's heart technique can give me, but with the chaotic chi and super meridians, it should be possible to fight at a cross-grade level, so at least this time around, I won't be in such a sorry state as I was last time when I faced Xiejin again. Chapter 130. After this period of cultivation, Su Yang just sensed that his bottleneck had completely loosened, and that he could step into the 8th grade martial spirit middle stage at any time. To be promoted? Su Yang was a bit hesitant. Forget it, hold it in, keep suppressing it and hammering the foundation. Promoting to the middle rank doesn't mean much to me at the moment anyway. If I'm going to hold it, I'm going to hold a big one. Just then, Li Yiming suddenly called. Su Yang was slightly stunned. Just as he picked up the phone, he heard Li Yiming urgently say, "Old Su, quickly come to the dormitory, the 5th class is fighting on the 6th floor." "Huh! You come over here quickly! They're all in a hurry!" Su Yang couldn't wait to inquire about the reason and rushed to the students' dormitory. Before he even reached the 6th floor, he heard the sounds of a fierce fight and exchanging curses. "When I came to the 6th floor, I found that in addition to Li Yiming and Zhu Tao were not in the 5th class, the remaining 8 people were in the 6th floor hallway pandemonium. This situation scared the students all blocked in the stairway did not dare to go back to the dormitory. A look at Su Yang came suddenly relieved. "Mr. Su is here! Get out of the way!" Su Yang's front foot just squeezed through the crowd, and then he saw Sun Zhao swishing past in front of him, directly smashing into the entrance of the building, followed by an angry and furious climb up to rush back to continue to do battle. "Sun Zhao, stop it!" However, Sun Zhao was angry at the moment, and did not listen to Su Yang's persuasion at all, lifting his foot to kill back, obviously fighting anxiously. Su Yang's face sank, decisively came to the entrance of the building to take a look, see the 5th class of the crowd to fight hard, Xie Yuhan that is even more ferocious, copied the wolf tooth stick a slam. This group of rebels really just can't be honest. How much hatred, how much grudges all began to kill each other. This gave Su Yang a sudden burst of anger. Not caring too much, he directly locked onto the 8 people who were mixing it up on the building. "The teacher is majestic. Stop it all!" Accompanied by Su Yang's cold shout, the 8 people who were fighting with their heads in a hurry instantly thumped in their hearts, and the movements of their hands all froze. A wordless sense of awe instantly enveloped everyone. "Get up against the wall, all of you!" The 5th class crowd simply couldn't resist the sense of awe within them, and reluctantly stood honestly against the wall. Seeing that the situation was under control, Su Yang withdrew his teacher's majesty. Suppressing 8 people at the same time consumed too much. After the sense of awe in their hearts dissipated, the people were relieved, but their brains were a little clearer, and when they saw Su Yang come, they knew that this fight was definitely not going to be possible, but one more than the other, their expressions were not happy. Su Yang also wondered in his heart, this group of rebellious disciples, although the relationship cannot be said to be much better, but the night and day is not so big to fight out. As the saying goes, family scandals should not be publicized, and it is better to settle this class scandal in private. Let's also show some decency to this group of rebels. "All follow me!" Su Yang grunted in an unfavorable manner and twisted his head before leaving with the 8 people. The students on the sidelines were shocked to see Su Yang pinning the Class 5 crowd to death. Sure enough, it's still Mr. Su. Prickbuster isn't called that for nothing. Chapter 131. Su Yang did not know that he had already brought his own attribute of specializing in pricks among the circle of students in the 3rd middle school, and led the people of the 5th class all the way out of the dormitory, and began to understand what had happened when he found a secluded place. "Who started it?" Xie Yuhan immediately raised her hand and pointed at Fu Yunhai and said, "Teacher, he was the one who humiliated me first." When Fu Yunhai heard this, he immediately became anxious. I was just joking." "Joking?" Xie Yuhan was furious. "You call me not having a mom a joke?" Fu Yunhai couldn't help but feel a little weak for a while, and didn't dare to make a sound under Su Yang's biting gaze. "Don't hurry up and apologize to Xie Yuhan." Su Yang snorted coldly. "How can you joke around like that? There's no sense of proportion at all. You deserve to be beaten up." Fu Yunhai also knows that he is not justified, just some cannot pull the face, said, "I have been beaten, still need to apologize?" Su Yang's eyes glared. "One size does not fit all, it is you who first spoke out of turn, hurry up and apologize to the people, you have to pay the price for doing something wrong, you don't know such a simple truth?" Thanks to Xie Yuhan's lack of learning and strength, or else you wouldn't necessarily be able to stand here and talk right now. However, Fu Yunhai still didn't say anything, and Su Yang's face sank. "The teacher is majestic. Give an apology." Fu Yuhai felt the familiar feeling of oppression strike him again, and knowing that he couldn't resist it either, he could only turn to Xie Yuhan and say, "I'm sorry, my fault." Xie Yuhan grunted and let it go. Only then did Su Yang withdraw his teacher's majesty, and then swept his gaze towards the others. "Then this matter is the conflict between Xie Yuhan and Fu Yunhai." Su Yang frowned. "Why did you guys follow and fight together as well?" He Weiwei, one of the only two teenage girls in the class, busily said, "Fu Yunhai bullies girls, I definitely have to help." Su Yang twisted his head and looked at Sun Zhao. "Then what are you because of?" Sun Zhao hurriedly pointed at He Weiwei. "I was watching the play and she suddenly slapped me." He Weiwei was busy defending herself. "Teacher, I was only injured by mistake." Su Yang interrupted the two people's sophistry and turned his head to look at the other person. "What about you?" "I was also slapped by He Weiwei while I was eating my melon properly." "Me too. I dodged, but Sun Zhao took advantage of the chaos to sneak up on me." "No, he's bullshitting me. I was just trying to block a move and accidentally hurt him by mistake." Su Yang froze and turned his head to look at He Weiwei. He Weiwei immediately let out a dry laugh. "Teacher, I didn't practice my Bagua Xian Feng Palm to the fullest. Once I make a move, I can't put it back. If you want to blame it on Fu Yunhai." Fu Yunhai's eyes glared. "Why are you still blaming me? If you hadn't ducked out of the way, I wouldn't have accidentally hurt anyone else." "That's it," Xie Yuhan was busy saying. "Who told you to duck out of the way?" "Teacher, Fu Yunhai is the culprit." Fu Yunhai immediately rolled his eyes, and immediately looked at Su Yang rather aggrieved. Su Yang was tired of listening. These 5 classes are saving a little bit of heartache. All right, don't even explain." Su Yang waved his hand. "Is anyone injured?" The crowd looked at me, I looked at you, and didn't make a sound. The 2 choices before you now. Chapter 132. The first one, this matter will be turned over. Everyone is not allowed to hold grudges. Su Yang looked at Fu Yunhai. "Especially you, in the future, don't joke around casually, let's all be peaceful and not have a similar situation. The second, pay Yunhai 10,000 words review, the rest of each person 5,000 words review. In the future similar situation, who caused trouble is 10,000 words bottom, add to the chaos of 5,000 words to start, the situation is serious on the super double. Which one do you choose?" A 10,000 word review. The crowd was struck by lightning. 500 words of after-school summaries are torture enough for them. A 5,000 word review doesn't let people live. Anxiously, the group rushed to shout, "The first one! The first!" "Good, then let's shake hands and make peace." The crowd was so frightened that they rushed to shake each other's hands. When Fu Yunhai heard that he had to write a 10,000 word review, he was so scared that he rushed to Xie Yuhan. "Xie Yuhan, don't be so mean to me, it's all my fault, I'll make amends and apologize to you." "Humph." Xie Yuhan skimmed her head, obviously still a bit upset. Fu Yunhai hurriedly pulled up the wolfsbane in Xie Yuhan's hand and shook it. "All right, let's pretend you understand me." Su Yang saw this before waving his hand. "All right, if there's nothing going on, let's each go back to the dormitory to rest." The crowd scattered like birds and beasts. A look of being scared out of your wits by the review. Su Yang shrugged his shoulders. Against this group of simple-minded, for-limbed rebels, the review was more lethal instead. Of course, it also has to have already established prestige, or it won't be effective at all. The man had just dispersed, when Su Yang saw Li Yiming sneakily touching his way out from among the green belt on the side. When Su Yang saw Li Yiming show up, he cried and laughed. "When did you hide there?" "I jumped down from the 3rd floor to hide when I saw you coming, old Su." Li Yiming was busy laughing. "Old Su, it's still you. Otherwise the others wouldn't be able to control them. You didn't jump down here specifically to kiss ass, did you?" "That's certainly not the case," Li Yiming busily said. "I'm going to study the idea of casting 2 mind techniques at the same time." "Old Su, I've already Googled it. That phenomenon of the astral energy slipping out of the astral body you mentioned will affect the foundation of the martial arts." Li Yiming spread his hands. "Is there any room for me to be affectable?" Su Yang was slightly stunned. "There really is no room for influence." "What are your thoughts?" Li Yiming then told Su Yang about his thought of utilizing the high-speed rotation of the astral body's external slip to enhance his practical combat ability. Su Yang not only didn't reject it outright, but even felt that there was a certain degree of feasibility in this thought. I have to say, since the boy himself fooled himself, crippled thinking are beginning to become clear, precisely born I material this characteristic on the enlightenment and understanding of a certain degree of addition. The general public only thought that the outward slip of the astral energy was negative, and no one had really looked into it for fear of affecting their own martial arts foundation. However, Li Yiming's martial arts foundation had indeed been crippled because of the uprooting. Compared to Zhu Tao 3 days a small realm, Li Yiming's so long cultivation strength realm did not improve. Martial arts foundation how to 13 levels of disability. Can you resist the vertigo of a high-speed spinning call? I don't know. Li Yiming wasn't sure if he could carry it off. Let's try it first. I won't delay my cultivation anyway. Su Yang silently assessed the risk and felt that it was not a big problem, so he decided to let Li Yiming try on his own. Being too protective can cause children to lack creativity and imagination. Don't force yourself, Su Yang instructed. You can try, but if you feel physically uncomfortable, you should stop in time. Yes. Chapter 133. Senior Dormitory Area. Xiezhen's dorm room had a guest. Xiezhen asked in a deep voice as he wiped the Silver Fury gun. How's the investigation of the things I asked you to look into going? The visitor was Sun Xuefei. 2 days ago, Xiezhen asked Sun Xuefei to help him look up Su Yang's information. Sun Xuefei was quite surprised by Xiezhen's sudden visit. He knew about Xiezhen's planting in Su Yang's hands, and if it was anyone else, he would have gone over to gloat a bit. But the one who planted it was Xiezhen. The prestige was out there, and Sun Xuefei really didn't dare to mock the other party. After all, Xiezhen's 7th grade martial spirit middle stage strength was there, and Sun Xuefei, who had only just been introduced to the 7th grade for a short while, really couldn't beat it. Xiezhen had something to ask for, and Sun Xuefei didn't dare not help. It was only this investigation that Sun Xuefei felt that things had suddenly become serious. Checked but didn't check. Xiezhen suddenly stopped the movement in his hands, his eyes full of ice. Trick me? Do I have to trick you? A teacher you can't find out? Sun Xuefei's face sank. He's not an ordinary teacher. Xiezhen didn't have too many surprises. Is it a son of a big clan? The reason why Xiezhen asked Sun Xuefei to check on Su Yang was just to make sure that Su Yang didn't have a background. It was not simple for Su Yang to be able to cultivate a cross-trained physical body at this age, and the most terrifying thing was the dark force that Su Yang had exerted, which still made Xiezhen quite fearful when he thought about it. Being able to have this underpinning, he was worried that Su Yang was a son of a big clan, and that once he invited unnecessary trouble for the Xia family, he himself wouldn't be able to eat it. I don't know. Xiezhen's face sank, but he saw Sun Xuefei's serious expression. I asked someone to look up his information. But Sun Xuefei paused for a moment. It involves confidentiality and cannot be accessed. Xiezhen's expression instantly froze. Secrecy. Right. Sun Xuefei's face was ugly. I asked someone to find the East China Sea Kunlun branch to help me inquire, and the answer I got was that it was confidential and not allowed to be investigated. Xiezhen was a bit incredulous. What's this guy's origin? I don't know. Sun Xuefei took a deep breath. Since it involves secrecy, Xiezhen, I advise you not to look for trouble. Anyone who can be listed as confidential is not a character who can be messed with casually. His horizontally trained physical body as well as his bizarre dark strength is enough to speak for itself. If you still want to find him trouble, not to mention that you cannot deal with him, really if you make a mess of something. Sun Xuefei emphasized. Can you bear the consequences? The Kunlun branch is bound to intervene at that time, and the Xia family doesn't see how they can protect you. Xiezhen's face was gloomy to the extreme for a moment. However, the mood of Sun Xuefei on the opposite side was no better. He didn't know what kind of god this Su Yang was, and since he was the object of secrecy, he definitely wouldn't easily expose his strength and identity. The school's public information showed that Su Yang was only at the peak of a 9th grade martial artist when he first joined, and had only just been promoted to an 8th grade martial spirit half a month ago. This information showed that Su Yang, who was the object of secrecy, was obviously hiding his true strength, and it was a full 2.5 years. But now, Su Yang went out of his way to expose his strength, willing to give Class 5 a head start to personally deal with Xiezhen. Sun Xuefei's first thought was that someone in Class 5 might be Su Yang's target or mission, but this conclusion was quickly ruled out by Sun Xuefei. The timing was wrong. If Su Yang had come for Class 5, then he couldn't have predicted 2.5 years ago that someone from Class 5 would come to the 3rd middle school. Therefore, Sun Xuefei had more reason to believe that the reason why Su Yang helped Class 5 out was more like a rash act. Chapter 134. This person, Su Yang, was extremely protective. Putting aside other factors, this was enough to make Sun Xuefei uneasy. He didn't bully Sun Zhao much. It was not possible to say that one day Sun Zhao would let Su Yang help him out and come over to trouble himself. At least Sun Zhao didn't want to get involved with Su Yang. Xiezhen, that's all I have to say, use your own discretion. Sun Xuefei also stopped talking and quickly left Xiezhen's dorm room. Dormitory A302. Li Yiming also pondered that after the fight in Class 5 tonight, he definitely wouldn't come to his dormitory to disturb him, and he could finally practice in peace. However, he had just returned to the door of his dormitory, and saw all the people of Class 5 waiting at his door. Li Yiming, where have you been? I haven't seen anyone since yesterday. Not even this morning at the end of liberal studies. Li Yiming decisively dumped the pot on Su Yang, saying, I'm not feeling well in my stomach and intestines. I've been in the infirmary for the past 2 days on N4 drip. I've already asked old Su for a vacation. Didn't old Su tell you? It dawned on the crowd for a moment. So it is. Why are you so weak? It's been a few days and you're still not well? I haven't written my after-school summary for today. You guys are addicted to copying, aren't you? Old Su, mind your own business. Li Yiming is also helpless, only to be the door to open the door to let the crowd in, took out his own after-school summary, and even. He also had to bring his own pen and paper. The crowd immediately opened the copy. The fact that Li Yiming went up the tree was not mentioned since the beginning, and he obviously did not know about it. Li Yiming was not surprised. After all, the social circle of Class 5 was just a little bit bigger, and there was no interactions with any other classes, so he definitely would not know for a while. Put it off for as long as you can. Just as the people in Class 5 were making a big copy, the knock on the door suddenly sounded. The crowd was slightly stunned and unanimously looked at Li Yiming. Li Yiming also wondered who was knocking on the door this late at night. Definitely not Tao. Tao is sewing next door at this moment, and even if he were to come, he'd go over the balcony, definitely not the front door. In doubt, Li Yiming opened the door, and when he saw the visitor, his face changed violently. Fei! Fei, how come it's you? Sun Xuefei had a rare smile on his face. Is Sun Zhao here? I went to his dormitory and no one was there. In. The crowd inside the dormitory took a look at the fact that it was Sun Xuefei who had come, and each of them had a sinking heart, foreboding that something bad was going to happen. Li Yiming had even sneakily taken out his cell phone ready to find Su Yang for help. Although Sun Xuefei wasn't like Xiezhen's mad dog that bites everyone, he didn't find fault. Everyone else had to be humiliated when targeting Sun Zhao. Sun Zhao sees Sun Xuefei came, the heart to be more upset. Just Sun Zhao's face also dare not show, only have to be hard to dry smile. Fei brother, looking for me to do? Look at what you say, I am your cousin, come over to see you, this is not a matter of course. Sun Xuefei entered the house, his hand was still carrying a bag full of things, to the table and laughed. To buy you some food and drink, the knight is still here to write homework, strange hard. Class 5 crowd? Chapter 135. Seeing Sun Xuefei send food over, the people of Class 5 only felt that it was Simon Qing inviting Wu Daolang to dinner, and had no good intentions. However, he saw that Sun Xuefei had already come to Sun Zhao's front, and his face even carried a hint of shame. Sun Zhao, I did wrong in the past. I sincerely apologize now and tell you I'm sorry. Sun Zhao froze in place for a moment, not knowing what to do. He was ready to meet Sun Xuefei's stormy humiliation, but he never expected to wait for Sun Xuefei's apology. Mom, yeah. The sun is beating down on the west side. This old cunt would even apologize to me. Let bygones be bygones. The expression on Sun Xuefei's face was quite sincere. Let go of the previous unpleasantness and let's get along from now on, okay? Sun Zhao's brain was buzzing from this sudden situation, and he was completely at a loss as to how to respond. On the contrary, when Li Yiming saw this, he immediately brightened up and hurriedly stepped forward and said, Of course it's good. Brother Xuefei, a family should get along well. Sun Zhao, since Brother Xuefei has apologized to you with such a sincere attitude and even sent something over specifically, you shouldn't bother with Brother Xuefei. Everybody shake hands and make up. Sun Xuefei decisively stretched out his hand, and Sun Zhao hesitated to see Li Yiming's wink, which extended his hand to shake with Sun Xuefei. Well, isn't this a happy occasion for all? Li Yiming laughed from the side, then said, Brother Xuefei, why don't you stay and eat something together? No need. Sun Xuefei busily waved his hand and smiled. It's getting late, so I'll go back first. Sun Zhao, if you have any difficulties in the future, come find me. Sun Zhao thought to himself, aren't you my biggest fucking difficulty in the 3rd grade? He didn't forgive Sun Xuefei, he just saw Li Yiming making a wink, which made him oh. Only then did Sun Xuefei bid farewell and leave, yet just a short distance out, his face suddenly fell. If it wasn't for the sake of insurance, he naturally wouldn't be able to bow down with this bunch of trashy losers. But as the saying goes, a little impatience makes a big mess. In order not to get involved with Su Yang, he had to hold his tongue. A great man can bend and bend. Once Sun Xuefei left, a dead silence fell in the dormitory. The expressions on the faces of the crowd were as weird as they could be. What is this dog Sun Xuefei planning to do? Set us up? I don't believe this guy is genuinely trying to reconcile. The smile is so fake. Sun Zhao, don't fall for it. I feel like that guy definitely doesn't have good intentions. Anyway, everyone's intuition was telling them very clearly that Sun Xuefei must have some ulterior motives for this visit. Could there be something wrong with all this food? Quickly, take it away and throw it right inside the trash can. Xie Yuhan lifted up the wolfsbane and was about to throw the things Sun Xuefei sent inside the garbage can, but was stopped by Li Yiming in a hurry. Wait! Don't throw it! As soon as the crowd took a look at Li Yiming's stance, they felt that something was not quite right. It's hard to believe that this wallflower has been bought by Sun Xuefei. Li Yiming, you eat your words! Say, what favor did Sun Xuefei give you? You even helped that dog to put in a good word. Li Yiming burst into tears. Don't even guess! That Sun Xuefei should be here to apologize. Bullshit, that guy would willingly come over and apologize. Whether it was willingly or not, I don't know. Li Yiming hemmed and hawed. But definitely came over to apologize. For what? Chapter 136. Why else? Because of Old Su, Li Yiming said with a serious face. Old Su can even clean up Xiejin, so cleaning up a Sun Xuefei isn't a simple matter. The crowd was confused. You mean Old Su went to Sun Xuefei to talk privately? Or do you think this guy will come to apologize? It's obvious that he's afraid that Old Su will come after him. If he doesn't come over to apologize, Old Su won't let him go. He's been cursing him every day. That should be it, thought the Class V crowd. After all, everyone has been criticized by Su Yang. That invisible sense of oppression simply makes people breathless, and even sophistry can only stand in place to be scolded. Sun Xuefei is bound to have eaten Su Yang's set of silent penalty, and was forced to choose to apologize and reconcile with Sun Zhao. Someone questioned. But Old Su didn't talk about this matter at all. Li Yiming couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. That's because Old Su is silently guarding us. People didn't question too much, especially since they had just had a fight, and Su Yang didn't look for trouble from them, and didn't even preach. Instead, he let everyone shake hands and make peace, which seemed quite tolerant. Moreover, since Su Yang dared to stand up for Zhu Tao to clean up Xiejin, he would naturally be willing to stand up for others as well. Looking back at the past scene by scene, he realized that in this little half a month, Su Yang had never been sorry for them since the beginning. Even after spoofing Su Yang so many times, he hadn't lost his temper with them. sermon or after-class homework, everyone was upset, but in their hearts they knew Su Yang was doing it for their own good. The crowd couldn't help but fall into silence again, only feeling that Su Yang's image was becoming taller and taller in their hearts. This moved the fifth-class crowd inside for an inexplicable moment. I'm going to listen to old Su from now on. After all, it's not easy to run into such a teacher who's so good to us, so let's make him less angry. Yeah. Growing up, besides my parents, old Su was the first one willing to help us out. The crowd couldn't help but feel a rush of emotions, only to feel unusually warm inside. After being bullied for so long, finally someone helped them out. The feeling of gratitude and excitement was completely beyond words. The next morning, after the morning exercise, Su Yang continued with the general knowledge class. It was just that Su Yang suddenly felt that something was not quite right just as soon as he entered the door. There's something creepy about the way these rebels are looking at me. Su Yang scanned the circle and saw that the eyes of the crowd were looking at him quite sincerely, even making Su Yang inexplicably see a hint of respect. As the saying goes, there must be a demon when things go wrong, and Su Yang is looking for what this is going to do. Can't stop, can you? Just about to sit down, Su Yang subconsciously felt toward the upholstery on the chair to see if he had put anything. It turned out to be soft and flimsy once I got my hands on it, and didn't stuff the steel stingers. There were no mouse traps or anything like that inside the podium table. It was empty. Yay! Strange. Because the atmosphere was too counterintuitive, it made Su Yang feel bad instead, but he had his own master who was invincible, so he didn't bother to put it in his mind. Teacher? What's going on? Thanks for coming to class 5. Su Yang's heart touched for a moment. This group of reprobates. Really? Don't think you're attempting to get me to stop assigning after-school homework by being this cute. Nice try. Chapter 137. Seeing that the 3-day deadline had arrived, Su Yang couldn't help but start to be wary again. He had solved the dark energy left by Lu Fengfei, and his life was not in danger. Now I am worried that Lu Fengfei did not see himself take Xie Yuhan to leave will not be infuriated, in a fit of anger again hard to break into the 3 middle schools to find their own trouble? If a normal person would definitely not do this, but the problem was that Lu Fengfei couldn't say it. According to Su Yang's judgment based on Lu Fengfei's voice, Lu Fengfei's real age should be in her early 40s, or maybe even younger. Martial Zuns at this age were already rare, especially one like Lu Fengfei who was able to step into the peak of Martial Zun and was only one step away from the realm of Martial King, definitely a martial arts nerd. Being a martial arts nerd means that the vast majority of one's life is devoted to cultivation, with little or no social skills or social experience at all. Otherwise it wouldn't have been so bad that when he was dating Xie Yuhan's father he didn't even know to find out about the other's family and ended up in a tragedy. Xie Yuhan's father. Probably the same type of person. Is it strong? Strong, with a brain for a brain. However, on second thought, Su Yang also felt that he was a bit too cautious. Lu Fengfei's strength is strong again, that is still not capable of being able to take her daughter directly. That means that she can't do anything in the case of the 4 gatekeepers joining forces. So as long as she stayed at school honestly, Lu Fengfei could only stare. Anyway, this was something Su Yang wasn't going to get involved in. For a martial exalt to use his dark power on me, an 8th grade martial spirit in his 20s, to force me to do something, is more or less not speaking of martial virtues. I didn't sell you out. Su Yang even felt that he had done his best. Seeing that the 3-day deadline is approaching, but still do not see Su Yang will bring Xie Yuhan out of the school, Lu Fengfei cannot help but feel anxious and uneasy, but also full of contradictions. She knew her behavior was just too selfish, she just missed her daughter too much to have to resort to this. But Lu Fengfei didn't want to hurt Su Yang and implicate an innocent person. Now 3 days were almost up, but Su Yang was slow to move. Once her dark energy kicked in, although Su Yang had no fear for his life, he was bound to be in pain, and the longer he dragged on, his life would suffer. These days she wandered around the 3rd grade neighborhood, keeping her distance as much as possible lest she be spotted by the gatekeepers. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 3rd day at nightfall. After tonight the dark power will kick in. However, Lu Fengfei, who came to the neighborhood of the third middle school, still did not wait for Su Yang to bring Xie Yuhan out of the school, and wandered around the school as usual. Lu Fengfei's heart sank when she saw that Su Yang still remained still. It clearly meant that Su Yang did not intend to cooperate. Is this Mr. Su so hard-boned? Lu Fengfei knitted her brows, originally thought that after using the dark force Su Yang would obediently submit, and when she brought Xie Yuhan out of the third form, she would then try to make up for it. But right now the situation was obvious that Su Yang seemed to have completely forgotten about it. Lu Fengfei was just puzzled and not in a hurry. Perhaps he is also looking for an opportunity. Wait a little longer. Another day passed in a flash. Lu Fengfei still didn't wait for Su Yang to bring her daughter out, and for a while, she was all baffled. It's not right. This Mr. Su was obviously hit by my dark force, and should have been in pain by now. Why is there still no movement at all? Lu Fengfei didn't believe that Su Yang's 8th grade martial spirit's strength realm alone could resist her dark force. It waited until nightfall, when Lu Fengfei released her senses. Chapter 138. Finding Su Yang's aura hovering around the school's perimeter on patrol as usual, he immediately looked like he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Her dark energy is absolutely painful. How can she still be alive and kicking? Even this breath showed no signs of weakening. What the hell is going on? Lu Fengfei only felt her brain was a bit messy, and after she calmed down, she analyzed it properly. Her dark energy Su Yang was definitely unable to resist it, but now that Su Yang was still alive and kicking, there was only one possibility. Someone had helped Su Yang resolve her dark energy. There's no way those 4 gatekeepers in the third form could have solved my dark force. This also means that Lu Fengfei's pupils shrunk violently. There are Huanjin martial kings in the third form. The only one who could unlock her dark energy could be a Huanjin martial king. But the problem was that since the beginning Lu Fengfei had never perceived any stronger qi in the middle of the 3 centers other than the 4 gatekeepers. Moreover, if there really was a martial king, why did the other party not show up to stop him when he had broken into the third middle school earlier? A series of doubts made Lu Fengfei's CPU almost give a burn. It was only after a long time that Lu Fengfei thought of a possibility. The fact that Su Yang was still alive and kicking proved that there was definitely a harmonized power martial king in the third form. However, the other party had converged his breath and identity for some purpose, perhaps because he was on good terms with Su Yang, so he stepped in to help unlock the dark energy in Su Yang's body, but did not want to expose his identity as a result. And the ability of a martial king to estringe his breath was naturally extraordinary. Avoiding the sensory probes of a martial exalt was not a difficult task. I can't imagine that a tiny third-form college even has the existence of a Huanjing martial king. It's unbelievable. Lu Fengfei learned the secret, but she was not happy at all. The 4 gatekeepers of the third middle school teaming up had already made things quite difficult for her. She didn't want to hurt anyone either. Thinking of this, Lu Fengfei had another bout of fear. Luckily, before and 4 guards fight when just test did not lay down a hard hand, which in case regardless of the hard to break into the 3, forcing that Huanjing Wuwang present that they cannot eat a pocket to go. After a moment of silence, Lu Fengfei could not help but feel a trace of gratitude towards Su Yang in her heart again. This was already the 4th day, but the Xie family had not shown up. That meant that Su Yang had not betrayed her even after being relieved of her harmonization power, keeping her whereabouts and secrets for her. Lu Fengfei only felt ashamed. Yet the only option given to her next seemed to be to wait for an opportunity. There's no way the 3rd grade is going to go hard. It was unknown how long it had been. Lu Fengfei rushed in the direction of the 3rd middle school with a firm gaze. If she was a martial king, let alone breaking into the 3rd middle school the hard way, she could also kill the Xie family with a comeback. Even the Xie family patriarch didn't see how she could keep her. In the end, it was her lack of strength. Otherwise, even if he took Xie Yuhan away now, the Xie family would inevitably be chasing after themselves, and in the end, it might turn into a situation where the mother was separated again. At that thought, Lu Fengfei also knew that she had to make a decision. Yuhan, wait for Mom to break through the martial king realm. When the time comes, I'll go to the Xie family and get back all the grievances you've suffered all these years. Wait for me. Lu Fengfei resolutely turned around and vanished into the darkness, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 139. These days Su Yang found that Lu Fengfei did not have any movement, and did not hear about the masked martial arts. Soon once again hard to break into the 3 middle school know that he is considered safe. Lu Fengfei was indeed unable to take him now, and she didn't need to get involved herself. While at ease, Su Yang was feeling that the state of Class 5 these days was really a bit off. The group of retrogrades were not 180-degree turnaround in their attitude toward themselves, but they were much more solicitous than ever before. The most outrageous is Su Yang on the general knowledge class. Just thermos inside, no water. Leaning forward, Sun Zhao immediately took over the water cup initiative to pour hot water into it. To Su Yang, our whole a rash. It's not. Did you tell me what was going on here? Why do these retrogrades suddenly stop singing against me? Is it hard to believe that it's the aftermath of a teacher's majesty? That's not true. Wasn't there a big fight in the hallway the other day? Su Yang was puzzled, but on second thought, wasn't this a good thing? Isn't this the state of Class 5 I'd love to see? There doesn't seem to be anything to dwell on. Another general studies class ended. Su Yang just left the classroom in front of him, and Zhu Tao and Li Yiming also walked out of the classroom one after the other. Uncharacteristically, they went up to the roof pavilion. Isn't this a bit too blatant on your part? Zhu Tao cried and laughed when he saw Li Yiming following right behind him. Won't they be suspicious? I said I'll go to the infirmary to check. Li Yiming waved his hand. Don't worry, they won't suspect anything. Besides, if it's really exposed, just say you asked me to give you a relaxing massage. Where would anyone get suspicious? Li Yiming had always played such a role in Class 5, and being called over by Zhu Tao every day for a massage and relaxation was indeed reasonable. It's just inexplicably heartbreaking and humbling. But Li Yiming didn't care. That's how he had always come to be. He was so used to looking at people's eyes that he had developed passive skills. Not much of a complaint at all. Moreover, being summoned by the 5th class people is actually just running errands and these small things. Li Yiming is not only not tired of it, on the contrary, he also quite enjoys it. Because the 5th class only treats him like a little brother, unlike the others who treat him like a dog. Zhu Tao didn't say any more, just patted Li Yiming's shoulder. One day you'll be a hit! Brother Tao, let's rise together! Li Yiming swung his fist. Make it bigger and stronger! Zhu Tao immediately clenched his fist and touched it. Recreate glory! The two immediately went to the roof of the building to continue practicing. Zhu Tao was still sewing and mending clothes as usual in the middle of the pavilion to stabilize his foundation. Anyway, Li Yiming couldn't get used to it in any way. Especially since it was so hot in the sun yesterday, Zhu Tao even took off his top. An overly muscular body is really eye-catching. Especially because of practicing boxing, the thickness of the 2 arms was even close to that of the thighs. Once sewing clothes, Zhu Tao will become extraordinarily calm again. Sewing clothes will also cross the orchid finger, immersed in it, not moved by external objects. Such a picture of a fierce man sewing made Li Yiming feel more or less uncomfortable. Too abstract. Maybe it's just a matter of getting used to watching it, but today it felt a little better, not that it felt too out of place. Slightly shaking his head, Li Yiming then came outside the pavilion and started spinning in place. Didn't last 2 minutes. Li Yiming only felt dizzy, suddenly planted on the ground, lying down and began to dry heave. Vomit! Zhu Tao was suddenly yanked back to reality by the dry heaving sound and couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw Li Yiming throwing up again. Yesterday, Li Yiming was just throwing up from morning to night, spinning all the time, and when he was done, he started dry heaving. And yet it hasn't seen much growth. Chapter 140. Li Yiming dry heaving for a while before feeling slowed down, once again to fight the spirit to come back, but was shouted by Zhu Tao. Wait! Huh! Tao, what's wrong? You practiced all day yesterday, and you still could only hold on for such a short while. It almost didn't make me dizzy, Zhu Tao said helplessly. Or you should stop being persistent. It's only been practicing for a day, the progress definitely won't be that fast, Li Yiming busily said. Stick to it slowly, I'm sure I can spin for a longer period of time. Besides, Brother Tao, if this is practice, the thief is strong. My left leg is Tianxian, my right leg is earth-shaking, and it's fierce. This Zhu Tao did not deny, After all, he had seen it with his own eyes. Li Yiming's speed was amazing when he spun up, his legs had turned into stumps. This would definitely not be pleasant if he was kicked. And if it lasts longer, it becomes faster and more powerful. What's more, Old Su supports it. The problem now is that it's one thing if you spin up, you don't even know where people are after you spin up. Xu Tao immediately pointed out the problem. Undifferentiated attack, painfully hitting your teammates, right? Li Yiming immediately scratched his head in some embarrassment. Indeed, he was now spinning the whole world around, and could not tell whether it was friend or foe. However, Li Yiming felt that he had only just started practicing, so it was normal to have problems. Practice for a few months to see how it works, until I can get used to the speed. No, I mean, do you want to try another spin? Like what? When Xu Tao thought about it, he said, dance or something like that? Li Yiming blinked. Huh? Like ballet? Isn't that also spinning? Xu Tao said after thinking about it. And it fits better with your cultivation style. Doesn't ballet often involve spinning on one leg? Don't you also do the golden chicken stand every day? When Li Yiming heard this, he was enlightened. Don't tell me, when you mention it like that, Brother Tao, I suddenly felt as if I could try it. I don't know if I can do it, Xu Tao busily said. Try it yourself. If you don't feel right, you can think of something else. Flower skating is also possible. There are many different ways to spin, you don't have to spin hard. Okay, I'll try. I'll go to the library and look online. Li Yiming immediately became interested and immediately ran towards the library with his legs spread out. The signal is blocked at this hour, and only the library has internet access. Not long after, Li Yiming went and returned, in the library inside a pile of ballet and other related teaching videos, began to learn now. Follow the instructional video, spread your hands, move your head first, then your body, and finally your legs. Li Yiming attempted a spin to land again and suddenly blinked. Tao, what is it? Ugly, yes, but it's quite smooth, Xu Tao said while sewing. How do you feel yourself? Not sure, I'll try a few more turns. Li Yiming turned a few more times according to the movements he had just made, each time with his left leg as the center of gravity pivot point. Don't tell me, it's not dizzying at all. I'll take my chances. Li Yiming then tried his luck to start spinning in such a rhythm of head, body, and feet. Hey! Tao, look at that! I'm spinning! Hey! I'm not dizzy yet! Xu Tao looked at Li Yiming while spinning and still managed to talk to him, and laughed. That means it's the right way to find it. Without realizing it, 5 minutes had passed. Seeing Li Yiming spinning faster and faster, people are spinning out of the stumps, without the slightest movement to stop, Xu Tao suddenly felt something was not quite right. Li Yiming? Brother Tao, I can't seem to stop. The legs won't listen to me. Huh! Chapter 141. Can't stop? Are you kidding me? Really? I'm not kidding, Li Yiming hurriedly said. My 2 legs feel like they're not my own, they don't listen to me at all. Xu Tao's face changed as he hurriedly came to the front of Li Yiming, who was spinning madly in place. After all, Su Yan had mentioned before that the phenomenon of astral energy slipping out was due to unskillful manipulation of the breath, so Xu Tao felt that the inability to stop might be due to losing control. But I've never heard of losing control of your legs. However, Xu Tao is still considered calm. Do not dare to lean too close, for fear of being kicked out by the high-speed rotation of Li Yiming at the moment. Keeping the distance on the busy asked. How to do? I don't know what to do I? Can you find a way to make me stop? Xu Tao's face sank. Fine, but you'll have to suffer a bit. As soon as the words fell, Xu Tao had already pinched up the steel needle in his hand. Wait, Tao, not so much. Li Yiming, who was spinning at a high speed, glimpsed that Xu Tao was all set to perform the popping pin style, and his heart jumped in fear. You don't know how powerful a pinball is. I am still only the 8th product of the middle stage. The strength is not as good as you. This needle popped over not to put me directly through. Li Yiming, who had personally seen the power of the popping pin style, said urgently. Go find old Su. Okay, hang in there, I'll be right there. Yes. Xu Tao did not dare to delay, hurried down the stairs, before leaving also did not forget to close the storm door, lest Li Yiming out of control later along the storm door directly turned out. Not a moment's effort, Zhu Tao finally came to the office and hurriedly knocked on the door. Old Su, old Su. As soon as Su Yang opened the door and saw Zhu Tao's anxious face, his face changed. What's wrong? Zhu Tao was busy saying. Li Yiming lost control and couldn't stop after he spun up. Huh! Su Yang was dumbfounded. Good guy, it's really spinning. Where is it? The roof. Go! Su Yang hurriedly followed Zhu Tao, rushed to the roof of the building, pushed open the storm door to see. Su Yang saw Li Yiming has been transformed into a human-shaped gyroscope rotating at high speeds, blindly rotating along the roof wall. The feeling that at any time may be directly along the wall flipped out of the situation. When Li Yiming saw Su Yang appear, he hurriedly shouted, Old Su, I can't stop. Take it easy. Su Yang for a moment also cannot figure out exactly what is the cause. After all, astral gas outside the slip of this phenomenon is not really related to the use. Moreover, did not expect Li Yiming was able to turn up by mistake. This mindfuck mania is simply getting more and more outrageous. Try to control your breath first. Can't control it, Li Yiming responded. My breath is out of control too. When Zhu Tao heard this, his face changed. Teacher, it can't be that he's gone off the deep end. Thinking too much. Su Yang cried and laughed. You guys aren't even close to the word going off the deep end. The fire into the devil that has to be above the martial arts zone may happen extreme situation, and the fire into the devil to a large extent because of the bullseye lead to the cultivation of the wrong makes the mental state is not too stable only. Li Yiming wasn't going off the deep end in this state. After all, he was still able to communicate normally. However, Su Yang was unable to give a definition, and anyway, if it was not clear, it would be collectively categorized as one of the manifestations of mindfulness fanaticism. Since I can't stop on my own accord, I'll have to do it myself. Zhu Tao, don't get hit, take care of yourself. Yes. As far as Li Yiming is now in this gyroscopic state, Su Yang looked at it, and felt that the power was not small, which if he was kicked, Zhu Tao is definitely not good. Without much hesitation, Su Yang rushed over with a single healthy step, relying on the fact that he had the Master Invincible. He was fearless, and he rigidly and directly crashed into Li Yiming. Chapter 142. Bang! With a muffled sound, Su Yang did not even know how many kicks he had received. Injured is not injured, but Li Yiming was directly bounced out by the reaction force, and continued to scurry around blindly. After several attempts in succession, Su Yang failed to catch Li Yiming. The rotation speed was just too fast. Su Yang had no way to grab Li Yiming's feet to contain Li Yiming's rotation. Instead, every time he hit Su Yang, Li Yiming would automatically bounce away. This gave Li Yiming all the excitement. Crap, that's a strong move. It's almost like version T0. Even Su Yang, who possessed harmonization power, couldn't hold him off. However, this is no time to be happy. If you can't stop, you'll die of exhaustion. Old Su, what should we do? I'll try again. Su Yang also did not expect this gyroscopic whirlwind leg to be so showy, caught half a day. Favorably, Li Yiming himself could not control it. Luckily, after catching it a few times, Su Yang had also figured out the pattern, spinning fast but not moving too fast. Just force it inside the corner and force the pressure. Sang Yen Dui. Accompanied by the power continuously surging out from his body, Su Yang's gaze flinched, his legs fiercely built up their strength, and his entire body suddenly shot out like an arrow off the string. With a muffled sound, Li Yiming bounced off again, but this time, because of the overly violent reaction force, he bounced farther than any time before. With its sighing diffusion decision, Su Yang kept trying, and finally forced Li Yiming to a dead end, and jumped hard on Li Yiming as a bear hug. However, what Su Yang never expected was that this just hugged the past, or the speed is too slow. Li Yiming was bounced away a moment to the fence, followed by another rebound, moving faster and faster, and with a whoosh of a sound, he leaped over from Su Yang's side. Oh, crap! Zhu Tao, who was watching the show not far away, saw Li Yiming turn directly towards himself at speed, and was so scared that he hurriedly dodged and brushed his shoulders. Whoosh! Tao, I didn't mean it! Su Yang hurriedly came to Xu Tao's side. Didn't get kicked, did you? Nope, luckily I dodged fast. Xu Tao cried and laughed when he saw that Li Yiming had started fooling around again. I should have known better than to mention the ballet. Su Yang was puzzled. What ballet? Xu Tao briefly mentioned a mouthful of things that happened not long ago, and Su Yang was also a bit confused after hearing it. The whole half day or Xu Tao gave Li Yiming a wake-up call and seems to have found the direction by mistake. Teacher, what now? Su Yang had a bit of a headache. Looking at Li Yiming who was scurrying around, he said helplessly. Can't catch him, can't keep up with his speed, then we can only wait until he's exhausted. Li Yiming, who was wandering around, heard it clearly. Huh! Old Su, how much longer do I have to spin then? Say, can you still see where we are when you're spinning so fast? You're supposed to be seeing everything as a blur right now. There's no way your dynamic vision can keep up with such a fast speed. I don't know what's wrong. I can even see 360 degrees without a dead angle now, and I'm not dizzy at all. Xu Tao looked at Su Yang suspiciously. Su Yang was also devoid of ideas. The effects brought about by the heart Dharma frenzy were also completely beyond his cognizance. Then you turn slowly, Su Yang hurriedly said. You should stop on your own when you run out of stamina. What about stopping? Pay attention in your next life. Chapter 143. Judging from Li Yiming's reaction so far, Su Yang felt that there should be no danger to his life. It should stop on its own as soon as it is physically exhausted. After all, the driving force of this gyroscopic whirlwind leg was ultimately derived from qi. Physical strength and qi interact with each other. Once physical strength fails, qi will also weaken. Moreover, the exertion of performing two heart techniques at the same time was not ordinary. Props for spinning him for half an hour. What really puzzled Su Yang was that in this high-speed rotation Li Yiming not only didn't get dizzy, he even had a 360-degree field of vision. It doesn't quite make sense. Well, when Su Yang thought about it, it would be strange if it was in line with common sense, right? After all, Xu Tao standing next to him had even learned to pop pin style. Mind frenzy was supposed to exist beyond reason. And this thing. It doesn't seem to summarize the point. Because the trait of mindfulness frenzy manifests itself differently in each individual, the only similar symptoms at present are the practice of meditation as well as the practice of dreaming. This is just a symptom, the exact behavior is not quite the same. Anyway, Su Yang couldn't do anything about it, but because he was worried that Li Yiming would turn out directly from the roof of the building, he had to stand guard on the roof. Xu Tao couldn't help but scratch his head as he watched Li Yiming scurrying around. Teacher, I have a doubt I've been wanting to ask you. What? Why is the picture of our cultivation is not quite the same as others? Spoken as if you guys usually draw like everyone else. Xu Tao froze and thought to himself that this was true. It's normal to be different. Su Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, everyone's way of practicing is inherently different, not to mention that you guys are still dual cultivating your minds, so it's naturally different. Xu Tao answered, but did not dwell too much on this issue. Strong is done, who cares if the painting style is decent or not? Then will the others be like us? Xu Tao was busy saying. The ones in class 5. This can't be said, Su Yang hurriedly said. I am seeing that you two have a good heart, you are people with great perseverance and can endure hardship. That's why I specially instructed the two of you, the others I still have to observe and observe. If it's suitable I will naturally instruct, if not, forget it. Actually, the main thing is that there's no choice. I almost had a heart attack watching this cultivation efficiency of the 5th class. I have to admire the teacher's discerning eye, he hit the nail on the head. With a whoosh, Li Yiming leapt over the side. You're a good judge of character, old Su. Li Yiming held on for about the same amount of time as Su Yang had expected, and even ahead of schedule. It only lasted 23 minutes from start to finish before it finally stopped spinning from exhaustion and snapped right back to the ground. OMG! I'm exhausted! Legs are breaking. Old Su, I feel like I won't be able to get off the ground for at least 3 days. It feels like my legs aren't even my own anymore. I don't have any sensation at all. Li Yiming noticed that he couldn't even feel the existence of his legs. For a moment his face was filled with panic. Old Su, I won't be paralyzed, right? Easy, Zhu Tao, give him a shot. Good. Shu Tao immediately flashed steel needle in his hand, was about to perform the popping needle style, to Li Yiming's face are scared white. Tao brother, you come to a needle I really paralyzed. Su Yang also cried and laughed. There's no need to be so real, just tie it up casually. Shu Tao then gently stabbed with a steel needle, and immediately hurt Li Yiming with an ouch. Chapter 144. Okay, it looks like it's not paralyzed. Confirmed that Li Yiming is only physical exhaustion, increased leg soreness and weakness outside. Su Yang is finally relieved. Purely the aftermath of pushing too hard. There shouldn't be any major problems. Su Yang patted Li Yiming's thigh then said, Go back and have a good rest, focus on cultivation after you're rested. You couldn't stop spinning this time, and I figured that a large part of it was because you had such poor control over your breath, which led to the loss of control. There's also the fact that I'm not sure how the two chi tracks in your body operate when you perform two types of mind techniques at the same time, so I can't draw any conclusions just yet. After Su Yang thought about it, he said, For the time being, just cultivate properly and wait for everything until you guys reach the 7th grade. Su Yang felt that the length of time should be about the same. By the time he was able to skillfully master the chaotic chi, Shu Tao should be able to advance to the 7th grade. At that time, he could be more specific about the situation inside Zhu Tao and Li Yiming, so that he would be able to give a clearer direction for his cultivation in the future. However, Li Yiming was indeed temporarily incapacitated, and although he was able to stand up, both of his legs had been trembling, and he could not stand at all. Shu Tao, then you cultivate well. Seeing this, Su Yang directly carried Li Yiming on his back. I'll send him back to his dormitory to rest. Good. Li Yiming was still a bit embarrassed. Old Su, it's better to hide and stay out of sight. Su Yang that doesn't know that this age of middle-aged teenagers want to save face everywhere. Don't worry, basically all of them are practicing inside the classroom, no one will be blindly leaping on the road at all. Su Yang answered, and without saying much, carrying Li Yiming on his back, he went downstairs in the direction of the dormitory. It was true that the normal classes were all inside the classroom practicing seriously, but Class 5 didn't have that kind of practice in mind. Taking advantage of Su Yang's absence, he was still playing the game secretly. It was only when someone went to the restroom that they happened to bump into the scene of Su Yang walking out of the school building with Li Yiming on his back. Hey, hey, hey! Come on, come on! The people in Class 5 were puzzled, and they went out of the classroom to take a look, and they saw Su Yang carrying Li Yiming in the direction of the dormitory from a long distance away. For a moment the heart was greatly touched. What an angel old Su is! He even ran to the infirmary to carry Li Yiming back to his dormitory. What exactly is Li Yiming's illness? So serious! Everyone looked at each other. Li Yiming has been sick for several days. Every time he goes to the infirmary, it is a day, and he can only see people at night. Everyone originally did not take it seriously, but only felt that Li Yiming's body and bones were relatively weak. But now it doesn't look quite right. What kind of disease can't even walk? Old Su even had to run to the infirmary to carry him back. Wasn't he alive and well yesterday? How come you're like this today? The crowd had an ominous feeling in their hearts. It can't be. Cancer. What's all this nonsense? Fu Yihai busily said. He started to have a tummy upset the other day, and that night there was no movement. Shu Tao went over to take a look and found that he was sleeping heavily. Now that I think about it, it's not like I'm taking sleeping pills. How can I sleep so deeply? Could it have something to do with his illness? That said, everyone's mind was on edge. It was really because Li Yiming's recent behavior was just too abnormal, plus the fact that he was still carried back by Su Yang today. The crowd was almost uncontrollably thinking in a bad direction. Chapter 145. Su Yang returned to his office after sending Li Yiming back to his dorm room. A knock on the door followed on the back foot. As soon as he opened the door, he saw that all the people from Class 5 had already gathered at the door, each looking puzzled. Su Yang was slightly stunned. What's wrong? The crowd got straight to the point. Teacher, what happened to Li Yiming? We just saw you carrying Li Yiming back to the dormitory. Xie Yuhan was busy saying. Is he even unable to walk anymore? Su Yang is not good to explicitly say that Li Yiming is temporarily unable to move because he spun too hard and exhausted. Regarding the matter of the dual cultivation heart technique, it was better that the fewer people knew about it, the better. Even the students of Class V are no exception. Not being in the same boat still risks leakage. That's why Su Yang and Li Yiming had long ago matched their statements, and said that a broken foot would be fine. You guys think too much. Su Yang hurriedly waved his hand. Li Yiming just accidentally broke his foot and couldn't walk before I had to carry him back. The crowd didn't ask any more questions once they heard that, and they turned to leave. Su Yang scratched his head, seeing the crowd reacting so flatly. He didn't know why he always felt that something wasn't quite right. Just a short distance away, someone said, I told you so, didn't I? Old Su definitely won't tell us the truth. He's just afraid we'll worry. The crowd had complicated looks. A broken foot? Old Su's reason was more or less too muddled. Li Yiming was no longer in the 8th grade martial spirit realm, not to mention practicing the earth-shaking decision and specializing in leg techniques. How could he possibly break his foot? This is... what a good lie. Remembering that Li Yiming had been unwell until he couldn't walk today, everyone's heart couldn't help but sink. Everyone was just about ready to let go of their preconceived notions and melt into the collective, but they didn't expect Li Yiming's situation to become so bad. The crowd looked at each other. Most of them could see the hard feelings in each other's eyes. Yesterday it looked alive and well, why is it like this today? Normal. I read on the internet that so many terminal illnesses come unexpectedly. I also wonder how bad things have gotten for Li Yiming? Let's go see it all together tonight, and well, let's all try to act like we don't know. The most important thing for him right now is to stay in a good frame of mind. Because of the exhaustion, Li Yiming fell asleep directly from exhaustion not long after he was sent back to the dormitory by Su Yang. I don't know how long it was before I was awakened by a knock on the door, and I opened my eyes in a daze before asking, Who is it? Li Yiming, we came over to see you. You opened the door. As soon as Li Yiming heard that it was the 5th class crowd that had come, he then gave an oh-so-sweet sound and subconsciously picked at the door handle. However, the soreness coming from his 2 thighs swelled up so much that without noticing Li Yiming instantly collapsed on the ground. The door was just pulled straight open, and the people in Class 5 heard a fluttering sound and looked towards the dormitory. It was dark, the inside of the house was dark. Li Yiming was lying on the ground, unable to move. The crowd stuttered in their hearts and swarmed in at once. Li Yiming, you? Are you okay? It's fine, it's just that I broke my foot today. It hurts so much that I can't walk. Li Yiming hurriedly waved his hand and prepared to get up. But after several attempts, he felt that he couldn't make any strength, so he couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's better not to turn before you've been promoted to the 7th grade, or you'll be paralyzed once you do.